scanned the group. How do we do it? Tell us what you need, responded Rhonda and Kieran, who completely trusted Hector. Aya, staring at Hector with narrowed eyes, said, you plan to head deep to kill Beckett? Yes, Beckett must die. Additionally, I learned that the position of the Zoltangwang pill in the deepest part of the tomb seems to have been confirmed. We should still make it if we go now. Hector stood up, looking toward the depths of the tomb. He had gone once before but encountered an iron-armored corpse midway, preventing a full descent. Now, with no worthy opponents left in the outer area, it was time to delve deeper and resolve his conflict with Beckett while aiming for the Zoltangwang pill. Aya agreed. She brought several people with her. After discussing strategies together, the group quickly advanced towards the deepest part of the tomb. Meanwhile, Beckett and his crew stood before a massive tomb entrance. Almost half of Capital College's core disciples, around 70 people, gathered around him. Besides, there were core disciples from other colleges, numbering in the hundreds. All eyes gleamed with anticipation as they stared at the massive tomb entrance. Let's begin, everyone. This time, the college that contributes significantly will receive at least one supreme quality Zoltangwang pill, Beckett stated casually, standing hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 200. The Corpse Dalton Awakens, Near Annihilation. Those who made it here and qualified to participate in the Spirit Dalton Pill competition were all from the top 10 academies of Hilton County. Each had formidable overall strength and was determined to obtain the Spirit Dalton Pill. Yet none dared to claim it alone, not even the leading powerhouses like Hilton Academy and the County Governor's Mansion. Boom. Instantly, they began to move, digging into the tomb with all their might. Around them were array masters who were vigilant at all times, ready to activate defensive formations if any unexpected incidents occurred, like a reanimation of the dead. After all, this was the resting place of a powerful individual that had remained undisturbed for centuries. No one could predict what might happen once the tomb was opened. Boom. Shortly after, Hector and Aya, along with Rhonda, arrived. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of Beckett and leaders from various top academies. It's Hector. This guy actually dared to come here. Why wouldn't he? Leroy, you see him walking together with Aya from the County Governor's Mansion? This kid is said to have swept everything in the outer area of the tomb. Probably his confidence has inflated so much that he thinks he can sweep through here as well. Let's leave him be. He has no grudge against us. Let Beckett handle it. The members of various factions briefly glanced at Hector, but paid no further attention. While Hector's performance over the past year was indeed impressive, he was still just a newcomer. Perhaps in another year or two, they might take him seriously, but right now, Hector was too inexperienced. It was Aya beside him who caused unease among representatives from different academies. Aya represented the County Governor's Mansion and gathered a group of young strong individuals around her. Essentially, this force rivaled Hilton Academy's strength. Beckett gave Hector a glance, but said nothing. Similarly, Hector merely cast a casual look at Beckett without speaking, both looking like strangers who had exchanged a fleeting glance. However, even in that brief exchange, a chilling murderous intent flashed across their eyes. It was restrained, yet everyone knew that once either party acted, it would be a battle to the death. Everyone, be cautious. The tomb is about to be opened. Suddenly, an array master spoke with extreme caution. Immediately, everyone became more careful, drawing their swords as a precaution. Look at you all trembling like mice. I'll do it. A peak great martial artist and a supreme penetrated by the zombie. He realized this zombie must possess at least peak martial spirit realm strength. Escape quickly. Everyone from various academies screamed, terrified by the overwhelming disparity in power. Fagin in purple tiger armor died almost instantly. Roar. At that moment, the red-haired zombie suddenly opened its mouth. Next, everyone discovered with horror that their life essence was draining involuntarily. Many people's bodies began to wither rapidly. Some turned white-haired almost immediately. It was terrifying beyond words. Hector also faced a devastating crisis. Feeling his life essence drain away, he immediately activated the 5 Viscera 6 Bowels method. His heart beat intensely, channeling secret power through his limbs to resist the strange force. However, the speed at which his essence was being absorbed only slowed slightly. It wasn't entirely halted. Meanwhile, Rhonda was covered in silken cocoons that protected her, slowing the absorption rate considerably. Aya remained enigmatic. A purple hairpin atop her head emitted gentle light, shielding her though she still showed signs of distress. As for Kieran and others, they weren't so fortunate and instantly turned white-haired. Hector quickly injected some of his secret power into Kieran, somewhat slowing the process. Leave quickly. We shouldn't linger here. Aya the iron armor zombie and malfunctioned the spirit devourer during the confrontation. Chapter 201. Restraining the zombie, peak of the ninth heaven in great martial artist realm. It seems that Beckett has control over the mysterious symbol sword. I must obtain it from him. Hector concealed himself and watched from a distance. If he could get his hands on the mysterious symbol sword, then next time he encounters the spirit devourers, he would have more means to fight back. This time, he thought of Ayush again. Ayush could stand among the spirit devourers and remain unharmed even after being invaded by them. Could this also be related to the mysterious symbol sword? Boom. Meanwhile, Hector secretly ordered the ironclad corpse to approach Beckett quietly. He planned to strike Beckett fatally at the critical moment, capture him first, force out the mysterious symbol sword from his body, and then use the sword to combat this terrifying zombie. After a short while, everyone except Beckett was dead. Even the elite students of the Capital College behind him were all killed without leaving a single survivor. Boom. Absorbing the essence and energy of these people, the zombie became even more terrifying. It could float off the ground and vanish instantly with a swoosh. Beckett rapidly retreated, releasing 2 purple symbol swords from his body. The swords emitted light and collided with the zombie but were shattered by its physical strength. However, at this moment, several spirit devourers emerged from the broken symbol swords and rushed into the zombie's body. Symbol swords can also contain spirit devourers? Hector was surprised again, gaining further understanding of the mysterious symbol sword. Boom. The previously ferocious zombie suddenly trembled all over, showing signs of struggle on its grimacing face. At this moment, Beckett quickly approached the zombie and took out a talisman covered in dense runes, almost identical to the previous symbol sword, which he immediately pressed onto the zombie's forehead. Instantly, the zombie's struggling decreased. Haha, I'm finally going to control a Wuling-level zombie king. Once this zombie king grows, it will become at least a Wuwang-level zombie king, making me the underground king of Brandanching County. Beckett laughed arrogantly. You probably won't have that chance. At this moment, Hector appeared. Beckett turned around and saw Hector, initially stunned, then sneered. Although I don't know how you escaped the pursuit of the ironclad corpse, now that you've dared to appear, you're as good as dead. Just as Beckett prepared to move, he felt an immense danger, and he turned around to deliver a palm strike towards the threat. Pooh! He clashed with the ironclad corpse, trembling violently and spitting blood as he flew away. Almost simultaneously, the ironclad corpse rushed forward like a shadow, causing Beckett to turn pale in shock, yelling, Ironclad corpse! Hector, you actually subdued the ironclad corpse. How is this possible? Hector ignored him and swiftly came before the nearly Wuling-level late-stage zombie, immediately activating his sky eye. As expected, he saw the zombie fighting several spirit devourers. The zombie was slightly at a disadvantage. Once invaded, it would fall under Beckett's control. Time was pressing. 2 beams of light shot out from Hector's sky eye, restraining the spirit devourers. If he acted alone, it wouldn't work. But combined with the zombie and himself, they instantly restrained these spirit devourers. Pooh! Blood started gushing from Hector's eyes. Suppressing the ironclad corpse had only required restraining 1 spirit devourer, which Hector could manage with great difficulty. Now, with 3 spirit devourers, even with the zombie's power added, it was still exceedingly hard to restrain them. His eyes and other orifices began to bleed. After a brief period, he became a blood-covered figure, bleeding even from his pores. But effort bore fruit. After 10 minutes, Hector finally restrained the 3 spirit devourers and controlled the zombie. Pooh! Spitting blood profusely, he collapsed to the ground, opened a bottle, and swallowed several medicinal pills to recover. Beside him, the zombie stood motionlessly, like a guard. Not long after, another shocking event occurred in the ancient tomb. Beckett was pursued by the ironclad corpse and fled after sustaining severe injuries. When the news spread, it shook the entire tomb. Half a day later, the ironclad corpse returned. Hector glanced at the ironclad corpse and said calmly, Leroy, you kill him? Though the ironclad corpse lacked self-control, it understood simple language and immediately shook its head. Good that you didn't. Next time, I'll deal with him personally, Hector nodded. Then, he stood up and walked into the split tomb. Inside, he found a coffin with a brown bottle. Opening it, he saw 10 top-grade Zoltingwang pills and 3 golden super-grade Zoltingwang pills. So the rumor is true, Hector rejoiced. Following this, Hector consumed a top-grade Zoltingwang pill and began meditating. The ironclad corpse and the zombie stood on either side like guardians, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Brandandering his meditation, someone arrived at the deepest part of the tomb and discovered the dried-up corpses outside, recognizing their identities and falling into shock. These were all core disciples from various academies in Brandanching County, yet they all died here. When the news spread, it caused a massive uproar, alarming the various academies. No one expected this martial arts exchange to be so brutal. It was the deadliest exchange in history. Almost 99% of the participating core disciples died. This set an unprecedented precedent. Meanwhile, the martial arts exchange ended. All survivors gradually left. Hector broke through to the peak of the 9th heaven in the great martial artist realm a day before the end. But he felt it wasn't enough, so he continued to consume a golden super-grade Zoltingwang pill. He planned to push himself to the limit of the great martial artist realm in one go. Boom. Consuming the first pill, he entered a state of enlightenment, reaching the void brightness realm. His sensing ability increased tenfold. Places he previously couldn't understand became clear instantly. However, it still failed to push him into the ultimate state of the great martial artist realm. Immediately, he consumed the second golden super-grade Zoltingwang pill. This time, he triggered a secret realm, generating a large amount of mysterious substance within him. 2 golden super-grade Zoltingwang pills. Each one was priceless. If sold, each would fetch upwards of 100 million yen coins, enough to drive anyone mad. But Hector swallowed both within half a day to advance to the ultimate state of the great martial artist realm. If this were to leak, it would cause a massive uproar. This young man triggered the secret realm again, less than half a month apart. At this moment, the bear woke up in surprise, along with mysterious rune swords. No, that is the ancient spirit rune sword curse from our near-immortal era, which is rarely seen. Where did this kid Hector get it? Moreover, he can use the ancient spirit rune sword curse to restrain these 2 zombies? Nor is it correct. Just restraining them with the ancient spirit rune sword curse wouldn't be enough. This kid must have used the ancient spirit rune sword curse to balance things when the soul devourers invaded the zombies, and both sides were at a stalemate, ultimately causing both the zombies and soul devourers to malfunction. Still incorrect. Simply causing the zombies and soul devourers to malfunction wouldn't allow him to control them. He must have employed other means. Hiss. What an incredible kid. He could think up and implement such methods. Remarkable. The bear couldn't help but marvel repeatedly. At this moment, Hector had earned his renewed respect. A monster like Hector was extremely rare even in the near-immortal era. He was the pinnacle among monsters. For this era to produce someone like Hector was incredibly difficult. Subsequently, he focused on Hector again and discovered that his true chi and physical strength had both reached the peak of the great martial artist realm, almost approaching perfection. Is he aiming to advance to the limit of the great martial artist realm? If he succeeds, this kid's potential and combat power will significantly increase. The bear instantly understood what Hector intended to do. Hector had already reached the limit state in the martial initiate realm. He also did so in the martial scholar realm. If he were to achieve it again in the great martial artist realm, that would mean he reached the limit state in the first 3 realms. In martial arts, those who could achieve such levels were nearly countable on one hand throughout the entire martial era. Each of them was a renowned figure in history. For example, the emperors on the list of the 24 Jeffreys. They all succeeded. If Hector succeeded, he would be on par with them, outshining even some other Darrells in their youth. Even looking back to before the martial era, even in the near-immortal era, he would be a standout among monsters. Not yet enough. Hector's gaze flashed as he consumed the third super-grade Zoltang Braden pill. In one go, he spent over 300 million in coins. Now, for advancing to the limit of the great martial artist realm, he no longer held back. Boom. Finally, after 3 days, Hector finally entered the limit of the great martial artist realm, having reached the limits in the first 3 realms. At this moment, Hector felt that his strength had reached an unprecedented height. His physical strength could now match some peak early-stage martial spirit realm geniuses. With every move, he could unleash mid-stage tier 4 combat power, and if he utilized the first genuine intention diagram, his combat power could reach peak tier 4. This was under the premise of using only the first genuine intention diagram. If he combined the first and second diagrams, he could easily enter tier 5 combat power. Achieving tier 5 combat power in the great martial artist realm should be unprecedented. Good kid. Remarkable. Your strength would be top-notch even in our near-immortal era, standing at the very peak of the pyramid, the bear exclaimed. Hector was still within the mystic realm and the void brightness realm, immediately seizing the opportunity to solidify his cultivation and physical strength. Although he had entered the limit of the great martial artist realm, it wasn't stable enough. At this point, he needed to further consolidate his cultivation. Another 2 days passed. Hector finally reached the great perfection stage of the great martial artist realm. One step further, and he would enter the 4th major realm of martial arts, the martial spirit realm. In the Ingdaltendom, only those in the martial spirit realm were considered true martial experts. The first 3 realms were merely foundational. Senior, my mystic realm seems to have opened longer than usual this time? Hector looked at the bear. This time, he had remained in the mystic realm for 5 whole days. It was something he hadn't anticipated. Previously, staying in for a dozen breaths was already impressive. You consumed 3 super-grade Zoltang Braden pills this time, which likely caused it. The next time you trigger the mystic realm, it shouldn't last. #### Chapter 203. The storm approaches, flowers fill the tower. Hector was utterly shocked. Related to the immortals? Could it be that the Gideonevity charm sword curse was created using the power of the immortals? In the era of immortal ancients, these beings were known as immortals. After the end of the era of immortal ancients, no more immortals ever appeared. From then on, immortals became a legend, and even people in the near-immortal era did not know of their existence, believing them to be mere myths. But now, this bear told him that the Gideonevity charm sword curse originated from an immortal. The bear glanced at Hector and said, "It's just a legend. I can't say for sure if it's true. By the way, young man, you mentioned that you obtained the Gideonevity charm sword curse from a young person. If you can trace back through that person, perhaps you'll find some clues." Hector nodded. Pursuing this lead was absolutely necessary. He wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. If he could master the Gideonevity charm sword curse, he would not only be able to deal with spirit devourers, but might also create an army of zombies. At the same time, he guessed why Shaw could remain unharmed despite being invaded by spirit devourers, and still stand among them without incident. Perhaps his body contained a large number of Gideonevity charm sword curses, which could evade or even restrict spirit devourers. With a swoosh, Hector left the ancient tomb. By the time he emerged, it was already late at night. He quietly returned to Jian Jiang Martial Academy's new location, along with the zombie and ironclad corpse. Before leaving, he glanced at Jian Jiang Martial Academy and noticed that the corpse chi was still spreading outwards. This meant that the spirit devourers were still present. What puzzled him was that Muhammad had been rescued, and the spirit devourers had vanished. Why was the corpse chi still spreading? He couldn't figure it out. Maybe I'll go in and take a look when I get the chance, Hector muttered to himself. He had a strong feeling that if this issue wasn't resolved, the consequences could be catastrophic. Upon returning to Jian Jiang Martial Academy, he found that the academy's security had been increased tenfold, with mentors patrolling everywhere, appearing extremely vigilant. Even the mayor of Jian Jiang City and the governor of Hilton County, Matt, had come. Hector immediately sensed that something big must have happened. "Hector, you're finally back." When they saw Hector, the Ellis, Landon Jarvis, and others like Rhonda all breathed a sigh of relief. During the exchange meeting in Hilton County, many people had died, an unprecedented toll in history. With Hector inside for so long without returning, many feared the worst and sent several people to search for him, but to no avail. Many believed that Hector was probably dead. Only now, seeing Hector reappear, did they feel relieved. "Where have you been, Hector?" Jarvis asked anxiously. "I was in seclusion," Hector replied. "Seclusion?" Everyone eyed him curiously after hearing this. Next, a hint of surprise flashed in Matt's eyes. "Young man, did you break through to the peak great warrior realm?" Hector smiled and nodded. Instantly, everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. As far as they remembered, Hector had only been at the martial Laroisipal realm 6 months ago. To reach the peak great warrior realm within half a year was truly terrifying progress. "By the way, what happened at Jian Jiang Martial Academy?" Hector asked. At this, Willie looked excited and said, "Your father has returned. Tomorrow, all of us will protect him during his recovery. If everything goes well, he will regain his former peak strength." Boom. These words struck Hector like a thunderbolt, making him overwhelmingly emotional. "Where is my father now?" Hector asked urgently. "You can't see him yet. You'll meet him tomorrow, and you'll need to contribute your share then," the Ellis said with a smile. "All right, I'll do my best. For my father, I will spare no effort." Hector clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming, already looking forward to the next day. Meanwhile, a VIP guest arrived at Hilton County Capital Academy, causing Shaw to personally welcome him. "Lord Gideon said Jessup must die tomorrow," said the red-robed Kyler. "Please rest assured, Lord Gideon. Not only will Jessup die tomorrow, But Yi Jian Martial Academy will be buried with him, Shaw sneered. Boom. Yi Jian Martial Academy was on high alert, with both the county governor and city mayor present, all for the sake of helping Jessup. Hector discovered that his father and the governor, as well as the mayor, had been close friends over a decade ago. Now, Hector understood why the governor and mayor had been so kind to him, even secretly aiding him. Hector then found Rhonda and Aya, giving each of them 3 top-grade Spirit Dalton pills. You little brat, not bad. Aya took the pills without hesitation. Rhonda, who was at a critical point for breakthrough, initially refused but accepted them upon Hector's insistence. Hector then went back into seclusion, aiming to break through to the spirit realm. However, on that day, the people of Yi Jian City noticed something unusual. Yi Jian Martial Academy was completely sealed off, and no disciples could enter or leave. Even the governor and mayor had come to Yi Jian Martial Academy, creating a palpable sense of tension throughout the city. A storm seemed to be brewing, bringing an oppressive atmosphere. Boom. The next day arrived. Hector immediately opened his eyes, sensing a massive array activating within Yi Jian Martial Academy. His figure flickered as he rushed out of his courtyard. Witnessing a fearsome dragon-shaped light pillar, found a spot to sit down and opened his sky eye. He knew that the enemies who had framed his father would definitely show up today, and a fierce battle would ensue here. Today, I will not say much more. I ask all of you to help me protect Jessup. Once Jessup recovers to his peak, should any of you need help in the future, we at Yi Jian Martial College will do everything we can, said the Landon as he surveyed the crowd, bowing solemnly. With our relationship, there's no need for further words. Let's begin, said Matt from a distance as he sat on the outer edge of the formation. He came here mainly to help Jessup fend off certain powerful individuals, so upon arrival, he positioned himself on the outer perimeter. With a loud boom, Quasi-Grandmaster aura erupted from Matt. County Governor Rashad is actually a Quasi-Grandmaster. Feeling Matt's aura, Hector couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Jarvis, standing beside him, smiled and said, in Ing's state, one needs at least the strength of a Quasi-Grandmaster to oversee an area, and it has to be one with extremely strong combat power. Hector nodded. Many martial geniuses plateau before reaching the martial spirit realm, while some very talented ones might stagnate at the peak of the martial spirit realm. To enter the Quasi-Grandmaster realm, one must be an exceptional individual. Despite Hector's rapid advancement through his previous even a saint would covet. Hector asked, surprised again. Jarvis glanced at the Landon and explained, actually, there's something you don't know. Your father's master back then was none other than our Landon. After your father was severely injured, the Landon almost went mad trying to save him. Finally, he controlled himself and personally searched all over Ing state for rare items to repair your father's essence force. Eventually, after 10 years of severe injury, he obtained Zoltanf essence fluid in the God Demon battlefield. However, due to competing for it, his own essence force was heavily damaged, resulting in his cultivation being stuck at the late-stage martial spirit realm for many years. Hector was shocked. It was the first time he learned his father's master was the Landon, and the first time he understood the extent to which the Landon helped his father. This filled him with immense gratitude. In the Landon's heart, he considers your father like his own son, Jarvis continued. At this moment, Hector considered Yi Jian Martial College as his home, ready to protect it with his life. One day, I will cure the Landon's essence force, Hector vowed inwardly. Suddenly, a terrifying black light tore through the air, heading straight for Jessup seated at the center of the array. But Matt acted, palm outstretched, blocking the black light with a resounding explosion. This was a black sword, exuding power nearly on par with a peak martial spirit realm expert. Himph, Matt, are you really going to oppose us for a cripple? A gray-clothed Kyler appeared with 3 others, all emitting Quasi-Grandmaster martial auras. SSS, 3 Quasi-Grandmasters? The people within the formation sucked in breaths sharply. Hector also tensed up. Quasi-Grandmasters, across all of Brandanching County, there were only 3 currently. For 3 to appear just to target his father, it was worse than he anticipated. He suspected these 3 were merely the first wave, with other powerful figures lurking in the shadows. Humph, as long as I'm here, anyone who wants to kill my brother Sue will have to step over my dead body, Matt said sternly. With a wave of his hand, thousands of troops appeared instantly, with the weakest at the great martial artist realm, and 40 or so at the martial spirit realm. He brought nearly all of the county's strongest defense forces. You are the county governor. We won't kill you, but if you dare to obstruct us today, you will pay a price, the gray-clothed Kyler smirked. Let's go, take him down first, then kill Jessup. The 2 others nodded, charging forward without a word, engaging Matt in a fierce battle. Surprisingly, despite facing 3 opponents, Matt held his ground, easing the tension. Quite a scene, remarked a man in red robes who suddenly appeared, followed by hundreds of men, each at the great martial artist realm, with the best reaching mid-stage martial spirit realm. Chapter 205, Powerful Enemies Swarm In. Dennis, it's you. You actually didn't die? Upon seeing this person, the headmaster of Jia College instantly changed expression. Dennis touched a scar on his face, resembling a centipede, and gritted his teeth. Back then, Jessup drove me to the brink of death like a stray dog. These past years, I've been accumulating strength solely for revenge, just for today. Brothers, kill Jessup. Whoever brings me his head will be rewarded with 30 million yings. Good, kill Jessup. A group of people roared wildly, their eyes bloodshot as they rushed into the formation. Hector wanted to get up, but was held back by Jarvis. Kid, someone else will handle them. You don't need to lift a finger. Just watch. Sure enough, as soon as Jarvis finished speaking, dozens of unfamiliar faces within the formation charged forward. What enmity does your father have with this person? Hector asked. He could sense the profound hatred this Nate had toward his father, Jessup. Jarvis sighed and shook his head. Years ago, Dennis committed countless atrocities. He was despised by everyone in the righteous path, having wiped out an entire prominent clan of over 1,500 people in one night. Men were decapitated, and women were all raped by him and his men. Your father couldn't stand it. chased him for 3 days and 3 nights, and drove him off Jadenfall Cliff. We thought he died, but unexpectedly, he survived. This person deserves death, Hector said sternly. Had it been him, he would have taken action too. By the way, Minter Larrowing, can you now tell me who was behind my father's downfall? Hector asked. Jarvis looked at Hector and replied, still that same condition. Once you enter the spirit martial realm, I'll tell you. Fine, as you wish. Hector nodded. The spirit martial realm? Huh? It wouldn't take long before he reached it. That day isn't far off. I hope I never find out who harmed my father. If I do, I will grind their bones to dust. Ha ha, such a lively scene. How can one night white hair miss it? At that moment, another group appeared, led by a peak late-stage spirit martial realm powerhouse. This man had snow-white hair, stood less than 5 feet tall, hunched over, and nearly toothless. Yet no one could overlook him, because his body emitted an overwhelmingly pungent scent of bloodshed. He clearly had a history of indiscriminate killings. Ghost Blade Braden Ku, he's here too. Seeing this person, the Shan hadn't given himself any explanation. Even he had once suspected him, yet he remained silent. When his father needed him, the Shan stood up, proving himself through actions. Jessup, you're still alive, very well. Today, I'll flay you piece by piece. Boom. Another spirit martial realm expert appeared. The president of Yi Jian Martial Academy has come. Many couldn't remain calm upon the appearance of the golden-robed man. Yi Jian Martial Academy had always ranked second among all academies in the city county, only below the capital college. Now, its president had personally come. Dwightenf, your opponent is me. Victor flashed forward, blocking the president of Yi Jian Martial Academy. Hector's gaze tightened. He noticed that those wanting to kill his father came in waves. Leroyd his father offend so many people back then? Beside him, Jarvis explained, Hector, your father's personality back then was too straightforward. For things he couldn't tolerate, he'd intervene, thus offending quite a few people. Of course, not all are enemies of your father. Some were manipulated by that hidden power. Hector nodded. Regardless of the reason, anyone coming to kill his father was his enemy. He must remember them all, and look for opportunities to eliminate them all. All right, Hector, that's enough talk. Now, I'll take action. Jarvis got up and rushed out. Immediately, Hector saw rivers of blood around him, both from Yi Jian Martial Academy and various forces seeking to kill his father. Within 10 minutes, bodies lay scattered everywhere. Boom. Meanwhile, Ayush of the Capital College appeared, accompanied by a group of high-ranking officials. Ayush, our Yi Jian Martial Academy has no grudge with you. Are you also going to meddle? The principal shouted, fighting while glaring angrily at Ayush. Ayush was already at the near Grandmaster realm. If he brought a group of experts, the impending crisis would be even worse. Haha, your Yi Jian Martial Academy has no feud with me, but Hector from your academy killed my son. I'm here not for your academy, but to kill Hector. He squinted at Hector and said, Herb Sue, if you commit suicide, I guarantee no one from your Yi Jian Martial Academy will die today. What do you think? Hector stood up. Ayush, if you dare lay a hand on me, do you think my master won't visit your capital college tomorrow and slaughter for 3 days and 3 nights? Haha, at this point, you're still blustering? Do you really think I don't know that the strong figure behind you can no longer act due to certain reasons? Ayush laughed nastily and waved his hand. Kill them all, without leaving a single one. Chapter 206, Critical Moment. With a command from Ayush, the dozens of martial spirit realm powerhouses surrounding him surged forward, immediately placing tremendous pressure on the Yi Jian Martial Academy. All available experts were mobilized. Hector watched helplessly as people fell one after another. At this rate, his father was in grave danger. Sir Sue, you killed my son. Now I will kill your father and make you watch as your loved ones die before your eyes. How does it feel? Ayush glanced coldly at Hector and swiftly approached Jessup, casually flinging aside a dozen Yi Jian Martial Academy members along the way. Another quasi-grandmaster was advancing, and almost no one could stop him, causing great anxiety among the academy's leadership, who wished to intervene but were hindered by their own opponents. Ayush, stop! Willie roared, his face etched with frustration. He had missed an opportunity once. He would not let tragedy repeat itself this time. Using a secret technique, he instantly doubled his strength, blood gushing from his body as he blasted his opponent away, seizing the chance to reach Jessup. Dwightenf, you're not my match, step down, Ayush said with a dismissive glance and struck out with his palm. I may not be your match, but I will stop you, Willie roared, pushing his secret martial arts to its limit but still coughing up blood, forced to retreat. He charged forward again. Ayush. Hector narrowed his eyes, taking a step forward and calm. However, 3 spell-inscribed swords appeared inside the zombie's skull, blocking the invasion. Ayush, so you've indeed mastered the ability to communicate with devouring spirits, Hector thought, rushing forward with glowing eyes, activating the power of the Sky Eye to contact the red devouring spirit and attempt to send it to the second layer of space. However, this devouring spirit was far stronger than any he had encountered before. Hector could only restrain it, limiting its power to 50%. This reduced pressure on the red-clothed zombie, preventing Ayush from going all out and forcing him into a defensive position, retreating repeatedly. Hemph, if you have such skills, follow me. Ayush turned and walked away, with the red-clothed zombie pursuing him instantly. Phew. Willie breathed a sigh of relief, astonished that Hector had arranged for a zombie Dalton comparable to Ayush in this critical moment. Boom. At the same time, Willie's opponent attacked again, restraining him once more. Hector rushed to his father's side, noticing Jessup's innate power gradually recovering. He should fully heal within half an hour. Thus, he needed to buy more time. Kill Jessup. The cries of murder echoed again across the new location of Yi Jian Martial Academy. Various forces martial spirit realm experts held overwhelming advantages, with Hector, die. An early-stage peak martial spirit realm expert rushed at Hector, aiming to kill him first before dealing with the defenseless Jessup. As he raised his palm, Hector's gaze locked onto him, his heart pounding as secret force erupted, concentrating in his right hand. His longsword hummed ominously. The one who dies will be you. Chapter 207. Soloing a group of Spirit Warrior Realm experts. Hector's terrifying combat strength. The peak early-stage Spirit Warrior Realm expert who approached war an expression of jubilation, believing that killing Hector would be as easy as squashing an ant. After all, the disparity in their cultivation levels was significant. But in the next moment, his elation instantly turned to shock and disbelief. A streak of sword chi instantly shattered his true chi, slicing off his hand which flew away amidst a torrent of blood. Simultaneously, another streak of sword chi closed in, piercing through his heart with a p sound, slaying him. His body hadn't even touched the ground before it exploded, startling other peak early-stage Spirit Warrior Realm experts who had been closing in. This isn't right. This Fred's strength is far more terrifying than what we understood. You see, he's still at the great martial artist realm. How could he have such formidable combat power? That fellow was at least a peak early-stage Spirit Warrior Realm expert and was just instantly killed by one sword. Someone exclaimed, puzzled and unable to comprehend. Immediately, another person's face changed drastically, exclaiming, he's at the peak stage of the great martial artist realm. This Fred has reached the apex within this realm. Hiss. How can this be possible? How old is he? They say he had reached the peak in the previous two realms too. To reach the peak once again in this realm, such frightening martial prowess already surpasses Winifred. Even Jessup back then wasn't this monstrous, right? We cannot let this Fred live. Everyone, attack together. We've offended him today, so we must uproot him completely, not giving him time to grow. Kill. Once the peak early-stage Spirit Warrior Realm experts sensed that Hector had entered the peak great martial artist realm, each one was terrified and became even more determined to kill Hector. Today, whoever dares cross this line, I will tear you into pieces. Snap. 3 meters in front of Hector, a streak of sword chi carved a long, several meter-long sword scar on the ground. He stood holding a long sword before the scar, exuding an imposing aura that indeed shocked several peak early-stage Spirit Warrior Realm experts. They involuntarily recalled Hector's instant slaying of that peak early-stage Spirit Warrior Realm expert in 7 openings bleeding. Hector, you can't handle it. Back when we were at the martial Laroisipal realm, we were already at the peak stage. Our combat power is incomparable to those others. You're dead today. The duo showed no fear. Hector's combat power was indeed the most monstrous among all the geniuses they'd ever seen. Once grown, he would surely surpass even Jessup. But so what? Hector's cultivation was still too low. Facing them, he would certainly die. We will slaughter a super monster destined for the monstrosity's ultimate. Haha, what a pleasure. Another peak early-stage Spirit Warrior Realm expert laughed. Boom. At this moment, Hector's expression hardened. Using the 5 Viscera technique, he activated the first genuine intent diagram. Instantly, his combat strength soared, nearing the late 4th rank peak. Fagin laughing and aiming to kill Hector spewed blood and flew sideways, horrifying the dozen or so peak early-stage Spirit Warrior Realm experts following behind. Another peak initial-stage martial artist realm expert quickly retreated, his face pale. How could Hector let him escape? Chasing after him swiftly, Hector once again activated the first genuine intent diagram. After entering the peak great martial artist realm, using this diagram had become effortless for him. Now, each activation consumed only 1/20th of his energy to kill him. Make your move. Good. Another quasi-grandmaster nodded, swiftly taking out a black bottle from his robes and smashing it on the ground. Instantly, the black bottle emitted plumes of black chi, spreading rapidly centered on the 3 of them. Wherever the black chi passed, the experts from various forces fighting were affected, their faces darkening as they instantly lost strength and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 208. Hector's Demonization. Thud. Thud. People kept falling down one after another. Regardless of whether they were from Jean Jiag Martial Academy or had come to kill Hector, they all collapsed on the ground in a heap. Only Matt, Mayor Victor, the Ellis, the 4 Vice Ellis, and a few others who had reached the late Wu Zoltang stage remained unharmed. You 3 old men actually used 10 miles bone softening powder, Matt bellowed. Haha, you got it right. This is only the beginning. Next, we will assimilate the entire Jean Jiag Academy. Do it. Bang. Another Kyler laughed out loud and waved his hand, immediately summoning over a dozen figures. They were all formation masters, each throwing out needle corners to start setting up an array. At this moment, the 3 quasi-grandmasters gave up on their opponents and began indiscriminately striking out at everyone from Jean Jiag Martial Academy, as well as people from other factions. They mercilessly struck out to annihilate anyone in sight. Ah, sir, we are your people. You cannot kill us. Sir, weren't we supposed to be rewarded for killing them? Why would you kill us? No, I don't want to die. Please spare me, sir. Regardless of their pleas, the 3 quasi-grandmasters did not show any mercy. One said, we never intended to kill you, but who knew you'd be such failures? So many of you couldn't even kill Jessup or Hector. Now, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. Matt hurriedly tried to stop them, but despite their efforts, the 3 quasi-grandmasters killed everyone indiscriminately, including their own men. There was simply no way to guard against them. In an instant, the area was filled with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. The blood from these bodies instantly merged with black energy, forming a massive slaughter array. Immediately, under the sky, the spiritual energy absorbed by the spirit dragon array entered Jessup's body and was instantly converted into malicious energy, attempting to invade Jessup's body. How dare you, you bastards! You want to harm my father. You're asking for death, Hector roared. Boom. At that moment, he too began setting up an array, deploying the blood carnage array, which absorbed much of the malicious energy. However, some still managed to enter Jessup's body, causing him to spit blood. His once restored primordial power began to deteriorate again. Ah, you harmed my father. You will all die, Hector shouted with red eyes. Boom. At this moment, he came before Jessup, activating the 5 Viscera 6 Fu technique. Instantly, his entire body erupted with secret power, diverting all the malicious energy originally headed toward Jessup onto himself. How detestable. This kid actually stopped the malicious energy. Kill him. The 3 quasi-grandmasters were shocked. Their goal was to kill Jessup, but who knew that Hector would emerge to thwart their plans? In their eyes, Hector was nothing more than an insignificant speck. Yet this mere speck had disrupted their plan twice. They didn't waste time, rushing towards Hector. But Matt and the others held 2 of them back. The third, however, attacked Hector. 10,000 demonic law, burn my flesh, grant me power. At that moment, Hector took a drastic step, using the taboo technique he had obtained from the 9 Layers Tower. This taboo technique was extremely evil, and once performed, the consequences were dire. However, to buy his father some time, he could no longer hold back. All he could think about now was saving his father. Bang! Under the taboo technique, Hector's vitality burned furiously. His black hair turned white within moments, and wrinkles appeared on his young face. The malicious energy initially headed towards Jessup instead entered his body, instantly boosting his strength from great martial artist stage to Wu Zoltang stage and rapidly climbing higher. Instantly, a black vortex formed around Hector. The vortex dragged Hector's body up into the air. Black lines of energy spewed from his pores. A large shadow emerged behind him, stretching out for several thousand meters. Hiss. Is this demonic energy? You Fred, you've actually cultivated demonic methods. The approaching quasi-grandmaster's expression changed drastically. Hector's aura had completely transformed. It was as if he had become a demon king, covered in demonic energy, growing stronger by the second. Even the quasi-grandmaster felt a chill down his spine. Hector's eyes had turned red, his hands turning pitch black, fingers lengthening rapidly with nails like cleavers. With a wave of his hand, the air was torn apart, visible cracks appearing in the air. Leroy. Hector hovered in midair, extending his hand towards the quasi-grandmaster. The quasi-grandmaster's face changed drastically. He felt his body completely out of control, hurtling towards Hector. No, little bastard, die. He drew his sword and stabbed towards Hector's hand. Snap. As his blade. Chapter 209. Hector consumes spirit. Whoosh. Suddenly, Hector vanished from his spot and reappeared right before Matt, a hand lunging out to seize him. Hector, what are you doing? The headmaster exclaimed in shock, loudly admonishing. Boom. Ignoring the commotion, Hector struck through Matt's left shoulder with a thud, blood splattering, shocking everyone present. After killing the 3 quasi-grandmasters, Hector now turned against his own people. This Fred has fallen into demonic possession. Instantly, the Dean of Academy Jia felt chills down his spine. Killing quasi-grandmasters was child's play to him. Now that he had lost his mind, who could stand up to him? Everyone here would die. Brat, stop it. At this moment, Aya arrived, shrieking harshly. Hector turned to look at her for a brief second, slightly stunned as if pondering something. A trace of contemplation appeared in his crimson eyes but vanished almost instantly, replaced by an infinite coldness, savagery, and thirst for killing. Just as Hector was about to make his next move, a dragon-shaped light imprint emerged on Matt's body, carrying him away from Hector instantaneously. However, Hector's speed was incredible. He caught up almost immediately. It's impossible. This is a master-level dragon imprint. Even a peak grandmaster would find it hard to catch me. How did he do it? Matt was filled with astonishment. To him, Hector was like a god, utterly helpless and powerless to resist. Stop, Sue Fred. He is County Governor Matt, your father's old friend, the headmaster bellowed and rushed forward immediately. At this moment, Mayor Victor and the other 4 Vice-Deans also sprang into action. Jarvis and Aya moved as well. They all rushed towards Hector simultaneously, attacking to hold him back. However, Hector shook off their attacks effortlessly and countered with an extremely terrifying force, knocking them back and causing them to spit blood. In the face of this power, they were mere ants. Too great a gap existed between them. Even after falling into demonic possession, his strength shouldn't have increased so dramatically. What on earth is he? Landon marveled inwardly. Boom. Hector was again before Matt, reaching out with one hand across the space. Instantly, Matt found himself immobilized, involuntarily flying towards Hector. At this moment, Matt's expression turned bitter. He realized the experience of the 3 quasi-grandmasters. In the presence of this power, what were quasi-grandmasters? He guessed that even a grandmaster would have met a tragic end. It was hard to imagine how Hector had suddenly become so strong after using the forbidden dark arts. This power had skyrocketed several realms, at least reaching the level of a master, almost approaching the realm of a Dalton. There was no time for further thought as he felt the surrounding force growing stronger, making his 7 orifices bleed. If this continued, within 1 or 2 breaths, he would be crushed like the 3 quasi-grandmasters before him. Roar. But at this moment, the red-robed zombie returned at lightning speed, launching an attack on Hector. Free from Hector's control, the zombie regained its instinct, sucking in the essence around it like water converging towards it. Perhaps this zombie with master-level physical strength can contend with him? A spark of hope lit up in Landon Yi's eyes, recalling that this zombie had once driven Ayush back. If it was it, perhaps it could hinder Hector after his demonic possession. Hector turned to see the approaching zombie and slapped it with one hand. The red-robed zombie's master-level physical body was instantly pierced by Hector's palm, spraying out black blood as it flew away, creating a large human-shaped crater on the ground. Instant kill. A zombie with master-level physical strength still proved no match for the possessed Hector. Terrifying. Bone-chilling. That guy. His power after falling into demonic possession is too formidable. If I could take over him, even the Gideon clan of the capital, I could challenge. Ayush also appeared, observing secretly, suddenly delighted as a red shadow appeared behind him and rapidly spread out. To him, no matter how powerful Hector became, it was just raw strength. Facing something as eerie as a spirit devourer, he would surely be defenseless. However, The next moment, he was horrified. As his red shadow appeared before Hector, Hector stomped on it. That foot acted like a nail, firmly pinning down the red shadow. Ayush immediately suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. He restricted my spirit devourer with sheer physical strength? His power can affect space. No, what is he doing? No. Ayush was terrified. He saw Hector step on the red shadow, then lift a hand and grab it, performing an unforgettable scene. He watched as Hector opened his mouth and swallowed the spirit devourer whole. This was simply terrifying. Since ancient times, there have been many tales about spirit devourers, these extremely mysterious entities that kill silently, even devouring the likes of Darrells. Spirit devourers not eating people was already a blessing. But now, what did he see? A spirit devourer being swallowed whole by the possessed Hector. Then, he felt another bone-chilling moment because, after swallowing the spirit devourer, Hector's stare surged from his body, forming a blood-red cage aimed at imprisoning Hector. If the bear were present, he would be utterly surprised because these Dao symbol cages were extremely similar to the Leon cage. They could imprison any soul entity. Whoosh! In the next moment, Hector remained motionless, while one of his soul entities instantly emerged from within him. Zoltantal bastard, now that I've imprisoned you, once I control your soul entity, I shall soon dominate the Ing Daltondom. Whatever royal families, whatever Gideon clan, they are all mere ants to me. Although losing 4 spirit-devouring heads pained him greatly, Hector's soul entity was even more coveted. He knew that the one who devoured his spirit-devouring heads was Hector's soul entity. This soul entity could devour spirit-devouring heads, opening a new world of possibilities. Once he took over this bizarre and formidable soul entity, who could possibly control him? Thus, at this moment, he risked everything to harness Hector's soul entity. The Dao symbol cage was his most potent weapon, which he had used only on a Grandmaster-level expert before. Though it cost him dearly then, it ultimately succeeded. This time, it should work again. Hector's soul entity appeared, entering the cage. The cage rapidly shrank, merging into Ayush's body. Instantly, Ayush rejoiced. Success seemed within reach. Haha Hector, thank you. Once I completely take over your soul entity, not only will I dominate the entire martial realm, but even all spirit-devouring heads in that mysterious place will obey me. He grew rampant and ecstatic, feeling the whole world was within his grasp. His ambition ballooned infinitely. He aimed to unify the martial realm, become an emperor, enter the strange place, and conquer all spirit-devouring heads. He wished to reign as king of the 3 realms, and even transcend to immortality. However, just as his ambitions burgeoned, with a sudden thud, his eyes widened in disbelief as Hector, without a soul entity, struck through his chest, ripping out his still-beating heart. This, impossible. Your soul has been consumed by me. How can you still attack? Ayush spat blood, his face a mixture of shock and terror. He felt his life force slipping away rapidly. Meanwhile, the cage inside him exploded. Red beams emerged from his orifices, swiftly coalescing into Hector's soul entity, which stepped back into Hector's body. Instantly, Hector's eyes lit up, the corporeal and spiritual merged again. Even the mighty Dao symbol cage couldn't confine Hector. Withdrawing his hand, Ayush's corpse collapsed into a pool of blood. Ayush is dead. At this moment, Matt and others felt cold chills run down their spines, standing firmly behind. Their fathers were urging them to flee. Father! Both Prudences tearfully bowed to Matt and Victor Xinyu before wiping their tears and leaving. They knew staying wouldn't change anything except their fate. Boom. Just as everyone thought death was imminent, Hector's body suddenly stiffened. A towering iron pagoda tore through the space above him, emitting golden light that immobilized Hector. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. What is that iron pagoda? Willie exclaimed. It seems Hector can't move, Chavi remarked. The others noticed the same. Wrong. Hector is resisting the pagoda. Landon Yi's expression changed drastically. Indeed. Boom. The 10-heaven pagoda atop Hector began to shake, causing Hector to tremble as he fought for control over his body. Meanwhile, Hector's body glowed with black smoke seeping out, turning semi-transparent as if all strength was being drained to resist the pagoda. Through the translucent body, everyone saw Hector's internal organs and meridians, including the 4 spirit-devouring heads roaring and trying to break free from his insides. Boom. Simultaneously, a rift opened near Hector, reactivating his secret realm, spreading ripples outward for several meters. Then, the bear appeared. Seeing Hector combating the 10-heaven pagoda, he too was astonished. More shocking was witnessing the bear frowned deeply and said in a grave tone, I don't know what's going on with him. I can only tell you that he is no longer the Hector you knew. His soul is very special and incredibly powerful, currently controlling him. So, what should we do? Willie asked with great concern. Killing Hector might be the only way to end this situation and ensure everyone's safety, the bear suddenly said. No, we cannot kill Hector. Willie Cho stepped forward first in protest. The president remained silent. Chavi sighed and looked at Jessup, who was still in the recovery phase from awakening far away. Is there really no other way? There isn't. The bear shook his head. Hector is no longer the one we know. If the Leroy Vine Tower fails to hold him, all of us here will die. I will kill him, Landon Yi shouted and thrust his sword toward Hector's heart. Clang. The next moment, his long sword met Hector's chest and produced a sharp metallic sound as if it had struck steel, producing a series of sparks. Old rogue, how dare you attempt to kill Hector? Willie raged and lunged at Landon Yi, only to be held back by Chavi. What are you doing, Lu Jiaming? Willie glared coldly at Chavi. Chavi said, now is not the time for infighting. We need to find a way to keep Sue alive, and to ensure our own survival as well. Willie fell silent immediately. Landon Yi's face turned extremely pale. With Hector restrained by the divine tower, unable to retaliate, Lee healed, just as it was before. How is this possible? Once a part of the human body is lost, it's lost forever. it cannot fully regenerate. How did he manage this? Is there such martial art within secret techniques? Landon gasped in astonishment. The others felt like they were witnessing a miracle, their faces filled with disbelief. Legends say that during the Mythic era, there was an immortal technique called immortal regeneration art, which allowed limbs to regrow and even severed heads to restore to their original state. I always thought it was just a legend, but it appears to be real, the bear exclaimed. Cough cough. At the same time, Hector coughed a few times and slowly climbed up from the ground. Hiss, he can survive this? Is he even human? Landon breathed sharply. His heart had been destroyed, leaving a large hole, yet he managed to live again. Not a miracle, but an immortal body. Even legendary immortals couldn't achieve this, could they? Are you Hector? The president asked anxiously. Hector raised his head, looking at the crowd staring at him as if he were a ghost, frowning. What happened just now? You don't remember? Willie looked at him with deep concern. Hector shook his head. I don't remember. All I know is that I used the demonic taboo technique, demon transformation spell. Forget it, perhaps it's better that way, the president nodded. At this moment, I knew that when used, it excessively taps into one's potential, indeed increasing one's power temporarily, but by no means should it allow someone to effortlessly crush near grandmasters, or even consume soul devourers. That was already beyond the realm of martial arts, chilling him to the bone and leaving him confused. Moreover, being able to instantly recover from a gaping hole in his chest, this was no longer within the scope of human capability. At least, in the current martial world, no one, not even Gavriel who was almost a demigod, could do that. The bear looked at Hector and said, previously, I thought you just had special bone structure and possessed potential in martial arts that rivaled Gavriel's, which is why you were chosen by the Leroy Tower as the heaven-chosen one. But it seems this isn't the case. Your soul strength has surpassed my understanding of soul bodies. As far as I know, the strongest soul body I've seen is that of someone nearly a demigod. These souls possess some immortal traits, but they can still die. However, your soul, powerful enough to resist the Leroy Tower and capable of transforming your physical body, allowing it to regain vitality after it should have perished, has already surpassed my comprehension. You ask me, but even I don't know because there's never been such a precedent. But I can assure you, the Leroy Tower must have seen something in you. In the end, let me ask you this. Is your father truly Jessup? Saying this, he glanced at Jessup nearby, noting a resemblance between Jessup and Hector. Anyone would conclude they were blood-related at first glance. My father is undoubtedly him, Hector replied, somewhat speechless. After pondering for a moment, the bear suddenly asked, Hector, have you heard of reincarnation? Yes, isn't that just a legend? Hector replied, it is a legend, but it's not impossible. From what I know, apart from cultivation, souls are also different innately. Some people are born with exceptionally powerful innate martial spirits, while others have fragile souls that might even attract evil spirits. But regardless of how powerful these souls are, they all face a bottleneck. This is often the level of an imperial soul. The abilities you demonstrated just now have completely transcended the imperial soul level. In simple terms, your soul might have already surpassed the imperial soul before birth. The reason you don't remember is because your memories entered a deep slumber before rebirth. In other words, your previous life was very powerful. Hector's heart stirred, and he asked, Senior, does one really have a past life? The bear frowned and said, Theoretically, no. When people die, their bodies decay and their souls fade with time. Hector immediately raised his thoughts. Could his soul have come from that era? Hearing this, the bear fell silent, then told Hector that it was possible. After all, it was a horrifying era that even immortals dared not speak of. Well, kid, my time is almost up. Opening the secret realm this time consumed the energy I've regained recently, and I will fall back into hibernation. Remember, do not use the demon transformation art during this period. With that, the bear fell into a deep sleep, and the secret realm vanished. Hector couldn't calm down. It turned out that his origins weren't just as Jessup's son. His soul was likely a reincarnation of a terrifying taboo existence from some era. Who could that person be? The Leroy Tower chose him, perhaps knowing something? And when he lost control, the Leroy Tower appeared to restrain him, giving the bear the opportunity to subdue him. The more he thought, the more he felt that the future was filled with uncertainties, weighing heavily on his mind. If his soul ever fully awakened, would he still be himself? Hector, we will protect your father during this period. You're exhausted, go rest, the chancellor said. Hector looked at his father, whose injuries were gradually healing, and asked, how many days more? About 3 days, the chancellor replied. All right. Hector nodded and went to rest. This battle had drained him immensely, and how could his heart actually hold them captive? Hector was more and more shocked as he observed. He tried using the power of his all-seeing eye to make contact with the spirit devourers, planning to send them to the second spatial node. He wouldn't allow such mysterious entities to hide within his body. It was like having a cancerous tumor. Nobody knew when it might become uncontrollable. In short, having these spirit devourers inside made him feel insecure. However, the next moment, he froze. His all-seeing eye failed. When he came into contact with the spirit devourers, a faint golden light emerged, blocking the all-seeing eye. Hector frowned immediately. Was this preventing him from acting? This is my body, not yours. Hector gritted his teeth and fully activated the 5 Viscera 6 Entrails law, trying to regain control over his body. Ultimately, he could control his heart but couldn't force out or send away the 4 spirit devourers. Sighing helplessly, he wondered if these 4 spirit devourers would accompany him for life. Forget it, one step at a time. Swallowing these 4 spirit devourers may not necessarily be a bad thing. Shaking his head, Hector thought, currently, I have reached the peak of the great martial artist realm, sufficient to activate the 4th level of the Leroy Tower. With a thought, Hector immediately entered the tenfold heaven tower. Unknown period. 1 second, or possibly 10,000 years. Suddenly, he turned around, staring at Hector. Their eyes met in that instant. At that moment, Hector felt a chill run down his spine. He was certain the man had seen him. Most terrifying was that the man bore a striking resemblance to him, giving him an incredibly familiar feeling. It was as though he wasn't looking at someone else but at himself, like looking into a mirror. "I wait for your return." Leaving those words, the man gradually faded away. The corpses behind him disintegrated and vanished as well. Boom. When Hector woke up again, he found himself outside the tenfold heaven tower. Who did I see just now? Was it me? If it wasn't me, why did I feel so familiar, as if I had met him somewhere before? Why did he say he was waiting for my return? If I am not him, then who am I? Considering the immensely powerful soul entity he encountered, Hector increasingly believed that his origin must be extraordinary, and that vast mirror floating above the sky, inscribed with two bloody characters, Kunlun. Could this be the legendary Kunlun mirror? According to legend, long ago, there was a Kunlun mirror, and anyone who entered it could achieve immortality. Leroy, those who fought their way out of the Kunlun mirror achieve immortality? Were they all immortals? If they were immortal in second diagrams, using the third diagram was even more surprising. After consuming medicinal pills and recovering his stamina, he first combined the first and second diagrams, then suddenly used the third diagram. Instantly, his combat power soared, reaching mid-5th rank. Puff. A huge rock in front of him shattered into pieces with one punch. Retracting his force, Hector inhaled sharply, his eyes gleaming with determination. Indeed, combining the third diagram with the first and second diagrams significantly improves both efficiency and combat power. Chapter 2:14. Father and Son Meet. Could the 9 emperors who created the true intention interpretations truly not know each other? Hector was greatly shaken. Each emperor belonged to a different era, separated by tens of thousands of years, yet they all managed to create true intention interpretations, with each interpretation having some connection with another. For instance, the first, second, and third interpretations could be practiced in sequence and combined for smoother application without any hindrance, even increasing in power when used together. This made it hard for Hector to believe that the emperors creating the 9 true intention interpretations did not know each other. But given the vast spans of time involved, it seemed impossible that they had met in life. Could it be that after death, they were imprisoned in the Leon prison, close to each other, and jointly created the interpretations before being released? Hector immediately thought of Jessup, inwardly startled. He couldn't gauge his father's exact cultivation level. Spirit Martial Realm Peak. Jessup smiled faintly. Perhaps it will take me another year or so to fully recover. Another year to return to peak? What was father's cultivation then? Hector was stunned. Jessup smiled. In my prime, I was already a semi-sage. Hiss, a 35-year-old semi-sage? That's terrifying. Hector gasped deeply. Only now did Hector understand why people like the Ellis said he could one day rival his father. His father was indeed extraordinary. At 20, Jessup became a semi-sage. How terrifying was that? Father, can you tell me who harmed you? Hector's eyes filled with killing intent. He must avenge this unforgivable enmity. Jessup's smile faded as he looked at Hector seriously. Yorker, focus on cultivating. Let father handle his own vengeance. Let father see your strength. Demonstrate a set of boxing or sword techniques. Yes, father. Hector performed multiple Jeffrey Resolve interpretations, finishing with 3 true intention interpretations, leaving Jessup nodding in admiration. Do you wish to practice these true intention interpretations? Hector asked, drenched in sweat. Even though he was at the peak of apprentice martial artist, teacher martial artist, and great martial master realms, practicing these interpretations, today we settle our scores. Boom. Beckett appeared, blocking Hector outside the spirit martial hall, radiating killing intent. Hee. Finally these 2 monsters will clash. Who is stronger? The last 2 times Hector was slightly weaker, but after recent cultivation, he should have caught up. Only a fight will reveal who is stronger, the youth from various factions whispered. Dwight Beckett, you dared to come here. Fine, since you almost killed Miss Dwighta, I'll end your path today. Hector coldly laughed, advancing towards Beckett. Clang. A sword cheese sliced through like heavenly light, forcing many onlookers back. But Hector blocked the attack with his finger, startling everyone. The mere palm could now withstand Beckett's sword technique? Chapter 2:15. The Beast Transformation Art. Boom. Beckett was also taken aback. Hector, whom he had suppressed last time, now actually made him feel a hint of pressure. After blocking Beckett's long sword, Hector slashed upward with his palm and fingers again, forcing Beckett to retreat step by step. Beckett, is this all your strength? Hector said expressionlessly, attacking continuously. Hector. Beckett roared fiercely. His body glowed, and the long sword in his hand instantly turned scorching hot like a light sword formed from molten lava, its power increasing several times over, managing to block Hector's assault. Everything melts. The dragon. At that moment, the whole scene erupted in shock. No one had expected Hector to force Beckett to spit blood and fly back within just a few strikes, relying solely on his physical prowess. If this is all your strength, Beckett, you're going to die today. Hector approached quickly, striking effortlessly. His composed and formidable demeanor left many stunned. Hector was still clearly at the great martial teacher realm, yet he could push Beckett to such extremes at this level. Apart from Esther, only he could achieve this among the young generation in Brandanching Prefecture. On Kyler Observer's side, Hector is truly becoming unbeatable among our Brandanching Prefecture's young generation. Ah, Hector, I refuse to lose to you. Beckett roared, shaking his entire body as countless streams of blood energy erupted from his crown like fountains. Suddenly, everyone was horrified to see Beckett covered in long, red fur, transforming into what appeared to be a monstrous creature. Hiss, it's actually the Beast Transformation Art. It belongs to the forbidden secret martial arts of demon-like beings. Once used, it can instantly increase one's combat power several times over, but it also brings unimaginable aftereffects to the user. Someone exclaimed, thinking Beckett was utterly mad, risking everything to kill Hector. Even if he managed to kill Hector, his future in martial cultivation would be nearly ruined. but some believed Beckett had no choice, given Hector was his mortal rival. If he couldn't kill Hector today, he would be the one dead. After the death of Gugu Dominic, everyone was startled. They had witnessed firsthand the immense strength of the transformed Beckett. One strand of hair could penetrate a marble floor like steel. Thus, thousands upon thousands of long hairs working together to envelop Hector, even if Hector's body was forged like iron, might not withstand it. Aware of the danger, Hector stopped hiding his true strength. His body glowed, radiating intensely like the sun. At that moment, he unleashed the first genuine diagram interpretation technique, and he did so 3 times in one go. The first time, the thousands of attacking hairs were shattered. The second time, Beckett was struck, flying backward while coughing up blood spraying from his body. Hiss, impossible. How could he turn this situation around? Hector's combat power refreshed their understanding once again. Advancing once more, Hector saw Beckett's burning body with hair standing on end, like 10,000 swords, piercing towards him, splitting the void. In the moment the long hairs attacked, Hector grabbed dozens with one hand and threw them forcefully over his shoulder. Bang! The earth shook as Beckett slammed heavily into the ground, creating a human-shaped pit with blood oozing out. Whiz! Almost instantly, Hector struck again, his long sword ringing. Beckett, it's your time to go. Pfft. As the words left his lips, Beckett's head flew martial spirit realm. But how incredibly difficult it was to reach the martial spirit realm. Despite being prodigies from various forces, it was nearly impossible for them to break through to the martial spirit realm. Otherwise, with so many young geniuses in the entire Brandanching County martial world, only a few could achieve this before turning 20. At present, there were just a handful like Esther. Even an absolute genius like Beckett had been stuck at the peak of the great martial teacher realm for a whole year. I wonder how long it will take for Hector to step into the martial spirit realm? Many people began to speculate with anticipation. Inside Tansimon were seated cross-legged, deeply engrossed in comprehending a blood-red stele. This stele stood 7 to 8 meters tall, inscribed with Tao patterns and emanating the aura of a martial spirit, appearing extremely mysterious and intricate. Note, Tansimon is used directly as it seems to be intended as a term for Tansai individuals or prodigies in this context. If you prefer a more fluid English term, it could be replaced with the prodigies or similar. For better fluency, I suggest, inside, the prodigies were seated cross-legged, deeply engrossed in comprehending a blood-red stele. This stele stood 7 to 8 meters tall, inscribed with Tao patterns and emanating the aura of a martial spirit, appearing extremely mysterious and intricate. It is said that if one can comprehend just 3/10 of it, there's hope to break through to the spirit warrior realm within a month. Understanding 5/10 of it allows one to break through to the peak of the spirit warrior realm within half a year. Comprehending 80% or more would allow one to break through to the spirit warrior realm within a year, becoming a master of martial arts. Mastering 90% or more allows one to reach the peak of a martial arts grandmaster within 2 years. Perfecting the comprehension to Tenchung is said to enable one to immediately advance to the spirit warrior realm, with limitless potential for the future. Becoming a grandmaster would be a certainty, and there's even a possibility of possessing the qualifications of a martial Dalton. Furthermore, they would become the new hall master of the spirit martial hall. Note, Chung in this context seems to denote a percentage or level of comprehension, but it's not commonly used in English. It has been translated to better fit the English narrative flow. Unfortunately, ever since the previous generation Zoltangwu Hall Master of Brandanching County died in battle, it has been 100 years and no one of the Hall Master level has appeared again. Even Esther, hailed as the future hope of Brandanching County, only managed to comprehend up to 9/10 of the will here, still a short distance from full comprehension. But it was this small gap that made her miss out on becoming the master of the Zoltangwu Hall. So, when Hector entered the Zoltangwu Hall after killing Beckett, everyone was said the Kyler in black robes. The third Kyler, dressed in red, asked, "Do you think he can fully comprehend the Zoltangwu will to the 10th degree? His aptitude surpasses even Beckett's." 3 days ago, Beckett comprehended 70%. Hector should at least reach 80%, maybe even match Esther. As for 100%, it's too difficult. No one in our Brandanching County has achieved it in nearly 100 years, the Trent sighed, shaking his head. Although he had high hopes for Hector and believed that Hector would not be inferior to Esther, the prospect of fully comprehending the martial spirit will remain slim. Yes, 100 years ago, our previous hall master was extraordinarily vigorous and heroic. He broke through the screens in the Kylan War, sweeping across 4 or 5 regions. Even he, such a prodigy, barely managed to fully comprehend the Zoltangwu will. Although Hector is also a genius, there's still a considerable gap when compared to him. The bud couldn't help but sigh, comparing Hector to the previous hall master, finding the difference significant. The comparison highlighted the remarkable achievements of the previous hall master, making it evident that even a prodigy like Hector had some way to go to match his predecessor's prowess. Although Hector was the top of the Dragon Zoltanst in this year's Kirin battle, there was still a significant back, looked at Hector with arrogance. He had been pondering over the Wu Zoltang stele, and did not know that Beckett was killed by Hector. Hector glanced at him and said, "To have comprehended 60%, you're not too bad. Humph, my skills are worth more than just this. I will reach the peak Wu Zoltang realm within half a year," Zoltan York declared, adding arrogantly, "Soon, I will stand at the pinnacle of Dao arts in Brandanching County." Hector saw an incomparable arrogance in his eyes and retorted, "Standing at the peak is beyond your capability. You can only stand beneath me. Boy, you ask for death." Zoltan York, enraged, harbored murderous thoughts. At this moment, a Fred in black beside him held him back, whispering fearfully, "Brother, lower your profile. He just killed Beckett before coming in." "What? Beckett died?" The news left Zoltan York stunned. When he looked at Hector again, the arrogance was gone. Beckett, who comprehended 70% of Wu Zoltang will, was stronger than Zoltan York in all aspects. Apart from the few geniuses who entered Wu Zoltang realm, Beckett was almost unbeatable among the young generation in Brandanchin County. Even he could not match Hector. Just as Hector entered, 6 beams of light shot out from the spirit martial steel and entered the body of a nearby Auden Robes. Instantly, the youth's entire body shone brightly, like a full moon radiating light throughout the entire. Soon, I will stand at the very peak of the martial arts world in Brandanchin County, Zoltan York said with arrogance. Note: to ensure the translation reads naturally and fluently in English, some adjustments have been made while preserving the original meaning. The phrase, pyramid most peak, is not commonly used in English, so it has been simplified to very peak. Additionally, Du Chengjian Wudao Jie is consistently translated as martial arts world in Brandanchin County, for clarity and consistency. Hector glanced at him and saw an overwhelming arrogance in his eyes. To stand at the peak, you are far from it. You can only stand beneath me. Hector shook his head. Kid, you're asking for death? Zoltan York burst into a rage, his eyes filled with killing intent. But at that moment, a young Darien clothes beside him immediately held him back, casting a fearful glance at Hector and whispering, Brother, keep a low profile. He just killed Beckett before he came in. What? Beckett is dead? Hearing this, Zoltan York's expression changed drastically. When he looked at Hector again, the arrogance he had felt earlier was gone. Beckett had comprehended 70% of the martial spirit will, 10% higher than this red-cloaked youth, with even greater combat power. He had reached the peak in both the martial Laroisipal realm, be inferior to Cassius, right? I think he can too. I heard during the Jinjiang Martial Institute defense battle, Hector single-handedly killed dozens of peak Wu Zoltang realm martial artists, protecting his father Jessup. Even this achievement alone rivals what his father achieved years ago, and his father comprehended 90% of the Zoltang will here. Speculation abounded. Some believed Hector would reach 80%, others thought 90, enough to match the prodigious Cassius. But regardless of which voice held true, Hector became the center of attention for everyone in the Zoltangwell Hall. Conversely, Rhonda, who stood beside him, was largely overlooked. Despite her impressive performances in the Qilin Battlegrounds and the Dragon Boat contest, they paled in comparison to Hector. However, since gaining an opportunity within the secret realm of the Jinjiang Martial Institute, she had undergone a transformation. She was far from her former self now. In Hector's words, the current Rhonda was no less formidable than any of the top-ranking prodigies from the recent Qilin Battlegrounds contests in Brandanchin County. Boom. While everyone was discussing Hector, people started comprehending the Zoltangwell steel one after another in the Zoltangwell Hall. Among them, a woman caused a collective stir. 9 beams of differently colored light emerged from the Zoltangwell steel, surging into her body in one go, shocking everyone present, including the previously arrogant Zoltan York, who now wore a stunned expression of disbelief. Her? She actually comprehended 90% of the Zoltangwell will? How is that possible? Zoltan York exclaimed in shock, recognizing the woman. This woman was none other than Rhonda, who stood beside Hector, the very Rhonda everyone had overlooked. In the eyes of the younger generation of Brandanchin County's martial world, though Rhonda was considered competent, she wasn't regarded as the cream of the crop. Prior to today, compared to Zoltan York, she was 2 ranks lower. But now, this overlooked woman burst forth, instantly comprehending 90% of the Zoltangwell will, rivaling Cassius from years ago. It couldn't help but leave everyone in awe, akin to an insignificant ant suddenly flipping over an elephant. Incomprehensible. Boom. After comprehending 90% of the Zoltangwell will, Rhonda seemed transformed into a ball of light, both holy and mysterious, emitting an indescribable and immensely powerful life force. Comprehending 90% of the Zoltangwell will not only rejuvenated one's body and mind but compensated for deficiencies left from previous realms, such as the martial adept or grandmaster realms. If one hadn't reached the peak in those realms, but managed to comprehend 90% of the Zoltangwell will here, their combat power and foundation would significantly improve, rivaling super prodigies who had achieved limits in those 3 major realms. Rhonda was like this now. Moreover, this was her second transformation. The first occurred within the secret realm of the Jinjiang Martial Institute. Twice the accumulation, twice the transformation. She could clearly feel the astonishing changes within her body. She estimated that if she met Beckett now, she could defeat or even kill him. Even Hector couldn't resist giving Rhonda a glance and smiled slightly. He and Rhonda had fought side by side several times, forming a deep bond. Seeing Rhonda achieve such heights today was no surprise to him. This woman possessed great resolve, daring to act boldly, with unshakable martial willpower. Though her talent might not be the most outstanding, as one progressed in martial arts, innate talent mattered less. Instead, heart and character became paramount. With her disposition, her future achievements were limitless. Now, who would have thought that the usually unremarkable Rhonda would attain such remarkable heights? Brandanchin County's martial world will soon see another supreme figure. Brandanchin County? Ha, are you joking? With her current achievements, she would rank among the top freaks in the entire Daltondom. At the least, she'll become a grandmaster, maybe even touch the great grandmaster realm. How long has it been since we last saw a great grandmaster in our Daltondom? But then again, if Rhonda comprehended 90% of the Zoltangwell will, wouldn't Hector, who outclasses her, comprehend 100%? Everyone gasped in astonishment, turning their gazes towards Hector, their breaths collectively pausing. Everyone knew that since the start of the Qilin Battlegrounds, Hector had swept through every contest unbeaten. Whether it was the Qilin Battlegrounds, the Dragon Boat contest, or other battles, he always excelled. And every time, Rhonda was by his side. They were comrades in arms. But everyone focused solely on Hector, hardly paying much attention to Rhonda, mainly because Hector's achievements were simply too astonishing. Now, even Rhonda, playing a supporting role, had comprehended 90% of the Zoltangwell will. So how could Hector, who played the lead in every battle, be any weaker? In the past century in Brandanchin County, no one has comprehended 100% of the Zoltangwell will. So I think Mr. Su should still be at 90%. I agree. The gap between 90 and 100% is immense, even larger than the difference between 1% and 90% comprehension. Yes, I think so too. Mr. Su should be at 90%, and probably the pinnacle of it. Lyra discussion buzzed around the hall. Everyone focused on Hector. Even though they had already drawn conclusions in their minds, they couldn't contain their curiosity. Chapter 218. Tenfold Spiritual Martial Will, entering the martial spirit realm. Not only were they watching closely, even the three Grand Kylers seated in the Spirit Martial Hall were intently focused on Hector. Rhonda's sudden burst was indeed astonishing, a rare show of brilliance that left them awestruck. However, that exceptionally talented young man, Hector, who had previously outshone Rhonda in multiple battles, was undoubtedly stronger. Could such a prodigy comprehend the tenfold spiritual martial will? He probably can, the old Darien murmured, though he wasn't entirely certain. Previously, he believed Hector could at least grasp sevenfold of the spiritual martial will. But when he saw Rhonda comprehending ninefold, his eyes gleamed with heightened anticipation for Hector. The other two Kylers held their breaths, each intensely watching Hector. The Kyler in red said, "If Hector comprehends the tenfold spiritual martial will, then we will have a new Hall Master. Our Hall Master has always been a king at the very least. I hope this Fred doesn't disappoint us. This is our last chance," the Kyler in gray replied, equally tense. They had lived for over a century and served as potential Grand Kylers 80 years ago. 80 years ago, they witnessed the previous Hall Master's downfall. 50 years ago, upon becoming Grand Kylers, they stationed here waiting for the... Auden remarked, "Even a monster like Hector hasn't comprehended the tenfold spiritual martial will. Just how extraordinary was the Hall Master from 100 years ago?" Others were similarly stunned. Indeed, 100 years ago, their county produced a monster who grasped the tenfold spiritual martial will, whose achievements rivaled those of the legendary martial myth, Harrell. Supposedly, after venturing deep into Lyra martial continent, he was severely injured, returned to Ing state, and soon fell. Moreover, he was wounded by someone of equal cultivation, also young. Many were shocked and sighed deeply. The Leroyvine martial continent was vast, teeming with countless prodigies. Even the Hall Master who grasped the tenfold spiritual martial will could be gravely injured by someone of similar cultivation. Someone like Hector, comprehending ninefold, might be considered top-notch in Ing state. But in the Leroyvine martial continent, without being low profile, they too would likely end in obscurity, just like the previous Hall Master of Spirit Martial Hall. Ah, ninefold. It seems our lifetimes won't see any hope, the Kyler in black sighed with disappointment. The other two Kylers shared his gloom. They were past 100 years old, living at most another 20 to 30 years. In such a short time, seeing a hope like Hector or Winifred seemed nearly impossible, let alone one matching the previous Hall Master. Boom. But just as they were feeling disappointed, suddenly, the 9 beams converged into one, bursting forth in an even more radiant glow. 10 rays shone brilliantly, like 10 golden suns suspended above Hector, making him look like a celestial deity with unmatched might. Boom. Almost simultaneously, Hector entered the 4th major realm of martial arts, the martial spirit realm. In the entire martial realm of Ing state, this was considered expert status. Each alone could establish a powerful family or martial sect. At this moment, in terms of martial cultivation alone, Hector was truly an expert. Of course, this was relative to Ing state. Outside, it would be another story. Additionally, Hector felt his origin power grow stronger, reaching a new peak. He was profoundly moved. Reaching the limits of the Laroisipal, martial artist, and great martial artist realms should have meant his origin power was maximized, with no flaws within his cultivated martial domain. Yet, after comprehending the tenfold spiritual martial will, Hector's origin power defect was further replenished. Thus, even at the peak of the first 3 realms, there were still minute defects, hard to detect. Now, Hector was finally flawless, achieving the ultimate in martial arts, truly perfect. Even considering the mythical ancient era and the forbidden mythical era, no matter how extraordinary, none at the same realm would surpass him, merely matching him. Chapter 219. The key to opening the secret realm, unification of spirit martial will. Hiss, I'm not seeing things, right? Tenfold spirit martial will. Heavens, am I hallucinating? 1 fold, 2 folds, 3 folds, 9 folds, 10 folds? My God, it's truly a tenfold spirit martial will. Is this defying heaven? Someone counted 1 fold at a time, becoming more and more stunned with each count until they were jumping in shock by the end. At this moment, inside the Spirit Martial Hall, there was an uproar. Gasps echoed incessantly. It was astonishing, too extraordinary, terrifying. A tenfold Spirit Martial will. In their county's history, it hadn't appeared for 100 years. The last appearance was a century ago. Back then, the person who had comprehended the tenfold Spirit Martial will went unbeaten throughout the Ing Daltondom. He swept away all rivals, even making the Ing Daltondom Xerxes fearful upon meeting him. Once, he single-handedly intimidated the enemy country's 10,000 mighty lions. Hector's comprehension of the tenfold Spirit Martial will rivaled that peerless hero from a century ago. They never expected Hector, who had just comprehended the ninefold will, would suddenly grasp the 10th. Not only them, but also the 3 Kylers of the Spirit Martial Hall were dumbstruck, despite having thought they would never witness such an occurrence in their lifetime. Hiss, it's actually a tenfold Spirit Martial will. How did he achieve this? This little monster wasn't it just 9 folds? Why did it become 10 suddenly? The Bud looked blankly at the other 2 equally shocked Kylers. The Trent shook his head. I don't know either. When the Adele comprehended the tenfold will a century ago, all 10 emerged together. But this young monster began with 9, which later merged into 1 before bursting into the 10th fold. This is my first time witnessing this. Don't say it's your first time. It's mine too. To our knowledge, all 10 emerging simultaneously signifies comprehending the tenfold Spirit Martial will. Does this mean he has alternatively comprehended it? The red-robed Kyler was also taken aback. These 3 were teenagers a century ago. They had personally witnessed the Adele comprehend the tenfold Spirit Martial will back then. All 10 emerged simultaneously. Hector's situation was completely different, shocking and bewildering them. Suddenly, the Trent thought of something. His eyes gleamed as he asked in surprise, could there be distinctions within tenfold spirit martial wills? For instance, between ninth folds, like when Bailey Zoltang directly pierced Hector's head like a golden light sword. Boom. At that moment, Hector's secret realm opened automatically. The unification of the tenfold spirit martial will cause Hector to unconsciously open his secret realm. This opening was not an intentional attempt by him, but rather an involuntary action. Boom. After the unified tenfold spirit martial will entered his body, it created a new connection with the secret realm. It felt like Hector sensed something profoundly, as if the secret realm were a door, and the unified tenfold spirit martial will, the key. This opened the door to the secret realm. At that moment, the bear woke up again, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Tenfold spirit martial will, and it's unified. Such achievement is exceedingly rare even in our near-divine era. Moreover, his unified spirit martial will can connect with his secret realm. It's as if it has fused into his secret realm. Is his secret realm transforming? Indeed. The bear observed that after Hector's secret realm opened, the unified tenfold spirit martial will was excavating within the secret realm. Originally, his secret realm covered a radius of 3 meters, but now it rapidly expanded outward. Boom. Beside him, Dwight Florence was instantly astounded. She discovered a new change in Hector's secret realm. She felt a mysterious force envelop her, causing, moreover, based on the phenomena brought by Hector's perfected martial spirit will, his potential was even more terrifying than that of the Hall Master from 100 years ago. Boom. At this moment, Hector focused entirely on himself. He noticed that his secret realm had expanded to around 10 meters, and his martial spirit will had entered it. The mysterious substance born within the secret realm merged with his martial spirit will, creating a brand new form of energy. This energy formed ripples, or more simply put, a field. This field affected an area within 10 meters of him. Within this 10-meter radius, he felt like he had become an absolute ruler. Your secret realm has undergone a new transformation. This change is similar to the sacred domain of a saint. Zoltan Guy, you're truly remarkable. The bear from the near-immortal era couldn't help but marvel. He realized that the energy field created by the fusion of martial spirit will and mysterious substance resembled the sacred domain of a saint. But what level of cultivation did a saint possess? And what about Hector? There was a gap of 4 major realms and several minor ones between them. Saints forming sacred domains was understandable. But for Hector, who had just entered the martial spirit realm, to be able to form his own field, if news of this spread, it would cause a huge stir. Even in the near-immortal era, only a select few geniuses could form sacred domains at the martial Dalton level, which was already extraordinary. Hector had achieved this in the martial spirit realm. Senior, when you say my field resembles a sacred domain, what do you mean? Hector pondered, feeling vague about the new energy he had condensed. The bear smiled. Zoltan Guy, try using your intent to control your field. All right. Hector nodded and moved his mind. Boom. Within the 10-meter range around him, the energy field shuddered instantly. Thump, thump. Under his energy field, many people nearby were caught off guard and suddenly bent over under the pressure. Some even fell to the ground, looking bewildered. What's happening? I feel an invisible force suppressing me. I feel the same. This force was helping me break through earlier, but now it's restricting the flow of my true chi. Everyone was stunned. Hearing this, Hector was internally shaken. The field formed by the fusion of the mysterious substance and his martial spirit will had such formidable power that everyone within its range felt a strong pressure. Haha, ancient saints had powerful individuals who could create entirely new worlds within their sacred domains. In those worlds, they were absolute rulers. Whoever entered their sacred domains would lose more than half their strength, the bear explained. There once was a genius who created a force called absolute space within his sacred domain. Inside this space, he could accelerate the passage of time, reducing one's lifespan. One strike from his sacred domain could decrease a person's lifespan by several decades. Wow, so there are sacred domains this terrifying? Hector drew a breath. Reducing someone's lifespan was an extremely fearsome power. Imagine being inside that person's sacred domain. It would be like having a scythe-wielding death holding you by the throat. The bear, seeing Hector's astonished face, smiled. Your field is almost indistinguishable from a saint's sacred domain. If you combine it with corresponding secret martial techniques, you can unleash unimaginable destructive power. By the way, I happen to have a set of secret martial techniques suitable for you. Try it out, and see if it helps. As he spoke, vast amounts of information entered Hector's mind. This secret martial technique was named Spirit, and could suppress fields. For instance, Hector's field covered a 10-meter radius. Learning Spirit, he could control this suppression. From 10 meters, he could compress it to 9, 8, 7, all the way down to 1 meter, or even reach the peak where it could compress to millimeters. The more compressed it was, the more terrifying the field became. When compressed to the extreme, it could result in a spirit explosion, producing immense destructive power within the sacred domain. Once, a Marshal Dalton had formed his field early and used Spirit to compress it for a spirit explosion. It destroyed a saint's sacred domain, killing the saint instantly. A saint's sacred domain was nearly indestructible. Anyone who hadn't reached the saint level would be doomed upon entering it. Yet, this person could kill a saint with a spirit explosion, proving its terror. Delighted, Hector began practicing Spirit. His talent was indeed monstrous. He quickly grasped the essence and started compressing his field from 10 meters to 9, then 8, until finally reaching 1 meter. You monster! The bear couldn't help but feel his heart race, disbelieving that Hector had mastered it so quickly. Hector felt an overwhelming destructive force surrounding him when he compressed it to 1 meter. Anything within 1 meter of him would be obliterated by this force. However, he didn't dare act rashly because they were in the martial spirit hall and Rhonda was nearby. Whiz! Still unsatisfied, Hector continued compressing until the destructive force condensed into his heart, merging with it. Thud! Instantly, he felt his heart had become incredibly strong, as if coated with steel, with astonishing defensive power. He felt strongly that if someone stabbed through his body with a sword now, it wouldn't pierce his heart. The spirit technique with such ease were incredibly rare. Most crucially, this creature had only learned the spirit technique in less than a dozen breaths. It would take many geniuses decades of cultivation to achieve what Hector had accomplished in a mere handful of breaths. If the prodigies of the immortal era witnessed this, they'd be crushed beyond repair. Not even the bear himself was unaffected by the impact. Boom. Hector clenched his fingers. The energy ripple, containing immense explosive force in his palm, vanished instantly, causing a minor sonic boom. The bear was left speechless. He now fully confirmed that Hector had mastered the spirit technique to the point of complete freedom. I'm starting to doubt which historical powerhouse has reincarnated as you? The bear glared intently at Hector. Since he met Hector, regardless of what he did or learned, he mastered it instantly. It was as if he was born for cultivation. Moreover, his recent outburst of soul strength was unparalleled. Even the divine towers from the mythic era tried to suppress him but ended up equally matched. Had the bear not intervened timely, he suspected the divine tower couldn't have contained Hector. And despite leaving a gaping hole in Hector's body, even shattering his heart, Hector still recovered instantly without a trace of damage. A true, immortal body. Even the immortals couldn't do this. Considering everything, the bear was certain Hector was a reincarnation of some taboo figure from history, someone even more formidable than immortals. He quickly reviewed many names in his mind, including powerful figures from the immortal era, primordial era, and even the mythic era, yet none matched Hector. Senior, when you said a reincarnation of a great power, does it mean reincarnation really exists? Hector pondered. Not only the bear, but Hector himself began believing he might be the reincarnation of a historical power. Without mentioning anything else, merely the battle at Jinyang Martial College showcased his soul strength capable of swallowing soul devourers, an ability not typical for most people. Even Shaw merely restrained the soul devourer using a mysterious rune sword from the immortal era. The bear looked at Hector hesitantly. Well, it depends on belief. Reincarnation has been talked about since ancient times, but most so-called reincarnations involve usurpation, the use of soul power to take over another body, retaining one's memories. But you have no memory, and you've always been an independent entity since birth, unlike traditional usurpations. So, you're not an usurper. Another form of reincarnation involves the 6 paths of reincarnation, allowing true rebirth. If you reincarnate through this method, you will live anew. While you lose your memory, your innate talent remains intact. I believe you belong to this category. Only. The bear frowned deeply. Only what? Hector asked, intrigued. The bear sighed. The 6 paths of reincarnation are purely legendary. No one has ever seen them, including me, nor my brother who is an invincible being close to divinity. The 6 paths of reincarnation are mythical tales, almost as elusive as the mythic era. So, for you to have been reborn through this method is nearly impossible because they don't exist. Senior, since the idea exists, perhaps someone long ago saw the 6 paths of reincarnation, Hector responded. The bear shook his head. Even the immortals of the primordial era mentioned the 6 paths, but never saw them. So, in a strict sense, they are legends, unseen by anyone. Maybe they weren't strong enough. If one is sufficiently powerful, they might be able to see it. Hector's eyes gleamed with immense willpower. The bear paused. Not strong enough? This was the first time he heard this argument. To say that even immortals aren't strong enough. He found it hard to imagine how powerful one needed to be. The bear continued. Before, I thought they were myths, but your appearance makes me reconsider. Maybe the 6 paths of reincarnation truly exist. As you said, even the immortals of the primordial era aren't too strong and haven't encountered many things. Reflecting on the mythic era, he recalled a powerful immortal from the primordial era who investigated it. Overnight, his hair turned white, and he died mysteriously, leaving behind a horrifying enigma. Since then, no one dared delve into the mythic era's taboos. If one was sufficiently powerful, why couldn't they touch upon these matters? In short, they were still too weak. Many things in this world were beyond their reach. If the 6 paths of reincarnation existed, only beings surpassing immortals could encounter them. Hector's words indeed offered a new perspective, parting the clouds to reveal the rainbow. Chapter 222. The Untouchable Taboo. Senior, when did the earliest legend of the 6 realms reincarnation originate? Hector asked again. He was still very interested in the origins of his soul body. After all, no matter how powerful an existence was, their soul would be captured by a mysterious force and imprisoned in a dark dungeon after death. Yet, he had not only avoided imprisonment but also reincarnated, which was unprecedented. The bear replied, the 6 realms reincarnation has been legendary since the immortal antiquity era. It is said to have existed during the mythic era or even earlier. Is there an era before the mythic era? Hector's expression changed slightly as he was taken aback. The bear smiled bitterly in strange ways, remaining unsolved mysteries to this day. Hector, I know you want to understand more, but I strongly advise you to drop this idea. Even the longevity seekers perished, and you are still far from their level. Don't say you. Even your great emperors in the martial path are inferior to the longevity seekers. In simple terms, whoever touches the mythic era will die. There are no exceptions. At least, that is what I understand for now. Zoltank, the 6 realms reincarnation you mentioned, it also belongs to the untouchable taboos. We can discuss it, but if you really investigate, once you delve deep enough, strange occurrences will quietly descend upon you. The bear warned seriously, reminding Hector repeatedly. Hector replied, rest assured, senior, when I become a longevity seeker, or even surpass that level, I will thoroughly investigate everything. What if it's a taboo even longevity seekers can't touch? As long as I am strong enough, no one can harm me. Hector clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with determination. The bear glanced at Hector, shook his head. He knew he couldn't dissuade Hector, and that day seemed so distant. Who knew when it would arrive? Besides, in this era, nearing the immortal realm was already the limit. Becoming a longevity seeker was almost impossible. Surpassing the longevity seeker level? He couldn't even fathom it. Because during the immortal antiquity era, longevity seekers were already the pinnacle. Perhaps there were beings surpassing longevity seekers in the mythic era, but that era no longer existed. Thus, what Hector said was extremely difficult, almost hopeless. By the way, your inner world has transformed again, discovering a brand new path of cultivation. You've cultivated a field unique to yourself, and this inner world can continue to evolve in the future. If you follow this path, perhaps one day you will transcend. Transcend? Hector's heart stirred. This was the second time the bear had mentioned it. Yes, transcend, the bear nodded. Do you remember what I told you before? In your era, in our era, becoming a longevity seeker was an unreachable dream, but that was only relative to others. But in you, I see infinite possibilities, especially in this newly evolved inner world. If you continue down this path, perhaps you can surpass the limits of the martial path, reaching the domain of immortality and becoming a longevity seeker. Becoming a longevity seeker in this era would indeed be transcending, and in a strict sense, it might bring about unexpected changes, creating a new era or even a new epoch, just like Jared. Even the ancient existence of the near-immortal era praised Jared from the martial path era. Hector asked, Senior, do you think Jared true immortality? What does that mean? Hector was stunned. He noticed the bear's unusually solemn expression when mentioning this, staring at him intently, making him feel uneasy. Chapter 223. Audience with the Hall Lord. Only when Hector could no longer bear the bear's gaze did the latter nod and say, for example, you after entering demonic possession have become what can be truly called an immortal. Bringing this up made the bear's expression extraordinarily complicated, unable to find a solution despite much thought. He had examined Hector. His soul power was only slightly stronger than the average martial spirit realm practitioner, and his physical strength was that of an ordinary person. He had merely pushed the first 4 realms of martial Dao to their extremes. Compared to true immortality, there was still a significant gap. But it was this very Hector who, after entering demonic possession, became terrifyingly powerful. Not only capable of opposing the soul power of the Leroy Vine Tower, but also possessing a monstrous physical strength. Even when his heart was shattered and his body riddled with holes, he could heal immediately. It was as if he had died and then resurrected. This was the kind of undying body that even immortals dreamed of. Hector's heart stirred. Although he did not know what had happened to him during the demonic possession, hearing the bear mention it later gave him a great shock. He indeed had died. Then he was revived. He believed the bear would not deceive him because why did touching upon it bring about such ominous phenomena? And why had he been able to come back from death? Could it be that the soul deep within his body had already reached the state of immortality, invincibility, and imperishability? If that were true, why would he need to be reborn? What purpose could rebirth serve? These mysteries left Hector scratching his head, unable to understand. If I can't figure it out now, I'll wait until I grow stronger and uncover the truth bit by bit, Hector muttered to himself. Alright, your secret realm will close soon. This transformation has given me a great opportunity. I will go into seclusion to cultivate. Brandandering this time, if you encounter danger, I can intervene once more. With this, the bear reminded him sternly, by the way, don't use the demonic transformation formula unless absolutely necessary. I can sense a very dangerous force brewing deep within your soul. Once this evil force breaks free, it will be incredibly frightening. Evil force? How so? Hector felt a chill. The bear frowned and said, after your last demonic possession, I sensed its presence. It is currently restrained, but if you continue using the demonic transformation formula, it won't be long before it emerges. Once it appears, things will get very bad, and no one knows how far it will go. In short, prevent its appearance. I fear you might truly enter demonic possession. Perhaps, your soul had once attained an extremely high level in the path of demons. Hector was greatly shocked. Was there a force deep within his soul, so terrifying that even the bear shuddered at the mention? Moments later, Hector's secret realm vanished. He examined his body and found that he had reached the martial spirit realm, with his primal force reaching a whole new level. His entire body was flawless, perfect in every way, truly perfect in every sense. This transformation surpassed those who had pushed their limits in the martial Laroisipal, martial master, and grand martial master realms. It placed him at the pinnacle of martial Dao. Even facing the most brilliant figures of ancient times, he was confident he would not fall short. At this moment, Hector noticed the surprised gazes of those around him. Startled, he looked at Rhonda beside him, who was staring at him in amazement. Her eyes held disbelief and awe. What happened? Hector wondered, suddenly sensing that his transformation had drawn attention. Rhonda looked at Hector and said, Master Su, I broke through to the martial spirit realm, and they all did too. She gestured for Hector to look around. Sure enough, he saw that the majority of people here had also broken through to the martial spirit realm, which was not the case before. Is it because of me? Hector was surprised. Rhonda nodded emphatically. Hector took a sharp breath, his eyes flickering. It seemed that his full comprehension of the martial spirit will and its integration with the secret realm affected everyone around him. No wonder the bear had told him that following the secret path might allow him to transcend the boundaries of martial Dao and reach the realm of immortality in this impossible era. Master Su. At that moment, 3 Kylers approached with smiles on their faces. Hiss, these are the 3 great Achilles of the Spirit Martial Hall. They have appeared personally. Looks like Master Su's comprehension of the martial spirit will has caught their attention. It is said that whoever comprehends the full martial spirit can become the new Hall Lord of the Spirit Martial Hall. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Hector looked over. Under everyone's gaze, the 3 Kylers quickened their pace and, to the astonishment of others, each kneeled on one knee, bowing respectfully and saying, Greetings, Hall Lord. Hall Lord? Hector was stunned. Are you talking about me? The Kyler in black smiled and said, Yes, Hall Lord. According to the rules, having comprehended the full martial spirit will, you are now the Hall Lord of Arching Du Commandery's Spirit Martial Hall. Chapter 224. The first master of the Zoltangwa Hall was an immortal. The sudden turn of events left Hector at a loss for what to do. Master, please come with us, said the Trent as he stood up and smiled. All right. Hector nodded. He had many questions to ask the Kylers. A moment later, they arrived at a separate pavilion within the Zoltangwa Hall. The three Kylers invited Hector to sit in the place of honor. Immediately, a woman with a beautiful face served tea and carefully handed it to Hector. Hector took a small sip, then set down the cup and looked at the three men. Seniors, is it true that comprehending the complete will of Zoltangwa grants one the title of master, as stated in regulations? The first master of the Zoltangwa Hall established this rule, said the bud. Who was the first master? Hector asked curiously. I don't know either. It's said that the Zoltangwa Hall has existed since near the time of immortals, even longer than you've heard about the Qilin Manor. He, its founder, was an immortal, continued the Kyler. As for his name, no one knows. We only know. The bud hesitated. What do you know? Hector pressed on. Eyeing Hector's curious face, the Kyler said seriously, when the first master founded the Zoltangwa Hall, it was said his purpose was to help humanity walk the path of cultivation for a longer time. To this end, the master even touched upon certain taboos. Later, he died suddenly under mysterious circumstances. Hector was greatly shaken. Could this be the same bear who, according to the enigmatic individual, meddled with matters from the mythical era and overnight turned white-haired before dying under strange circumstances? Leroyd he touch upon the mythical era? Hector blurted out. The three Kylers looked at Hector and asked, Master, you also know the mythical era? I've heard some about it, Hector replied. The bud sighed. Touching upon the mythical era is taboo. It's an unbreakable law in our martial world. When the first master touched upon it, strange occurrences befell him. But regardless, now we are an undeniable power in the Leroyvine martial continent. You are now the master of Brandanching County. If you strive, during the next Zoltangwa War, you might win the position of Dwitong Rank Master in country's Zoltangwa Hall. Zoltangwa War? This reminded Hector of the Qilin battle. Could there be a connection between these two? Hector voiced his doubts. The Trent explained, just like the Qilin Manor, the Zoltangwa Hall is one of the 10 greatest powers on the Leroyvine martial continent. It's rumored that the creator of the Qilin Manor is the same person who initiated the martial era, Gavriel. Though he was nearly immortal, compared to our Zoltangwa Hall's first master, he still fell short, the Kyler added proudly. But isn't it common knowledge that the Qilin Manor's prestige almost rivals that of the Central Empire of the Leroyvine martial continent? Hector pointed out. Upon faces of the three Kylers darkened. He died in battle, the Trent said somberly. Leroyd? Hector was stunned. Becoming a sage at 21, such a prodigy met a battlefield death? The Trent understood Hector's thoughts and remarked. The Leroyvine martial continent is vast, truly immense. Innumerable geniuses arise, and none dare claim supremacy. While the previous master was powerful, others were even stronger in the same realm. Master, if you wish to grow stronger, you need more effort. And besides yourself, external support, like our Zoltangwa Hall, is crucial. Hector thought for a moment. If I agree to be your master, does that mean I lose other choices? The three Kylers knew what Hector was thinking and fell silent for a while. Finally, the red-robed Kyler said, Not entirely. Within 6 months, you retain the right to choose. If you haven't registered with us after 6 months, in country's Dwitong Rank Zoltangwa Hall will consider you as having renounced it, automatically removing your name. I've already been recorded for fully comprehending the Zoltangwa will this time? Hector's expression changed slightly. The bud quickly explained, Master, don't mind. This is routine. Anybody who achieves 70% or more comprehension of the Zoltangwa will in our hall gets automatically registered. Please understand. All right. Hector, that besides its formidable strength, Jinyang Martial Academy also had the backing of the county's highest official. For a while, the streets buzzed with discussions about Jinyang Martial Academy, especially regarding Hector. His performance during the battle was astonishing. He hadn't reached the Wu Zoltang realm yet, but single-handedly killed dozens of experts from that realm. Many enemies of Jinyang Martial Academy, like the Capital College, Jinlong College, and other factions, began to fear reprisals from the academy. After the battle, Jinyang Martial Academy revived and reopened its doors to new disciples. When Hector returned, he couldn't help but smile at the sight of new faces brimming with excitement. He recalled his own arrival as a newcomer almost a year ago. He was no longer a fresh face, but he could empathize with these newcomers' feelings and emotions. Do you see him? That's Hector, the new war god of Jinyang Martial Academy, one student remarked. He is here? Is he here to inspect our exam? Another wondered. I heard that during the defense of Jinyang Martial Academy, he single-handedly killed dozens of peak initial stage Wu Zoltang experts and turned the tide of battle. Is that true? He looks so handsome and seems close to our age. To think he can kill Wu Zoltang experts with the cultivation of a great warrior. It's incredible. I must work hard to get into Jinyang Martial Academy and become a peer of Master Su. Don't dream. They say Hector is already being considered as the future chancellor of Jinyang Martial Academy. How could he be on the same level as a prudence like you? Upon returning, Hector was directly invited by Ellis Larrowing to the examination site, the reason for which was clear. With a bitter smile, Hector nodded in agreement. Begin. As Ellis Larrowing ordered, the crowd rushed forward with ferocity. This scene reminded Hector of his own examination day, bringing a heartfelt smile to his face. Look at that red-robed Prudence. She is incredibly fierce, similar in age to you back then, powerfully pushing iron balls. She doesn't fall short of your past prowess, Larrowing said. The senior mentors from the other 3 academies watched with gleaming eyes. The red-robed Prudence moved swiftly, far ahead of others. Her physical strength was such that the solid iron balls rolling down were sent flying by her palm strikes. No one dared approach her, fearing injury from the ricocheting iron balls. We want her in our Alpha Academy, the Alpha Mentor expressed with great interest, seeing potential in the prudence comparable to Hector when he first joined. Dwight, does Alpha Academy decide everything? Have you asked Ellis Larrowing? Larrowing retorted, recalling how the Alpha Academy always overshadowed his before Hector's emergence. Now, thanks to Hector, their status had significantly improved. Upon hearing this, the Alpha Mentor looked embarrassed, ready to protest until he saw Hector standing calmly beside Larrowing, which made him swallow his words and sigh inwardly. Even the Chief Ellis treated Hector with respect, and Hector's current position at Jinyang Martial Academy surpassed that of Jessup. Larrowing Academy, due to Hector, had transformed completely. Even Alpha Academy felt outmatched when trying to compete against them. Ah, all because of Alex, that old fool. If not for him, Hector would have been ours, and we wouldn't be suffering under Larrowing today. The Alpha Mentor cursed Alex, who had been dead for years, repeatedly. Seeing the two chancellors argue, Hector smiled. Initially, Alpha Academy dominated during admissions, now overshadowed by the previously weakest Larrowing Academy. Naturally, they felt disgruntled. But resentment didn't matter as long as Hector was there. Regardless of dissatisfaction, the other three academies had to hold back. While all four academies had participated in the crisis, some did so half-heartedly. Hector kept a mental note of this, ensuring certain individuals wouldn't receive preferential treatment. Thus, faced with Larrowing Academy, the other three academy mentors now behaved obediently, not daring to challenge Hector too much. Finally, under the watchful eyes of Hector and several mentors, the red-robed Prudence successfully completed the test, becoming the top scorer. You are Hector? The red-robed Prudence immediately turned her cold and sharp gaze towards Hector upon arriving. Do I know you? Hector asked with a smile, ignoring her hostility. Himph, I am Carrie. My sister is Esther. I heard you're pursuing my sister, she replied coldly. Pursuing? The mentors froze, glancing at Hector. Even Ellis Larrowing looked oddly at him. Hector was taken aback. He didn't expect the Prudence to be Esther's sister and to confront him so aggressively. But what had he done wrong? Before Hector could respond, Carrie sneered disdainfully. Hector, those pursuing my sister are the elites of the capital. Compared to them, you're nothing. Let me advise you, don't aspire beyond your reach. You are not worthy of my sister. Chapter 226, Carrie's overbearing stance. Her words left everyone thunderstruck. Hector was now undoubtedly a leader among the young generation in Docheng County. Especially during the defense of Jinyang Martial Academy, his performance stood out remarkably as he single-handedly turned the tide. He was hailed by Docheng County as their new generation war god. The president of the academy had even begun grooming him for the role of the next president. Given Hector's current accomplishments, status, and potential, he definitely had the qualifications to pursue Esther. Carrie's remarks were a bit too much. First, I should clarify that I haven't pursued your sister. Secondly, even if I did pursue her, I would have the qualifications to do so and wouldn't be like a toad lusting after a swan. Therefore, your statement is wrong. Hector smiled but didn't argue with the Prudence despite her impudence, though she looked only 1 year younger than him. Dwight, it's best if you don't. I'm here today to warn you. Stay away from my sister and preferably have no contact with her. Your interactions will only hold her back, said Carrie disdainfully. I can tell you straightforwardly that our Bailey family plans to form an alliance with the Gideon family in the imperial capital. You must know about the Gideon family where Flint comes from. By the way, I heard that the 3 Quasi-Masters you killed this time are from the Gideon family. This has landed Jinyang Martial Academy in deep trouble. Prepare for calamity. The red-clothed Prudence Carrie sneered coldly. Outrageous. Young lady, your words go too far. Immediately, mentors such as Jarvis became furious. They had initially been quite impressed by this Prudence and wanted to admit her into their respective academies, but now they understood her true intentions. She came here merely to mock them. However, Hector remained unfazed, though his smile gradually faded. He nodded and said, So, it was the Gideon family who harmed my father all those years ago? When saying this, Hector Jinyang Martial Academy only admits loudmouths without substance. You, Jarvis and others were enraged, trembling with anger, glaring fiercely at her. But they dared not move since she was Esther's sister. Not to mention Winifred's terrifying talents and power. Even the Bailey family itself was not someone they could offend easily. What did you say? Hector turned around, staring coldly at Carrie. Just one glance made Carrie shudder involuntarily. But she quickly smirked again. I said Jinyang Martial Academy is full of loudmouths. I came here today just to see what your supposed academy exams are. It turns out, they are so simple, like children playing house. Is this the same kind of exam you took back then? Pity, I can't understand why my sister chose Jinyang Martial Academy back then. Supposedly it was to meet your father Bowie. But now, it looks like Jinyang Martial Academy isn't worth much. Shaking her head, every word belittled Jinyang Martial Academy, making Jarvis and the others bristle with fury. Hector remarked coolly, I notice your cultivation seems to have reached the peak of the martial master realm? The red-clothed Prudence boasted proudly, Peak? You underestimate me. I've already reached the limit within both the martial Laroisipal and martial master realms. Upon hearing this, Jarvis and others' faces paled. Reaching the limits of martial Laroisipal and martial mentors instantly changed expressions. Mid-stage spirit warrior, exclaimed a mentor from House A. Dwight, an overambitious fool dares to obstruct me? The bud looked at Jarvis disdainfully and continued to grab at Hector, exuding an air of superiority. Hector, heed my advice and do not resist. If you resist, you will suffer greatly. Chapter 227. What is called overestimating oneself? Crack. The bud grabbed Hector's shoulder, intending to dislocate it and let him experience the pain of broken bones. But immediately, the smile on his face vanished. Instead, he was filled with shock and horror. The moment his palm touched Hector's shoulder, Hector instantly twitched his left shoulder. Then, an overwhelming force surged out, instantly breaking through the true chi in his palm and striking back at his right hand. With a crack, his hand bones shattered. Moreover, his tiger's mouth, The area between thumb and index finger split open, spouting a large amount of blood. Damn, has this kid broken through to the martial spirit realm? The bud was alarmed. If he remembered correctly, Hector had only recently broken through to the peak of the great martial master realm, right? How could he break through to the martial spirit realm so quickly? This couldn't be possible. As he was startled, he immediately retreated. But then Hector's icy voice rang in his ear, making his whole body bristle with fear. You said it would be very tragic. Come, tell me, how tragic? Speaking, the bud felt bone-chilling fear. He realized Hector had vanished, yet his voice came from behind him. He is behind me. The bud was shocked stiff, not daring to move as he sensed an extremely terrifying force hovering above his head. It was radiating an immense killing intent. This was a sword. If he made any rash moves, his head would roll off in the next moment. This scene stunned Jarvis and the others. A mid-stage martial spirit expert couldn't even block a single move against Hector. Could Hector have broken through to the martial spirit realm? Suddenly, Jarvis and the others looked at Hector with eyes full of shock, as if seeing a monster. They were very clear that before Hector went to the Zoltangwa Hall, he was still at the peak of the great martial master realm. Even if Hector advanced rapidly, breaking through to the martial spirit realm without a year or half would be impossible. However, Hector's current combat strength clearly indicated a breakthrough to the martial spirit realm. There was only one possibility. Hector had comprehended tenfold Zoltangwa will at the Zoltangwa Hall and instantly stepped into the martial spirit realm. Thinking of this, the hearts of Jarvis and the others stirred like boundless waves. Tenfold Zoltangwa will. Are you threatening me with the Cassius family? Hector laughed. Our Cassius family has never apologized. It has nothing to do with threats, the bud replied gravely. Facing Hector, he tried his best to suppress himself. Oh, that was before. After meeting me, Hector, if your Cassius family makes a mistake, you should change this bad habit. Splat. As he spoke, a gush of blood splattered out as the bud's right arm flew away, shocking Jarvis and the others. Hector. The instructors from Courtyard Gia's faces turned pale. Ah, Hector. You cut off my arm. You. The bud was both shocked and furious. Immediately, his heart chilled, and he quieted down as he felt the sword aura above his head become sharper. If he continued to resist, he would be attacked again, perhaps more severely this time. Apologize, Hector still insisted on these two words. But now, the bud didn't dare to use the Cassius family as leverage anymore. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Brother Larrowing, I was impolite just now. I offer my apology. Sorry. Jarvis, taken aback, immediately replied, It's okay, just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Abigail gritted her teeth. Hector, you cut off an arm of someone from the Cassius family. Do you know what trouble you've brought upon yourself? Hector glanced at her indifferently and said, You should be thankful that your sister is Miss Cassius, otherwise, you would have lost your head. Boom. These words struck Abigail, her beautiful face turning pale with a chill running down her spine. She knew for sure that Hector would indeed do this. Dwight, you are just being arrogant because your cultivation is higher than mine. If you dare, fight me at the same realm. Abigail still wasn't satisfied, wanting to reclaim some dignity. Chattering endlessly. Very well, today, I'll teach you a lesson and show you what overestimating oneself means. As he spoke, Hector's body trembled, and he suppressed his cultivation to match Abigail's level. He stood with one hand behind his back and said coolly, Come, let me hold back with one hand. If you can withstand 3 strikes from me, consider yourself the winner. You're too arrogant. Abigail trembled with anger, her eyes blazing with rage. She had never been treated with such disdain in her life. This was unforgivable. At this moment, those taking the evaluation gradually arrived here, witnessing this scene, and were all surprised. Is Lord Su really suppressing his cultivation to fight Abigail with one hand? Hiss, defeating Abigail within 3 strikes using one hand while at the same realm. Lord Su truly lives up to being our Hilton County's new generation war god, so confident and determined. If he really defeats Abigail at the same realm within 3 strikes using one hand, Lord Su will be my dream guy. Voices around buzzed. Their exclamations pierced Abigail's ears like knives stabbing into her heart, making her seethe with hatred. Ah, Hector, it won't take 3 strikes. I will defeat you in 1 strike. Hashtag chapter 228. How strong is Flint? Boom. The moment the words were spoken, Carrie's entire body trembled. A chorus of sword cries echoed around her, resonating like thunder, shaking everyone's hearts. It turned out that during the previous evaluation, Carrie had been concealing her true strength all along. Someone exclaimed in awe, They say Carrie can match up to the legendary Esther from back then. It seems this isn't just empty talk. Indeed. If given some more time, she has a great potential to rival Miss Bailey. Can Lord Su defeat her within 3 moves at their same cultivation level? Asked a Prudence who idolized Hector. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Carrie, she began to doubt Hector's capabilities. It wasn't that she didn't trust Hector, but she thought while Hector could likely defeat Carrie, doing so within 3 moves seemed quite challenging. She wasn't alone with the brilliance of Hector's punch, splintering into fragments. With a cough of blood, Carrie stumbled backward a few steps before collapsing onto the ground. Sucking breath. Carrie was defeated, and that too in a single move by Hector? Instantly, the entire arena burst into an uproar. No one expected such terrifying sword rain, which left every genius here astounded, could not withstand Hector's single punch. Just how strong was Hector? Everyone looked at Hector with astonished eyes, as if he were a god incarnate. Jarvis, too, was mesmerized. He felt that Hector, now having reached the Soul Warrior realm, seemed even stronger than before. Even I can't stand up to him at this point. After a brief moment of surprise, Jarvis let out a bitter laugh. Hector had entered the Larrowing Academy half a year ago. Jarvis himself had been one of the evaluators during Hector's initial examination. He had watched Hector grow step by step. When Hector first joined, he was merely a minor warrior cultivator. Who could have imagined that this young man, whom he initially saw as just someone with good potential, would surpass him in such a short time? Miss Jean lost to Hector in one move? Even the bud was momentarily stunned, his mind overwhelmed with shock, completely forgetting about losing his arm. His purpose in coming here was to warn Hector to stay away from Lady Esther. Hector's strength. She also understood why her sister saw so much potential in Hector, often mentioning him. It turned out he was indeed not inferior to Flint, at least at their current cultivation levels. What if I refuse? Hector laughed coldly. Carrie hesitated, looking at Hector once more. Seeing a hint of disdain in his eyes, she shook her head. Given your strength and talent, you can indeed look down upon many. But you haven't witnessed Flint's power and don't understand just how extraordinary he is. One day, when you face him, you'll realize there's always someone stronger out there. His power is beyond your comprehension. Don't think it was just your move that defeated me. Were the roles reversed, he could have defeated me with just one finger. Suck in breath. Defeat Miss Carrie with just one finger? Is Flint really that terrifying? The audience was abuzz. They had heard many legends about Flint, supposedly destined to match the might of Heraldi, a martial legend in the Ingdaltendom. But these were mere tales. No one knew just how strong he was. However, hearing this from Carrie added credibility to the claim. Chapter 229. The Gideon family sends someone. So, you think I don't measure up to Flint, which is why you don't want me to associate with your sister? Hector suddenly laughed. Carrie nodded. Without the slight of your family this. Today they underestimate me, but in the future, I will be beyond their reach, Hector replied calmly. You. Carrie trembled with rage. Why can't you listen to reason? Don't you realize you have no qualifications to compete with Flint? Even if my sister favored you, let me make it clear. Our Bailey family would never agree. Do you think I don't qualify to compete with Flint? Hector raised an eyebrow. Because you feel you haven't lost badly enough yet? Or because you look down on me? Yes, I look down on you. Sure, you defeated me in one move. But if Flint were here, he could have done it with just a finger. Carrie met Hector's gaze without fear. She had been defeated by Hector, but she held immense confidence in Flint. Until meeting Flint, one would never know how terrifying he truly was. Haha. Suddenly, Hector burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Carrie's face changed. She thought Hector was too arrogant, mostly because she hadn't encountered someone like Flint who could induce despair. Just like before. When you meet him, you'll feel despair and lose all confidence. Leroy, you think I gave it everything when we fought just now? Hector asked suddenly. Wasn't that the case? Carrie's expression tightened, sensing something ominous. Whoosh. Suddenly, Hector extended a finger, channeling secret power, and pointed directly at Carrie. Startled. I, Hector, am not talented, but I am confident that one day, I will build a power greater than the Gideon family, countless times over. Then, it won't be a matter of your clan approving or not, but whether I, Hector, choose to. Talk about building a power greater than the Gideon family. Big words anyone can speak, but you need to live long enough. Boom. At that moment, a powerful aura rapidly approached from afar. In moments, it was within a dozen meters of Hector. It was a man in gray, around 35 years old, exuding an aura far stronger than the peak of the martial spirit realm. The left side of his gray robe bore a purple dragon emblem. Upon his appearance, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Daniel of the Gideon family. Jarvis's heart tightened as he recognized the newcomer. Hector, this is Daniel of the Gideon family, from the same generation of prodigies as your father. This time, you might not survive. Carrie shook her head upon seeing the newcomer. Boom. Simultaneously, another powerful presence appeared from afar. Haha, so it's brother Daniel of the Gideon family. We haven't seen each other in years. You've broken through to half-step grandmaster. Remarkable. At this moment, the county governor Matt appeared. Suspect. Daniel glanced at Hector and sneered. Back then, many suspected my Gideon family for your father's injuries but never found proof. Even your Jean Jiang Martial Academy thinks so. Alas, as Abigail said, your academy is too weak. After your father was injured, they didn't dare speak up for Jessup. Larrowing Chunchio gritted his teeth with deep resentment. They couldn't produce evidence, but everyone knew that Jessup was harmed by the Gideon family. This brought great humiliation to their academy, which the Gideon family now revealed once again. If only Jessup had listened to me back then and joined our Gideon family, marrying into our lineage, things wouldn't have turned out like this, Daniel continued. He might even have become a Dalton or even a sage. Unfortunately, your father was too foolish. So you're saying my father almost perished from injuries inflicted by your Gideon family? Hector felt his heart sink, and with a metallic sound, he grabbed the hilt of his sword. Daniel glanced at Hector indifferently, sneering with disdain. So what if it's true? With your limited capabilities, could you really stand up for your father? If you have the ability, then try it out. Boom. As Daniel stepped closer to Hector, he continued, I've heard that your talent isn't inferior to your father Jessup, and you're still pursuing Winifred? Hector didn't respond, just clung to the sword hilt, while his aura grew more murderous. Meanwhile, the Gideon family already held significant power in Ing State, second only to the royal family among the top 10 forces. Moreover, these years saw the rise of Scott, whose prowess rivaled the heavens. At 18, he's already a grandmaster, and caught the attention of the Chelan Mansion, which granted him the Chelan Order. Once he becomes a great grandmaster, he will be eligible for advanced training in the Chelan Mansion. He's considered one of the most talented individuals in Ing State. Many say his future achievements could rival Jeffrey E., the martial legend of Ing State. The royal family values him greatly, with many princesses rumored to have taken a liking to him. Clearly, the current status of the Gideon family in Ing State is incredibly high. Daniel's threat to dismiss the governor within 3 days wasn't far-fetched. Governor Rashad, please don't get involved. This is my matter, and I will handle it myself. Hector looked at Rashad Tingidian. Rashad Tingidian sighed. How can you solve it yourself? At worst, I die, but before I do, I won't let the Gideon family off easy. Hector spoke resolutely. Hearing this, Rashad Tang Gideon's face paled in terror, recalling Hector's horrifying transformation during the Jinjai College defense battle a few days ago. That version of Hector seemed invincible, capable of killing half-grandmasters effortlessly. If pushed to extremes, Hector could cause serious trouble for the Chapter 231. War God returns. Daniel's expression changed drastically, fear welling up in his eyes uncontrollably. Back in the day, he and Jessup were contemporaries. Back then, Hector was too dazzling. Had nothing gone wrong back then, Jessup's current accomplishments would not be inferior to Dalton Cato. This was an incredibly terrifying monster. Daniel never imagined that Jessup had recovered so quickly. From the power of the sword he just displayed, it was at least at the half-step grandmaster level. And among half-step grandmasters, Jessup was of the most formidable kind. I came because a few of our family's high-ranking officials heard you've recovered and sent me to check on you. There's no other meaning to it, please don't misunderstand, Daniel said, gritting his teeth. He understood Jessup well. This man was very forthright. Threatening him with the Gideon family would only achieve the opposite effect. If it had worked, Jessup would have been the son-in-law of the Gideon family long ago. Yorker, is that what he just said? Jessup asked Hector. Hector replied, Father, he just said he wanted to move against me and intended to betroth me to their Gideon family's 80-year-old grandma. Dwight, an 80-year-old grandmother wants to be my Jessup's daughter-in-law? Daniel, who gave you the courage to decide the fate of my son? Jessup stepped forward, each step making the ground tremble slightly. Gideon family of Ingdaltendom. Yet after being crippled with both arms severed, he didn't utter a harsh word and fled? The war god from back then has returned. The black-clothed Kyler beside Carrie looked at Hector with flickering eyes. By age, Jessup was still junior to him. He personally witnessed Jessup's rapid rise back then, where gods who obstructed were eliminated, and Buddhas who obstructed were destroyed. It seemed like they had returned to over a decade ago. Sigh, Brother Sue. This might infuriate the Gideon family, Matt sighed. So what if it angers them? Brother Rashad saw just now, the Gideon family was aggressive and even thought about targeting my son. Not killing him was already being lenient. As for what happened back then, you know as well. Even if I hadn't acted today, the Gideon family wouldn't have let things rest. Since such is the case, I'll eliminate one if I can. I've never been afraid of the Gideon family. Turning to Hector, Jessup asked, Yorker, are you scared? Not scared, Hector shook his head. Haha, why aren't you scared? That's the mighty Gideon family almost overshadowing the sky in Ingdaltendom. Jessup laughed loudly. Even now that he had offended the Gideon family, he spoke with laughter, earning many people's admiration. Hector grabbed the hilt of his sword and said firmly, no matter who it is or how powerful, dare to offend me, bring it on. Feeling Hector's determination and resolve, the black-clothed Kyler and others couldn't. After speaking, he didn't give the black-clothed Kyler a chance to reply. Pulling Hector out, Yorker, walk with your father. Yes, Hector replied. Under everyone's gazes, Jessup and Hector gradually walked further and disappeared. Sigh. The black-clothed Kyler sighed helplessly. Old man, does Senior Jessup really plan to propose marriage to our Cassius clan? Carrie asked the Kyler, respecting Jessup deeply. A figure that her eldest sister Carrie revered greatly was this senior, even when her eldest sister was called the #1 prodigy of Dochin County. In other words, she and her Kyler sister Esther had grown up hearing tales about Jessup frequently. Jessup became a benchmark for effort for her and her sister. One major reason her sister entered Jinyang Martial Academy was reportedly due to Jessup. Given his character, he will definitely go, but... The black-clothed Kyler sighed, frowning deeply as he looked in the direction Jessup and Hector left. But what? Seeing the Kyler hesitant to speak, Carrie couldn't help but ask. The black-clothed Kyler looked at Carrie and sighed. Miss Bailey Dwighty, your younger aunt, is one of Mr. Sue's admirers. She once fought alongside Mr. Sue, and can be considered a close friend. If Jessup visits the Cassius clan, given Dwighty Mrs. temperament, it could cause significant trouble. Chapter 232, Jessup's past. So, the rumors within the family were true? Abigail was startled. She had heard some gossip within her family before, saying that her genius aunt had once been Jessup's confidant and one of his suitors. She always thought it was just a rumor, as many women admired Jessup back then. Her aunt, however, was very proud and remained single, mainly because she looked down on every man, even saying that men are no good at all. Therefore, when the rumors first surfaced, she immediately thought they were false. Besides knowing her aunt well, another reason was that her aunt had never mentioned Jessup to her even once. Seemingly aware of Abigail's thoughts, the old Darien sighed. Your aunt has always been like this. She loved someone deeply but would never show it, and because of this, she and Herb soon never ended up together. Ah, my aunt is indeed like that, exactly the same as my Kyler sister, never expressing their feelings. In fact, if Aunt could have ended up with Senior Jessup, it would have been a great match, she mused aloud. Hee hee, do you know why your aunt didn't express her love for Herb Sue back then? The old man gave a bitter smile. Why? Isn't it because of her character? Abigail asked, surprised and curious. The old man shook his head. It wasn't entirely because of her personality. Among those who pursued Herb Sue, there were many who were even more outstanding than your aunt, yet he showed interest in none of them. Because of this, your aunt chose not to express her feelings. You know her pride. She would never lower herself. Knowing it was impossible, she chose to bury her feelings deep inside. But people are strange. The deeper they bury something, the more they hope for it. Until Herb Sue was gravely injured, many of the talented young women who once pursued him either left or fell silent. Only your aunt silently picked up her sword and directly attacked the capital city's Gideon family. In the end, only the family head's intervention saved your aunt. So, Aunt killed her way to the Gideon family because of Senior Jessup? Abigail was taken aback. She had heard about Aunt's anger-driven attack on the Gideon family years ago. It was widely talked about at the time, but no one ever mentioned it was because of Jessup. The past is hard to revisit. With your aunt's feelings for Herb Sue, if she finds out Jessup has returned, there will be a big uproar. The Gideon family? The old Darien wore a worried expression. Today's Cassius clan appears to be the top clan in Hilton County, but it is far from its former glory. Back then, the Cassius clan was among the 10 leading clans of the Ying-Daltondom. If they offend the powerful Gideon family due to Jessup, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yorker, why do you cultivate the Tao? Jessup suddenly asked after a long silence. Hector replied without hesitation, to grow stronger, strong enough to resurrect Mother one day. Can a dead person really come back to life? Jessup was stunned. He had imagined many possibilities, but not this. Whether it's possible or not, I firmly believe that with enough strength, that day will come. Father, why do you cultivate the Tao? Immortality, Jessup answered solemnly, and to protect you and your mother. Pity, father is incapable and couldn't protect your mother. Jessup was filled with self-reproach. This was the first time Hector saw his father wear such a profound expression. Father, don't be sad. Mother once said that marrying you was the happiest thing in her life. Yorker, let's work together. If that day comes, I will resurrect your mother, and we three will live forever. Jessup clenched his fist, radiating incomparable power, his voice booming like thunder, causing a slight sonic boom in the air. Hector nodded earnestly. By the way, do you like Miss Winifred? Jessup suddenly asked. Hector hesitated before replying, Miss Winifred is nice. We've met several times, and she has helped me a lot. How should I put it? I don't dislike her. Haha, that's good. That Prudence has been under my observation these years. She is a promising seed and deserves you. In 3 days, we will visit the Cassius clan. Frankly, I have a favorable impression of her. I even held her once when she was very young. Is father very familiar with the Cassius clan? Hector was intrigued. Jessup smiled, very familiar. Their clan and some core members had good relations with me back then. If I hadn't married your mother, perhaps the Cassius clan. Jessup paused, a nostalgic look on his face. Finally, he sighed and shook his head. Let's leave the past where it belongs. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, thousands of miles away, Daniel returned to the Gideon family. Upon learning of Jessup's recovery, the Gideon family Kylers were all shocked. Dwight, what did Jessup, daring to threaten to massacre our Gideon family? Do you think we are the same as we were back then? Do you think you're still at your peak? Jessup, you're going to the Cassius clan in 3 days, right? Perfect. In 3 days, we'll decapitate you in front of the Cassius clan, and while you die, we'll make sure you see how far behind your son Hector is compared to our Scott. Miss Winifred isn't someone your son Hector can match. End of chapter 232. Chapter 233. The world-class demon dragon Ao Domenico. Master Vlad has returned. On the second day, Dragon Vlad returned, exuding an immensely powerful aura that alarmed the entire capital city. Dragon Vlad has returned. This young prodigy seems even stronger than 3 months ago. Just 3 months ago, he was only a half-step master, and now he's already at the peak of the early-stage master realm. His growth rate is astonishing. Quickly arrange a meeting between our family's precious daughter and Master Vlad. Dragon Vlad must become my clan's son-in-law. The capital city was filled with turmoil. Dragon Vlad's return left many leaders of major powers uneasy. Dragon Vlad represented the future. Whoever could recruit him would secure their footing in the Ying-Daltondom, and perhaps advance even further. Just like how the royal family secured their position by befriending Hereldi back then. It was due to a princess from the royal family marrying Hereldi as a concubine that the Wynn family remained unshaken, rising from the brink of destruction to remain atop the pyramid of power in the Ying-Daltondom. This also deterred the 7 neighboring dominant countries from making any rash moves. After returning, Dragon Vlad rejected all visitors except for the Dragon Clan's patriarch. The clan patriarch informed Dragon Vlad about Jessup's news. Dragon Vlad smiled. Back then, Jessup was a legendary figure in our Ying-Daltondom, known as the war god of Brandanchan County. He dared to proclaim the extermination of our dragon family just after recovering. What arrogance. Well then, in 3 days, I will visit Zoltanger, would still be the #1 genius. Grand Master? Not bad. I can achieve it within 2 years, said Dragon Vlad. Within 2 years? Lawrence sharply drew a breath, his eyes glowing. Dragon, are you serious? Dragon Vlad proudly said, naturally. I, Dragon Vlad, am never inferior to anyone. Give me another 3 to 5 years, and I can catch up to Jalen. Boom. To Lawrence, this statement was undoubtedly the most exciting thing he had heard in recent years. Clan leader, the Minister of Rights, is here with his daughter to visit Master Vlad. Have you seen him? At that moment, a gray-clothed Kyler entered, startled by Dragon Vlad's powerful aura. Have the minister wait in the living room. Dragon, and I need to discuss some matters. Yes. The gray-clothed Kyler glanced at Dragon Vlad before slowly retreating. Outside the hall, he sighed, Master Vlad's strength is becoming unfathomable. He returned to the living room and saw the second-rank Minister of Rights from the Ying-Daltondom along with his precious daughter. Minister, please excuse us. Our clan leader is discussing important matters with Master Vlad. Please wait patiently. No problem. Master Vlad's matters come first. The Minister of Rights smiled. The old man nodded and left. Sir, isn't the Gideon family being too presumptuous? You are a second rank of people to carry away the chests. Speaking of which, is there anything else you need? Nothing. Just bringing my daughter to meet Dragon Vlad. Since he's in seclusion, we won't disturb him further. The minister got up to leave. Minister, I have something that requires your assistance, Lawrence suddenly said. Oh, what is it? As long as I can help, I won't hesitate. Lawrence replied, I find Brandanchan County's governor Matt troublesome. Can you do something about him? Not a problem. A mere county governor. I have many ways to deal with him. I'll give you a satisfactory response in a day. Translation ends here while preserving the original tone and paragraph structure as requested. Chapter 234. Give me another 3 months, and I'll protect your clan for centuries. On the third day, as Jessup and his son Hector were preparing to visit the Cassius family, they received news that Governor Matt had been transferred from Hilton County to Jianxi County. The news sent shockwaves throughout Hilton County. Jianxi County was known for its harsh climate, and was ranked at the bottom among the 99 counties of the Ying Daltondom. It was a place nobody wanted to go to due to its constant warfare, which had claimed many governors' lives over the years. In the past, only governors who were out of favor with the imperial court would be assigned there. It was clear that someone was targeting Governor Matt. Likely Cassius family's mansion covered an impressive 30,000 square meters, showcasing their immense wealth and power. Jessup's arrival prompted the Cassius family patriarch, Cameron, to personally welcome him and Hector, greeting them warmly. Haha, Brother Sue, you truly are remarkable. To recover from such severe injuries all those years ago. It seems you've even reached the Grandmaster realm? Cameron observed Jessup, inwardly shaken. Jessup made no attempt to conceal his aura. Although the specifics of his cultivation level were unclear, the oppressive energy he exuded indicated he was at least a Grandmaster level powerhouse. Haha, just recovered slightly. I've regained less than a tenth of my strength, Jessup laughed heartily. Whistle. Less than a tenth and already a Grandmaster? How powerful was he at his peak? At this moment, the Cassius family Kylers who accompanied Patriarch Cameron were stunned. Brother Sue, you truly live up to the name of our Hilton County's war god, and Kyler praised. Recovering so quickly, given time, you'll surely return to your peak. When that happens, you will undoubtedly be among the strongest fighters in the entire Daltondom. But times have changed, another Kyler, dressed in gray, suddenly mentioned the Gideon family. The Gideon family is now more powerful than ever, even intimidating high-ranking officials within the imperial court. How do you plan to deal with the grudge between you and the Gideon family? The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy. Even Cameron fell silent, watching Jessup intently. Lightly, Cameron shook his head. He is more than worthy, but you know our situation. We appear to be the premier family of Hilton County, but that's only on the surface. Our family used to be one of the 10 major powers in the capital. We offended too many powerful factions. If not for the Gideon family, the Cassius family wouldn't exist anymore. Please understand, Brother Sue. His words were sincere, and Jessup appreciated his honesty. I understand your position and the predicament of the Cassius family. Give me 3 months. In 3 months, I will protect the Cassius family for centuries. Whistle. 3 months? Could Jessup really recover, or even surpass his peak within 3 months? If true, that Jessup would indeed be terrifying. Cameron felt a stirring in his heart, seeing Jessup confident and composed as ever. It was like witnessing the legendary war god of Hilton County return. Chapter 235, Lawrence's Visit. Brother Sue, if you can return to your peak within 3 months, I, Ewan, will certainly support you. However, let me make it clear now. My family will not get involved in the feud between you and the Gideon family. Please understand, Brother Sue, Ewan said. He was fully aware of Jessup's terrifying power, having once stood alone against the entire Gideon family without faltering. Had it not been for Havelock's treachery, the room erupted in astonishment. Everyone was once again awed by Jessup. Compared to their expectations, Jessup was even more terrifying. By the way, where is Esther from your family? That Prudence once visited my Jinyang Martial Academy, but I never got to meet her. Technically, we're considered classmates, Jessup smiled. Ewan's gaze flickered, and he immediately replied with a smile. Zoltang admired you greatly back then, which is why she went to Jinyang Martial Academy. Currently, she's in the Liruvine Beast battlefield and should be returning soon. What is her cultivation level? Jessup asked. She reached the Soul Warrior realm half a year ago, Ewan replied with a laugh. Not bad. When I was her age, I was at the same level, Jessup nodded. Not at all. How can Zoltang compare to you, Brother Sue? You comprehended tenfold Spirit Warrior will in Jinlin County Zoltang Hall, shocking everyone. Compared to you, Zoltang is far behind, Ewan continued. Hector was deeply moved. He didn't know his father had comprehended the tenfold Spirit Warrior will. As if reading Hector's thoughts, Ewan added with a smile, Zoltantal one. Your father was our Brandanching County War God. The title War God came not only from his victories, but also his heavenly talent. His martial potential surpassed your imagination and did not fall short of yours. He pushed each major realm, from novice to master, to their limits. Even mentioning this made Ewan marvel. Finally, he concluded, your father was a generation's genius. Even compared to ancient martial emperors, most were inferior. Of course, different eras are incomparable, but your father's potential absolutely matches theirs. Even Nick and Domenico, the initiator of the martial era, would be on par with your father at the same realm. Everyone from the Bailey family nodded in agreement. Back then, Jessup had been invincible, silencing numerous prideful young geniuses from various cities. Even the Chelan mansion was alarmed. Had there been no later incident, no one could predict where Jessup would be today, what unimaginable achievements he might have reached. Our Daltondom's Jeremiah became peak master realm at 18, just like your father. If not for that incident, your father's accomplishments would not have been inferior to Jeremiah, another Kyler in gray added. Hector was profoundly shaken. His father was even more remarkable than he had realized. Haha, York, your current achievements match father's past. Strive hard, and you won't fall short of father. As for Jeremiah, I believe you will surpass him. Jessup patted Hector's shoulder, laughing. Father, rest assured, I will surpass him, Hector said excitedly. Even the high-ranking officials of the Bailey family were sighing with emotion. Had Jessup not faced misfortune back then, the reputation of the Daltondom's martial legend would have never gone to Jeremiah. Ha, Brother Sue. After so many years apart, you remain as illustrious as ever. A middle-aged man in gray walked in from outside the hall, a purple dragon carved on his chest. Upon his appearance, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Lord Gideon, why have you come? The Kylerly man in gray stood up immediately, fear flashing in his eyes. Lawrence, the patriarch of the capital city's Gideon family. Currently, the Gideon family was one of the top 10 powers in the capital. This man could even avoid kneeling before the county king. Laroyd, he hear what they were saying just now? Lawrence, it's you. Jessup glanced at him, expression calm. However, Lawrence ignored the Kyler in gray, nodding to Jessup and then turning to Ewan, his face darkening. Brother Bailey, how has my Gideon family treated your Bailey family these years? Yuan hesitated before standing up and smiling. Brother Gideon, please sit. Lawrence nodded, taking the main seat, much to the displeasure of the Bailey family's high-ranking officials, though they dared not show it. Over the years, the Gideon family had indeed been kind to the Bailey family. On the surface, many capable women from the Bailey family were forced into marriages with the Gideon family. Simply put, while the Gideon family protected the Bailey family, they were also exploiting them. Nothing to do with us. Make your choice. With these words, the anger in the eyes of the Bailey family Kylers instantly turned into fear. Without the protection of the Gideon family, their current precarious situation would be dire indeed. They were surrounded by numerous hostile forces eyeing them like tigers stalking prey. Losing Gideon family's protection would mean immediate attacks from various major powers. The consequences would be unimaginable. Yuan's face changed drastically as he looked at Jessup, his eyes filled with deep helplessness and bitterness. At that moment, Jessup spoke up, laughing loudly. Haha, it's been over a decade, Lawrence. You've become quite a fearsome figure since taking the position of clan leader. But let me remind you, back then, you were nothing but a dog to me. Who gave you the courage to drive me out? As he spoke, Jessup stood up, releasing an overpowering aura that surged towards Lawrence. Instantly, a similarly powerful aura burst from Lawrence, blocking Jessup's assault. With a crack, dense cracks spread like spider webs from where they stood. Hiss, mid-stage peak master realm? Seeing this, Yuan and others were instantly alarmed. So after all these years, your cultivation has reached mid-stage peak master realm. No wonder you're acting so arrogant, Jessup nodded. Jessup, do you still think you're the same Jessup? I'm no longer what I used to be. Finger contains terrifying sword and tint, Hector exclaimed, realizing how formidable his father truly was. If his father suppressed his cultivation to match his own realm, he would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. Lawrence was startled by the power, recognizing its danger and immediately mobilizing his true chi for full defense. Unfortunately, his true chi crumbled upon contact with Jessup's attack, unable to withstand it. Panic swept through the Gideon family as they rapidly retreated. However, how could their speed compare to Jessup? Thud. A hole appeared in Lawrence's abdomen, blood spurting out, leaving everyone in the hall shocked. Thud. Next moment, Jessup struck again, causing Lawrence's knees to spurt blood as he heavily knelt at the center of the hall. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent, everyone's eyes wide with shock. Less than 2 breaths ago, Lawrence, who had displayed mid-stage peak master realm strength, was defeated by Jessup? At that moment, Jessup stood before Lawrence and said coldly, years have passed, but it seems only your age has grown, not your wisdom. How dare you, a mere ant, try to bully me? Hector's voice echoed thunderously through the hall. Thud. Lawrence spat blood again, shaking his head repeatedly. How could this be? My cultivation is mid-stage peak master realm, yet I'm no match for you. How did you recover so quickly? How is your combat power so strong? Lawrence couldn't accept this reality. He came here to intimidate Jessup, to humiliate the once revered prodigy who had once made him tremble with fear. Instead, he ended up being humiliated himself. Remember this, I am Jessup. I am Jessup. Just 4 words, but they sent shockwaves through everyone in the hall, their eyes flickering uncertainly. Indeed, he was Jessup, the war god of Docheng County, who once fought alone against one of the 10 great forces in the capital, the Gideon family. He had intimidated countless young elites across several city counties. Could anyone dare underestimate him just because he had once been injured? That's right, he is Jessup. Back then, Lawrence couldn't even breathe audibly around him. Now provoking him, he got what he deserved. Yuan sighed inwardly. Hee, truly impressive. I am Jessup. No wonder he's called the war god. But alas, despite being Jessup, compared to Flint, you are nothing. A 17-year-old youth stepped into the hall. His appearance caused everyone in the Bailey family to change color, shock evident in their eyes. Flint. Hashtag chapter 237. The battle of 2 generations of prodigious geniuses. Scott. One of the most powerful geniuses in present-day Ingdalthendom. His growth rate and potential evidence in his own strength. Just like him. You're not old, yet you talk big. It seems you've had too smooth a ride these past years. I'll teach you a lesson so you understand what there are heavens beyond heaven, and people beyond people truly means. Jessup stood up again at this moment. Considering your age, I won't bully you. I'll suppress you with one hand, Scott sneered, showing no concern. He had discerned that Jessup's cultivation matched his own. Among equals, few in the entire Ingdalthendom could make him go all out. Jessup might have been formidable in his youth, but now, he's old. At least compared to him, Jessup was much older. As he spoke, he immediately placed his right hand behind his back. Lord Gideon, this place isn't suitable for battle. Would it be possible to change locations? Yuan hurriedly suggested. That's fine. Scott nodded. At this moment, a black-clothed Kyler stepped out from behind him and glanced at Jessup. My lord, your battle with Jessup should not be watched by outsiders. Scott frowned. Do you think I'll lose? You'll win, but as a representative of the Gideon family, you cannot let others see you injured. After pondering for a moment, Scott said, Fine, Jessup. Since you're a heaven-defying genius of the previous generation, I will give you some respect and let you end honorably. Little Fred, you talk big. Soon, I'll beat you into crying. And don't cry to your parents afterward, by the way, I've already beaten them. Today, I plan to thrash both of you. Jessup smiled, waving his fist, maintaining both momentum and verbal dominance. Even Hector found himself speechless at this side of his father. It was the first time he saw his father act so playful. Let's see, Scott coldly snorted. Soon, Yuan arranged a secluded arena for Jessup and Scott. Boom. They began fighting as soon as they entered. Outside, the gathered crowd felt 2 overwhelmingly powerful forces clashing continuously. Which one of them is stronger? Hard to say. One is a heaven-defying genius from the previous generation, and the other is from this generation. Both have been unbeaten throughout their lives. Only the battle will tell. The masses of the Bailey family discussed among themselves. Most of them hoped Jessup would win. After all, the Gideon clan was too domineering. They demanded complete loyalty from the Bailey family, which crossed a line. Do you know who you're talking to? After today, you might need to gather your father's corpse, Lawrence said with a cold laugh, eyeing Hector. Hector glanced at him and replied, you might be the one sending off a younger member of your family first. How dare you speak to me? Worst case, everyone would die there. Once, Jessup went berserk and stormed into the Gideon family, killing hundreds of high-ranking members. It caused a sensation throughout the capital city. That incident still left a deep impression on him, and it was merely because a close friend of Jessup died. Imagine what would happen if Hector were to die. Boom. The battle lasted for several breaths. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Everyone held their breath, involuntarily looking toward the door. What was the outcome of this battle? Leroy Jessup win, or did Scott win? This was a battle between two generations of prodigious geniuses. Next, Scott appeared first. Scott's clothes were disheveled, his face pale, with swollen, bruised eyes resembling a panda's, clearly having been punched. Chapter 238. Father's blue-eyed friend. Gideoner. Lawrence exclaimed in shock, rushing over. This was the first time he had seen his proud son beaten up like this. Hector, however, smiled and inwardly remarked that his father was indeed formidable. The senior members of the Bailey family were not too surprised. After all, Jessup had left an incredibly profound impression on them back then. Even though the rising star Flint had swept through undefeated, it was merely retracing the path Jessup once took. Creak. Immediately after, Jessup emerged. Unlike Flint's grim expression, Jessup seemed calm and composed. His lips were slightly bruised, clearly not unscathed back then. He indeed showed signs of catching up to Jessup. Fighting at the same realm, perhaps only his brother Havelock could compare. Dwight, I disdain engaging with juniors. It would make people look down on me. He deliberately glanced at Jessup while saying this, making it clear that Jessup was bullying a junior. Haha, old man, if you haven't developed dementia, you should know that it was your son who provoked my father first. Subsequently, he got beaten up. That's what he deserves, Hector laughed. Young man, how dare you insult my father? Flint took a step forward, staring coldly at Hector, exuding killing intent. Jessup stepped forward. Do you believe that your other eye might also turn into a panda eye? You. Fine, very well, Jessup, Hector, you two aren't bad. This matter won't end here. The Gideon clan isn't a force you can offend. Wait for it. Once my brother comes out of seclusion, it will be your end. Lawrence glared fiercely at Jessup and Hector before turning to leave. Before departing, Flint said, Jessup, one day, I will cut you down. After they left quickly, Ewan and the others secretly sighed in relief. When they looked at Jessup again, their respect grew even more intense. Brother Sue, be careful. Havelock should come out of seclusion within the next 1 or 2 months, Ewan warned with a serious expression. Jessup waved his oceans, diving into Jessup's arms. Jessup was startled. So was Hector. The senior members of the Bailey family were completely amazed. In their understanding, Brianna was always aloof and indifferent to everyone. Even when she was with Jessup back then, they could see she liked him but refused to express her feelings openly. As a result, Jessup ended up with a prudence from a small town. But now, after 15 years of seclusion, Brianna actually threw herself into Jessup's arms, which indeed shocked them. Feeling the affection of the woman in his arms, Jessup sighed again, then placed his hands on her shoulders and gently pushed her away. I've heard about your story. These past years, you've suffered. Brianna stared at Jessup, speaking somberly. These past years, I have been cultivating, all for the day I can kill Havelock and avenge you. Clank. As she spoke, she grabbed her sword hilt, emitting powerful killing intent. Her strength was at the peak of the middle Grandmaster realm. When they sensed Brianna's martial aura, the Bailey family members were all astonished. 15 years ago, Brianna's strength was only at the peak of the martial spirit realm. Now, she had already reached the peak of the middle Grandmaster realm in martial cultivation. Haha, Ying, dealing with someone like Havelock is easy for me. There's no need for you to intervene. Jessup laughed heartily. Hector learned more about his father's past. Yorker, your father had quite a few close female friends back then. I was only one of them. After a few rounds of drinks, Cassius Ying's face was flushed red, and her eyes were hazy as she spoke. Hector cast a peculiar look at Jessup. Jessup's face reddened slightly, and he said, they were all friends. Friends? Several women were head over heels for you, yet you didn't hesitate to delay their lives, Cassius Ying retorted, eyeing Jessup who appeared embarrassed. Her tone after drinking changed dramatically. AI. Jessup sighed, downing an entire bottle in one go without showing any signs of intoxication. Clearly, his tolerance for alcohol was exceptional. They would come looking for you if they knew you were still alive. But alas, Camila can never be seen again. Cassius Ying suddenly turned melancholic, her eyes misty. How did Camila die? Can you tell me? Jessup's voice turned grave, a serious air spreading around. After sustaining severe injuries, Jessup had someone investigate Daphnerong Lawn but found that she had died at home, with her cause of death remaining unclear. I'm not sure, but I can guarantee it has something to do with the current Ellis's residence, Cassius Ying said through gritted teeth. Cassius Ying, don't speak rashly. Upon hearing this, Cameron and others' faces changed dramatically. The current Ellis held immense power, far surpassing even the Gideon clan in terms of influence. Even the princes of the royal family courted the Ellis's favor. In the kingdom of Ying, there was a saying that any prince who gained the Ellis's support had half a foot on the throne. It demonstrated the Ellis's extraordinary power. If the Ellis's residents learned these words came from Cassius Ying, the Cassius family would be in danger. I am not speaking rashly. I personally saw the Ellis's third son leave the Daphnerong household before Camila died. He pursued her back then, but she never agreed. Who else could it be? Cassius Ying's eyes were bloodshot, almost roaring. AI. Seeing this, Cameron and others remained silent. Eventually, the meal ended. Cassius Ying bid farewell to Jessup with great reluctance, giving Hector numerous valuable items before parting. Initially reluctant, Hector eventually had to accept them reluctantly with a wry smile. Father, what do you think of Flint? On the way back, Hector asked. He is very strong. You must train diligently and aim to defeat him within a year, Jessup replied. It won't take a year, 6 months will be enough, Hector responded. Haha, good. Just like my son, embodying the spirit of my younger self. Jessup laughed heartily. By the way, father, what are your plans next? Hector asked again. First, I will visit Jinchi Prefecture, Jessup replied. Hector nodded. He knew the governor Matt had been reassigned to Jinchi Prefecture due to the issues related to them. Located on the border of Ing, Jinchi Prefecture was a chaotic place where law enforcement was virtually non-existent. If one had sufficient strength, they could do as they pleased. The previous governors have all met untimely deaths. Your concern is reasonable, Hector added. What about you? What are your plans next? Jessup looked at Hector. Hector replied, I promised Miss Cassius Ing that once I reached the Wu Zoltang realm, I would join her in the Lirivine and demonic battlefield. Hearing this, Jessup pondered, Yorker, the Lirivine and demonic battlefield is no trivial matter. There, demons and dark forces abound. Those people are devoid of humanity and extremely cunning. Be extra cautious when you enter. I will be careful, Hector nodded. When I come out next time, I will visit you in Jinchi Prefecture. Good, let's make it a deal. I hope the next time we meet, you'll already be at the mid-Wu Zoltang realm level, Jessup smiled. Thereafter, Jessup headed towards Jinchi Prefecture, while Hector made his way to the entrance of the Lirivine and demonic battlefield. Each prefecture had an entrance to the Lirivine and demonic battlefield. This vast battlefield was supposedly created by two powerful figures from the righteous and demonic paths to resolve their long-standing conflict. It served as a place for disciples to hone their skills. For instance, Jessup had famously wreaked havoc in the endless plain with scorching ground temperatures, as if it had been burned by flames. The sky here was also different from the outside world, completely red with crimson clouds at the horizon. The air here was thin, filled with a pungent smell of blood. This was the battlefield of gods and demons. Hector first took out a map that marked the specific locations and directions within the battlefield of gods and demons. The battlefield was divided into two major regions, the Jayag territory, occupied by the righteous path, and the Een territory, controlled by the demon path. Hector was now in the Jayag territory. Dwight, big brother, there's a newcomer here. Just as Hector was observing the map, a surprised voice sounded. Hector looked up to see two men approaching him. One man was very small and slim like a monkey, with a pointed chin. The other man was much taller, standing over 6 feet 3 inches tall, with a robust build. Boy, which county do you come from? The robust man asked. Hector replied, Brandanching County. To think Brandanching County has produced such a young martial spirit realm expert as you, impressive. Soon, the demons will launch their general attack. It's no longer safe here. Follow us to Jayag City now, and we can ensure your safety, said the robust man. Hector nodded and set off with the robust man and the slim man. On the way, he learned that the robust man's name was Curtis, from Gene Dragon County, while the slim man was named Zeke, from Jinchapal County. Upon hearing Zeke came from Jinchapal County, Hector couldn't help but glance at him more carefully. Jinchapal County had few natives, mostly immigrants from various countries, mixed together like fish and dragons. A melting pot of all kinds of people. Anyone living there were practically outlaws, scraping by on the edge of life and death. The slim man coming from Jinchapal County was definitely not ordinary. A day later, they arrived at a city wall. Below the city wall, several early-stage peak martial spirit realm warriors were conducting checks. Haha, brother Rashad, we're back? Upon seeing a man dressed in red, Curtis laughed loudly. What? You actually returned alive? Everyone present was stunned upon seeing them. Haha, the measly Een territory, brother Jayag and I can enter or leave as we please. Who could stop us? Zeke sneered, revealing his yellow teeth. Everyone looked at them in astonishment but then nodded, inwardly amazed. Brother Jayag, who is this? Suddenly, those dozen men noticed Hector beside Curtis, and were secretly surprised at how young he looked yet was already a martial spirit realm expert. Curtis introduced him. This young brother is named Hector, from Brandanching County. Brandanching County? The Brandanching County where war god Jessup and you come from Brandanching County, do you know Miss Esther? Curtis suddenly asked. Hector nodded, yes, in fact, I've met her a few times. Indeed. Curtis and Zeke exchanged glances immediately. Oh right, brother Jayag, do you know where Miss Esther is now? Hector asked, as he mainly came here to fulfill his promise to fight alongside her. Curtis and Zeke's faces turned grim upon hearing this. Hector sensed something was wrong. Brother Jayag, what happened? Curtis glanced at Hector and sighed. Miss Bailey hasn't returned from invading the Een territory's demon city for half a month. It's likely she's in grave danger. What? Hector froze, asking gravely, where is the demon city? Young brother Sue, my brother and I have already scouted the demon city and found no specific information on Miss Esther. No news means she's still safe, so you don't need to be too worried. Haha, Winifred daring to venture deep into the demon city. It's hard for her to survive. She thinks she's war god Jessup of old. At this moment, a Prudence in red appeared, accompanied by 6 others. When the Prudence appeared, Curtis and Zeke's expressions darkened. Who are you? Hector glared coldly, sensing hostility toward Esther in her words. Braden family, Mavis. Mavis looked down on Hector arrogantly. I see you, and that Esther seemed close. What relation are you for her to still be alive? In the past, war god Jessup only managed to stay for 3 hours before emerging critically injured, nearly dead. So what? A living person should be seen alive, and a dead person should be seen in death. Even if Miss Bailey is truly dead, I must bring her body out, Hector said sternly. Boom. He sped up, quickly arriving at the city gates, which were closed. All around, numerous martial spirit realm experts rushed onto the wall. Someone urgently shouted, quick, prepare defenses. The demonic forces are attacking. What? They're attacking again? How detestable. Do they really think they can breach our righteous territory? Defeat them and show them the power of righteousness. The crowd roared with anger, rushing to the wall. Hector also followed closely behind. Upon reaching the wall, Hector saw thousands of martial spirit realm experts below, each one a powerful fighter. Hector was shaken. This was his first time seeing so many martial spirit realm experts together. In Docheng County, although martial spirit realm experts weren't scarce, they were spread out. Seeing 2 or 3 gathered together was already rare. But now, looking out here, there were thousands visible. Thousands of martial spirit realm fighters coming together. It was clear how formidable their presence was. Zoltan stood up, opened the gates immediately and let us in. Otherwise, everyone nodded in agreement. In the face of overwhelming enemy strength, holding the fort was all they could do. As for the humiliation, it could only be buried deep within until they gained the power to retaliate. Looks like you won't be getting out, Mavis said coldly as she approached Hector. Hector looked at Curtis and asked, Brother Jayek, is there any other way to leave the city? Jace shook his head. Our Jayek ground is sealed by an extremely powerful true law. Only the city gate serves as an exit. So, if they continue to blockade outside, we can only wait to die passively? Hector's expression changed. Beside him, Zeke laughed. Zoltan told Brother Sue, that's incorrect. Although they are loud and aggressive now, by nightfall, they will flee like stray dogs. Why? Hector was stunned. Jace explained, in the god demon battlefield, every night, strange occurrences happen. If they don't retreat to the Een ground, they would mysteriously die. Hector's heart raced. He immediately thought of the soul devourers. Could there be soul devourers in the god demon battlefield too? Attack. Below the wall, the demonic side launched an assault. Boom. Several peak martial spirit realm experts took to the sky, charging toward the wall, with swarms of lower-ranked martial spirit realm fighters following like bees. Bowman ready! The Balthazar on the wall shouted fiercely. Boom. 50 martial spirit realm bowmen stepped forward, drawing their bows and firing. A rain of arrows instantly shot towards the demonic force. Many were forced to retreat, but some powerful individuals dodged or blocked the arrows, closing in on the wall. In the blink of an eye, several peak martial spirit realm experts struck simultaneously. Jace, Zeke, Mavis, and others joined the fray without hesitation. Hector watched the continuous onslaught of demonic forces. Clenching his teeth, he suddenly jumped off the wall, shocking Jace and the others. Is this kid crazy? Zeke's expression changed dramatically. Hee, truly seeking death, Mavis sneered. Meanwhile, everyone else focused on the attacking demonic forces, barely noticing Hector except those nearby. In such intense battles, even a moment's distraction could mean life or death. When the demonic fighters saw Hector jump down, they were momentarily stunned but quickly snapped back to action and charged at him. Thud. Hector's heart raced as he vigorously channeled the 5 organs 6 visceral law, his organs glowing, secret power instantly coursing through his limbs. 3 peak early-stage martial spirit realm experts who approached were immediately sent flying and coughing blood. Boom. Hector hit the ground, causing it to cave in. Opening the sky eye, he immediately identified the weak points among the demonic forces. He avoided anyone whose cultivation exceeded peak early-stage martial spirit realm. Those mid-stage martial spirit realm demonic fighters didn't pay much attention to Hector since he only emitted the aura of an early-stage practitioner. Their goal was to break the city. A small fry like Hector held no interest for them. However, soon enough, a mid-stage martial spirit realm expert noticed him. Within moments of appearing, Hector had killed many early-stage martial spirit realm demonic fighters. Clearly, this was an exceptionally talented youth, with combat prowess far exceeding that of others at the same level. Chapter 242. He is my father. Zoltantal Quinton Fish, go to hell. A demon path expert who had just entered the middle stage of martial spirit realm rushed over, sword aimed at Hector. Brother Sue. Curtis felt a surge in his heart and wanted to rush down from the city wall to offer support but was held back by Zeke beside him. Brother Jayek, have you gone mad? Descending the city wall would certainly mean your death. We're not related to him in any way. Why risk your life for him? Zeke said gravely. Curtis's face stiffened instantly, then he sighed. Just now, he indeed acted impulsively. Alas, little brother, you're too reckless. But immediately, his eyes widened. Docheng County, both surnamed Sue, and even look alike. He must be the benefactor's close relative, perhaps even his son. Boom. Benefactor, in those years I did not fight alongside you. Today, even if it means risking my life, I must save your descendant. As he spoke, Curtis dashed directly off the city wall, and Zeke, his gaze flickering, hesitated for a moment before sighing, ultimately leaping off the wall too. Years ago, Jessup had saved Curtis when he mistakenly wandered into the Vernon Forest. Although Jessup might have forgotten this act, Curtis remembered it for over a decade, hoping for a chance to repay Jessup someday. Before, there had been no such opportunity, but now, it had come. Zeke understood this point, so he didn't stop Curtis. Naturally, he knew that even if he tried to stop him, he wouldn't succeed. Moreover, Curtis had once saved his wife and child. If not for Jessup, Curtis wouldn't have survived. Without Curtis, there wouldn't have been the rescue of his family later. Therefore, Jessup indirectly saved his family. After some hesitation, he charged down too. Upon descending the wall, he shouted angrily, "These dogs dared to kill our righteous followers. This grudge can never be forgiven. Kill!" With his roar, several fervent young men around him, their eyes bloodshot red, followed suit, charging down the wall. Witnessing their descent, many others on the city wall were inspired. Red-eyed and murderous, they also voluntarily rushed down. Those peak martial spirit realm experts, sighing helplessly, could do nothing but follow. For years, they had been suppressed by the demon path, resulting in countless deaths. Bottled-up rage finally erupted now that everyone was willing to risk their lives in battle. What reason did they have to remain unmoved? Archers, join me in slaying the enemy. A middle-aged man in red roared, sending a demon path expert of equal level flying, then leaped down the wall. Several dozen archers all rushed down the wall, releasing dozens of arrows. Everyone else also attacked without prior agreement. Miss, should we go down too? A black-robed old man asked Mavis beside him. Down to find death? If they want to go, let them. We'll watch the tigers fight from the city wall. Anyway, their deaths are none of our concern. We must conserve our strength. Also, the Zoltangwa sacrifice will commence soon. Their deaths here would benefit us, Mavis sneered. That makes sense. The old man immediately nodded, showing interest in the Zoltangwa sacrifice. Zoltangwa sacrifice was one of the most valuable opportunities in Jiaxing City. Entering its grounds offered immense fortune, rapidly enhancing cultivation within a short period. Factor. Curtis was delighted, saying with great emotion, Greetings, Herb. Note, the translation retains names in pinyin for consistency and accuracy as per instructions. Hashtag chapter 243, breaking through the siege, encountering a monster. Pooh. Hector hurled a mid-stage spirit warrior away and glanced at Curtis, who looked agitated. He hadn't expected to encounter someone here who had once been indebted to his father. I will break through. You don't need to follow me. Hector rushed outward, but Curtis and Zeke followed closely, not leaving his side for a moment. Zoltantal benefactor, your father once saved my entire family's lives. I'll definitely help you, even if I die here today. Zeke shouted loudly. My brother died at the hands of these demonic cultists. Kill them. These damn bastards. His ferocity in both words and actions surpassed even that of the demons themselves. He sliced one demon in two with a single stroke, sending blood splattering everywhere, which further inflamed the righteous sect experts nearby. They recalled their own loved ones who had also died in these battles. Kill, kill, kill. Instantly, everyone went berserk, disregarding their own lives as they surged forward, seeking vengeance for their lost kin. Hector seized this opportunity and charged through the fray. Most of the strong opponents were already engaging others, so Hector targeted the weaker enemies. These foes couldn't stop him, and soon Hector and his companions broke through the encirclement. Looking back, he saw both sides locked in a bloody battle, but the righteous forces were still at a disadvantage, outnumbered by the demonic cultists who had more powerful fighters. Without much delay, the righteous forces began retreating towards the city walls, using formations to resist the demonic invasion. Just as Hector was about to leave, he saw a group approaching, led by 3 young men not much older than himself, all having reached the peak of the spirit warrior realm. Behind them were over 200 spirit warriors. It's them, Zeke murmured in shock. Who are they? Hector asked. Curtis's eyes flickered as he replied, they are some prodigies from the capital, including one from the Gideon clan. As he said this, he glanced at Hector meaningfully. He knew some secrets. Years ago, Jessup had clashed fiercely with the Gideon clan, almost resulting in mutual annihilation. In the end, Jessup had been severely injured and vanished. He suspected that the Gideon clan must have acted against Jessup secretly. Thus, while speaking, he kept watching Hector's reaction. But Hector only gave a casual glance before walking on. The Gideon clan has a few talented individuals besides Flint. Not bad. Curtis felt a twinge of thought. Flint of the Gideon clan is indeed formidable. From what I know, he's almost as strong as your father used to be. Ah, Flint is decent enough, but he still got beaten by my father, Hector smiled, recalling how Flint ended up with black eyes. Moreover, during the fight, Flint not only had black eyes but also suffered a few kicks on his buttocks. Although his father took a few punches too, most hits landed on less visible areas. Therefore, Flint had it worse off overall. Leroyd, your father returned? Curtis asked, curious. Hector looked at him in surprise. You didn't know? Curtis sucked in a breath, his eyes glowing intensely. I've been in the God-Demon battlefield for a whole year. Zoltantal benefactor, can you tell me how your father is doing now? Hector nodded and briefly recounted everything that happened since his father reappeared. Though he summarized it succinctly, the events described were perilous. For instance, the Golden Sun Martial Academy defense and the approach of core Gideon clan members, both times could have meant total destruction. Yet, they managed to survive and turn the tide each time. How dare the Gideon clan bully us so much? Curtis gritted his teeth. We'll remember what the Gideon clan owes us and make them pay tenfold, Hector declared grimly. Tenfold? Humph. Do you really think you have that chance? At that moment, a cold voice spoke out. Hector, Curtis, and Zeke turned to see a young Darien, holding a sword and looking at them lazily. Innes, it's you. Upon seeing the black-clad youth, Curtis and Zeke's expressions changed drastically. Hector's face also became grave, sensing an overwhelming pressure and danger from the youth. Zoltantal benefactor, you should run. We'll hold him off. Curtis immediately drew his sword and stood in front of Hector. Zeke silently joined him. Brother, I'm sorry, Curtis apologized, his eyes filled with regret. Zeke replied solemnly, we are brothers. Your benefactor is my benefactor. Since the day we swore brotherhood, we've shared life and death together. Haha, knowing who I am, you should also know that your combined strength isn't enough to stop me. The black-clad youth laughed, stepping closer. Each step he took made the ground tremble slightly, accompanied by a faint sonic boom in the air. Attack. Suddenly, Curtis and Zeke exchanged glances, and Curtis thrust his sword at Innes. Innes sneered, sidestepping the sword with a flash, then slapped back, causing Zeke to cough up blood and fly away. His next step sent blood gushing from Curtis's left shoulder. In an instant, he was beside Hector like a ghost. Zoltantal benefactor, run? Curtis was shocked, realizing how vast the gap between them and Innes was. Both he and Zeke had reached the peak of the mid-stage spirit warrior realm, while Innes had just entered mid-stage. Despite this, the disparity was enormous, and without drawing his sword, Innes had easily inflicted heavy injuries. Hector didn't flee because he knew that even if he did, Innes would catch up. This was a monster who was almost on par with him, 2 realms higher, just a notch below Flint. You are Hector. I've heard that you and your father were monsters on the same level as Flint. If we were at the same realm, I wouldn't be your match. But sadly, your cultivation is far behind mine, and you can't escape my kill. So, you've decided to await your doom, right? Seeing Hector wasn't fleeing, Innes smiled approvingly. At least you know it's hopeless to run. Chapter 244. I will kill him. Young benefactor. Giacomo roared fiercely, pushing his strength to the limit. The long sword in his hand erupted with a ferocious killing intent. Zeke did the same, both of them attacking together. Even at the cost of their lives, they aimed to create an escape opportunity for their young benefactor. Humph. Overestimating yourselves? Innes sneered coldly, raising his hand. With a sudden sound, Giacomo and Zeke spat out large mouthfuls of blood, flying backward. But at that moment, Hector suddenly moved. Flying immortal sword technique. A terrifying sword chi surged forward like fleeting shadows. Instantly, Innes's pupils constricted in disbelief, shock evident in his eyes. Clang. Meanwhile, the injured Zeke suddenly erupted, rising from the ground and thrusting his sword towards Innes's back. Every hair on Innes's body stood up. With his body retreating backward, he couldn't evade in time and was forced to draw his sword, slashing behind him. Pfft. Zeke spat blood again as his arm, along with his sword, flew off. Brother. Giacomo gritted his teeth in hatred and fury, barely managing to rush forward with his trembling body. Blood gushed from within him. Leroy. He lunged his sword at Innes's skull, while ignoring the incoming blade directed at his chest. This was a life-for-life move, shocking even Innes, who quickly retracted his sword to defend, causing a metallic clash as Giacomo's sword met Innes's. The powerful recoil force sent Giacomo flying, spewing blood profusely, unable to get back up after landing. Meanwhile, Hector swallowed a bottle of chi-nourishing pills, quickly recovering some strength before arriving in front of Innes, thrusting his sword upward. Hector. Innes raged, furious that 3 ants had wounded him, which was a disgrace to him. Instantly, he harbored murderous intent, his sword flashing as it stabbed toward Hector. No. Lying on the ground, Giacomo saw Innes's sword about to pierce Hector's chest. Shocked, his men were greatly alarmed. Just moments ago, their young benefactor was fine. Now, he was coughing blood. Quickly leave. Once Innes realizes, we'll all die. After swallowing more healing pills, Hector urged them urgently. Yes. The two nodded, understanding immediately. Earlier, their young benefactor had used special means to sever Innes's arm, giving him the illusion that he could be killed. This technique came at a cost, something Innes hadn't realized yet. Once he did, catching up would mean certain death. When Hector and the others left, Innes quickly reacted. No, I've been tricked by that Fred. Damn. Instantly, Innes turned and chased after Hector's direction. Up ahead lies the Vernon Forest. Half a day later, they saw an endless black forest looming ahead, dark and ominous, resembling an entrance to hell. He's catching up, Hector stated solemnly. His firmament I had already sensed Innes's aura. Leave here. This time, I will kill Innes. Turning around, Hector looked at Innes, his eyes flashing coldly. Young benefactor, you're still injured. Leave Innes to us. You should go to the Vernon. Speaking halfway, Giacomo froze, eyes wide. Suddenly, he noticed visible ripples emanating from their young benefactor, encompassing everyone present. The moment these ripples engulfed him, he felt his true energy flow accelerate tenfold. Sigh. This power is terrifying. What exactly is this? Chapter 245. Black Magic Forest, Iron Tree. The ability to influence a person's circulation of true chi, instantly increasing its speed tenfold. This was just being affected. What would Hector, as the subject, experience? At this moment, not only he but also Zeke could feel it. They noticed that Hector had completely changed compared to before. Not just his aura had changed. Even his demeanor and presence were entirely different. It seemed that Innes, who stood before them, was no longer invincible. Moreover, they observed that when Hector said, "Now it's my turn to kill him," he used the word kill rather than deal with. Could Zoltantal Patron really kill Innes? What had just happened? Both men quickly exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Hector, you dared to lie to me just now. Even if you escape into the Black Magic Forest today, I will drag you out and tear you limb from limb. Innes rapidly advanced. Hector cast a casual glance at him and said, "Indeed, I did lie to you. Who asked you to be so stupid? But now, I'm going to kill you for real." Whoosh. As soon as Hector finished speaking, he vanished from where he stood, reappearing right before Innes. Amazing speed. Innes was taken aback. He sensed that Hector's aura was stronger, and his speed had increased dramatically. Leroy, you break through? Innes attacked with a sword strike, astonished. Clang. Hector deflected Innes's attack with a powerful swing of his own sword, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Hector closed in again, striking continuously, making Innes's arm holding the sword shatter, blood gushing out. Hector's strength and speed were overwhelming, leaving Innes completely overpowered. Upon activating the secret realm, Hector's combat power had already reached the pinnacle of the 5th stage. Foul! Back off! Innes roared, his entire body vibrating as strands of blood energy surged from within his head. He activated a forbidden secret martial art to forcibly enhance his strength. He finally managed to block Hector's attack, but that was all. With a clang, Hector sheathed his sword and switched to a fist strike, delivering a palm seal while calmly saying, "Innes, now it's my turn to kill you." Boom. 5 internal organs resonating, Hector unleashed a palm seal, releasing his genuine intent. At this moment, under the combined effect of the secret realm and genuine intent, Hector's combat power skyrocketed once more, reaching the spirit warrior realm. He continued advancing until he reached the peak of the 2nd stage. In the next few days, I should be able to break through to the 3rd stage of the spirit warrior realm, Hector muttered after sensing the extreme power within him. Battle was truly the best training. If not for the pressure from Innes, he wouldn't have entered the secret realm so quickly again, nor would he have broken through to the 2nd stage of the spirit warrior realm so swiftly. Seniors, we've arrived at the Black Magic Forest. We should split up now. Hector stood up, looking at Curtis and Zeke. Curtis hesitated. Zoltantal Patron, let me accompany you inside. I accidentally ventured in here before and know a bit about it, which should be helpful. I'll come too, Zeke chimed in. It's too dangerous inside. Hector shook his head. Zoltantal patron, please allow me to follow. If you don't let me go with you, I won't feel right. Please agree. Curtis stared resolutely at Hector. Zeke also insisted firmly. Hector glanced at them and eventually nodded. He knew these two were determined to follow him. All right, if danger comes, don't worry about me. You must save yourselves, Hector finally agreed after some thought. Haha, don't worry. We won't die unless we meet our patron, Curtis laughed loudly. Let's go. Hector nodded and headed towards the black magic forest. As soon as they stepped in, Hector and his companions felt a bone-chilling coldness. Even at their cultivation level, they couldn't help shivering, their hair standing on end, as if entering hell. Face turned pale as he screamed. Chapter 246, The Iron Tree Blooms. Hector also realized the enormous danger. His strength was incomparable. In the warrior Laroisipal, martial master, and great martial master realms, he had reached their limits, and in the spiritual warrior realm, he had fully comprehended the martial spirit will and undergone a new transformation with the mystic realm. Just by physical power alone, he was among the strongest in history at his current realm. Even so, his fist barely managed to block the golden vine. It was easy to imagine just how terrifying this golden vine was. Without hesitation, after blocking the golden vine, Hector activated the Eye of Canopy and quickly headed deeper into the area. No matter what, he needed to find Miss Esther. Snap. Suddenly, Hector felt something and quickly retreated. Thud. A golden vine pierced through the ground and rose up, nearly striking Hector. If Hector hadn't reacted fast enough, he would have been impaled from below by now. After retreating, Hector scanned the surroundings and found that over 10 tree vines had appeared instantly, surrounding them. Giacomo and Zeke were also fighting with all their might. Although their cultivation was slightly higher than Hector's, they were now in a perilous situation, both covered in blood. This was just the beginning. Continuing like this would lead to unimaginable results. Strike. His Eye of Canopy analyzed the movements of the vines, hoping to find a weak spot. Suddenly, the golden vines attacked. Hector clenched his palm, forming a field that instantly spread out from him, enveloping himself, Giacomo, and Zeke. Clang, clang, clang. Over 10 golden vines struck against Hector's field, causing intense collisions. Giacomo and Zeke were greatly surprised. The secret art of Zoltantal Benefactor is amazing. It can withstand the continuous attacks of these golden vines. Both were deeply shaken, but Hector wasn't feeling well. Though he held them off, the impact of the golden vine strikes was too powerful. After several hits, blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned pale. Zoltantal Benefactor, enough? You should break through yourself and leave us, Giacomo, noticing Hector's condition, said urgently. However, Hector ignored him and looked around. He noticed that as the golden vines attacked him, a massive iron tree was rapidly closing in from a distance. This iron tree was several dozen meters tall, pitch black, almost as if made of steel. Hiss, it's the iron tree, exclaimed Zeke, alarmed. Giacomo said, Herb, these vines belong to this iron tree. Their main body has revealed itself. We still have a chance. After blooming, the iron tree's main body was far stronger and more terrifying than its vines. Now, they understood why the iron tree revealed its main body and approached them. It had planned everything, waiting for Hector to get close, then use its main body to crush him. Hector was shocked, sensing the danger. He stopped and tried to retreat, but two thin vines quietly approached and grabbed him, wrapping around his body. In the next instant, Hector was yanked forward and swallowed by a blood-red flower on the trunk of the iron tree. Then, the split trunk of the iron tree healed itself, and Hector vanished. Zoltantal Benefactor, I failed you. Even if I die, I'll avenge you. Giacomo's eyes turned bloodshot as he instantly rushed forward. Zeke gritted his teeth, prepared to fight to the death. But at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the center of the iron tree's trunk. Swallowed by the iron tree, Hector faced the greatest crisis of his life. Inside the flowers were fearsome crushing forces, countless spikes, and acid capable of corroding anything instantly. Hector instantly compressed his field into his right palm, forming a tiny energy mass and fiercely smacked it forward. Chapter 247, Cassiuslin's Tomb in the Leon Magic Forest, Eerie. Spirit Burst. Boom. At this moment, Hector unleashed Spirit Burst, compressing the field to its limit and generating an extremely poo. Hector coughed up more blood, sitting cross-legged and using the mystic realm to rapidly heal his injuries. This time, the wounds were quite severe. However, under the nourishment of the mysterious substance within the mystic realm, his injuries began healing visibly. Soon, Hector was able to move again. Zoltantal Benefactor. Master Su. Curtis and Zeke hurriedly approached, looking at Hector with concern. Once they entered the radius of Hector's mystic realm, their own injuries began to heal quickly as well. The three sat cross-legged. After an indeterminate amount of time, Hector suddenly trembled, having broken through to the third level of the martial spirit realm. Though he had nearly died, the gains were immense. According to his calculations, it would have taken at least a week for him to break through. But now, he had done so again, and his foundation was incredibly solid. Zoltantal Benefactor has broken through, Curtis thought, deeply shaken. If he remembered correctly, Zoltantal Benefactor had only just reached the second level of the martial spirit realm after battling Innis before. This breakthrough occurred less than half an hour later. Such rapid progression was terrifying. Hector quickly consolidated his cultivation using the mysterious substance. A few minutes later, the mystic realm closed. His injuries were almost completely healed, and his cultivation had surged to the peak of the third level of the martial spirit realm. Early stage peak martial spirit realm. Now, if Hector encountered Innis again, even without triggering the mystic realm or using true intention Leroyograms, he could still slay Innis. That was the overall increase in his strength after breaking through. We must find Miss Cassiuslin before nightfall, Sui said, standing up and glancing at the sky. The sky was still red but tinged with black. a sign that night was approaching. In the Leon Magic Forest, once it grew dark, the forest became far more terrifying. Even the various creatures here, including the previously spiritized iron tree, would hide away, trembling in fear. It was rumored that the entire Leon Magic Forest was one enormous organism, exceedingly terrifying and carrying eerie forces that drove conscious beings to madness during the night. Many martial spirit experts perished because of the darkness. Almost no one survived until morning, except for a select few like Jessup. Not daring to take things lightly, Hector swiftly traversed the Leon Magic Forest. He encountered several crises again. These crises weren't much different from the previous Iron Tree Bloom, but due to his breakthrough, his strength had increased significantly. Even without the Mystic Realm, he could manage these threats with considerable effort. Together, the three of them barely overcame these crises. Suspicious. Curtis and Zeke swallowed hard, not dissuading Hector since they knew his purpose in coming here was for Cassius Lynn. Seeing her alive, he wouldn't stand idly by. Hector nodded, reactivating the Qilin battle armor and grasping his sword as he slowly approached. The closer he got, the stronger he felt an evil force watching him. That hidden force scrutinized his every move. The tension grew unbearable, knowing this unseen force observed him in the already eerie and terrifying cemetery. As Hector neared, Cassius Lynn, embedded in the tombstone, suddenly opened her eyes. Their gazes met. Hector instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 248. Hector's Tomb, bone-chilling. Boom. In the next moment, Hector was stunned. He saw Curtis and Zeke staring at him, their eyes filled with terror as if they had seen a malevolent ghost. That's not right. Wasn't I facing away from Curtis and Zeke? When did they turn to face me? A bone-chilling sensation ran through Hector, and he immediately opened his eye of the heavens. In the next instant, all the hair on his body stood up. He saw himself replace Esther, embedded within the tombstone, with an inscription now visible on it. Hector's tomb. How could this be? When did this happen? Hector was greatly alarmed, but soon, he regained his composure. Swear I won't be human. Hector gritted his teeth. With strong willpower, he firmly believed that as long as he stayed alert, he was invincible. This eerie tombstone's greatest power was its ability to delude. Those who fell for it would be trapped in illusions. But what puzzled him was how Curtis and Zeke ended up bleeding from their orifices despite not being physically attacked. No, have I been deceived again? Can this devil thing induce a second trance? Hector's heart pounded as he paused mid-step. He closed his eyes once more, completely detached from distractions. Moments later, when he opened his eyes again, he still saw Curtis and Zeke bleeding from their orifices, and the tombstone had new inscriptions. Curtis's tomb. Zeke's tomb. Clearly, he was still under the effect of a secondary illusion. It seems the Leon Forest is indeed as rumored. How did Father escape after coming in? Hector frowned. After a pause, he said gravely, if Father could survive and get out, so can I. Saying this, Hector sat cross-legged and began cultivating the 5 Viscera 6 Fu method, causing secret strength to flow throughout his body. Simultaneously, he cultivated the true intention Laroiogram and flying immortal sword techniques. Soon, he forgot everything. His mind and eyes held nothing but martial arts. He entered his own world, forgetting all about the purpose of his visit and Curtis and Zeke busily waking from the secondary illusion. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Both of you, do not look at the stone. There's something extremely peculiar about this tombstone and cemetery, Hector warned sternly. They nodded and immediately turned away. Hector looked back at the tombstone. Now, the 4 characters Hector's tomb reappeared. Hector laughed coldly. Do you still think you can deceive me? Pathetic. He took a step closer, his resolve firm as a rock. Soon, he stood before the tombstone again, feeling the force watching him but ignoring it completely as if it had no effect on him. I want to see what sort of ghost dwells in your depths. With that, Hector swung his sword, beginning to dig. Quickly, the ground was excavated, revealing a purple jade block at the center, shaped alarmingly like a fierce ghost head. It emitted an odd force that felt like a gaze fixed upon him. Now, having emerged from the secondary illusion, Hector was completely unaffected. Who buried this thing here, and went so far as to create a grave for it? Hector furrowed his brow. First, let me secure it. It might prove useful to me in the future. Tearing off a piece of cloth from his clothes, Hector wrapped the ghost jade and stored it away. Strangely, the moment he secured the ghost jade, the oppressive sensation vanished. Chapter 249. The Ghostly Drawing. Who buried this cursed thing here? Curtis asked, frowning as he came closer. Zeke said gravely, this jade pendant is too bizarre. If someone were to use it, they could definitely catch their enemy off guard. This is a double-edged sword. It can kill enemies but also hurt oneself, Hector concluded. He had just experienced it himself. Once trapped in an illusion, one could not control anything and was left at the mercy of the trap. Although it was a double-edged sword, if used wisely, it could be used to surprise the enemy. Then, Hector looked further ahead. We have only walked a third of the way and almost died multiple times. This Vernon Forest is indeed extraordinary. Zoltantal Benefactor, it's getting dark. Let's find a place to take shelter, Curtis said with some worry after looking at the sky. All right. Hector nodded. He had heard rumors about the Vernon Forest. At night, it was many times more terrifying than during the day. Even daytime made him anxious, so who knew what might happen at night? Thus, they traversed through a graveyard and soon found a dilapidated mountain temple. Is anyone here? Curtis asked cautiously as he peered into the temple entrance. The door was in such poor condition that one could see inside through the holes. Hector opened his firmament eye and saw a few faint outlines of corpses within the ruined temple. Do we enter or not? Curtis hesitated. I'll go. Zeke stepped forward. Hector held him back by the arm. Zeke turned to look at Hector. Hector said, you two follow behind me. How can this be? Zoltantal Benefactor. Danger lurks everywhere. What will I tell my benefactor if something happens to you? I should go instead. Curtis's face changed. Enough. Just do as I say. Hector frowned and ignored Curtis's objections as he walked towards the temple. However, he was cautious. Before entering, he flicked his finger, sending a stream of true chi flying out, which opened the temple door with a pop. Suddenly, Curtis's view widened, revealing 3 male corpses lying on the ground without any bloodstains. Dead. All 3 stared at the bodies. Hector scanned them with his firmament eye and confirmed, dead. He then entered the temple first, followed by Curtis and Zeke. The creak of the closing door echoed as Curtis shut it behind them. The 3 examined the interior of the temple. Inside was a painting resembling a fierce ghost right in the center, its green eyes seemingly staring at them. Just one glance was enough to make one shudder. The rest of the temple was completely empty, very simple yet oddly causing them to be more cautious. There's something wrong with this painting. Curtis quickly averted his gaze after a quick glance, remembering the tomb that had already left a psychological scar on him. Hector, being fearless, directly looked at the painting with his firmament eye and met the green eyes head-on. In that instant, he felt the eyes seem to move, a sensation that wasn't an illusion. Bang! At the moment Hector focused on the eyes with his firmament eye, the eyes moved again, flashing a streak of green light. The next second, Hector found himself on a surface of water. It was calm. On the water floated a white figure. It was Winifred upon closer inspection. Illusion? Hector's expression hardened. After what happened in the graveyard, he no longer trusted what he saw with his eyes. To verify whether it was an illusion, Hector closed his eyes, focusing intently on practicing his boxing routine. When he opened his eyes after a while, he found the surroundings unchanged. He realized this place was terrifyingly real. Swish! Hector stepped forward, walking on the water toward Winifred. But just as he approached, Winifred opened her eyes and saw him. It's you. Why are you here? Leave quickly. What? Hector was startled and delighted, but didn't get a chance to speak before a pale hand suddenly grabbed his feet from under the water. He froze, unable to move. What's happening? Hector blurted out. Winifred explained. Bring us here. The Kyler inspected Hector, nodding. Impressive, very impressive. To have such remarkable consciousness at your age, you stand out among those I've seen. The old man must correct you. It wasn't me who brought you here, but you chose to come in yourselves. Senior, how do we leave? Winifred asked, frowning. The Kyler looked at Winifred again. Not bad, your consciousness is on par with this young man. Girl, you even brought your physical body in here. The Kyler marveled, examining Winifred up and down, nodding repeatedly, excitedly. Excellent, absolutely excellent. Bringing your physical body in shows great potential. You are highly suitable for my 9 tribulation technique. Chapter 250, Baron. Your divine sense and physical body are perfectly compatible from birth. A congenital Tao body like yours has actually been encountered by this old man. Good, very good, excellent. Heaven does not forsake those who strive hard. I have finally waited for someone like you. The Kylerly man with the ghost mask was incredibly excited, and Hector even saw spittle flying as he spoke. Akil, who are you? Hector asked. The old man quickly regained his composure, glanced at Hector and Esther, and said, This old man's name is Baron. I once created the art of 9 tribulations, because I opposed the heavenly tribulations and went through 9 trials. I survived the first 8 but had my physical body destroyed in the last one, and my divine sense ended up here. In short, you just need to know that this old man will not harm you. Hissing, oppose heavenly tribulations? Hector and Esther immediately gasped in shock. Heavenly tribulations, they were legendary phenomena. It was rumored that a Wu Leroy once faced a heavenly tribulation and directly disintegrated. This Kyler faced 9 heavenly tribulations. He survived the first 8. In the last one, his physical body was destroyed. What kind of monster was this old man in his lifetime? Baron seemed to understand their thoughts and proudly said, Brandannering my lifetime. I faced 9 heavenly tribulations. If I succeeded, I would transcend completely, surpassing the realm of immortality and entering the supreme deity realm. Beyond the realm of immortality? Supreme deity realm? Hector had heard about the realm of immortality from the bear before. Above Wu Leroy was the realm of immortality. Immortals existed within the realm of immortality. As for what was above the realm of immortality, he didn't know, and the bear hadn't mentioned it either. Then, Baron's eyes dimmed as he said, Unfortunately, this old man only needed one final step to surpass immortality and enter the supreme deity realm, to become truly indestructible. Is there really an immortal deity realm beyond immortality? Hector asked. Esther's eyes also flickered as she anxiously stared at Baron. Looking at the two, Baron solemnly said, It's unclear, theoretically, it should exist, but no one has truly entered it, at least not in my era. Akil, which era did you live in? Esther asked. She knew something about Iris. She was just curious about which era a being like Baron, who stood at the pinnacle of the immortality realm, belonged to. I am from the Middle Ages of the Xiangu era. In my time, I was one of the strongest beings, and the one who ventured furthest into the immortality realm, Baron replied. I created the art of 9 tribulations specifically to successfully pass the 9 heavenly tribulations and enter the supreme realm. Unfortunately, I was still a bit short. Zoltantal Prudence, I will impart the art of 9 tribulations to you, hoping that you can take the final step and transcend fully. Do you wish to practice my art of 9 tribulations? Esther frowned. Akil, you failed yourself. Isn't it presumptuous for me to start practicing now? Baron was taken aback, clearly not expecting Esther to refuse. But he wasn't upset, smiling instead. Outstanding mentality. Faced with my art of 9 tribulations, you can remain unperturbed. Very well. Do you know what my art of 9 tribulations means in the Xiangu era? He asked. What does it mean? Hector asked. With puff, and were melted away by the illusionary water here, resulting in their demise. You both managed to get here, showing that your divine senses are especially powerful, qualifying you to practice my art of 9 tribulations. Especially you, little Prudence, with perfect compatibility between divine sense and physical body. You are the best physique to practice my art of 9 tribulations. If you practice, you will go further down the path of immortality than this old man. Suddenly, Esther's eyes flashed. Akil, I will cultivate your art of 9 tribulations. Wonderful, wonderful. The old man's eyes twinkled, and a green light flashed within the ghost mask. The next moment, Esther closed her eyes and began absorbing the information in her mind. Hector looked at Baron. Akil, since I'm here too, shouldn't you also impart it to me? This old man's art of 9 tribulations is imparted only once per era. Since she has already started, you cannot practice it. Baron shook his head. Hector was speechless. There was such a technique? Finally, Hector concluded that this was an extremely eccentric old man. Akil, since you are a big figure from the Xiangu era, you must know a lot about it. Can you tell me about the Xiangu era? Hector asked. Baron shook his head and sighed. This old man is just a wisp of divine sense, barely remembering the art of 9 tribulations. As for details about the Xiangu era, I've forgotten everything. But if you can find my soul... Stopping there, he paused. Nothing is eternal, not even a soul. Even standing at the pinnacle of immortality, enduring so much time, my soul would likely have vanished. Hector immediately said, Akil, do you know about the Leon prison? What is that? Baron asked. Hector explained the Leon prison to Baron. Frowning, Baron said, in my time, there was no Leon prison. At least when I failed my tribulation and my physical body was destroyed, no mysterious force took my soul away. Hector was greatly shocked. There was no Leon prison in the Xiangu era? Leroy, that mean the Leon prison appeared later? Hashtag chapter 251. The red-haired monster. But amidst his shock, Hector quickly regained his composure. After all, this was just a strand of the Jameson's divine consciousness with defective memories. It was possible he had forgotten about the Leon cage. Therefore, he did not overthink it, but silently took note. Once there was an opportunity, he would definitely find out the origin of the Leon cage. The implications of the Leon cage were far-reaching. Assuming what the Jameson said was true, it dated back to the near-immortal era and spanned several eras, capable of detaining even the soul bodies of great Jeffries and immortals. Clearly, the power behind her currents flickered around her. When Hector touched her, he was instantly repelled. How formidable. Miss Bailey, you've actually manifested lightning power. Hector marveled, inspecting Esther. He noticed her aura had significantly strengthened, including her primordial power. Your foundation lags slightly behind the young lad beside you. But after practicing my 9th tribulation art, you will gradually catch up until you're on par, the Jameson observed approvingly. Only on par? Esther asked curiously. The old man chuckled. Do not underestimate the lad. His foundation is incredibly solid and deep, ranking among the strongest even in my era. He has achieved perfection at each realm. In your terms, he possesses the potential of a great Jeffrey. Esther was stunned, looking at Hector. She knew Hector was strong, but she never imagined he was so formidable as to possess great Jeffrey potential. This completely exceeded her understanding of Hector. After only some time apart, you've grown so much, Esther exclaimed. Hector smiled. Miss Bailey, you are no less impressive. With the 9th tribulation art, your future is boundless. Now is too soon for these praises. Let's focus on the task ahead. How's your current cultivation? Hector nodded. Peak early Wu Zoltang stage, he replied, confident that few could discern his actual level unless he revealed it. Good enough, wind. They felt cold air rush toward them, sending shivers down their spines. A single red hair floated into the temple. Zoltantal benefactor, scatter quickly. Curtis shouted abruptly. It was too late. Hector drew his sword, slashing the red hair in two. He sensed danger instinctively, but then, horror struck. He felt a burning sensation within, as if something was growing inside him. Looking down, his skin crawled. Red hairs sprouted all over his body, each 3 inches long and still growing. Sis, it's the red-haired monster. Legend is true. In Black Devil Forest, the invisible and untouchable red-haired monsters exist. Herb Su is invaded. Zeke panicked. Get away from me. Hector roared, activating the 5 Viscera and 6 Fu Meridian method. His heart pounded fiercely, channeling secret power throughout his limbs to resist the strange force. However, it was futile. The red hairs kept growing. Snap. His fingernails elongated, turning red like the red-haired zombies, appearing exceptionally terrifying. Why is this happening? Hector's face stiffened, feeling a sense of helplessness he had never experienced before. Chapter 252. Strange Footprints. Hector remained unperturbed even when facing Ayush, whose cultivation was incomparably higher than his own. But at this moment, no matter how hard one tried, they couldn't avoid this inexplicable change. Right, the phantom body technique. Hector's heart jolted. A day had already passed, and he could now use the phantom body technique again. Instantly, under Curtis and company's astonished gazes, his body vanished. He left this layer of space and arrived at the second spatial node. But still, he couldn't reverse the situation. The red hair on his body continued to grow, and if this went on, he had no idea what kind of monster he would ultimately become. Pitter-patter. At this time, Esther launched an attack. Zoltangning coursed through her body, striking Hector. Immediately, Hector trembled all over as he felt electric currents pass through him, his body spurting blood. But a miraculous scene unfolded. The growth rate of the red hair that had emerged from his body was delayed at this moment. Miss Bailey, don't stop. Strike me with all your might, Hector shouted in joy, forcing himself to endure the pain. Esther did not hesitate. Seeing its effectiveness, she continued to wield her thunder power. Snap. Blood gushed out of Hector's body, turning him into a bloody mess in an instant. At the same time, surviving here was truly not easy. He estimated that if they walked another few kilometers, they should be able to leave the Lirai Vine Fiend Forest. But at this moment, another anomaly appeared. Pitter-patter. At this point, a large amount of lightning surged from Esther's body again, striking the road ahead. Let's go. After landing one strike, Esther took the lead, followed closely by Hector and others. But after not walking far, they found themselves back at the starting point. If we continue like this, it won't work. Curtis's expression changed drastically. Hector opened his sky eye and discovered that the path ahead was exactly the same as what he saw with his naked eyes. But he had a strong feeling that what he was seeing was not the true path. If it were the same as before, they wouldn't be going in circles here. Dwight, wanting to trap me? You can forget about it. Hector gritted his teeth and increased his effort once more. Bam! His sky eye emitted a light, revealing purple golden brilliance. At this moment, two pupils appeared in his eye, almost overlapping with his original pupils. Is young benefactor a twin pupil possessor? Jace was shocked. It is said that the emergence of a twin pupil possessor brings a pair of eyes capable of opening heavens, descending into hells, and accomplishing anything. Zeke was also greatly surprised. Esther looked at Hector with slightly knitted eyebrows. She knew that Hector wasn't really a twin pupil possessor. This was just a type of soul technique. Bam! When the two pupils overlapped, the path ahead indeed changed. There were two forks now. One was the path he came from, and the other was shrouded in black chi. On the path covered by the black chi, there were footprints. Senior Jiag, please lead the way, Hector said. All right, Jace nodded and walked forward immediately. Then, something eerie happened. The moment Jace came into contact with the black chi, he actually avoided the path they originally came from and walked onto the one shrouded in black chi. The footprints began moving, stepping forward, and Jace followed, with identical strides. These footprints and black chi are indeed problematic. Hector was deeply startled. Senior Jiag, stop, retreat. Although Jace didn't know what Hector was doing, he still did as told and retreated. What's wrong? Esther asked Hector at this moment. She realized that Hector must have noticed something. You follow me quickly. I can't hold on much longer, Hector said immediately. At this moment, his eyes were extremely fatigued, tears streaming down uncontrollably. He was forcibly activating his sky eye to see things that others couldn't. But there was a cost. He was exhausted, as if he hadn't slept for a long time, and could fall asleep anytime. Bam! Hector moved forward, and Esther, Jace, and Zeke followed closely behind. This time, they encountered no further mishaps. They soon walked out of the Vernon forest. Haha, we made it out alive. This is simply miraculous. Jace was overjoyed. Zeke looked at Hector and said, Herb Sue lives up to being the son of Master Jessup. Zoltank father, like son. Jace also nodded in agreement. During this trip, nearly all crises were resolved by Hector. Had it not been for Hector, they would have died under that tree spirit early on. Hector turned around and looked back at the Vernon forest, noticing a pair of black footprints trailing them outside the forest. Just about to walk out of the Vernon forest. This place is too bizarre, Hector sighed softly, closing his sky eye. He had seen many strange occurrences. For example, the Leon Cage and the spirit devourers that feast on immortals, yet he still felt reverence for this place. The Vernon forest, just like its name suggests, is said to have originated from the body of an extremely powerful Vernon who died in the ancient times. Before its death, it cultivated numerous demonic arts, which led to the anomalies we experienced inside, Esther explained at this moment. After death, its cultivation techniques can evolve into such strangeness. How powerful must it have been in life? Hector murmured to himself. Chapter 253. Leroy averting the enemy's attention. The more he learned, the more unfathomable this world became. So many things that seemed impossible were now becoming a reality. He thought it might be possible for mythology to energy emerges. Once absorbed, cultivation can be boosted within a short period of time. Sun City calls it the Spirit Martial Sacrificial Rite while Een City calls it the Demon Martial Sacrificial Rite. Once the Spirit Martial Sacrificial Rite is over, the Demon Martial Sacrificial Rite will start. If those of the Fiend Path manage to absorb the Spirit Martial energy from the Spirit Martial Sacrificial Rite, they can then absorb the Demon Martial energy during the Demon Martial Sacrificial Rite, and achieve twice the result with half the effort. One Fiend Path expert absorbed the Spirit Martial energy before absorbing the Demon Martial energy, and managed to break through 5 major realms in half a month, explained Esther. 5 major realms in half a month? Hector was utterly shocked. Only at this moment did he realize why the Fiend Path group had gone crazy. If he were them, he too would be driven to madness. For many ordinary people, it would be lucky if they could break through a major realm in a year. After all, once someone reached the Spirit Warrior realm, it became a lot harder to break through compared to previous realms. For instance, breaking through 3 minor realms at the Great Martial Artist realm was comparable to breaking through 1 major realm at the Spirit Warrior realm. Thus, to say that one could break through 5 major realms in half a month sounded crazy indeed. Even Hector felt an intense heat in his eyes after hearing this shocking news. If we can also absorb the Spirit Martial energy from the Spirit Martial Sacrificial Rite, and go to Een City afterward to absorb the Demon Martial energy, can our cultivation surge rapidly as well? Time was what he lacked the most right now. The Gideon clan was forcing him, leaving him no breathing room. His father had only just recovered, and they lacked sufficient strength to fight against the Gideon clan. Since he encountered Innis inside, he knew that there was definitely some relationship between Innis and the Gideon clan. Thus, he wanted to rapidly increase his strength within a short period of time. Giacomo glanced at Hector and sighed. Sigh, Zoltantal benefactor. Ever since you led a team and broke through Een City 16 years ago, no one has been able to breach it again. However, our Sun City has been taken over by the Fiend Path several times. Unsurprisingly, the Fiend Path may once again dominate this round of the Spirit Martial Sacrificial Rite. Zeke also sighed along. How was my father's cultivation when he attacked Een City back then? Asked Hector. Giacomo was taken aback for a moment before saying, late stage Spirit Warrior realm. Late stage? Hector pondered deeply. His current cultivation level was peak early stage Spirit Warrior. If he progressed further, he would enter the middle stage. If I were to obtain Spirit Martial energy, wouldn't I be able to rapidly break through to the middle stage within a short period of time? Hector muttered to himself. Do you have any idea? Boom. After an hour, Esther arrived in front of Een City and confirmed that the defenses here were indeed weak. Hector swept the area using the Azure Heaven Eye and found only 10 men on the city wall, with only one being a late-stage spirit warrior and the rest mid-stage. Boom. Following the plan, Esther stealthily snuck in and revealed her whereabouts intentionally. Upon noticing her, the 10 people attacked immediately. After a fierce battle, Esther first killed 4 of them and retreated while continuing the fight. At this point, Hector was leading Giacomo and Zeke and hiding nearby, making a lot of noise. Brandon's spread out tens of miles while Hector and company dashed wildly. Tisich, surrender quickly. My army has arrived, and your lives will be spared. Esther coldly laughed with obvious excitement. Seeing the dust spread out for tens of miles, the remaining 6 men were startled. There is an ambush. We fell into their trap. Quickly release signal flares and inform the others, screamed the late-stage spirit warrior of the Fiend Path. The demon martial sacrificial rite was soon starting. The Fiend Path side couldn't afford to lose Een City to the righteous path. Boom. A signal flare shot skyward and burst at hundreds of meters high, forming the word Fiend. Meanwhile, Esther disappeared and jumped down from the city wall before swiftly rushing away into the distance. Hector and Winifred hung all their heads on the city walls. Hector even left a message on the wall. Een City captured in 5 days. Subsequently, they disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, the leading figures of the Demon Path who were fiercely attacking Jiag City noticed the signal flares, and their expressions changed dramatically. They declared a retreat immediately. The Demon Path army quickly left. On the side of Jiag City, everyone sighed in relief. Almost collapsing on the ground, drenched in sweat, relieved looks appeared on their faces. Just a bit more, and our city would have truly been breached. Mavis lay on the ground, disregarding her appearance completely. Giustino stood on the city wall, blood stained from both himself and the enemy. He gazed into the distance where the sky lit up with signal flares, frowning. Dangerous signal flares were released from Een City. What happened? Could it be someone from our side attacked Een City? All our people have withdrawn to Jiag City. There is no extra strength to attack Een City. Another Kathy said, standing beside Giustino, shaking her head. They were among the dozen leaders of this mission, all reaching the peak late-stage martial spirit realm. What's going on then? The third black-robed youth frowned. Suddenly, Mavis seemed to think of something and said, Winifred, could it be that Winifred returned? This remark surprised many present, especially Giustino, who coldly laughed. That woman entered the Vernon. That's her. Oh my god. Wasn't it rumored that she entered the Vernon Forest? How did she come out? Incredible. Too incredible. It might also be someone from the Demon Path pretending. We mustn't be deceived. Right, it's possible. Several dozens of people on Jiag City's walls recognized Winifred as she approached. All were shocked but remained cautious, not opening the gate immediately. I am Winifred. Open the city gates quickly and let us in, Winifred sternly demanded. A Yuan on the wall responded. You say you're Winifred, just because you say so? What proof do you have? Pooh. A bolt of lightning instantly struck him off the wall, leaving him spitting blood. What proof do you need to confirm I'm not Winifred? Winifred roared angrily, rushing towards the wall. Clank. Simultaneously, she pulled out a silver spear from behind her back. The spear glimmered with brilliant spear light, transforming into a long dragon hovering above her head. The spear dragon. It's really Miss Winifred. Quickly open the gates. Many exclaimed with delight. But at this moment, Mavis appeared. Winifred died in the Vernon Forest. This woman is pretending and mustn't be allowed in. As she spoke, she waved her hand, immediately stopping those about to open the gates. Mavis. Winifred stared at Mavis with an icy glare. Mavis belonged to one of the 10 major families in the capital, ranking last, and had once been a fierce rival of the Cassius clan during its peak. And it's you again, you man-woman. Do you recognize me? Hector yelled out suddenly. Ha ha, you're just an unknown nobody. Why would I, of the noble Braden family, recognize you? Mavis looked at Hector disdainfully, sneering. I know him. He's Hector from our Brandanching County. Suddenly, a black-clothed middle-aged man said solemnly. Pooh. Immediately after speaking, his head flew off, executed by an old Darien robes beside Mavis. If anyone speaks nonsense again, this will be your fate. The old man scanned everyone with a chilling gaze. Everyone immediately fell silent. Zoltan stood up. You escaped danger because we several attacked Een City, using a feint attack to help relieve you. Open the gates quickly, let us in to fight alongside you against the Demon Path. Hector shouted firmly. Hearing this, many on the walls were moved. They wondered why the Demon Path army suddenly retreated. It was due to Winifred and Hector. Dwight, this person uses deceitful words to shake our morale here. Archers, shoot them immediately. Mavis's face turned pale as she ordered. She noticed more people started believing Hector, even a peak spirit warrior, would be forced back or risk becoming a pincushion. But instantly, her sneer transformed into fear. As the arrows were about to perforate Hector, turning him into a sieve, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it was true. She blinked. She hadn't imagined it. He had really disappeared. At that moment, Hector activated the phantom body technique, entering the second spatial node. Bang! The next instant, dozens of arrows shot through the air, exploding into the ground below. And Hector, having evaded them, quickly scaled the city wall. His target, Mavis, to death. Boom! Hector roared fiercely, his 5 organs resonating as secret power erupted. With a punch aimed at Mavis, he attacked. Mavis's complexion changed drastically, panic in her eyes. Earlier, Hector had vanished suddenly, reappearing already in close proximity, punching towards her. So you think you can kill me? Perfect timing. Recovering from the shock, Mavis punched back at Hector. She considered him merely an early-stage spirit warrior, while she herself was at the peak of 5th-level spirit warrior realm, just a step away from mid-stage peak. Spurt. The moment her fist clashed with Hector's, she realized the terrifying extent of his combat prowess. Her fist exploded, blood spraying as she flew backward. Meanwhile, Hector darted forward like lightning, delivering another, more powerful punch fueled by boundless killing intent. Zoltan's benefactor actually scaled the city wall? Jace and the others were astonished. They never imagined Hector could evade dozens of arrows, scale the city wall, and approach Mavis. This exceeded their expectations. Master Su, you're indeed formidable, Esther smiled as she also charged forward. The archers, intending to deal with Hector, redirected their arrows toward Esther upon seeing her attack. We must join in. Let's all storm the city wall. Despite his injuries, Jace shouted excitedly before rushing forward as well. Whoosh! At this moment, a butt appeared before Mavis, blocking Hector's punch. Spurt! The Kyler trembled, retreating rapidly, his eyes filled with astonishment at Hector. He was at the peak of the mid-stage spirit warrior realm, nearly entering the late stage, yet he was still sent flying by Hector's punch. After glancing at the Kyler, Hector immediately drew his sword. Flying immortal sword technique. Whoosh! Several beams of sword energy, moving like lightning, swiftly enveloped the butt. Startled, the Kyler immediately shouted, "Why aren't you attacking?" Some among the hesitant spurt. Hector launched true intent resolution, boosting his combat power to the peak of 4th level. A loud thud echoed as Mavis spat out blood, rapidly fleeing deeper into the city. The fiends have breached our defenses. Everyone, help me kill him. She screamed while running. Many within the city looked over. Upon recognizing Hector, some exclaimed, "Isn't that Hector from Brandanfin Commandery? When did he become part of the fiends?" Even people from other commanderies, who had seen Hector, frowned, wondering when he and Mavis had crossed paths. However, others sensing no trace of fiendish energy from Hector, but feeling significant pressure, chose to stand by. Still, a few rushed towards Hector. Can you touch someone from the Braden family? These individuals were very powerful, reaching mid-stage spirit warrior realm and approaching peak. Ignoring them, Hector sped up, catching up to Mavis. Grabbing her shoulder, he slashed with his sword. Spurt! A gush of blood spewed as he severed her left arm, causing Mavis to scream in terror. What are you doing? Hector seized her, said nothing, and turned away. Boy, put Mavis down if you want to leave with a whole corpse. Behind him, several men, faces darkened with fury and murderous intent. Leroy's arming Mavis in front of them. This person clearly showed them no respect at all. Chapter 256. The demon sect army arrives at the city, and I killed him. Whoosh! Hector grabbed Mavis and dashed onto the city wall once more. At this moment, the people on the city wall were divided into two groups. One group hesitated, unsure of what to do. The other group, consisting of the archers, was currently dealing with Esther. Hector glanced over, letting out a cold laugh before looking at Mavis. Blood continuously flowed from Mavis's wounds. Her strength was waning considerably. When she met Hector's gaze, she screamed, "Hector, what are you going to do?" "Do you think I would do what?" Hector laughed coldly. "I said not to regret it earlier. Now tell me, will you regret it?" "Hector, I was wrong. Don't treat me like that. I am Mavis." "It's too late." Hector's eyes darkened as he casually threw her away. Mavis flew out, landing amidst the arrows. Several plops were heard as the arrows meant for Esther turned Mavis into a sieve, shocking everyone on the city wall. "You Fred, you're courting death." At this moment, four individuals climbed up the city wall, glaring at Hector with murderous intent. Mavis was one of their own. Now that she was dead, this Fred must pay the price. "Since you four want to follow Mavis, that foolish woman, then I'll accommodate you." Hector sneered, ready to attack. However, "Today, I'll take your head." Enemies meeting face to face made them see red. Instantly, a tense atmosphere filled the city wall. "Enough, we face a greater enemy now. This isn't the time to fight." Yvette quickly intervened between the two. "Any grievances can wait until we repel the demon sect army." Esther glanced at Yvette and nodded. "Yul, your head stays on your shoulders for now." "Hemph, I could chase you days ago, and I still can now." Yul was confident in his abilities. Hector watched the tension build between them but didn't interfere. "Look, the demon sect's army is coming back." Just then, a man on the city wall screamed, fear lacing his voice. Everyone turned and saw a dense black mass of troops approaching. A full 5,000 spirit warrior realm experts from the demon sect. Panic spread across the faces of everyone on the city wall. 4 days, the demon sect had attacked the city multiple times. In the last attack, if they hadn't suddenly retreated, their city would already be razed. "Hasten and send out the signal to rally everyone in Jiaoqing," Yvette commanded sharply. "Yes," a middle-aged man beside her nodded, swiftly launching a signal flare. Boom. The signal flare formed a Zheng character in the sky above Jiaoqing. Instantly, the 2,000 people resting within the city were roused and alarmed. The demon sect only left an hour ago. Could they be attacking again? Well, no matter what, we must do everything possible to defend Jiaoqing. We can't let it fall into ruin again as it did 3 years ago. 3 years ago, the demon sect breached our city, killing thousands of righteous disciples and seizing opportunities that belong to us. This time, even if I die here, I won't let them enter the city. Not unless they step over my body. Kill. Inside Jiaoqing, every able-bodied person, injured or otherwise, geared up for battle. Meanwhile, several powerful individuals rushed to the city wall, each at the peak spirit warrior realm. "Archers, prepare." Yvette waved her hand. Instantly, the archers readied themselves again. The city wall brimmed with determination, preparing for a fierce battle. Even Hector, Esther, and others felt an invisible, intense aura permeate the air. "Hand over the murderer who killed my brother. If you do, we won't attack this time and give you 3 days to rest. Otherwise, today, we will level your city, just like 3 years ago." Below the city wall, a sea of demon sect soldiers surged forward. Among the 10 leaders, a black-robed middle-aged man spoke coldly. Hearing the first part, many were surprised. "All of us might die. By handing over just him, we can ensure the safety of everyone here. Do you think I dare or not?" Upon hearing these words, everyone fell silent. Just a few hours ago, if it weren't for Herb Su's strategy that led to the killing of Brendan's brother and made Brendan fall into the trap, None of you would have been able to hold out and stand here talking right now. On top of that, Herb Su avenged our righteous side by killing Brendan's brother. He could be considered our hero. As a hero, instead of protecting him, are you thinking of handing him over? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Esther berated repeatedly. Haha, I only know that if we don't hand him over, we might all die. Asking me is useless. Ask them if they want to die here because of this, Fred. Yell looked at others, sneering endlessly. Esther also looked at them, and no one dared to meet her gaze. They remained silent. Do you all think like this? However, no one answered her. Do you know who this Herb Su beside me is? Esther spoke again. Who is he? Someone asked. To kill Brendan's disciple, this person must be extraordinary. Many people were intrigued, and someone defended so fiercely by Esther must also be of noble birth. He is. Esther's gaze swept over the entire scene as she spoke each word clearly. The son of war god Jessup, Hector. Lives, how would their families and friends view them? So, they would rather die in battle than live in disgrace. You. Yell's expression changed drastically. This was something he did not expect at all. Elmer shouted loudly. Since that's the case, let's decide everything in battle today. Are you ready or not? Ready. Kill. Over 2,000 people roared loudly, voices thunderous and resonant, echoing down from the city walls. Even many of the demons felt heavy-hearted upon hearing this. Brendan sneered coldly. You fools really don't know life and death. For one person, you're willing to die here. Don't you think it's stupid? Clang. In response, a piercing sword energy surged toward him. At this moment, Hector acted. A flying immortal strike. Brendan grabbed at the air, completely blocking Hector's sword energy. You talk too much. Come and fight if you dare. Who are you? Brendan narrowed his eyes at Hector. I killed your brother. If you have any courage, come up. Hector stood there, sword in hand. You're looking for death. Brendan flared up in rage, waving the war banner in his hand, shouting, kill, kill. Over 5,000 demon warriors at the martial spirit realm roared in unison, their cries deafening. Boom. Suddenly, thousands of archers appeared beside him, shooting arrows at the city walls. Archers, Elmer warned. On the city walls, hundreds of archers also came forward, shooting downward. Simultaneously, numerous demon experts soared up, charging towards the city walls. Both sides were on the brink of all-out war. Thud. The demon forces dominated numerically. With hundreds of archers, they easily overwhelmed Hector's side, resulting in many injuries and deaths among his allies. Boy, for killing my brother, you will die today. Brendan reached the city wall and approached Hector. At this moment, Esther lunged forward. Your opponent is me. Clang. The clash between the two unleashed an immense force, sending several nearby fighters flying and spitting blood. I'll take your head. That head belongs to me. Several peak mid-stage martial spirit realm demons targeted Hector. Hector exuded overwhelming killing intent, with the resonance of his organs reaching new heights. Thud. In the first exchange, 2 mid-stage martial spirit realm experts were instantly slain. This Fred's combat power is terrifying, surpassing Commander Jayek. Only a world-class genius at the peak mid-stage martial spirit realm can handle him, someone exclaimed, immediately retreating. Thud. Just as he took a step back, his head flew off, blood spurting everywhere. Hector darted through like lightning, slicing through the demon crowd. Thud. 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 Early stage and mid-stage martial spirit realm demons couldn't withstand him at all. He was like a lion entering a flock of sheep. Each move claimed several demon lives. How can this Fred's combat power be so overwhelming? Yell was also startled during his own fight. Hemph, facing me and still daring to divide your attention. You're looking for death. His opponent, a red-robed middle-aged man holding a red saber, forced Yell to retreat continuously. Yell quickly whispered, wait, what if we make a deal? Chapter 258. Hector is dead? How do you wish to trade? The Balthazar of the Devil Cult said, his gaze flickering with hidden intentions. I won't stop you. You go and kill him. Then retreat your troops. How about that? Tyson suggested. Fine. The Balthazar's eyes shifted, and he forced back Tyson with one swift slash before charging at Hector. Hold him back. Upon seeing this, Winifred immediately shouted, attempting to rush out to aid Hector but was blocked by her opponent. Engaging her were 2 individuals whose strength was on par with hers. With both going all out, Winifred couldn't break away. Dwightry, save Master Su. Many hearts raced and shot. He was ultimately struck by the Balthazar's palm, vomiting blood as he flew sideways. After landing, Hector was quickly subdued by the surrounding Devil Cult members, who bound him in chains. Retreat. Parker waved, and immediately a large group withdrew. Chase them. Winifred leapt off the city wall and pursued. Many others followed closely behind. However, despite retreating, the Devil Cult still left twice as many men as the righteous side to block Winifred and the rest. No matter how much Winifred resisted, they could only watch helplessly as the Devil Cult carried Hector away. Zoltantal benefactor, Xavion roared in anguish, feeling helpless and deeply pained. Winifred fought fiercely, taking down countless Devil Cult experts around her but found no other way to act. Sigh. The son of a generation's war god actually falls into the hands of the Devil Cult. Watching the rapidly withdrawing Devil Cult army, Yvette shook his head in despair. The righteous side remained eerily silent. Every face turned grim. They now knew Hector was the son of war god Jessup. Yet, they could only watch as the son of a war god was captured. All felt an immense sense of defeat. Clang. Suddenly, a terrifying spear intent shot directly toward Tyson, shocking everyone. Winifred had made her move against Tyson. Winifred, do you really think I can't kill you? Tyson shouted angrily. Winifred didn't respond, only continual cult experts. They all seemed eager to carve Hector into pieces. Hector's sudden attack on their base during the assault on Jayek City had humiliated them deeply. Parker stood before Hector, sword in hand, amid the enraged shouts. Boy, I'll make you understand what it means to suffer more than death. Thud. As he spoke, he continuously slashed, severing Hector's arms and legs. However, Hector didn't utter a sound, clenching his teeth and glaring at Parker. If you think you can torment me through physical pain, you're mistaken. If I wince or sigh once, call me a coward. Damnable, Parker raged. Even with his limbs severed, Hector remained defiant, making him intensely uneasy. Then experience what it feels like to be carved 1,000 times. Thud, thud, thud. Blows continued relentlessly, and within moments, dozens of gashes covered Hector's body, blood spurting everywhere. Yet, Hector kept his eyes wide open, saying nothing. Throughout the ordeal, he didn't even whimper once, causing even the hardened devil cult experts to feel a chill run down their spines. Had it been any of them, they would have screamed long ago. But throughout the entire process, Hector never blinked, as if Parker wasn't targeting him at all. Damned brat, die! Parker bellowed, slicing off Hector's head with a single stroke. After Hector's head hit the ground, hundreds of cracks in his body that he had caused instantly healed, leaving no trace of injury. Then, with a wave of his handless body, the head flew over and reattached. How is this possible? Brendan's eyes widened in shock. The sky outside really is beautiful. Hector lifted his head, looking at the crimson sky. Subsequently, he looked at Brendan and grinned, saying, "Thank you for setting me free. To express my gratitude, I shall grant you the gift of complete destruction." Puff. In the next moment, Brendan felt his body rise uncontrollably towards the sky while it rapidly expanded. The true energy inside him detonated like floodwaters breaking a dam, surging out of control towards every vein and limb. He was like a balloon being continuously inflated. No! Brendan screamed as his body burst with a puff. Both form and spirit were utterly annihilated. This sight terrified all the demon cultists present. The dismembered Hector had come back to life. It completely overturned their perception of humans. Even the legendary Daryl couldn't resurrect after death, right? Had they encountered ghosts? Run! Suddenly, someone screamed. Fear spread rapidly among the crowd. Without thinking, everyone turned around and fled instinctively. Instantly, thousands of people scattered like headless flies in all directions. Hee hee. The resurrected Hector scanned the panicking demon cultists with a "no way." Beside her, Giacomo and Zeke let out cries of disbelief. For a person who had already jumped off the wall, to be mid-air one moment and then flying back in the next, this completely defied martial principles. No one could possibly reverse the fall mid-process. It had overturned their understanding of martial arts. Dwight, unforeseen events have occurred within Demon City. Wait here, do not follow. I will go take a look. Cassius moved swiftly without rashly charging in. What she had just seen was too unbelievable, leaving her extremely anxious. Reaching the city walls swiftly, she smelled the sharp stench of blood in the air as soon as she went up. The smell was so pungent, it was as if a large amount of fresh blood had been smeared all over her nose. Swish. She leaped down from the wall. Everywhere she looked, there were shattered bones and flesh, akin to a living hell. If anyone else saw it, they would surely think they had entered the underworld. Even battlefields weren't this horrific. What on earth happened? Cassius ventured deeper in. The further in she went, the more startled she became. All she saw were dismembered bodies. Not a single corpse remained intact, as if chopped into minced meat. Who can possibly shred thousands of spirit realm experts into pieces so swiftly? Her heart pounded faster. Half an hour ago, she had seen thousands of demon experts attacking Jiaoqing, the city of righteous forces. And now, after half an hour, all the fiercely powerful demon experts were dead. Throughout her journey, she hadn't encountered a single living soul. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't comprehend how these people had died or by whose hands. To shred thousands of demon experts into pieces in such a short time, the method was inconceivable. A moment later, she suddenly trembled. She saw a figure standing amidst a pool of blood in the pile of dismembered corpses, hands behind his back, gazing up at the sky. That figure, no matter how she looked, resembled Hector. Was it Mr. Su who annihilated them? Cassius's heart froze. She immediately started retreating silently without disturbing Hector, because she sensed that the current Hector seemed quite eerie. There was an extremely sinister aura emanating from him. Yet, just as she was about to retreat silently, Hector suddenly turned around, revealing a familiar yet unfamiliar face. I remember you. You're called Cassius, someone very important to him. Tell me, if I kill you, wouldn't he be heartbroken? Hee hee. Hector sneered, and with a wave of his hand, Cassius suddenly appeared beside Hector. Immediately, Cassius felt a force grip her neck, lifting her into the air. Is it possible? Heh heh heh. Did you really think that just by shattering my heart, you could kill me? I am immortal and indestructible. The enigmatic Hector sneered coldly. With a gesture, the bear felt himself immobilized, as an overwhelmingly terrifying force began devouring his soul. Who are you, really? At this moment, the bear was terrified. The current Hector was simply an indestructible being, far beyond his understanding of immortality. Even the immortals couldn't achieve such a state. Who I am, I no longer know. All I remember is that I have existed ever since I became self-aware, immortal and indestructible. The mysterious Hector muttered to himself, lost in some distant memory, with an extremely complex expression on his cold face. Leroy, you come from the mythic era? The bear suddenly asked. Mysterious Hector paused, gazing at the bear, then took a step into the secret realm. This place has some interest. It must be a secret realm he created. I sense a familiar aura inside. That aura was the first thing I felt when I woke up long ago. Unfortunately, it vanished after much time and could no longer be sensed. No, it was hidden by that person. That person, as if struck by a sudden thought, the mysterious Hector's eyes turned fiercely grim. How detestable. Where are you? I will kill you. Crack. Then both the bear and Esther noticed that spacer footprints seemed to sense imminent danger and quickly retreated into the distance. Thud. Instantly, Esther and the bear saw a pair of footprints appear 10 steps away from them, turning to ash in an instant. Mysterious Hector continued moving forward, and soon arrived at the temple where Esther and the others had previously been. He glanced at the ghostly painting, then turned into a beam of light, sweeping Esther and the bear into the painting. Soon, he reached the thatched hut at the center of the island and met the Jameson. Who are you? How did you enter without my summons? The Jameson was visibly alarmed. Mysterious Hector stared at the Jameson. I sense a unique aura from you. You almost reached that realm? You're not that young one. Who are you? The Jameson was stunned. He had seen Hector and interacted with him. They looked similar, and the auras were somewhat alike. But this man exuded an extremely malevolent aura that made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. Standing before him felt like standing before the heavens. Even the thought of escaping didn't cross his mind. Too terrifying. A person like this hadn't even appeared during the immortal ancient era. Are you from the mythic era? Suddenly, the Jameson trembled and exclaimed. Only the forbidden entities of the mythic era could be so terrifying. However, mysterious Hector ignored him, muttering to himself, just a bit more. And Yuida's left hand grabbed his right, and a look of struggle appeared in his eyes. You insignificant worm, do you dare to obstruct me? Roared the mysterious Hector, his eyes filled with savagery. At that moment, both Winifred and the bear saw that Hector's two eyes were drastically different. One pitch black like ink, and the other crimson like fresh blood, extremely chilling. Master Su. Hector. Winifred and the bear were astonished. They sensed Hector's gaze and aura from that pitch black eye. I won't let you harm those close to me. This is my body. Get back inside. With a puff, Hector tore off his own arm in the next moment, blood spouting out wildly. Quick, act now. I've restrained him. Shatter my heart. Hector shouted at Winifred and the bear. The bear flashed forward, quickly reaching behind Hector. You worm, dare you? The mysterious Hector roared furiously. Puff. The bear punched through the mysterious Hector's heart, creating a large hole, with blood spurting out from within. Bang. Hector fell backward after his heart was struck. Master Su. Winifred felt an overwhelming sadness. The bear said, don't worry, he'll be fine. Winifred was stunned, unsure what the bear meant by this. But in the next moment, her eyes widened as she witnessed something unforgettable for the rest of her life. She saw the gaping hole in Hector's chest healing rapidly, visible to the naked eye. In just an instant, it was completely healed. There wasn't even a trace of blood or mark on his chest. Winifred drew in a sharp breath. Is this the legendary indestructible body? The bear looked at the fully restored Hector and nodded. Indeed, it is the indestructible body. So, immortality isn't just a legend, it's real. What exactly is Master Su? Winifred was deeply shaken. I don't know who he is, but I have a strong premonition that his identity is closely tied to the mythical era. Akil, who was that person possessing his body earlier? Do you know? Winifred asked again. I'm not sure. Perhaps another version of him, the bear replied uncertainly. Another version of him? Winifred was taken aback. The bear glanced at Winifred and sighed. People have good and evil sides. Throughout history, some taboo beings, seeking higher realms, would separate their evil selves and either seal them within or drive them away. What you saw just now was likely the evil side of Hector deep within his soul. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, Hector slowly got up. Master Su, are you still feeling unwell anywhere? Winifred examined Hector but found him fully recovered, without a single wound. Hector replied, I feel fine. He then carefully sensed his body and added, better than ever. My cultivation has advanced to the full. He nodded bitterly. He was still far from the peak of martial arts. Afterward, Hector and Winifred began their seclusion. This time, the secret realm Hector accessed lasted longer than before, extending several minutes. Boom. Using the secret realm, Hector advanced another stage, reaching the 5th stage of martial spirit realm, one step away from the peak of the mid-stage martial spirit realm. And Winifred also reached the peak of the late-stage martial spirit realm, one step away from the ultimate peak. Let's go. It's time we return to settle accounts with Justino. Hector stood up, his gaze fixed on Jiag City. He was abducted by the demon sect this time because Justino had secretly meddled. He needed to eliminate the instigator early. At this moment, all the thousands of demon sect experts in Een City were dead, every last one. The attack was even more intense compared to 16 years ago when Jessup conquered Een City. Hector and Winifred proceeded smoothly along their way. Meanwhile, in Jiag City, the spiritual martial sacrifice had begun. The spiritual martial sacrifice was a grand event held once every 3 years in Jiag City, providing a significant opportunity for many people soared to prominence by leveraging the spiritual martial sacrifice. All the righteous experts at the martial spirit realm within Jiag City were excited. However, amidst the excitement, they were also nervous. They knew that on the day of the spiritual martial sacrifice, the demon sect experts would launch a full-flamed, Herb Gideon, Miss Hong. I have good news for you. A massive upheaval has occurred in Een City. It appears that a large number of people inside the city have died. What? A large-scale death? Everyone was taken aback. Yul hastily asked, what exactly happened? Tell us quickly. Fagin immediately recounted what he had witnessed to Yul and the others. It turned out that after he approached Een City, he noticed rubble and bloodstains everywhere on the city walls. He infiltrated the wall and then the city, where all he saw were mutilated bodies. Fearing further investigation, he turned back. He was both excited and terrified internally. What kind of monster could have killed all these people? Hearing this, Yul and the others did not feel any joy. Instead, they felt even more uneasy. To wipe out so many demon path experts in such a short time, whoever did it must be extremely terrifying. If the killer came to Jiag City, their fate would undoubtedly be worse. Now, what should we do? Suddenly, a man in red clothes looked at Igor. Igor frowned and said, if they can silently kill those demon path experts in Een City in such a short time, they can just as easily kill us without effort. For now, we should quickly absorb the spiritual martial power from the Zoltang Wu ceremony. After absorbing it, We will leave immediately. We cannot stay here any longer. Pass the order down. Everyone should retreat into the city. There's no need to continue guarding the gates. This time, even Yell didn't object because he too understood that if these people could quietly eliminate the demon path experts in Yin City in such a short time, they could easily take care of them as well. Guarding or not made no difference. Instantly, Igor, Yell, and the others all retreated into the city. When Hector and the others arrived, they found no one at the city gate. What's going on? Hector was astonished. Do they really not fear the demon path people coming here? Esther thought for a moment and said, they probably know what happened in Yin City. Hector nodded and entered the city with Esther. Along the way, they saw no one. Not until they traveled 30 miles and reached the deepest part of Jiag City did they see thousands of Orthodox Wu Zoltang realm experts standing on a vast plaza that covered thousands of acres. At the front of the plaza stood a huge bronze tripod. The tripod, with 3 legs and 2 handles, was several dozen meters high and over 100 meters wide, making it a colossal structure. At this moment, hundreds of people surged forward, rushing into the tripod. However, shortly after they began their rush, they were struck by inscriptions on the tripod and fell back, spitting blood. Their blood was absorbed by the tripod, which grew larger, from dozens of meters tall to 20 meters high. How infuriating. I've tried over 10 times but still can't get in. My life force is almost depleted. I can't continue, a man said as he sat cross-legged, his face pale and bloodless. Looking at the tripod, his eyes were filled with deep dread and unwillingness. There were many others like him. Haha, I finally managed to break through. This time, having obtained the spiritual martial power inside the tripod, I will surely advance to a higher realm within a short period. A man laughed loudly, reaching the top of the tripod. Just one more step and he would be inside. But at that moment, a flicker of fire emerged from the tripod, hitting him instantly, reducing him to ashes, leaving not even bone fragments. This left the people who continued rushing in shocked and frightened. Some who were about to reach the top quickly backed off upon seeing his fate. However, there were some who, gritting their teeth, rushed again. Many died in this manner. When Hector and the others arrived, they witnessed several dozen people undergoing similar fates. The Zoltang Wu ceremony either elevates you sky high or sacrifices you. As she said this, she looked at Hector and asked, Sir Su, do you dare enter? Hector smiled. Why not? Yell and the others are already inside. If they can make it, so can I. With that, Hector took a step and swiftly rushed forward. Shush, did you see that person? Isn't that Hector? Damn, it's him. God, I can't believe it. Leroy'n't this kid get captured by Brendan from the demon path? How could he still be alive? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've never seen or heard of anyone surviving capture by the demon path. I must be exhausted and hallucinating. F***CK. This isn't a hallucination, it's Hector. Damn, he's alive. Hector's return directly electrified the crowd. Everyone who survived was shocked. They had no idea how Hector managed to come back alive. This was nothing short of a miracle. But Hector paid no mind to this, advancing towards the tripod. He took a deep breath, activating the 5-organ 6 viscera technique. His secret power surged through his limbs, and he stomped hard on the ground, rising rapidly. Esther did the same, soaring into the air alongside him. As they ascended, a barrage of inscriptions flew from the tripod toward them. These inscriptions could not be resisted. Only letting them pass through the body was the option. If one couldn't withstand the impact, they would instantly vomit blood and fall. But when the inscriptions hit Hector and Esther, they penetrated harmlessly, having no effect. SSSH, Hector and Esther actually received recognition from the tripod's inscriptions. Their martial arts achievements and talent are truly terrifying. They're both on par with Igor and Yell. These inscriptions can't stop them. Now it's up to whether they can endure the fire ritual power of the Zoltang Wu ceremony. If they can, they'll be able to enter. If not, they will be reduced to ashes. Chapter 263, Grandmaster Fruit. The spirit martial sacrificial ceremony offered great opportunities, but it also came with immense danger. Most participants failed, exhausting the majority of their essence and requiring a long time to recover. A few were even more unfortunate, losing their lives after failing the trial. For example, the man who was incinerated by the fire sacrificial power just now. Currently, Hector and Esther had received acknowledgement from the runes, giving them hope to proceed further, causing many onlookers to feel envious. Only true geniuses, such as Diego and Yell, had managed to gain entry purely through sheer strength, astonishing everyone present. Boom. Immediately after receiving rune recognition, Hector and Esther ascended to the top of the bronze tripod. At that moment, the fire sacrificial power burst into flames, enveloping Hector instantly. This power tested an individual's physical prowess. Those who could endure it would be allowed into the bronze tripod, while failure meant either falling and grievously wounded or being utterly destroyed. Most people failed at this stage. However, when on entering, causing his skin to sweat profusely, forced to activate the 5 viscera 6 Fu meridian method, his secret energy surged, blocking the fire sacrificial power. Esther, meanwhile, crackled with electricity, transforming into a thunder goddess. Any fire sacrificial power that touched her was neutralized and converted into special energy absorbed into her body. Hector couldn't help but marvel internally. Being able to turn fire sacrificial power to her advantage, Esther's 9 tribulation art was indeed formidable. Seemingly aware of Hector's thoughts, Esther said, the 9 tribulation art is unique. Any energy related to thunder, lightning, or fire can be absorbed by me. Hiss, Hector inhaled sharply. So you're essentially a conduit for thunder, lightning, and fire? Esther nodded. Pretty much. Now, practicing martial arts of thunder, lightning, or fire attributes can enhance my abilities. If I encounter someone skilled in these elements, unless they surpass me significantly, their attacks cannot harm me. Hector mused, I recall that Yul practices an extremely potent electric-based martial art? Esther smiled and nodded, remembering her pursuit by Yul into the Vernon Forest. She looked forward to another confrontation. If we meet Yul again, let me spar with him first. Hector nodded vigorously, sharing her anticipation. He knew that encountering a practitioner of the Nine Tribulation art would be Yul's worst nightmare. Meanwhile, the fire sacrificial power surrounding the bronze tripod intensified, almost merging into lightning power. In this condensed lightning field, Esther advanced rapidly, breaking through to the peak of the spiritual warrior realm within moments. Hector watched admiringly. Compared to Esther, he could only utilize the fire sacrificial power to refine his body, expelling impurities through his pores to further enhance his physical strength. Within moments, his body was covered in foul-smelling mucus which quickly evaporated under his powerful aura. In the process, he finally broke through to the 6th layer of the spiritual warrior realm, nearing the late-stage peak. Just one step away from advancing further. With my current cultivation, even if I cannot defeat Yul, at least I have the capability to engage him, Hector murmured. A day ago, Yul was still in the later stages of the spiritual warrior realm, not yet reaching the peak. Hector and Esther continued their descent. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the bronze tripod, Diego, Yul, and other late-stage spiritual warrior realm prodigies had gained tremendous benefits, breaking through to the peak of the spiritual warrior realm. However, up his sleeve. If he were to play those cards, even the other 8 prodigies would have their reservations. That's why he could still stand here unharmed. Justino glanced at the red-robed Kyler Jacques and sneered. If anyone dares to do that, the remaining 7 will join forces to hunt him down. I believe no one has the guts to offend all 7 of us at once. As he spoke, he looked at Yvette and the other silent celestial progenies. Those who made it here were all top-notch prodigies of Ing State. Their strength was nearly equal, and none of them had a 100% chance to kill the others in a one-on-one battle. But if 2 or more equally talented geniuses attacked simultaneously, the target would be in a dire situation. Therefore, when Justino proposed this idea, everyone present nodded in agreement. Let's proceed as you suggested. We can easily obtain the master fruit by working together, Yvette agreed. Among the 8, she was the only woman. Haha, excellent. Let's do it. Justino laughed heartily. As he spoke, he glanced at Jacques and another black-robed youth named Floyd beside him. I'll go first. May the rest of you cover me, the red-robed Kyler Jacques suddenly suggested. Fine, you go. The others had no objections. He was the weakest here, so no one feared he'd dare swallow it after obtaining it. Then I'll leave it to all of you, Jacques laughed, and immediately rushed forward. Instantly spewed blood, their faces turning ashen. You old devil, you tampered with it. Do you think I won't kill you? Aslan roared in anger, ready to strike. Pfft. Just as he drew his sword, a sword light flashed, and Aslan's head flew off, blood splattering everywhere. Everyone turned to look at Justino and Floyd, fury in their eyes. The duo walked out shoulder to shoulder, standing next to Jacques. You dare to ambush us? How despicable. They knew too well that these 3 had secretly colluded and meticulously planned everything. Kill all except Yvette, Justino said, glancing at Jacques and Floyd, a cold smile on his face. Haha, Mr. Gideon is truly considerate of the fair sex, Jacques laughed, walking towards another Yuan near Yvette. Floyd approached another man, preparing to slaughter the rest. Pfft. Except for Yvette, the remaining 4 offered no resistance and were killed instantly. Suddenly, Yvette struck, her movements swift as lightning. A crimson streak flashed across the sky. Pfft. Jacques' left arm flew off, and blood gushed from his neck. He narrowly avoided having his throat slit due to quick reflexes. Red Emo-chan, you weren't poisoned? Jacques exclaimed in shock. Yvette stared at him with icy eyes, like looking at a dead man. Not good, Jacques' heart thudded in alarm. Astute individuals. Hashtag chapter 265. Don't let him Zoltan. This was a blatant provocation. Unless their trust was at an absolute 100%, they would falter and guard against each other. Sure enough, when Floyd spoke those words, both Tessa and Yul exchanged glances. Now if you let me go, I guarantee that we will all be safe. Seeing their hesitation, Floyd felt a glimmer of hope for his survival. Suddenly, both Yul and Tessa attacked simultaneously, moving so fast that Floyd was caught off guard. A sickening thud echoed as he was struck, spitting blood as he flew backward. You too. Floyd's complexion changed as he kept retreating. Your words are indeed very incendiary, but don't forget, if we let you go and the forces behind these people find out it was us who killed them, they won't rest until they get their revenge. Do you really think we'd let you leave? Yul sneered, advancing rapidly with murderous intent. On the other side, Tessa also approached swiftly, determined to kill Floyd. They were on the same page. Floyd must die. Only his death could ensure complete silence. Damn it, even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. Floyd gritted his teeth, preparing to fight to the death. But at that moment, boom. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, instantly enveloping Yul. Yul was taken aback, immediately reacting, but still being forced back several steps, his arms going numb, seemingly losing sensation. It's you, Esther, and you too, Hector. How did you not die? Seeing Hector and Esther appear, Yul's face paled in shock. Esther aside, Hector had clearly been captured by the cultivators of the demon path. How could he still be alive? Yul, seeing me alive, does it disappoint you? Hector sneered. Yul quickly regained his composure and said sternly, what if you didn't die? I'll just kill you again. He then looked at Tessa and Floyd, saying, join forces, kill Hector and Esther, and we'll split the Grandmaster fruit among the 3 of us. This has nothing to do with me. Miss Bailey, Brother Sue, if you want to kill Yul, I won't interfere. By the way, the Grandmaster fruit is on him. Feel free to take it once you're done, Floyd laughed. Earlier, Yul had been set on killing him. Now wanting to ally with him was laughable. Even without the Grandmaster fruit, he wouldn't join someone as treacherous as Yul, who knew what would happen after they killed Hector and Esther. Yul was a completely untrustworthy man. Tessa shrugged and smiled, It turns out it's Miss Bailey and Master Su. I won't involve myself in your affairs. As he spoke, he took a few deliberate steps back, signaling his neutrality. Esther cast a cold glance at Yul and Tessa, saying, I'll handle them. You watch from the side. Once I've beaten Yul, I'll pass him over to you. All right, Hector nodded, understanding her thoughts. Earlier, they had observed the entire scene secretly. Red Mahung and Yul were of the same ilk. Releasing either one would be dangerous. Only if one was confirmed to be harmless could they let down their guard. Floyd was already injured and posed little threat. Do you intend to fight both of them alone? Tessa furrowed his brows. Come on then, Esther waved her hand, crackling with thunderous energy as she charged forward. Boom. Yul and Tessa fought together, engaging Esther in a fierce battle that left Floyd trembling with anticipation. At this moment, Esther was indeed formidable, embodying a thunder god, capable of fighting two opponents without yielding. Brother Su, how did you escape from the cultivators of the demon path? Floyd asked Hector. Hector replied calmly, Go ahead, I won't stop you. Floyd felt a surge of joy. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. Then, he glanced at the ongoing battle between Esther, Tessa, and Yul, his eyes gleaming. At that moment, Hector suddenly said, Don't think too much. Even if they're all seriously wounded, you won't stand a chance. I can kill you, just like escaping from the demon path. Floyd froze. Esther's confidence in taking on two enemies revealed her strong belief in her abilities. Similarly, Hector's assurance meant he was confident in handling Floyd. Recalling how Hector had been captured by Brendan, one of the leaders of the demon path, and should have died but now appeared here, his skills were undoubtedly profound and unfathomable. Haha, Brother Su, you jest? I had no such intentions. Since you say so, I shall take my leave. Floyd laughed loudly, stepping out and quickly rushing toward the bronze tripod's exit. However, he didn't leave entirely, instead grabbing onto the wall and hiding in the shadows, observing every move. Hector opened his heaven eye and immediately sensed Floyd's hidden presence. Brother Braden, if you want to live, hurry away. Hiding in the dark won't save you. Hector suddenly lifted his head, looking in the direction where Floyd was hiding. Floyd's heart raced. He had concealed his aura completely, using runes and fire sacrificial powers to mask himself. Even a grandmaster standing where Hector was would likely fail to detect him. Yet Hector had sensed him. Indeed, this young man who escaped the demon path was no ordinary figure. Whoosh. Without hesitation, he turned and darted out of the bronze. Damn it! Justino roared. Flames erupted from his body, turning the air around him into a fiery cacophony, yet they could not harm Esther. Every time he got close to her, Esther's thunder power neutralized his flames. After a few exchanges, Justino was severely wounded by Esther, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he collapsed onto the ground, barely clinging to life. Whoosh. At that moment, Hector arrived beside Justino. Justino's expression changed drastically. Hector, what are you going to do? Prince Su, I'll leave this to you. Esther said. There's no point in killing him. Let him live. Hector replied. You're not going to kill me? Justino felt a glimmer of hope. You still have your uses, Hector smiled. For some reason, seeing Hector's smile made Justino's heart leap, but he did not dwell on it. Right now, survival was more important than anything else. Then, Hector searched Justino and found the Master Fruit. You've already reached the peak Wu Zoltang realm. Eat this and break through to the Master Realm as soon as possible, Hector said as he handed the Master Fruit to Esther. In Ing State, only those at the Master Realm were considered top-tier experts. These individuals stood at the pinnacle of the martial world in Ing State. If Esther advanced to the Master Realm, given her talent and combat prowess, she would quickly become one of Ing State's top experts. After taking the fruit, Esther divided it into two halves and gave one half to Hector. You and I share this equally. No refusal. Hector thought for a moment and finally agreed. Next, Hector and Esther secluded themselves to absorb the fire sacrifice energy here. 5 days later, boom, Hector broke through to the middle Wu Zoltang realm, entering the late Wu Zoltang realm, or seventh heaven of Wu Zoltang. Reaching this realm significantly boosted his strength once more. It's time to head out and proceed to Yin City. Hector stood up. Yin City held immense opportunities. Once obtained, he believed he could soon advance to the peak Wu Zoltang realm. Agreed, Esther nodded. After you recover from your injuries, leave on your own. Hector glanced at Justino, who was still lying on the ground, healing, before swiftly departing. Why didn't you kill him? Esther frowned, a question she had been wanting to ask. Hector explained. He has killed so many elites from various factions. Letting him live is not a good thing for the Gideon clan. Hearing this, Esther realized something and looked at Hector. You've changed a lot since the first time I met you. Hector smiled. People must grow. If I remained the same as before, I would have died long ago. Esther nodded in agreement. In the past 1 or 2 years, she had also grown a lot during her training. Upon exiting, almost no one was left in. Hector began practicing the 5 viscera and 6 fu organs technique. His organs resonated harmoniously, and his pores opened wide, rapidly absorbing the extreme Jaic energy. As he absorbed the energy, Hector noticed his cultivation advancing again. Meanwhile, back in Jaic City, people saw the righteous flag planted on the wall of Yin City and were filled with suspicion. This can't be. Our Jaic City flag is actually planted on the wall of Yin City. Who did this? It's been 16 years since Jessup seized Yin City. No one has dared to do this since. Who among us has such capability to silently plant our flag on the wall? The last time Jessup took over Yin City, he led an army. Now, Yin City is eerily quiet. I suspect it's a trap. The evil cult masters might be hiding, waiting for us to walk right into it. Yeah, it's likely a trick. Seeing the righteous flag on Yin City, the righteous side was initially stunned, then came to believe it was a ploy by the evil cult. If Hector and Esther knew, they might not care much. After all, they had given them the opportunity. If these people chose not to act, there was nothing they could do. Boom. Time passed swiftly. Half a month later, Hector emerged from the first deep well. His cultivation had broken through to the late peak Wu Zoltang realm, just one step away from the peak Wu's mused that if he encountered Justino again, he could completely overpower him. Let me go outside and take a look. Hector glanced at Winifred, who was still in seclusion, and decided not to disturb her. Instead, he walked toward the exit of Een City. This was his second visit to Een City. The last time he came, he was captured by Brendan. After being killed, almost all of his memories vanished. It wasn't until the other self within him attempted to kill Winifred and a bear that some of his willpower returned, and he started regaining control of his body. Is he really my dark side? Or perhaps, the dark side of my past life? Hector muttered to himself, thinking about many things. The other self was extremely powerful. Even when dismembered, it could reassemble and revive instantly, becoming perfectly intact, practically indistinguishable from the rumored undying bodies. Through this experience, he felt more convinced than ever that his origins were intertwined with the mythical era's legends. Rumors suggested that such unbelievable creatures once appeared during the mythical era. Regardless of whether his suspicions were true or not, he realized that the next time around, he must protect himself at all costs and not easily let the other self out. If it were allowed to emerge again, who knew what terrifying events might unfold? According to Winifred, that other self immediately wiped out thousands of martial spirit realm demonic cultists after appearing, which went beyond horrifying. It was apocalyptic. Moreover, at that time, it had no real consciousness. If it harmed those close to him, the regret would be unbearable. As he thought, Hector arrived at the city wall of Een City, looking outward with profound emotion. Back then, when he first visited Een City, the walls were the same, but the forces inside were far more formidable. There were 5,000 martial spirit realm cultivators alone, a gathering of such power that they could easily capture Brandanching Commandery. In Brandanching Commandery, even a martial spirit realm cultivator was considered a great expert. Take the former governor Matt as an example. Despite being the head of the region, his cultivation was only at the half-step master level. As for the leaders of other top-tier powers, their cultivation was merely at the peak of martial spirit realm. And martial spirit realm experts could establish fairly powerful families or sects in Brandanching Commandery, even acting as deans or top mentors in Jean Jiag Martial Academy. Imagine if 5,000 demonic martial spirit realm experts ambushed Brandanching Commandery. The commandery would immediately face dire straits. This time, losing 5,000 martial spirit realm experts severely weakened the demonic path. In the coming years, they would likely be suppressed by the righteous path on the lead targeted his father. Look, isn't that Hector? Just then, not far from Een City, a few martial spirit realm experts sent by the righteous path looked toward Een City. They saw Giri standing on the city wall, bearing a resemblance to Hector. Next to Hector, the righteous banner fluttered in the wind. Hiss, it's him. How can he be standing on the wall of Een City? Has Een City truly been breached? It's hard to say. Perhaps he defected and secretly collaborated with demonic experts, luring us here so we'd walk straight into a trap. That's possible. After all, this guy was captured by Brendan, a leader among the demonic. How could someone taken by the demonic possibly survive unless they defected? Let's wait and see. The group whispered among themselves. Just then, Hector saw them, paused briefly, and vanished from the wall. Not good, he spotted us. Quick run. One person turned pale and hurriedly fled. Where are you all going? Hector's voice suddenly echoed in their ears as they turned away. Instantly, they were terrified. The next moment, Hector appeared before them, smiling. The group felt as though struck by lightning, sweating profusely. Moments earlier, they were a kilometer away. Within mere breaths, he caught up with them. Hector's strength now far exceeded what it was during the recent battle between righteous and... Hector interrupted, darkening his expression. These people really went further and further off base. Dwight killed Dark Path warriors and placed those flags yourself? Another man in a blue robe sneered. Do you think we're fools? Do you know that there are 5,000 Dark Path experts here? How can one person confront them? How else could you survive except by betraying us? Hector froze, finally understanding why these people thought he had betrayed them. In theory, he indeed couldn't confront 5,000 Dark Path experts. But, some things, he couldn't explain. Misunderstanding from these people was normal. You few, come into the city and see for yourselves, Hector said. Dwight Hector, a scholar may be killed but never humiliated. Kill if you wish to, but making us join the Dark Path, dream on. The Magdalena gritted her teeth, ready to die rather than surrender. The other two felt the same way. If you won't drink this bitter wine, and you refuse to join the enemy, don't blame me for being rude. Hector spoke coldly, grabbing out with his hand, sending out a massive surge of power, flinging the two others away. At the same time, he grabbed the Magdalena, flashing towards the city wall. Go back and tell them, I am waiting for them in Een City. Those who don't dare come are cowards. Damn you, Hector. You dare to capture Ginger. At this moment, she fully confirmed that the Dark Path experts were indeed all dead, and they died miserably, turned into shattered pieces. To achieve this, even grandmasters would find it extremely difficult. After all, among 5,000 people, someone might escape. No one could stop them all. So, how did they die? Finally, she looked at Hector, her eyes filled with suspicion. Hector shrugged and released Ginger, saying, I killed them. Do you believe it? Ginger froze, then shook her head. Master Su, don't joke. No matter how strong you are, you couldn't have killed all of them. Before, I was a traitor, now I'm Master Su. Am I innocent now? Hector looked at Ginger with a half smile. Ginger froze, immediately sensing Hector's hidden meaning, her face flushing. She laughed bitterly. Sorry, that's enough. Hector waved his hand. You can leave now. As they spoke, Hector and Ginger arrived at the deep well. Inside the deep well, yang energy was continuously surging, stunning Ginger. Hiss, this is the Dark Path Supreme Yang Deep Well. I've only heard stories about it, never expecting it to be this dense with yang energy. Ginger's eyes shone brightly, wanting to rush forward disregarding decorum if Hector weren't here. Master Su, can I? No. Hector immediately shook his head. Ginger's eyes dimmed. Now go to Jiax City immediately and find 2 people for me. If you can find them, I'll let you occupy a deep well, Hector suddenly said. Ginger's eyes lit up. Whom are you looking for? Unknowingly, she treated Hector with exceptional respect. Rhonda, Aya, bring them here, and I'll give you a deep well. Okay, I'll go right away. Ginger eagerly turned and left. If she could occupy a deep well, she could quickly break through to the late-stage martial spirit realm within a short period. She was grateful that Hector brought her to Yi City, giving her the opportunity to occupy a deep well first. She had to hurry back fast. Delay would invite changes. Wait, they won't believe you going like this. Bring this message to them. Hector recounted a secret known only to himself and Rhonda, telling Ginger. Ginger nodded and hurriedly left. Watching Ginger's departing figure, Hector smiled. I wonder how Miss Dwight's cultivation is now? When he left, Rhonda was already a martial spirit realm expert. Almost 2 months later, Rhonda should have entered the divine and demon battlefield too. Meanwhile, on the righteous side, there was turmoil brewing. Hector, son of the legendary warrior Jessup, had betrayed the righteous path, joining the dark path. Instantly, the entire Jiax City stirred with chaos. Chapter 269. You qualify to kill me? How despicable. Jessup is a hero of our god-demon battlefield, yet his son has joined the demonic path. This is an unparalleled humiliation. This traitor deserves a miserable death, someone else cursed. As I thought, he couldn't possibly return alive from the demon side. Turns out, he really did join the demon race and even captured people from our righteous path. He raised our flags on Yincheng, luring us to attack, planning to capture all of us. His heart is truly evil. At this moment, everyone on the righteous side roared in anger. In their minds, Hector was already branded as a traitor who had joined the demons. Meanwhile, Rhonda, Jarvis, and Aya, who had entered the god-demon battlefield 5 days ago, also learned of the news. This is impossible. Lord Su would never betray our righteous path. Rhonda immediately shook her head in denial. Having fought alongside Hector several times, she knew him best. Even if captured by the demons, Hector would never betray us to save his life, she added firmly. Dwight, those 2 must be spies for the demon forces, trying to stir discord between Hector and the righteous path. Or they might be from the Gideon clan, Aya frowned, speculating. Where are those 2? Let's go kill them, Jarvis said straightforwardly. Despite his age, his resolve remained strong. Let's go to Jiaxing, Aya suddenly suggested. All right, they decided and prepared to leave the city. Some of you look at these 3. They have close ties with Hector. That old man is Jarvis from Jinyang Academy, who guided Hector when he first joined the academy. The Alexandria is Rhonda, a close ally of Hector. We should capture them and bring them to Yincheng, killing them in front of Hector to vent our righteous anger, someone proposed, eyeing Rhonda. Yes, capture them. Many agreed, echoing the suggestion. What are you going to do? Jarvis's face changed. Suddenly, a group surrounded them, led by Floyd, whom Hector had spared half a month ago. His cultivation was now fully recovered. What to do? Floyd sneered. Hector betrayed our righteous path. Since you're so close to him, you must be accomplices. Capture them and take them to Yincheng. The group nodded, swarming over them. Outnumbered, the trio was quickly subdued. Meanwhile, Ginger returned to Jiaxing and saw this scene, feeling her heart sink. She turned around immediately, determined to inform Hector. She knew explanations wouldn't help. Only witnessing it himself could prove Hector's innocence. Ginger reached Yincheng before anyone else, recounting what she saw. Hector's eyes darkened, filled with murderous intent. Floyd, you ungrateful scoundrel, free. Lord Su, don't mind us. Rhonda shouted. A palm struck Rhonda, causing her to spew blood. Hector's eyes turned bloodshot. Floyd, you seek death? Roaring, Hector dashed off the wall toward Floyd. Seeing Hector approach, the group immediately surrounded him. I sensed the master fruit on him. Attack together, kill him. Floyd instructed the Peak Wu Zoltang cultivators. They instantly charged at Hector, who smirked, preparing to fight back. Suddenly, Floyd unsheathed his sword and aimed at Rhonda. You dare? Hector roared, dashing towards Floyd. But then, Floyd laughed, a sinister glint in his eyes. The sword meant for Rhonda suddenly changed direction, aiming at Hector. Hector, die. The sword pierced through Hector instantly. Haha, Hector, you died well. Now the master fruit is mine. But his laughter froze. His sword passed through Hector without a drop of blood, just a shadow. Thud. Realizing the danger too late, Floyd trembled as a terrifying sword chi erupted like lightning, slicing off his right arm in a burst of blood, shocking everyone. Khalil to kill me, Floyd? You're not qualified. His icy voice, filled with disdain, combined with the spurting blood and severed arm, created a shocking scene that chilled everyone to the bone. Chapter 270. Near Masterclass Combat Power. Floyd was a prodigy whose cultivation had reached the peak of the martial spirit realm. He was one of the leading figures in this righteous god magic battlefield. Yet, such a formidable powerhouse had his arm severed by Hector in an instant. Suddenly, the 24 people nearby, ready to launch their assault, were all struck by Hector's formidable combat power. Even Floyd was greatly startled. Shock and rage surged within him. Hector's strength had actually become this powerful. Any of you who don't want to die should scram. Hector swept his gaze over them. Instantly, they were so terrified that they turned around and fled. Darn it, brat, I will not let you off. Floyd turned to leave. Humph, you no longer have the chance. Hector sneered and swiftly caught up with him. If you wish to kill me, you must also be prepared to pay the price. Sensing the approaching killing intent, Floyd clenched his teeth and quickly turned around. A terrifying jet of refined blood spewed from his mouth, forming an extremely powerful blood sword, carrying almost masterclass strength, rushing towards Hector. This was a forbidden technique. Using refined blood as the catalyst, once it erupted, it could unleash several times one's own combat power. However, there was a drawback. Once used, recovery would take years at least. To kill Hector, Floyd had already gone all out. Oh no, that Fred has actually employed a forbidden technique from secret martial arts. Sue Fred, get out of the way. Larrowing Chuanxiu turned pale and screamed hoarsely. Hector was the future of their Golden Sun Martial Academy. He absolutely couldn't be lost. As for Rhonda and Aya, their faces also turned deathly white in shock. At this moment, however, Hector didn't dodge but stared at the near masterclass blood sword. His eyes gleamed with fervor. He wanted to see how he compared against masterclass power after breaking through to the peak late-stage martial spirit realm. Boom. Hector activated the 5 Viscera 6 Bowels technique, causing his organs to resonate and emit purple light. This purple light was all secret power erupting from his pores. At the same time, Hector formed a fist seal, and the secret power inside his body erupted instantly. In a flash, he consecutively executed the first diagram, second diagram, and third diagram of the True Intention Laroiagram. His combat power soared past 4th rank, reaching 5th rank. At this moment, he delivered his most potent strike since his breakthrough. Boom. The force of his punch seemed to shake heaven and earth, causing the surrounding ground to instantly collapse. An alarming wave of energy laid. It definitely approaches the level of a genuine master, right? Even if he can't defeat a master, he can at least hold his own for one move. And beside her, Aya, sensing the terror of Hector's move, nodded in agreement, adding, almost as good as my father. Her father was the governor of Hilton County, with cultivation reaching half-step master. In terms of talent, he surpassed ordinary geniuses. Still, his overall combat power was about equal to Hector's. In other words, Hector's current strength was on par with her father. Thinking back to when she first met Hector, he had just joined the Dragon Boat Festival in Hilton County. That was only 3 months ago. Back then, Hector had barely entered the Grand Warrior realm. Who could have predicted he would grow to such a terrifying level in just 3 months? No one could have foreseen it. Now, if Hector left the God Magic battlefield and appeared in Hilton County, he would be one of its top martial powers. And considering his age, he was only 16. Reaching half-step master-level strength at 16 years old was awe-inspiring. Such terrifying potential and formidable combat power deeply shocked everyone. Lord Su is no less than the great Jessup god of war ever was. Indeed, like father, like son, Rhonda marveled inwardly. Meanwhile, Aya, after initially pausing, suddenly felt a surge of pride in her eyes, watching Hector. She recalled their first meeting when they entered the Hilton County secret realm together. Back then, Hector's strength was not even on par with hers. But in just half a year. Initially, Hector was merely a small martial artist, but now he had grown to this level. She watched every step of his progress, finding greater joy in his advancement than in her own breakthroughs. Congratulations, Lord Su. Rhonda smiled and walked forward. Miss Dwighta, you are injured. Don't move. Sit down, and I'll help heal your injuries, Hector said immediately. Rhonda nodded and sat cross-legged. They all say you betrayed the righteous side, but I don't believe it. Hector placed his hands on Rhonda's back, feeling her smooth skin like jade. He channeled his true energy into her body, smiling. How do you know I didn't betray the righteous side? Because you are Hector, Rhonda replied without hesitation. Hector paused, and then his smile widened. They had fought side by side many times. Indeed, he hadn't misjudged her. Oh right, Lord Su, in the future, please call me Florence, not Miss Dwighta. Chapter 271. Gideon Ao Bing leads. The Orthodox launches a major counteroffensive. All right, Florence. Hector nodded. Given his history of fighting alongside Rhonda multiple times, there was no need for the sight still struck a deep chord within them. They descended into the deep well to absorb the ultimate Jaic power, enhancing their strength. Rhonda had already surpassed Aya with her potential after 2 transformations, and she was now on par with Winifred before the latter obtained the 9 Tribulation skill. She absorbed the ultimate Jaic power quickly and, already at the peak early Wu Zoltang realm, advanced several levels within half a month, reaching the peak mid Wu Zoltang realm, just 1 step away from the late stage. Aya also made significant progress, breaking through to the peak early Wu Zoltang realm. Jarvis reached the peak early Wu Zoltang realm as well. His potential was average at best, but achieving this level at his age was commendable. Meanwhile, back in Jiaoqing, the news of Xiao Braden's death by Hector's hand spread like wildfire, causing a great upheaval. Whoa, Xiao Braden is dead? Unbelievable. That guy was a peak Wu Zoltang realm expert. How could Hector have defeated him? At this rate, if he leads the demon path experts against us, we can't possibly resist. Even Xiao Braden couldn't match him. This kid joining the demon path isn't good news for us. The news cast a heavy shadow over Jiaoqing. Xiao Braden was one of their strongest. His death was a huge blow to their morale. In the crowd, Elmer appeared and uttered a few words that instantly lifted everyone's spirits. In 3 days, 3 prodigies each from the Gideon clan and my Hong clan will arrive at the Liu Irvine demon battlefield. At that time, we will launch a full-scale attack. Her words were like a lifeline for them. Haha, how many are they bringing? Someone asked excitedly. Elmer replied, about 100, all at least late Wu Zoltang realm. Finally, we can launch a counterattack? Hector, for betraying the orthodox path, you'll pay the price. Everyone was filled with determination, eyes locked on Yincheng, imagining the scene of capturing Hector. 3 days later, on the 3rd day, Yul returned, accompanied by 5 others whose power and aura matched his own. One of them bore a resemblance to Flint. He was Flint's younger brother, Court. At peak Wu Zoltang realm, he had once reached the limit in Wu Tu, Wu Shi, and De Wu Shi realms, making him an exceptionally powerful genius. Even in the Ying Daltondom, spanning dozens of counties, he was considered an outstanding talent. Everyone believed that Court's future achievements would not fall short of his Kyler brother, Flint. Leading over 100 experts beyond the late Wu Zoltang realm, his arrival invigorated the entire Jiaoqing. Hector betrayed our orthodox path. Once captured, he'll be executed ruthlessly, Court declared loudly from the city wall. looking down at the eager crowd below. Kill Hector to avenge Herb Floyd. Anyone who dares betray the orthodox path must die. Thousands roared in unison, the sound shaking the heavens. Move out. With a wave of his hand, Court led the massive army toward Yincheng. Winifred, Hector, you too will pay for what you've done. Yul gritted his teeth, glaring at Yincheng. Had it not been for Hector and Winifred, he wouldn't have lost the master fruit. They were his mortal enemies, and this time, they must die a painful death. Arriving at Yincheng, they found no trace of the demon path, only a flag of the orthodox path on the city wall. What's going on? Court and the others furrowed their brows. Yul said, the demon path is probably lying in ambush, ready to strike as soon as we climb the wall. Elmer nodded in agreement. Dwight, I'll go first. You wait here. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves, Court sneered, preparing to ascend the city wall. At this moment, Nate spoke. I'll go with you. No need. Just a city wall won't stop me. Court shook his head confidently and soared upward under the watchful eyes of thousands of orthodox experts. Initially, they expected Court to face resistance. Weapons tightened. They prepared to assist him. However, the next moment, they froze. Court ascended the wall effortlessly, standing motionless on top, as if turned to stone. This went on for 3 breaths. What did he see? Someone asked in shock. Someone asked, looking at Court. The moment these words were spoken, everyone turned to Court. The Gideon family alone had dozens of master-level experts and was an exceedingly powerful clan, ranking among the top 10 strong clans in the Ingdalthendom. Even the royal family treated the Gideon family with respect. It was evident just how formidable the Gideon family's influence was within the Ingdalthendom. Court frowned and shook his head. A master-level expert, if killing warriors, spirit realm warriors, would leave them utterly defenseless. But what? Everyone's hearts clenched. Court replied gravely, if thousands try to escape, even a peak master would struggle to kill more than 100 or 2. To kill thousands entirely is almost impossible, even for a grandmaster. Everyone was startled. If even a grandmaster couldn't wipe out thousands of warrior spirit realm experts, doesn't that mean the killers surpass the grandmaster realm? There are no Daltons in today's Ingdalthendom, nor can such supreme figures enter the battlefield of gods and demons. This battlefield was established by 2 sages from the righteous and demonic paths, and each county has one. When the 2 leaders opened this battlefield, they set restrictions, allowing only warrior spirit realm warriors to enter, intending to cultivate the younger generation. Could it be a sage who has cultivated a holy domain? Someone suddenly suggested. There's a possibility, Court nodded. A sage who cultivates a holy domain could easily trap thousands, preventing any escape. However, such grand figures wouldn't stoop to attacking mere warrior spirit realm ants, so it's unlikely to be a sage. If not a sage or master-level expert, who else could it be? Many people fell into silence. Court remarked, no matter who it is, that powerhouse only killed the demonic path and hasn't harmed us, showing no ill intentions towards us. We should go in. Yes, we should go in. The demonic path's fortune this time will also be ours. By now, the extremist solar well should be erupting, someone said excitedly. Haha, let's go. Everyone rejoiced. Thousands of demonic path experts were all dead. They could seize the demonic path's fortune effortlessly. This felt like a gift falling from the sky. However, Yul remained tense, knowing Hector and others arrived here over half a month ago. Calculating the timeline, Hector must have already seized the fortune. Many shared this thought. At that moment, Hector, who was protecting Winifred and others outside Yin City, suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a large number of auras entering the city, all from the righteous path. It seems they're of my knee? Hector sneered and suddenly lunged forward. I'll kill him. Cousin Ao Bing, watch from the side. Killing him doesn't require your hands, Yul yelled. Fine, finish quickly. Court nodded, then vanished into a nearby deep well. Meanwhile, others couldn't contain themselves and rushed towards the remaining wells. Since there were only a few deep wells, thousands immediately engaged in fierce combat to gain the first opportunity. Within moments, rivers of blood flowed, and dozens fell dead. Hector, die. Inferno of all creation. Yul roared, transforming into a fiery figure and charging at Hector. As he moved, the dozens surrounding him screamed in terror, burned alive. Hashtag chapter 273, Exploding Henley. Henley was incredibly powerful. In the Daltendom of Ing, he was renowned as a prodigy. Among the younger generation of the Gideon clan, he ranked within the top 10. He had already reached the peak in both the martial Laroisipal and martial master realms, and had nearly stepped into the pinnacle of the great martial master realm, making his combat strength formidable. Few could defeat him at the same cultivation level. Especially when he unleashed his skill, everything burnt to ash. Almost no one dared to approach him. Sure enough, after charging forward recklessly, the dozen or so people who approached all screamed as they were blasted away, covered in blood. The situation was on the verge of erupting, utterly terrifying. Boom. Hector formed a fist seal and launched a punch directly upward. With a bang, flames surged out, transforming into dozens of fiery tendrils that scattered everywhere. Many nearby spectators recoiled in shock. Hector frowned. While his punch managed to disperse some of the flames, a large amount of fire energy surged towards him, burning through his true chi and threatening to ignite his entire body. Hector, today I will burn you into ashes. Henley roared, carrying a wave of blazing flames that instantly engulfed Hector. Thud. Hector's internal organs resonated, emitting light and heat. Secret power surged through his limbs, exploding with strength. In an instant, he unleashed the first true intention Laroiogram with a poo sound, striking the roaring Henley, causing him to spurt blood and retreat. Just you? Far from it, Hector advanced step by step. Kill. Henley bellowed, his black hair igniting into red flames, standing on end like individual flames. With a wave of his hand, the flames around him condensed into a crimson spear that tore through space, aiming straight for Hector, producing a... Upon encountering the blood, the flames instantly exploded. A massive explosion erupted where Hector stood, releasing torrents of chaotic energy storms. Many surrounding spectators were blown back, their faces filled with terror. Such a terrifying Hindley seemed almost invincible. Even from a distance, the crowd felt the intensity. What about Hector, who was at the center of the explosion? Hector must be dead, right? Many thought in their hearts. Hector naturally sensed the danger and used the phantom body technique at the critical moment to dodge the strongest attack. His figure flashed and instantly appeared before Hindley. The immense energy expenditure left Hindley trembling, but a cruel smile spread across his face. Hector, did you not expect it? Even when suppressed by Winifred last time, I did not use my full strength. I reserved it for this moment, surprising both of you. But immediately, his smile vanished, replaced by horror as a figure, like a streak of light, rapidly appeared beside him. None other than Hector. Hector, you're not dead? How is this possible? As he shouted, he quickly retreated. His cultivation was higher than Hector's, and he had reached the peak in 2 previous realms. This time, he had even utilized a forbidden secret art, significantly boosting his combat power. Even a consciously increased their distance from him. At this moment, Hector's aura was formidable enough to rival some stronger half-step Elwins. Lord Su's strength might be comparable to some half-step Elwins. Too terrifying, and he's only in the late-stage martial spirit realm, not even at the peak. Many people marveled. Having completed this, Hector turned to the crowd and said, "No one is to approach these 3 deep wells behind me. Otherwise, death." The word death chilled everyone present. Those who had intended to approach reconsidered and began targeting other wells instead. Chapter 274, Court becomes even stronger. After annihilating Justino, Hector's imposing aura immediately established itself. No one dared to approach him, fearing they would meet the same fate as Justino. Justino was almost considered one of the strongest here. Even he had been obliterated by Hector. Who else would dare challenge him? Hector sat cross-legged, guarding the deep wells in front of Winifred, Rhonda, and Aya. He sensed his internal power, which was nearly at its peak late stage. Only a small step away from reaching the pinnacle. However, even that small step required a certain amount of time. The leap from late stage to peak stage was also a significant hurdle, one that often kept many people stuck for months. But Hector was confident that he could break through this late-stage bottleneck and reach the peak within 10 days. Moreover, he felt that he was once again on the brink of activating his hidden dust. Boom. Suddenly, strong energy fluctuations emerged from 2 of the deep wells behind Hector, tearing apart the void and producing a series of sonic booms. Then, Aya and Rhonda appeared simultaneously. Hector turned around and saw that the auras of Rhonda and Aya were exceptionally powerful, several times stronger than before they entered. Congratulations, Hector smiled. He could instantly tell that Rhonda's cultivation had reached the peak mid-stage and was likely to break through to the late stage soon. As for Aya, she had just stepped into the mid-stage. Both women had gained greatly. At this moment, only Winifred's deep well showed no signs of movement. Why hasn't this Prudence Winifred come out yet? Aya frowned, looking at Winifred's deep well. She had an excellent relationship with Winifred, having grown up together since childhood as close friends. She knew that Winifred's talent was very strong. According to reason, after being inside for so long, she should have emerged by now. Yet, Winifred's deep well remained motionless. She must have swallowed the Grandmaster fruit, Hector said. Grandmaster fruit? The 2 women were visibly stunned upon hearing this. That was the greatest opportunity within their righteous city, appearing once every 3 years, and Winifred had managed to obtain it. Aya, initially shocked, then intensely stared at Hector and said in a grave voice, "So it seems the rumors are true. You 2 took the Grandmaster fruit." It was hard to imagine how, just half a month ago, Winifred and Hector had managed to snatch the Grandmaster fruit from Justino and the other 7 geniuses. At that time, Winifred had only recently reached the peak of the martial spirit realm, putting her on par with the other 8 in terms of combat strength. Hector, being only at the mid-stage, couldn't compare. And yet, this duo had somehow managed to steal the Grandmaster fruit from them. When news first spread, she found it hard to believe until Hector confirmed it right now. Boom. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from the deep well where Court was located. As soon as this aura appeared, both Rhonda and Aya's expressions changed drastically. Court has broken through again. Is he about to advance to the semi-Grandmaster stage? Court was their sworn enemy. If he reached the semi-Grandmaster stage, with his talent and strength, they wouldn't stand a chance. "Sir Su, we should leave quickly," Aya exclaimed, staring intently at Court's deep well, her heart racing as she drew her sword. She felt that Court might burst out of the deep well at any moment. Rhonda also held her breath nervously. Court was among the most outstanding geniuses in all of Ingdaltendom. Once he advanced to the semi-Grandmaster stage, no one would be able to match him. Below the Grandmaster stage, Court, upon appearing, immediately locked onto Hector. "Where is my cousin Justino?" The moment Court focused on them, the 2 women felt an indescribable pressure, as if a mountain floated above their heads, ready to crush them to pieces at any moment. "He is dead," Hector replied coldly. Chapter 275. Nicholas's full burst, terrifying, powerful. "Kill my cousin, and I shall grant you a death of being crushed to pieces." Boom. Nicholas stepped forward, seeming to take just one step, but instantly appearing in front of Hector. The 2 women beside Hector were immediately thrown back, coughing blood, due to the overwhelming pressure generated by Nicholas's arrival. This left many bystanders in shock. Just the aura alone could knock 2 women away. Hector also felt a slight pressure, instantly drawing his sword with dazzling brilliance, slicing toward Nicholas. Golden auras erupted from Nicholas's body, deflecting all of Hector's sword energy outside. "It's no use, the gap between us is too great." Nicholas was ferocious, completely disregarding Hector as he reached out to slap at Hector's sword. Clang. His palm struck the blade, unleashing an earth-shaking force that sent Hector retreating continuously. Internally, Hector's energy surged wildly, and his hands holding the sword trembled slightly. He immediately activated the 5 Viscera 6 Fu technique, secreting power that steadied his trembling hands. Not bad, you managed to block it. Nicholas nodded but continued stepping forward, sending another palm strike that tore through the air with sonic booms trailing behind. Phew, so powerful. Just the palm force is terrifying. He hasn't even used any martial techniques or secret arts yet. Nicholas's physical strength is almost perfect. I suspect he's near the pinnacle of the Soul Warrior realm. The crowd gasped, utterly amazed by Nicholas's physical prowess. Boom. Hector resonated his 5 organs, concentrating all his secret power into his right hand while forming the seal of Carter with his fist. With a bang, both forces collided. Thud, thud, thud. Hector took 3 steps back. In contrast, Nicholas merely swayed slightly. Everyone was once again astonished. After absorbing extreme Jiag power, Nicholas had nearly reached the level of a half-step grandmaster, yet still hadn't overwhelmed Hector. It seemed that Hector's physical strength was nearly on par with Nicholas. Master Su must have also reached the extreme limit of his previous realms, correct? Certainly. No wonder he is so formidable. What? Tenfold spiritual martial will? That was 10 times harder than reaching the peak of any realm. Leroyd Hector really achieve it? All eyes turned to Hector with mixed expressions. Hector laughed and nodded. You're not too dumb. Phew, indeed. He comprehended tenfold spiritual martial will. Coupled with reaching the peaks of the previous 3 realms, it's understandable why his physical strength can rival Nicholas despite being lower in cultivation. Everyone finally understood. Nicholas's gaze flickered as he rushed forward, saying, I'll keep my word and grant you a whole body. Boom. Instantly, a pair of crimson wings appeared behind him, made of golden flames. Upon their appearance, his speed doubled instantly, leaving afterimages. Slice. Cracks tore across the ground, showcasing the sudden and terrifying power. Both speed and strength doubled compared to before. Before anyone could react, Nicholas appeared like a ghost in front of Hector, overwhelming pressure making Hector's organs glow and his sky eye open. Catching Nicholas's movement, Hector dodged backward, avoiding the fatal strike but still being slashed by a wing of golden flame, his abdomen tearing open and spurting blood. Moreover, the flames kept pouring into the wound, launching secondary attacks. Hector was alarmed. Was this Nicholas's full strength? Indeed, he was formidable. Swish. Hector retreated rapidly. After 3 steps, Nicholas vanished from his line of sight. Oh no, he's behind me. Hector turned abruptly, swinging his sword backward. Clang. His sword collided with Nicholas's flaming wing. An indescribable force surged, like a breaking dam, uncontrollable. Hector's palms split open, blood spouting, and his sword flew out, taking him along with it. Swish. Nicholas pursued, his wings fully spread, transforming into twin flaming blades, each 5 meters long, descending from the sky toward Hector. It's over. Nicholas hovered above like a divine figure. The blazing swords dazzled everyone, blinding them. Upon activation, the air ripped apart. Hector's hair stood on end. He knew he couldn't block this attack. Boom. But at that moment, Hector triggered his mystic realm. Mysterious substances flowed from his limbs and bones. A lazy voice emerged from within his mystic realm. Sufred, need me to lend a hand? Chapter 276, Slaying Court, Half-Step Master Esther. No, I can handle it myself. After triggering the secret realm, Hector's combat power surged to the 5th rank. In terms of overall strength, he was already on par with Court. A mysterious substance emerged from within him, even surpassing the quality of secret power. Powerful forces instantly coursed through his limbs, astonishing Court who was charging at him. Leroy reached him. Damn you, Hector, I won't lose to you. Court roared furiously. Absorbing extreme yang energy, his strength had increased dramatically, allowing him to match or defeat half-step master-level geniuses. Yet now, he faced a turnaround, especially humiliating given Hector's lower cultivation, an affront to Court's lifelong superiority complex. Clang. Court's crimson gold wings spun rapidly, growing sharper, slicing through the air as they lunged toward Hector. Hector released his fist, fingers becoming claws, seizing the wings with 2 resounding clangs. Then, with a powerful tug, a loud "Pu" echoed as blood spurted from Court's back, leaving everyone wide-eyed. Flint's prideful crimson gold flaming wings, condensed from the strongest flames, were snatched and torn off by Hector's bare hands. Ah! Flint screamed in agony, retreating swiftly as blood sprayed like a fountain across the sky. Covered in blood, Hector, resembling a blood-soaked war god, lunged forward again, intent on killing, and directly struck the 3rd true intention interpretation. Su York, my Gideon clan will never forgive you. Just like your father back then, Pooh. In his final moments, Court screeched as Hector's punch obliterated him, both form and spirit vanishing completely. Thud. Hector fell to the ground, drenched in Court's blood. The mysterious substance inside him emerged, instantly evaporating all the blood. Hiss, too terrifying. Even a nearly half-step master like Court, who reached the extreme in the previous 3 realms, was killed. This Court could have ranked in the top 20 among geniuses in the capital. Many people were awestruck. At this moment, their eyes beheld Hector with shock and reverence. They felt that after slaying Court, Hector's might rival the great war god Jessup of old. I think that if the war god Jessup were here today, he wouldn't surpass Lord Su, someone murmured to themselves. Several sharp-eyed individuals nodded in agreement. The Court slain by Hector was nearly equal to Flint in strength. He had pushed the boundaries of martial Leroisipal, martial master, and great martial master realms to their limits. Such prodigies stood at the pinnacle of genius. Yet, Court was defeated by Hector, who was of a lower realm. Even Jessup in his prime hadn't achieved such a feat. The people he killed were of similar strength in their respective realms. Therefore, some believed Hector had surpassed the war god Jessup. Dead. Dwight Florence and Aya stared in disbelief at Court's outpaced his. I sense Court's aura on you. Leroy'd you engage him? Suddenly, Esther fixed her gaze on Hector, her beautiful eyes flickering uncertainly. Chapter 277. Return. Esther's heart was struck with shock. She had dealt with Court several times, and was very familiar with his aura. Now, she sensed Court's aura on Hector. It was clear that Hector had fought with Court, and after the fight, Hector was still standing here. What did that imply? Suddenly, she realized something, and her eyes widened in surprise. Meeting Esther's astonished gaze, Hector smiled and said, I just had a confrontation with Court. His strength is indeed formidable. If not for my secret realm activation, I would really not have been his match. Upon hearing this, Esther paused, deeply gazed at Hector, and nodded, saying, You are very powerful. Among those of the same cultivation level, even in the entire Ingdalthendom, there wouldn't be more than 5 people who could kill him. To be able to defeat him, you're truly remarkable, comparable to Scott. It seems I didn't misjudge you back then. Hector chuckled. Of course not. To avoid disappointing you, I must work hard. I hadn't realized you were such a vain person, Esther laughed. That's because you haven't interacted with me much. In the future, we can spend more time together. Hector's eyes gleamed as he laughed. Sure. Unexpectedly, Esther agreed directly. Boom. Then, the two emerged from the deep well. It's Esther. She has come out. Look at her aura. It seems stronger than Court. Could she have reached the semi-grandmaster realm? She indeed has. Just like our ancestor. Phew. How old is she? 17? And she has already stepped into the semi-grandmaster realm. Give her another few years, and won't she become one of the strongest in our Ingdalthendom? When they sensed Esther's semi-grandmaster aura, everyone present was stunned. Bailey Prudence, you've actually reached the semi-grandmaster realm? Rashad Bradenphone looked at Esther, feeling her aura which surpassed Court's, couldn't help but exclaim. She and Esther had grown up together since childhood. Initially, they were about equal, but over time, especially in the past 2 to 3 years, the gap between them grew rapidly. Phone, you must put in more effort. Facing Rashad Bradenphone's gaze, Esther smiled. Sigh, growing up alongside someone like you is a kind of sorrow for me. Rashad Bradenphone sighed deliberately, but immediately, she noticed Hector, her eyes glinting slyly, and said, This little rascal. I heard you were pursued by Yul into the black magic forest, and without hesitation, rushed in. Clearly, your affection for her runs deep. Hearing this, Esther looked at Hector, her eyes softening. Quite death would be a huge loss for us. How could we wish for your demise? Isn't that right? One of them smiled. Hopefully so. Hector nodded, knowing they were sent by the court. Confronting them would mean opposing the Ingdalthendom court. Without mortal enmity, there was no need for that. Afterward, Hector and Esther left. After leaving, Esther prepared to visit the Bailey family first. Hector returned to Jinyang Academy. Shortly after his departure, one of the men quickly reported Hector's survival to the new county magistrate Gideon Song, a direct line member of the Gideon clan. What? How is it possible that he survived? This time, Ao Bing and Shintong were both in the Leroyvine battlefield. How could he possibly come out alive? Gideon Song's expression changed drastically, his eyes flickering uncertainly. A moment later, he turned to a black-clothed Kyler beside him and said sternly, Go investigate what happened in the Leroyvine battlefield immediately. Yes. The Kyler departed. Soon, the Kyler returned and informed Gideon Song of events in the Leroyvine battlefield. Damn it, that brat killed Ao Bing and Shintong? Damnable. This child dared to kill our clan's pride. He must be torn apart. Speaking, he turned and headed towards Jinyang Academy. This time, he would kill Hector and destroy Jinyang Academy to vent his anger. Without stage spirit martial realm within a few days. These words sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. He had only been away on the Leroyvine demon battlefield for less than 2 months. Hector went from early stage spirit martial realm to late stage peak, and he was about to break through to the peak soon? What kind of prodigy was this Fred? Excellent, excellent. You're only 16 years old and already have such cultivation. Your talent rivals your father's. The Ellis looked at Hector, nodding continuously, utterly delighted. Back then, he watched Jessup grow step by step. In his heart, although Jessup wasn't his son, he felt closer to him than any son could be. And now, Jessup's son Hector was growing rapidly just like his father once did. Looking at Hector was like seeing young Jessup again. How could this not stir immense excitement within him? Spread the word that tomorrow we will host a grand banquet at our Martial Academy to announce Hector as the next chancellor. Anyone who wishes to come is welcome to join us at Jinjiang Martial Academy. Very well, I'll make the arrangements immediately, Willie rejoiced, nodding repeatedly. Hector belonged to his division, and now he was about to become the future Ellis. There was no one happier than Willie. The deans of Leroy Vision Jia, Leroy Vision E, and Leroy Vision Bing, however, felt an incredibly complex mix of emotions. Leroy Vision Jia was fine since its dean had once sworn brotherhood with Jessup, so naturally, he was happy to see Hector rise. But the deans of Leroy Visions E and Bing felt very conflicted. They were excited yet also somewhat uncomfortable due to the rivalry among the 4 divisions. Now that Hector was about to become the vice Ellis, it meant that after 16 years, Leroy Vision Larrowing would once again stand above the other 3. From the lowest ranks straight up to the top, it left a bitter taste in their mouths. But regardless of their feelings, Hector becoming vice Ellis was almost certain. When the news spread, the entire Jinjiang Martial Academy, Jinjiang City, and Hilton Commandery were set alight with chatter. Junior Brother Su is to become our Jinjiang Martial Academy's vice Ellis tomorrow. Junior Brother Su has only been at our academy for a year, and he's already set to become vice Ellis? His growth speed rivals that of Jessup back then? No, compared to Jessup, he's faster. It took Jessup 1 year and 3 months to be named the prospective vice Ellis, while Hector achieved it in just 1 year. Yes, it has indeed been a year. Sigh, first Leroy Vision Larrowing had Jessup, and now it has Hector. Is this what they call following in his father's footsteps? Haha, regardless, Junior Brother Su is ours. For him to become our prospective vice Ellis so quickly is both an encouragement and an honor. I believe Junior Brother Su won't take long to lead Jinjiang Martial Academy to its rise. Chuckle, don't speak too soon. Jessup was once highly anticipated by our academy's leadership. How did that end? With the Gideon clan still around, they certainly won't let junior brother Sue develop easily. The news caused a buzz within the academy first. Meanwhile, all the major forces in Jinjiang City received invitations from Jinjiang Martial Academy. They were all extremely shaken. They already knew that upon returning from the Leroy Vine Demon battlefield, given Hector's past performance and growth rate, he wouldn't fall short of his father and might even surpass him. It seemed their speculations were proven correct. Hector really was like Jessup back then, becoming the academy's vice-ellis. Immediately, various factions prepared lavish gifts to attend the grand banquet hosted by Jinjiang Martial Academy. In essence, this was a ceremony specifically for Hector's ascension. However, some forces in Hilton Commandery, learning that Hector was now Jinjiang Martial Academy's vice-ellis, didn't dare go to Jinjiang Martial Academy. They had received information that the Commandery Governor's Office and the powerful Gideon clan behind it would likely attempt to hunt Hector again, just as they did with Jessup back then. Whether Hector could survive was uncertain. Now aligning closely with Jinjiang Martial Academy wasn't wise. Thus, hardly any factions from Hilton Commandery came to offer congratulations. Jinjiang Martial Academy's leadership didn't expect much. He should arrive soon. Shall I fetch him? Before he could leave, Victor stopped him, glancing at Rhonda beside him. Rhonda smiled. Landon, I'll go get him. You can stay here and greet others. Surprised, Willie looked meaningfully at Rhonda before smiling and nodding. He knew that Rhonda and Hector had fought side by side many times. Saying they were close friends was putting it mildly. If nothing unexpected happened, the City Lord's daughter might have developed romantic feelings for Hector. Chapter 279. Gathering at the Golden Sun Martial Academy. Rhonda naturally sensed the meaning in President Larrowing's eyes, and her face instantly turned red. She turned and hurriedly left as if escaping, causing Victor and President Larrowing to exchange glances before they couldn't help but laugh. If those two young kids could become a couple, our academy could also form an alliance with the City Lord's residents, President Larrowing said with a smile. As long as my daughter likes him, it's fine. City Lord Victor nodded and smiled. What? From your tone, old man, you mean if your daughter doesn't like him, you won't approve of our Sue kid? At this moment, the Eric appeared and gave Victor a stern look. Victor laughed heartily and said, "Ha, old guy. How could that be? Hector is so outstanding. No less than the young Jessup back then. If Hector wishes and my pony, yet you're still hiding here to cultivate. Everyone has come, including many pretty prudences. Aren't you going to go out and take a look?" Hector looked at Rhonda and smiled. "Aren't you one of the pretty prudences?" Upon hearing this, Rhonda's heart raced wildly, thudding like a fawn. This was the first time Hector had called her pretty. "You smooth talker, I meant the ones outside. Not me." Rhonda took a breath and gave Hector a stern look. "Haha, let's go and take a look." Hector laughed heartily, his mood unusually good. "Look, who is that? He looks so handsome." "Who is he? You don't know? You were just asking about him." "Hiss, is he Hector, Master Sue?" "Yes, that's him." "Heavens, that's Master Sue. He's so handsome and young, maybe under 16? He's just 16 this year, and it's said he'll be turning 16 in a few months." "Hiss, 16 years old, already a successor of the Golden Sun Martial Academy. Give him some more time. What will happen then? If only I could marry him. Let's go greet Master Sue and get to know him." As soon as Hector appeared, there was an enormous commotion. Many self-assured young women accelerated their steps toward him. Realizing the situation was getting out of hand, Hector quickly grabbed Rhonda's hand and vanished from the view of the approaching women, leaving them to stare at each other in surprise. Could Master Sue already have someone he liked? Was it Rhonda? Many recognized Rhonda at first sight. Only after a while did Hector stop, sighing with relief. Phew. Luckily we ran fast. If they had surrounded us, I'm afraid today would have been. Suddenly, Hector noticed Rhonda's blushing face, red as a ripe apple, looking so tempting he almost wanted to kiss her. Only then did Hector realize he was still holding Rhonda's hand. He immediately released her slender fingers, laughing awkwardly. "Haha, sorry. I was a bit reckless just now." Feeling Hector release her hand, Rhonda felt a pang of inexplicable disappointment and shook her head. "It's fine." To break the slightly awkward atmosphere, Hector changed the topic. "Oh, did Uncle Dwight come?" "He did." "Haha, let's go pay respects to Uncle Dwight. Speaking of which, I haven't seen him for months. He's only 35, the same age as your father. But he's a generation older, so he's in Kyler to me." "You." The two bantered away, quickly forgetting the earlier incident. A short while later, Hector met Victor and some influential leaders from Golden Sun City. When Hector appeared, everyone's attention turned to him. Feeling his powerful aura, many couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. A year ago, Hector had just joined the Golden Sun Martial Academy, barely entering the great warrior realm. Now, a year had passed, was none other than Winifred. Chapter 280, Hector and Esther. The top family of Brandanchin County, the Bailey family, has arrived. "Oh my god, Jinjiang Martial Academy is getting too much honor, isn't it? Isn't that Esther? It said she once practiced here for several months. She actually came. Looks like she still harbors some feelings for Jinjiang Martial Academy. It's not her feelings for the academy but the relationship between her and Hector. Rumor has it they have developed romantic feelings. Come on, wouldn't that be impossible? Esther is the #1 genius prudence in our Brandanchin County and comes from the powerful Bailey family. Even if she gets married, it would only be to an outstanding son of a superpower in the capital. Herb Sue is no less impressive. At his young age, he's already among the top experts in our Brandanchin County with unlimited prospects. If he continues to grow, there will surely come a day when he can match up against any of the major powers in the capital on his own, just like the legendary Jessup did. When Esther appeared as a representative of the Bailey family, the entire Back Mountain training ground erupted into excitement. The Bailey family boasts being the premier clan in Brandanchin County. Their patriarch is a quasi-grandmaster. Within the clan, there are over 50 experts at the martial spirit realm. In all of Brandanchin County, they wield nearly absolute power. Only the governor's mansion could somewhat restrain them through support from the imperial court. And at their peak, the Bailey family was a superpower even in the capital, rivaling today. Hector, glancing at his daughter with a flicker in his eyes, smiled and said, "Impossible? Why?" Rhonda was puzzled. Unlike others, she knew Hector's strength very well. With his current prowess, Hector could challenge a quasi-grandmaster. Across all of Brandanchin County's martial world, he was already at the pinnacle. Moreover, Hector was only 16 years old. Such brilliance couldn't be refused by the Bailey family, could it? As if sensing his daughter's thoughts, Victor glanced around and whispered telepathically, "I've heard that the Bailey family has been forced by some irresistible pressure into an alliance with the Gideon family, and the chosen one for this marriage is none other than Esther. So, this visit and this private meeting likely mean she is here to say goodbye." What? Upon hearing this, Rhonda's face changed drastically. She knew all too well how important Esther was to Hector. Initially, Hector came to Yi Jian Martial Academy solely because of Esther. It could be said that Hector's and Esther's relationship surpassed even hers with Hector. If Esther was indeed bidding farewell before being forced into marrying the Gideon family, Hector's temperament wouldn't let him give up easily. Hector, unconsciously, Rhonda frowned, her heart brimming with concern. She worried Hector might, in anger, challenge the Gideon family. While Hector had grown stronger and was virtually unmatched in Brandanchin County, his strength still paled in comparison to the broader scope. Suddenly, Esther kissed Hector lightly on the cheek. Hector's body jolted, his face turning instantly red, spreading to his ears and neck. Instinctively, he grabbed her delicate hand. Her skin was smooth and soft like jade. "Miss Bailey, I..." Hector opened his mouth, eager to speak, but then Esther pulled away, looking at him with a grave expression. "I will be leaving for 3 months, and after that, I will marry Flint. Will you come to rescue me?" Chapter 281. Try to annihilate the clan. Hector was taken aback, never expecting that this time Esther had come to tell him this. He stared at her, his eyes unwaveringly resolute as he nodded and said, "Yes, you belong to me, and I will never allow anyone to take you away. Whoever dares to vie for you with me, I will kill them." At this moment, through Hector's words and the intensity in his gaze, Esther felt an indomitable resolve. "Good, I'll wait for you," she nodded, feeling deeply touched. Hector had not let her down. "You have only 3 months. 3 months is enough," Hector nodded. Within these 3 months, he needed to burst forth with all his might, aiming to break through to the Grandmaster realm within the next month. Flint is very strong. He's currently at the peak of the middle stage Grandmaster realm. If you want to catch up to him, you need to break through to the peak within 3 months. Can you do it? The Gideon clan and Jessup, Hector, have become mortal enemies. So what? Suddenly, Esther stopped and looked at Cameron. Cameron smiled bitterly. "Miss, you should know that he has already rushed to Jinchi County. Given his power, Jessup is bound to die this time. Once Jessup dies, Hector will be next. If our Cassius family gets too close to him, with the Gideon clan's tyranny, it will definitely lead to Dwight. It all depends on whether Havelock can kill Jessup." "It's too early to say now," Esther snorted coldly and quickened her pace. Cameron turned back to look at Hector's direction, shaking his head with a sigh. The miss must have told him about that matter. Will he come in 3 months? But even if he comes, can he leave alive? This time, the miss may have harmed him. "Hey, isn't this Miss Winifred of the Cassius family?" At that moment, the new governor of Brandanchin County, Keenan, approached. "It's you, Keenan." Esther's face immediately darkened when she saw Keenan. "What do you want?" However, Keenan did not answer but suddenly said, "In 3 months, you're set to marry our clan's prodigy, Flint. Yet you dare to appear here. Are you here to see Hector? So what if I am? And so what if I'm not?" Esther frowned. Keenan sneered, "If you are, then you're betraying the Gideon clan, and you know the consequences." "Keenan, you must have forgotten who you're dealing with." Esther stepped toward Keenan, emitting the aura of a half-step grandmaster. Keenan's expression instantly changed. "You really did break through to the half-step grandmaster realm?" "Esther, I am the governor of Brandanchin County. Dare you lay a hand on me?" Startled, Keenan immediately shouted fiercely. His voice carried far, even reaching the banquet attendees at the mountain waste. "What? The governor is here? Not possible. Why would such a powerful figure come here?" "Rumors say this governor is a member of the Gideon clan, who are almost mortal enemies of Jessup. He must be here because of Hector. Leroy, the governor, have a conflict with Esther?" There was an uproar among the crowd as everyone looked toward the base of the mountain, whispering among themselves with uncertain glances. Hector, however, flashed downward, heading straight for the mountain foot. No matter what, he couldn't let Esther get into a conflict with the new governor Keenan. To openly attack the governor was tantamount to opposing the imperial court of the Ing Daltondom, a grave offense. Sue Fred, seeing Hector rush downhill, the academy president and others were alarmed. "He must be stopped. I'm afraid he might clash with Keenan," Willie said hurriedly. All the high-ranking officials of the Martial Academy nodded. Hector was their hope for the revitalization of Jinyang Martial Academy. If Hector clashed with Keenan for Esther, the consequences would be catastrophic. After all, behind Keenan stood not only the Gideon clan, but also the identity of the Ing Daltondom's governor. A conflict would mean pitting Hector against the Gideon clan, and possibly the entire imperial court. Let's follow and see what happens. I feel something significant might occur today. Representatives from various major forces in Jinyang City followed suit, shaken by the events. Soon, the area at the mountain waste emptied out as everyone rushed to the mountain foot. Meanwhile, Akil Cameron's expression changed drastically as he stood in front of Esther, hastily saying, "Miss, don't act rashly. He is from the Gideon clan and is the governor of Brandanchin County. My coming and going is my own decision. Don't meddle in my affairs." Esther paused. "And if I do?" Keenan's face turned cold. As the county governor, being threatened by a young Prudence infuriated him. "Do you think I won't dare to kill you?" The aura surrounding Esther grew fiercer. She grasped her spear, which resonated loudly, unleashing a terrifying energy that sent Keenan reeling back a step. Esther, if you dare lay a hand on me, do you know what you're doing? Aren't you afraid of your clan's annihilation? Keenan shouted, drawing his sword. Clang. But just then, a sword energy faster than Esther's instantaneously an official of the Ing Daltondom's court, who dared to treat him this way, to kill his servant without saying a word. It was as if Hector completely disregarded him and the Gideon family behind him. Leroyd, you just say you would exterminate my entire clan? I will tell you this, my entire clan has already been destroyed by me. How can you destroy what I've already destroyed? Hector sneered coldly. Boom. The moment these words were uttered, the crowd was once again thrown into chaos. They knew Hector's father was Jessup and were aware of Hector's recent series of incredible victories. However, they did not know much about Hector's past. If Hector had indeed obliterated his own clan, that truly made him an incredibly ruthless person. Even the governor, Keenan, changed color when he heard this. Upon serious reflection, even if Keenan had the power to destroy his entire clan, he doubted he could match Hector's ruthlessness. I may not be able to exterminate your entire clan, but there is still the Jinjiang Martial Academy and your father. You killed my servant today. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, not only will you and your father die, but the Jinjiang Martial Academy will also face extermination. Keenan's gaze swept across the area, his eyes filled with icy indifference. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the Jinjiang Martial Academy turned pale. The representatives from various powerful factions who had accompanied them also paled. If these words came from anyone else, they might have dismissed them outright. After all, the current Jinjiang Martial Academy was vastly different from what it once was. With Hector and Jessup, even the Cassius family would show deference. But if these words came from the mouth of the Lord Governor, who was also from the main branch of the Gideon family, then it was likely true. Danger loomed over the Jinjiang Martial Academy and Hector. Thinking of this, many had already decided to sever ties with the Jinjiang Martial Academy and Hector. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Hector burst into laughter, looking up at the sky. What are you laughing at? Keenan narrowed his eyes. Winifred, let me handle him. Anyone who dares to threaten Hector deserves to die. Winifred gripped her spear, ready to act. Beside her, Cameron's expression changed drastically, about to speak. But at this moment, Hector suddenly appeared beside Winifred. Zoltanger, leave this to me. I have no family left, but you are different. I'm enough to take care of him. Winifred froze, loosening her grip on her spear. If she were alone, she would have killed Keenan too, but she still had the entire Cassius family behind her. All right, be careful. Hector nodded. Jinjiang Martial Academy, killing you will still be effortless. Boom. He unleashed a devastating palm strike. The moment they clashed, Hector activated the 5 Viscera 6 Bowel technique, his heart pounding as he consecutively used the first, second, and third true diagrams. This was the first time Hector had used 3 true diagrams consecutively. PFFF. In the next instant, Keenan flew backward like a broken kite, spitting out blood. Hiss, Gideon Governor is a near supreme master yet couldn't withstand one move from Herb Su. Is Herb Su really only in the late-stage spirit warrior realm? So terrifying. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe how fearsome Herb Su's combat prowess is. Based on his displayed strength, he could definitely kill Keenan. Does Hector really intend to kill the Lord Governor today? Once he does so, he'll immediately become a wanted criminal, pursued and hunted by the entire Ing Daltondom. The crowd was stunned. Hector's displayed combat prowess and methods left everyone in awe. Even the Laro Erector General couldn't help but feel secretly astonished. Hector's combat prowess had already surpassed Jessup from years ago. Or rather, it subtly surpassed Jessup. Boom. Keenan, who had all in. When Hector left Jinjiang Martial Academy, he was mentally prepared. But to be honest, it's also because of Keenan's relentless pressure. If he hadn't been so aggressive, Hector might not have taken this step. Gordon's combat power is terrifying. This is just his late-stage martial spirit realm, and it's already like this. How frightening would it be if he reached the peak, or even the limit of the martial spirit realm? At this moment, Esther stepped forward and glanced at Keenan's lifeless body. You killed him. What are your plans next? Go to Jinchi County first, Hector said without hiding his whereabouts. It was a place where 3 parties didn't manage, and even the Ing Daltondom court couldn't rule there with absolute power. That's a good place. I know someone. I can introduce you. It might help you, Esther said. All right, Hector nodded. Then the Ellis came over. Take care, Sue Fred. No matter whether you've left our Jinjiang Martial Academy or not, you will always be our disciple, the Ellis said. Larrowing Landon looked at Hector and said in a serious tone, Hector, time is pressing. You should set off immediately. Here is a route map. Follow this, and you can avoid the authorities and reach Jinchi County as fast as possible. At that moment, he handed over a map to Hector. He had prepared at the moment Hector decided to leave Jinjiang Martial Academy. Jarvis and others also came up one by one to say goodbye. Hector gave them one last look and said, Take care, everyone. Take care. The Ellis, Larrowing Landon, Jarvis, and others were all very reluctant to part. Finally, Hector looked at Esther. In 3 months, I will come for you. I'll wait for you. Esther gazed at Hector, her eyes filled with unusual gentleness, far different from her usual coldness. Hector looked at everyone one more time before turning to leave. Sir Sue. Rhonda wanted to say something but was stopped by her father, Victor. Victor whispered to her, Hector killed Keenan. Now is not the time to interact with him publicly. Hearing this, Rhonda's heart sank. She knew that behind her father was the entire family, and getting too close to Hector right now might not be wise. Florence, take care. Wait for me to return. At that moment, Hector's voice abruptly echoed in Rhonda's mind. Rhonda instantly rejoiced. Hector hadn't forgotten about her. You're my eternal best friend. Hector's voice rang out again. Just a best friend? Rhonda felt a twinge of disappointment. But soon, her sadness gradually faded away. Being Hector's friend was enough. She shouldn't be too greedy. Take care, Sir Sue. Then she watched Hector's retreating back and whispered her blessings. AI, can Sir Su really return after 3 months? Return? AI, even with Sir Su's extraordinary talent, it's impossible for him to return within 3 months. Coming back then would be walking into a trap. Yeah, after today's events, both the Gideon clan and the court will be hunting for him. If he dares to return, it will mean certain death for him. Many people doubted Hector could return, not because he was afraid, but because such a short time was insufficient for him to grow enough. However, a small number of people believed that since Hector said he would return, he definitely would, and they strongly felt that when Hector returned next time, it would be with the posture of a king. By then, almost no one could stop him. I hope that when he returns next time, he will come back as a Dalton. Someone murmured, watching Hector's back, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Boom. Soon after, the entire Ingdaltendom was shaken. Hector had killed the direct line descendant Kenan of the Gideon clan and the governor of Ingdaltendom. Everyone and every force in Ingdaltendom marveled at this. For many years, except for those desperados in Jinchi County, no one had dared to openly kill a governor on any other territory of Ingdaltendom. The last time was 80 years ago. Now, Hector did it. Obviously, this was meant to completely sever ties with the Gideon clan, and it was a public defiance against the court of Ingdaltendom. The order is passed down. Whoever kills Hector will be rewarded 10 billion. This was the bounty offered by the Gideon clan. When the bounty was announced, the whole Ingdaltendom once again erupted in excitement, and many master-level experts were moved. 10 billion blood, flying backward. But at that moment, a figure appeared in the distance, wearing a black robe and a silver mask. With a strike from afar, puff, it pierced through the shoulder of the master-level expert, causing blood to splatter and sending him flying. Who are you? The master-level expert asked, alarmed and angry. Master-level experts shall not attack martial artists below their level in Jinchi County. Violators face death, the maverick replied fiercely. Why you? The master-level expert's face turned cold. We are still outside Jinchi County. Chapter 284, the 4 major forces of Jinchi County. Grandmaster-level experts were well aware that within Jinchi County, a grandmaster could not lay hands on those below the grandmaster level. It was a rule no one dared to break. Even the Imperial Court of Ingwa almost never violated this custom. However, outside Jinchi County, there were no such constraints. It didn't matter if it was just a meter away from the boundary. And here, they were precisely 10 miles outside Jinchi County. This was why he chose this place for his actions. The maverick said, things have changed. You. Who exactly are you? What do you gain from this? You must know that Hector is a fugitive highly wanted by the Gideon clan and even Ingwa. The grandmaster's face darkened, gritting his teeth. Haha, in my Jinchi County, you dare to threaten me with the Gideon clan and the Imperial Court of Ingwa? Do you think that will work? The maverick laughed coldly. At that moment, breaking the rules of Jinchi County as a warning to others, while others were hung by victors or enemies voluntarily. The maverick told Hector about the rules in Jinchi County. Here, a grandmaster could not casually attack someone below their level. If a non-grandmaster provoked a grandmaster, the latter could discipline but not kill, unless they felt confident enough to challenge the 4 major powers of Jinchi County. In Jinchi County, there were 4 such powers. One was the Daxia Merchant Guild. This guild reportedly had royal backing from the Daxia Daltendom. In the northern border region, there were 3 kingdoms, 7 duchies, and 36 county states. Daxia was one of the 7 duchies, while Ingwa was one of the 36 county states. Besides these nations, there were other superpowers whose strength rivaled some of these countries. For instance, besides the Daxia Merchant Guild, there was also a branch of the Black Dragon sect. The main headquarters of the Black Dragon sect was in one of the 3 kingdoms, the Great Dragon Dynasty, and it was said that its power equaled that of the dynasty itself, being the only force capable of challenging the Great Dragon Dynasty. Of course, this was just a branch, but it was still formidable, even demanding respect from the Ing imperial family. They wouldn't provoke it unless absolutely necessary. The third power was the Azura sect, an underground organization native to Jinchi County. Legend had it that 500 years ago, the Azura sect was extremely powerful, almost toppling the ruling and clan of its everywhere. Most visible were spirit realm warriors and grandmasters. Within seconds, Hector had spotted more than 10 grandmasters. So, which force do you belong to? Hector suddenly asked. The maverick paused, glancing at Hector with a smile. I match any of these forces, but you'll find out where I truly stand later. Right now, focus on staying alive. Oh, and by the way, both the Gideon clan and the Ing imperial family have territories here. Since you're wanted, if they learn you're here, you'll be in trouble. Since I dared to kill their people, I'm not afraid of retaliation. Let them come. I'll take whatever comes my way, Hector said calmly. The maverick looked at Hector and warned, here, it's best not to reveal your identity. You're a bounty of 25 billion now. Many here are mercenaries, and if they know who you are, you'll be constantly in danger, risking your life anytime. Hector nodded. While he wasn't afraid of death, he did dislike trouble. To be honest, if not for my superior's orders not to harm you, I would have taken your head myself, the maverick suddenly said, his gaze intensifying. Hashtag chapter 285, struggle for survival. Hector stared at the maverick without a response, remaining very calm. The maverick asked in surprise, aren't you afraid I might make a move? Hector replied, firstly, we are already in Jinchi County. You, as an exalted master, would need overwhelming power to act openly against me here. From what I see, your backing force isn't that dominant yet, especially since this rule was established by the 4 major powers. Secondly, if you were really going to attack, you would have done so outside Jinchi County. There's no reason to wait until now. Hector spoke calmly and logically, leaving the maverick nodding in silent admiration. Not bad for Jessup's son, he remarked. Do you know my father? Hector asked, heartened by the words. The maverick chuckled. I've heard about him. Brandering his peak, he swept through all of Jinchi County, nearly killing the previous generation's leader of Azura sect. By the way, don't let the Azura sect find out about you. Hector was surprised. He hadn't expected his father to be so powerful, dominating the entire Jinchi County. How strong must he have been? Seeming to read Hector's thoughts, the maverick added, almost a grandmaster. Hector glanced around, noticing many powerful individuals lounging on both sides of the street, some meditating with their eyes closed. He asked in surprise, why don't they go to inns to sleep? The maverick laughed. In our place, every inch of land is valuable. If you want a resting spot, you have to earn it through your strength. Those people nearby lack that power. Lacking strength means relying on money. Staying one night costs 100,000 gold coins. Even the richest can't afford that long. So, if you want to find a place to rest, you either pay or earn the right to stay through your own abilities. How do I earn that? Hector looked at the maverick. Haha, by accepting missions from the 4 major powers or other forces, fighting in arenas, etc. By the way, Azura sect has already issued a mission. Kill you and bring back your head to gain a 100-year residency in the first-class district. Hector paused, then sneered. The Azura sect has quite an obsession with me. It seems my father didn't strike them hard enough back then. Thus, it depends on you next. Let's see how you measure up compared to your father. The maverick smiled gently. He then told Hector much more information. For instance, the areas were divided into 4 grades. A, B, C, and D, similar to Jinyang Martial Academy's divisions. Grade A was the best, followed by Grade B, Grade C, and Grade D. The 4 major forces resided in Grade A, where a spirit vein flowed beneath, providing abundant spiritual energy. 1 day of rest there equaled 10 days outside. Grade B housed other forces, including influential leaders and government officials from various countries. Grade C mostly consisted of highly capable individuals who had earned their spots. As for Grade D, it was where Hector currently found himself. Well, it's up to you now. Your residence rights here only last 3 days. After that, you're on your own. Shortly after, the maverick led Hector to a small courtyard. Opening the gate revealed a thatched cottage occupying only 50 square meters. Despite its humble appearance, claiming even this small plot of land was significant. Hector could sense hundreds of exalted masters around, but was the only spirit realm practitioner. Clearly, gaining residency in Grade C required being at least an exalted master. Can you tell me who helped me this time? Hector asked the maverick. My master isn't someone you're qualified to ask about. Once you earn a month's residency here, you'll be eligible to meet him, though you may not get that chance. Young man, work hard. Focus on surviving here first. If you lack the ability to survive, talking any further is meaningless. Hector nodded. You're right. I'll start by earning a month's residency. You mentioned tasks and arena fights. Where can I accept missions? The mission hall. The maverick tossed Hector a white cloth strip. This shows Jinchi County's power distribution and is given to you free of charge. With that, the maverick left. Hector studied the map before tucking it away and walking out of the yard. It was still early in the evening, so he decided to explore the area to familiarize himself with the surroundings. However, the moment he stepped out, he felt several exalted master auras from nearby yards spread towards him. A clear investigation in the Grade A district and 1 Chuji Master Fruit. Asterisk note. Chuji Zongsurgua is translated as Chuji Master Fruit to maintain consistency in terminology, assuming Master Fruit is the established translation for Zongsurgua. If Zongsurgua has a different established translation, please provide it for more accurate consistency. Asterisk. For a more natural read, it could be the second mission. Assassinate the deputy head of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect. Reward, 400 years of residency in the Grade A district and 1 junior master fruit. The further down he read, the higher the rewards became, but the danger and difficulty remained substantial, far beyond what Hector could handle now. Further down, Hector even saw missions to assassinate the governor of Jinchi County and to kill himself. Surprisingly, his mission ranked over 700th among thousands, offering 100 years of residency in the Grade B district or 3 years in Grade A as a reward. Hector touched his chin, thinking to himself, so, I'm worth this much, huh? Hashtag chapter 286, The Cunning Zoltantal Jetty. Young brother, what's up? Khalil to kill Hector? Just then, a man's voice floated over. Hector turned to look. It was a young man in red robes, plump with eyes almost squinted shut. He sized up Hector and said, you are at the martial spirit realm. Your cultivation is more than enough to kill Hector. Hector replied, is that really the case with Hector? 1 Jinchi coin could be exchanged for 100 ing coins. 10,000 Jinchi coins equaled 1 million ing coins. In this place, one could obtain a 10-day residency permit in Zone B. This ace was certainly shrewd. The red-robed ace glanced at Hector and shook his head. Sigh, I'm already half a master. Asking me to kill a martial spirit realm Fred. Wouldn't that damage my reputation? Chuckle. The ace's eyes flickered again as he grinned once more. Alright, let me give you a more accurate piece of information. Consider it free of charge. Apparently, that Hector fellow resides right here. Saying this, the ace took out a map and pointed to a specific spot on it. Hector looked and felt a chill down his spine. Wasn't this where he lived? How did this ace know? Instantly, he thought of the maverick. Only he knew that Hector had entered Jinchi Prefecture. Could this guy have leaked his whereabouts? Why don't we talk somewhere else? Hector suddenly suggested. Hee sure. The ace laughed, walking out of the mission hall with Hector. Once outside, Hector directly led the ace to his residence. This place. The ace squinted his eyes and stared at Hector. Hector opened the courtyard gate. Shall we continue inside? After hesitating for a moment, the ace nodded and walked into the yard. Once inside, Hector immediately closed the courtyard gate. Who told you? Speak. Hector's figure flashed and blocked the ace's path. The ace saw Hector's determined stance and nodded with a grin. Indeed, you are Hector. Hector's expression darkened as overwhelming killing intent erupted from him, ready to attack. No matter what, he couldn't let his information leak out. There were surely many people in Jinchi Prefecture who wanted to kill him. Wait, hold on, hear me out first. The ace quickly interjected, sensing Hector's murderous aura. Boom. But Hector didn't pay any heed, flashing towards him and delivering a powerful punch. The ace met Hector's punch with his own. After one punch, Both Hector and the ace each retreated 3 steps. Wow, not bad. You actually managed to withstand one of Fat Grandpa's punches. Are you really at the late-stage martial spirit realm? The ace remarked with surprise. It seems you know everything about my cultivation level. Speak. Who told you? If you reveal it, I might consider sparing your life. So you've held back? The red-robed ace, Jiagpan, nodded, dropping his smile. You won't find it easy to kill me either. I've kept my strength hidden too. This fight benefits neither of us. Since it's no good for either of us, just tell me. Who sent you? Why do you know about me? What do you intend by finding me? Hector narrowed his eyes, secretly activating the 5 viscera and 6 bowels technique to take down someone's training ground. That guy is way too arrogant. I can't stand him. You join me, and after the job, we split the spoils 50-50. How does that sound? I have no grudge against him. Why should I help you? Hector countered. In that case, I might as well spread your information. The ace smiled. Of course, if you think you can absolutely stop me, you can try. One last thing. If I don't return tonight, tomorrow your information will spread throughout Jinchi Prefecture. Think about it, the ace concluded. Hector stared intently at the smiling ace, letting go of the condensed true energy within him. You're really cunning, he admitted. Chapter 287. Hongwu Daochong. Rhonda captured. Hector did not sense any malice from the ace. Eventually, he agreed. In Jinchi County, there were places called Daochong or training grounds. For instance, if someone occupied a particular Daochong, they would obtain residency rights in that area. Whoever owned the Daochong would have the right to live there. However, there was a very serious problem. People occupying Daochangs were challenged daily by many others. These challenges were often life or death battles. If one lost their Daochong, they could be seriously injured or killed. Therefore, anyone who attempted to seize or occupy a Daochong had to be prepared for the possibility of death. In Jinchi County, nearly every Daochong changed ownership almost daily, with the number of casualties so high it seemed like rivers of blood flowed. At this moment, by inviting Hector to join him in seizing a Daochong, the ace was essentially a woman who is said to be Hector's lover. She's being auctioned off now. The highest bidder will get her. It's said that the price has already reached 10,000 Jinchi coins. Holy crap, what kind of person is Hector that even his lover can fetch 10,000 Jinchi coins? Don't you know Hector? Let me tell you, the legendary Jessup, who swept through our Jinchi County, was his father. Imagine how formidable he must be. So what? His father is great, but not him. What do you know? A few days ago, he killed a direct descendant of the Gideon family, who was also a county magistrate. Now he's being hunted by the Ing Daltondom and the Gideon family, with a bounty of 25 billion Ing coins. Holy crap, 25 billion Ing coins equals 2,500,000 Jinchi coins. Holy crap, this guy's head is so valuable. If I could capture his head, how many years could I live in the Grade A area? Thousands, maybe tens of thousands of years? Maybe. More people are rushing there. The final price might soar above 100,000 Jinchi coins. 100,000 is too much, right? Why not? Think about it. If this woman is auctioned, Hector will surely come to rescue her. Then, hee. Holy crap, why didn't I think of that? Yes, bidding on the woman can lure Hector to deliver his head. One more thing, the ace added gravely. Francisco is likely to break through to the Grandmaster realm soon. Hector's gaze flickered. Regardless of whether he has broken through, he must pay for capturing Florence. Sensing Hector's killing intent, the ace said no more. After a while, the ace brought Hector to his residence, which had only 7 days of residency rights left. 3 others were in his courtyard, all at the half-step Grandmaster level. Haha ace, you finally came. We've been waiting. Akathi laughed. The other 4 sized up Hector. Upon closer inspection, their expressions darkened. Fat bastard, why didn't you bring a half-step Grandmaster? Instead, you brought a mere late-stage martial spirit realm Fred. What are you trying to do? The woman's smile turned cold as she stared unfriendly at Hector. The ace didn't answer her, but looked at Hector. They don't believe in your strength. How about showing them? Hector nodded and looked at the 4. Who's the strongest here? Come on, alone or all together. It's your choice. Holy crap, this kid is so arrogant. I love it. A middle-aged man with a long scar from his forehead down to his chin appraised Hector. He licked his lips and said gleefully, let me handle this arrogant brat. I can't wait to see him begging for mercy before dying. That should feel pretty good, right? And formed a claw with his fingers, grabbing directly at the attack. Clank. The next moment, something astonishing happened. Everyone was stunned. They saw Hector seize Casper's black saber with his fingers, while his other hand struck Casper's abdomen. Casper was shocked, clearly not expecting Hector's physical strength to be so terrifying, able to grab his great saber barehanded. But he didn't panic, laughing coldly. Interesting, being able to block my blade. You are quite talented among the spirit martial realm. So let's see if you can handle the next slash, and bring me more surprises. Broken blade style slash, clank, clank, clank. The saber Hector held suddenly emitted a thunderous roar. Instantly, a flood of saber energy surged forth like a river of stars, enveloping Hector. Hector sensed the danger immediately and activated the 5 viscera 6 bowels technique. His organs resonated, unleashing secret force through his pores to collide fiercely with the saber energy. Boom! A shockwave erupted, centered on the 2 men, spreading outward. Under this force, Casper staggered back 3 steps. In contrast, Hector stood firm, unmoved. Suddenly, silence fell upon the scene. Everyone looked at Hector with profound astonishment. Being able to exchange 2 blows within such a short time and push back great saber Casper with only spirit martial realm prowess showed that Hector was on par with Casper. Of course, Casper hadn't used his full strength, which might have changed the outcome. But who knew if this young man, still in the spirit martial realm, had also gone all out. Regardless, the cloaked youth had definitely demonstrated near master level strength. No wonder the fatty had noticed him. Amazing, you indeed have the right to be arrogant. I, Casper, recognize you now. Haha. Casper sheathed his saber and laughed heartily, then turned to the fatty, saying, Quentin, where did you find this guy? He's incredible, almost as strong as Aslan was 6 months ago. A prodigy. The other three, including the Mila who had previously shown ill intent, nodded in agreement, acknowledging Hector's strength. They were also curious how the fatty found such a prodigy so quickly. The fatty smiled faintly. This brother is called Hector, a distant cousin of mine. Hector blinked, glancing at the nonchalant fatty, realizing he was a skilled liar. Lying came easily to him. Haha, so this is brother Hector. Not bad, not bad. Let's consider this meeting a good start. I'm Great Saber Casper. You can call me Old Woo or Brother Braden. Casper was very friendly. Then the Mila and the other two introduced themselves too. Through this brief clash, Hector had proven his strength and gained their recognition. After introductions, Casper's face darkened as he looked at the fatty, stroking his saber. Quint, ha, quite the mouth on you. Do you know Francisco once killed a master-level expert? Fong York sneered, her eyes full of disdain and mockery. If you miscalculate, do you know what it means? What does it mean? Hector raised an eyebrow, staring coldly at her. Total annihilation? Fong York scoffed. Looks like you aren't completely stupid. Chapter 289 Blood Debt, Blood Repayment. If you have any doubts about my strength, the four of you can come at me together. Hector glanced at Casper and the four others, including the Aaliyah, Fong York, and calmly said, You. Fong York instantly flew into a rage. Hector was completely disregarding them. Haha, good Fred, you've got guts. Just for that, I believe in you. Casper laughed heartily. He appreciated straightforwardness. If Hector had acted timidly, he would have disdained him even more. The other two remained silent, but their gazes on Hector were hostile. At this moment, as Colt was about to say something, a loud laugh came from afar. Haha, fatty, Casper, weren't you planning to kill me? Here I am, Biff. Hector and the others immediately turned to see a Darien robes walking over with a mocking expression. 7 people followed behind him, each wearing a look of disdain. Fong York and her companions' faces darkened. Colt glanced at Biff and his group, saying, Hector, if you can kill these few, we will join you in attacking the Hongwu dojo. Colt, are you insane? How could you possibly dare touch the Hongwu dojo? Hearing Colt's words, Biff first froze, then loudly exclaimed in shock and disbelief. Haha. His accompanying men also couldn't help laughing, all filled with ridicule and contempt. That's right, if you can kill him and take his head, we will join you in attacking Hongwu. The Aaliyah, Fong York, nodded. Her gaze fixed on Biff was filled with murderous intent. Hector frowned, sensing the profound hatred they harbored towards Biff. Give me a reason to kill him, Hector said with a furrowed brow. He wasn't someone who killed indiscriminately. Those who died by his hand must deserve it. Colt looked at Hector, then at Fong York and the others staring murderously at Biff, and explained, This man once raped and murdered Fong York's sworn sister. Afterwards, he hung her head above the dojo. So that's it, Hector nodded. Looking at the scornful Biff, this man deserves to die. With that thought, Hector took a step forward. Biff looked at Hector and asked, New here? Woo brother, this guy seems set on killing you. Let me handle him and bring back his dog's head. A blue-clothed man volunteered, eyes gleaming with mockery, like a hunter facing his prey. One move, or use some serious power. Thud. After one move, Hector stood still while Bennett staggered back 3 steps, surprise evident in his cold eyes. Clearly, he hadn't expected this unassuming youth to be so strong. Taking advantage of Bennett's retreat, Hector followed up with another true intention diagram, his strength amplified. Crack. As soon as they made contact, Bennett's arms broke like brittle twigs, and he flew away, spitting blood when he landed. Hiss, so powerful. Even Casper, Fong York, and the others couldn't help drawing in breaths. Biff was utterly stunned. He brought Bennett to kill Colt and the others, only to have his ace defeated by this newcomer. Dwightry, stop him. Biff turned to flee, screaming at his remaining 5 men. He felt Hector's intent to kill him. Boom. 5 men rushed at Hector, swords drawn, sword chi forming a net to block him. Biff, where are you running? Now Fong York, Big Knife Casper, and Colt joined the fray. Puff. Their combined attack shattered the sword net. Puff, puff, puff. The 5 instantly spat blood and flew back. No, you can't kill me. I'm Alistair's younger brother. If you kill me, my Kyler brother won't let you off. Biff screamed in panic. No one paid him any mind. They pounced on him together, reducing Biff to minced meat within moments. Even Hector couldn't help but twitted of fighting. Hector had made significant estimates of his strength. He was virtually invincible at the half-step master level now. Only a few prodigies at the half-step master level might be able to match him. If he broke through to another realm, even master-level experts would be within his reach, perhaps even be defeated by him. Moreover, he vaguely felt that he could break through within 1 or 2 days. It might even happen immediately. It was very imminent. Simply put, he could break through to the peak of the martial spirit realm at any moment. Upon hearing this, Casper and the Alexandria changed their expressions. Haha, brother Hector is joking. You can single-handedly face Bennett, and your strength is already no less than mine. Fighting with you, I doubt even if I went all out, I would be a match for you, laughed Casper. The Alexandria saw Hector looking at her and quickly added, Your strength has been proven. There's no need for further testing. The other two also nodded vigorously, acknowledging Hector's strength. Haha, since that's the case, let's set off and head towards Hongwu Dojo. How about we ambush Francisco together? Seeing this, Colt immediately suggested with a hearty laugh. Brother Hector helped us kill Biff, naturally. We should help brother Hector as well. The 3 women also agreed enthusiastically. Instantly, the 6 reached an agreement to proceed to Hongwu Dojo together. On the way, Colt informed Hector about Hongwu Dojo. Hongwu Dojo was under the jurisdiction of the Azure. Hector was speechless. He realized these guys were all up to no good. However, being a normal man, appreciation for beauty was understandable, but it earned the disdain of the Alexandria. Brother Hector, don't be like them. These are all old lechers. Hector chuckled but did not respond. They soon entered a building. At this moment, The building was teeming with people. On the first floor, 4 gilded characters were displayed. Hongwu Dojo. When Hector and company arrived, they immediately saw a woman tied to a stone pillar. Her hair cascaded down, obscuring her face, but her figure clearly revealed her as an absolute beauty, no less gorgeous than most of the women in the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect. I'll bid 30,000 golden pool coins. I'll bid 32,000. What the heck? Don't snatch from me. I'll bury you in money. I bid 40,000. The price kept climbing. Around them, it was bustling as people kept bidding. Hector stood in the crowd, his gaze piercing as he observed the silhouette. Brother Hector, is she a friend of yours? Asked Casper and the others, noticing his attention. Hector nodded. 50,000. What the heck? 50,000. Suddenly, someone jumped directly from 40,000 to 50,000, adding 10,000 golden pool coins in one go. The previously noisy crowd instantly quieted down, heel clashing, deafening yet not showing any signs of cracking. This alarmed everyone. What material was this? Even a monstrous figure renowned for physical strength like Aslan couldn't damage it. Chapter 291. Creating a scene at Hongwu Arena, rescuing Rhonda. Aslan instantly frowned. Haha, Brother Zhou, this is forged from meteoric iron. Even if your esteemed master of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect were here, they couldn't shatter it. At that moment, another entrance to the Hongwu Arena opened, and a group walked in one after another. Leading them was a man dressed in gray. Brother York Su, this is Francisco, said Tadeo Casper, his pupils constricting as he spoke in a solemn tone. Hector nodded, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Aslan glanced at Francisco and said, bring me the key. Yes, replied the extremely unsavory-looking man, nodding and immediately pulling out a key from his chest pocket to hand over to Aslan. Wait. At that moment, Hector spoke up, stepping forward from the crowd. Brother York Su, exclaimed Casper and others, their expressions changing. Was this the time to challenge Aslan? Everyone knew that behind Aslan stood the entire Dwight and Dreadflowers sect. Zoltantal brother, are you willing to pay a higher price? Francisco squinted his eyes, sharp intelligence. Boy, who do you think you're talking to? Do you know who you're addressing? At that moment, the extremely unsavory man, seeing an opportunity, roared angrily. Thud. But just as he finished speaking, a sword aura streaked past, cleanly severing his neck, blood spewing out and stunning everyone. No one expected this Fred, looking no more than 16, would kill someone from the Hongwu Arena without a word. Clearly, they were here to cause trouble, essentially wreck the place. Do you have any idea whose territory this is? You dared to kill one of my men, Francisco's people. Francisco raged, bursting into semi-master level aura. Then, 5 others stepped forward, all radiating semi-master level presence. Attack. The Ace, Casper, and the Kathy joined the fray. You fat bastard. Last time, you scurried like rats. This time, you dare show your face again? Francisco laughed mockingly upon seeing them. Dakari grinned. Last time was last time. Who knows which one will be scurrying like a rat this time? Francisco, this old Casper saber is hungry. Today, I will draw your blood, Casper snarled, drawing his blade. The scar on his face left by Francisco glaringly visible. Bridget and the others gritted their teeth, glaring at Francisco. Last time, most of their dozen-strong team had been killed by him. It was time for revenge. You foolish things, I let you escape last time. Today, not a single one of you will get away. Francisco waved his hand. Attack. Boom. Another dozen semi-masters charged out, encircling Hector and his group, a murderous intent surrounding them. Meanwhile, Aslan stepped back a few paces, crossing his arms with a smile. Interesting. Are you? Rhonda's eyes focused on Hector, a hint of recognition and joy flickering in her beautiful eyes. Just understand. Hector retrieved the key from the dead man's body, unlocked the chain made of meteoric iron, and supported Rhonda aside. Wait for me. I'll come back for you after dealing with them. Be careful, Rhonda said worriedly. Don't worry, mere minions. Killing them will be child's play, Hector nodded. Boom. A dozen semi-masters lunged at them. Dakari, Casper, and the Kathy roared and charged forward. Enemies meeting, hatred blazed fiercely. Hold him off. Let us handle the rest. We'll finish in 10 breaths, Dakari shouted while pushing 2 opponents back. He is mine, Hector turned, staring intently at Francisco, murderously. Haha, don't be ridiculous. Who do you think you are to? Moreover, this pressure came solely from Francisco's personal strength. Hector glanced around and saw that Colt, Casper, and the others were also facing immense pressure, locked in a standoff. He remembered what Colt had told him earlier. Francisco, when working with 5 others, possessed a combined technique that was even more formidable. If they joined forces, even a nascent master-level warrior would meet their demise. Boom. Without any hesitation, Hector's 5 organs resonated as his heart pounded fiercely. Thump. An endless flow of secret energy surged through his limbs. Hector transformed into a shadow, clenching his fists and charging forward with the first true intention Laroiagram. Instantly erupted forth. Bang. The intimidating aura from Francisco's blade that had unnerved all onlookers exploded under everyone's gaze, causing them to gasp in astonishment. This 16-year-old youth had such terrifying power, it far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Francisco was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting this unknown newcomer to possess such formidable strength. Despite being only at the spirit martial realm, he had shattered Francisco's blade energy. It seems I underestimated you. Next time, you will die. Francisco roared, gripping his saber tightly as true chi poured into it, generating ripples and forming a terrifying blade light. This blade light was stronger than before, tearing through the void with a whoosh, flying out like Sper said, feeling the immense pressure and urgency. With a single chop, he fended off 2 foes and urged the others to act. Colt and the red-clothed Prudence nodded, rushing towards the 5 remaining opponents. Under Francisco's blade light, Hector was already injured. They couldn't tell if he could hold out until they eliminated one of the 5. They knew that even a slight misstep could mean total annihilation. The pressure they faced was immense. The 5 opponents also realized Colt's intentions and gathered together, their true chi merging into one, significantly boosting their strength. Francisco understood their plan and cast a disdainful glance. In an instant, he launched several more blade lights towards Hector. Whereas there was only 1 blade light before, now there were 5. Even Hector felt the tremendous pressure. Without hesitation, he used the first 3 true intention Leroyograms simultaneously. Boom. With these diagrams unleashed, Hector's combat power surged to a 5th grade level. With full effort, he shattered all 5 blade lights. Damn, how deep is this guy's potential? He wasn't even using his full strength before. Everyone was shocked, assuming Hector had given his all when blocking Francisco's blade light, especially since his palms were bleeding. But after Hector shattered the 5 blade lights in one breath, they realized he hadn't been fully committed from the start. Even Francisco's expression became gravely serious. At Quasi-Master level, he could launch only 5 blade lights at once, leaving almost no opponents within that realm. However, this youth, not even at peak spirit martial realm, had shattered all his blade lights. His strength was beyond Francisco's wildest imagination. One with the blade, kill all creation. Sensing immense pressure from Hector, Francisco unleashed his full power. A mouthful of blood spewed onto his long blade, which emitted a fog that enveloped his entire body. Instantly, he became one with the blade, merging into a unified entity. One with the blade was an extremely powerful secret martial technique that had once slain a master-level expert who had just entered the realm. To kill Hector, Francisco was giving it everything he had. Hiss, this is the power of one with the blade. Once, Francisco used this move to kill a newly ascended master-level expert. Now, he's using it on a kid who isn't even at peak spirit martial realm. Driven into a corner, Francisco has run out of options. He's risking everything to kill this opponent. This youth, to force Francisco to such extremes, if he dies, he can still be proud. Everyone was trembling with shock. No one expected this obscure youth to push Francisco, renowned as nearly invincible among couldn't keep up. In short, Francisco's strength and speed with this strike had surpassed the limits of a half-step grandmaster, reaching the level and realm of a full grandmaster. Hector couldn't avoid it. Go all out. Hector gritted his teeth, instantly summoning the Kirin battle armor to cover his skin. Simultaneously, he took a deep breath and pushed the 5 Viscera 6 entrails method to its limit. Thud. The 5 Viscera resonated, emitting a dazzling light from within his flesh. His limbs and bones were instantly reinvigorated with power. But this power was far from enough against the blade's aura. The force he had just gathered was suppressed the moment the blade aura approached. Hector felt an indescribable pressure like a mountain collapsing, directly overwhelming him. Blood spurted from Hector's body. Even with the Kirin battle armor's protection, he couldn't withstand the blade aura's power. Massive amounts of blade energy pierced through the armor, entering his body and ravaging his meridians. But under this terrifying pressure, Hector's true chi, which had previously been at a bottleneck, finally broke through. At this moment, he entered the peak martial spirit realm. His strength multiplied. Leroy. At this kid's power is terrifying. No wonder he said we should attack together before. It seems I underestimated him, the Alexandria murmured, recalling her initial meeting with Hector. Back then, she believed Hector lacked the strength to challenge Francisco. Even after Hector defeated Bennett, proving himself, she only thought he might be able to hold Francisco back. Seeing Francisco fly away, coughing blood, she realized Hector was much stronger than she had imagined. Boom. After this strike, Hector prepared to chase and deliver another blow to Francisco. However, at that moment, the 5 men who had been fighting Jetty rushed towards Francisco as soon as Jetty and his group froze. Quickly, stop them. Absolutely don't let them reunite, Jetty shouted, his face pale with alarm. Boom. Big Knife Casper and the Alexandria also reacted swiftly, rushing to intercept the 5 men. However, the remaining 8 people blocked their path, slowing them down. At this moment, the 5 men stood with Francisco. Hector immediately charged forward, knowing they had a combined technique, and once activated, their power would surpass what it was before. Jetty had warned Hector earlier that these men must not be allowed to unite. Once united, they could easily kill someone who had just reached the Grandmaster level. Therefore, Hector immediately mobilized the 5 Viscera 6 entrails method, shaping his fist seal and using the method to harness the first and second true intention diagrams. With his current cultivation, this punch was even more powerful than before. The 5 men also knew Hector's strength and instantly unleashed their combined technique. Francisco stabilized himself, standing at the front of the group, glaring viciously at Hector charging towards him and gritting his teeth. We have to obliterate this little bastard instantly. All right, the 5 men nodded, forming a line and transferring their true chi to each other's backs. The 5 acted as one, their true chi merging until it all entered Francisco's body. After receiving their true chi, Francisco's aura rapidly escalated visibly. Jetty and his companions watched in horror as the 6 true chi, when condensed together, didn't just add up. It multiplied several times over. In an instant, they emitted a Grandmaster-level martial aura. This time, not only did the spectators feel the threat, but even Aslan, who had already entered the Grandmaster realm, narrowed his eyes, assessing that he would need at least 70% of his strength to defeat Francisco and his group. Looks like this time, this kid won't stand a chance? Chapter 294, Conquering the Hongwu Dojo. Boom. With the power of 5 individuals supporting him, Francisco's aura instantly surpassed the peak of a near sect master and temporarily reached the sect master level. Once someone enters the sect master realm, their combat power increases exponentially. Hector naturally felt an immense pressure and immediately gathered all his true chi into his right fist. The resonance of his organs provided a continuous supply of secret strength. In that moment, he also unleashed the first and second true intent diagrams, bringing his combat power to late 5th rank. Before his breakthrough, if he had not used 3 true intent diagrams consecutively, his combat power would have been even higher. But now, only the first and second diagrams were available to him. Even so, this was incredibly terrifying, far superior to merely using true chi and physical strength to confront Francisco. Boom. After stepping into the Sect Master realm and achieving oneness with his blade, Francisco's combat power increased by several levels. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, Hector clashed with Francisco, who had entered the Sect Master realm with the combined technique. Hector's punch blazed like a beam of golden light, unstoppable and seemingly capable of shattering ancient times. Meanwhile, Francisco's blade radiated as if from the depths of history, aiming to slay all the powerful figures across time and space. At that moment, everyone instinctively stepped back, standing outside the dojo and watching tensely. Thud. Under their gaze, Hector was sent flying, caught by Colt, Casper, and a completely unknown teenager. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Haha, starting today, this Hangwu dojo belongs to us. I should think of a new name for it. Casper cut off Francisco's head, overwhelmed with excitement, already brainstorming names. Thud. At this moment, Hector coughed up more blood, swaying unsteadily. Colt and company immediately rushed over. Colt handed Hector a pill, which he swallowed without looking. Colt asked in surprise, "Aren't you afraid I might have poisoned the pill?" Hector smiled, saying nothing. Poison? His body was immune to all toxins. Poisoning him would be like poisoning air, utterly ineffective. Of course, he wouldn't tell them that. Brother York-Su, you hid your capabilities deeply. You even fooled us, Casper said, looking at Hector as if he were a rare treasure. The Kathy's gaze toward Hector became extraordinarily complex. Initially, she looked down on him, but now, Hector had proven himself through his strength. Hector, Rhonda approached, looking at the bloodied Hector with deep guilt. If it weren't for her, Hector wouldn't have been so gravely injured. Florence, I'm fine. I just need some rest, Hector smiled gently. Heh, indeed impressive. Even at the same realm, I might not be your match. Aslan walked over, smiling warmly. Seeing him approach, Hector and said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Colt and the others' faces changed drastically, turning to Hector. Hector asked sternly, "Why did you buy Florence?" Aslan shrugged. "I don't know. If you want to find out, ask my master, Soliferi." What? Soliferi specifically wanted her? Colt and company's expressions darkened, filled with awe. Soliferi was one of the 4 strongest in Jinchi County, reportedly reaching the realm of a near-great sect master, with combat power rivaling some great sect masters. Soliferi? Hector narrowed his eyes, then looked at Rhonda. "Florence, once I'm done here, I'll come to the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect to find you." Chapter 295. Establishing the York-Su dojo, and an invitation from the Azura sect. "I'll wait for you." Renee gazed at Hector with affectionate eyes. She believed Hector would come to find her. "Don't worry, our sect leader won't harm him," Aslan assured Hector. Aslan and Renee then left. Soon, news of the battle here spread across the region, causing a significant stir. No one had expected that a newcomer could have taken on Hangwu battlefield and killed Francisco along with his entire team, leaving no survivors. Many people rushed over, curious about what Hector looked like, a person who had dared to challenge one of the top 10 dojos under the Grandmaster level, the Hangwu dojo. However, upon arrival, they did not see Hector himself. After discussion among Hector's group, they decided to rename the Hangwu dojo to the York-Su dojo. Hangwu dojo stood as one of the top 10 dojos under the Grandmaster level for more than half a year. Countless challenges were made against it, but none succeeded. Now, someone named York-Su has taken it down. What mysterious figure is he? Now the Hangwu dojo is renamed to York-Su dojo. The name change happened quite quickly. With Francisco dead now, other parties probably won't dare make a move. You're kidding. Even Francisco was wiped out completely. According to those who watched, this Fred named York-Su fought evenly against Francisco and his 5 companions initially, and it was ultimately Colt, Big Knife Casper, and the others who finished them off. What? Is this York-Su who established the York-Su dojo so terrifying? Indeed, it's hard to imagine how a newcomer called York-Su could be so formidable. After all, Francisco once killed a relatively weak Grandmaster. Their 6 combined were enough to kill most beginners in the Grandmaster realm. That Fred Hector challenging all 6 single-handedly. It's inconceivable just how terrifying his combat power must be. After renaming the Hangwu dojo to York-Su dojo, no one dared challenge the newly formed dojo. Despite the apparent calmness, behind the scenes, everyone was discussing Hector fervently. Within just a day, of the martial spirit realm? Grayson smiled. Yes, Colt replied hurriedly. It seems York-Su plans to break through to the Grandmaster realm this time. If he succeeds, your dojo will soon be upgraded to a Grandmaster dojo, Grayson remarked. Brother Luo is a half-step Grandmaster and knows how difficult it is to break through from the martial spirit realm to the Grandmaster realm. It would be remarkable if York-Su reaches even the half-step stage, Colt commented. Grayson nodded, acknowledging that it had taken him a year and a half to break through from the peak martial spirit realm to the half-step stage. As for becoming a full Grandmaster, he wasn't certain he could achieve that within 3 years. Thus, advancing from the martial spirit realm straight to the Grandmaster realm was almost impossible. This visit, was there something important? Colt inquired, sensing a hidden motive. Grayson laughed loudly. No big deal. Just came to ask if you're willing to join the Azura sect. If you join, each of you can receive an Chuji Master Fruit, which you know is extremely valuable. With it, the chances and time required to enter the Grandmaster realm can be significantly improved, Grayson smiled. Note, Chuji Zongsurgua is translated as Chuji Master Fruit, to maintain consistency in terminology. However, for better fluency, it might be better to give it a more natural name like Novice Master Fruit, or similar depending on context from other parts of the story. For Opt, though he kept his displeasure hidden. True enough, among the current top 10 dojos under the Grandmaster level, excluding the newly promoted York-Su dojo, most were part of the Azura dojo or the remaining 3 major powers. Why only one dojo per other major power? Mainly because their focus wasn't here. For example, When Hector defeated Francisco and took over the Hongwu dojo, none of the other major powers extended invitations for him to join. Sure, I'll inform Brother York-Su, Colt nodded, personally escorting Grayson out. Once gone, Colt's face darkened. He convened Casper, the Alexandria, and 2 others, briefing them on Grayson's offer. Wow, a Chuji master fruit. The Azura sect is indeed generous, Casper exclaimed after a sharp intake of breath. Edits made. 1. Change Chuji Zongcircua to Chuji master fruit, for consistency in terminology. 2. Ensure the sentence reads naturally in English. However, note that Chuji master fruit might need further context to ensure it's translated correctly as a proper term used within the story's universe. If Chuji Zongcircua refers to a specific item with an established translation, please use that instead. Hashtag Chapter 296. Rejection of the Azura sect, a challenge from the Luo clan arena. Should we agree? The Kathy was also tempted. A primary master fruit, indeed. If she could get one, she believed she could break through to the master realm within half a year. The other 2 were equally tempted. The conditions offered by the Azura sect this time were indeed very tempting. But immediately after, Dawu Casper frowned and said coldly, "Humph, the Azura sect seems quite generous, but did you notice?" Grayson came with a threatening tone. According to him, if we don't agree, we won't be able to survive in this area. Upon hearing this, the others also frowned. What they disliked most was being threatened. Under someone's roof, one cannot help but bow their head. The Azura sect is powerful here. If we refuse, a Yuan said, frowning. "Humph, are you afraid?" Dawu Casper shot a glare at the Yuan. The Yuan replied, "It's not a matter of being afraid or not. But if we really refuse, given the Azura sect style, they won't let it go easily unless we join one of the other 3 major forces. However, those 3 have never invited us. Moreover, 5 out of the 10 arenas below the master level belong to them. If we refuse, so what if we refuse?" At that moment, Hector stepped out. "Brother Yorksway, you're out?" When they saw Hector, they were all stunned. Hadn't Yorksway just closed himself in meditation for only a day? Dawu Casper immediately walked over, laughing. "Brother Yorksway, did you break through?" As soon as he said that, everyone scrutinized Hector. Since yes, faster, and their breathing quickening. Breaking through to the peak of the spirit warrior realm was much harder than breaking through to the master realm. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few geniuses throughout history who managed to reach the peak of the spirit warrior realm. If Hector really broke through to the peak of the spirit warrior realm, his combat power would continue to skyrocket. By then, even alone, he could sweep across the Hongwu arena. By the way, Brother Yorksway, earlier Grayson from the Luo clan arena came on behalf of the Azura sect, inviting us to join. Should we join the Azura sect? Recalling Grayson's intentions, Casper said again. Everyone looked at Hector. Now, it only depended on Hector's nod. If Hector agreed, they could immediately become members of the Azura sect and receive a primary master fruit. And in the future, living in Jinchi County, they could also receive some care from the Azura sect. Hector said, "We'll temporarily set aside matters concerning the Azura sect." But the Yuan looked anxious, concern visible in his eyes. Hector glanced at him and said, "Don't worry. With me around, they won't be able to stir up any trouble. Since Brother Yorksway has decided, let's do as you say." Dawu Casper nodded. Colt and the Kathy also nodded. Although they were still worried about retaliation from the Azura sect, once Hector made the decision, they felt slightly more at ease. Actually, they had some reservations about joining the Azura sect. After all, the Azura sect had the worst reputation in Jinchi County. Their hands were stained with the blood of countless innocents. If they could avoid it, they didn't want to have any ties with the Azura sect. The 2 black-clothed men exchanged glances, a hint of struggle in their eyes. The next day, Grayson came knocking again, and this time Hector did not agree. However, Dawu Casper relayed Hector's message to Grayson. Grayson's face immediately darkened. "Well done, Brother Yorksway, daring to refuse the Azura sect. It seems you don't plan to stay here anymore." Dawu Casper's expression was cold. "Whether we can stay or not isn't decided by Headmaster Luo. If you continue to threaten us, please leave." With a cold expression, Dawu Casper issued an order to expel the visitor. Grayson glanced at Dawu Casper, gritted his teeth, and said, "3 days from now, my Luo clan arena will come to challenge you. I hope by then you can still stand firm like today." "Heh, no need to see you off," Dawu Casper sneered. "Humph, wait and see, don't regret it." Grayson turned around, sweeping his sleeves as he left. Not long after he left, the news spread that the Luo clan arena, which ranked 3rd among the top 10 arenas below the master level, would challenge the Yorksway arena in 3 days, causing a huge stir in the region. No one expected the newly established Yorksway arena, having just defeated the Hongwu arena, to reject the invitation from the Azura sect. This was quite bold. One must understand that the Azura sect dominated this region, rejecting level in history. This edit ensures the translation reads more naturally in English while preserving the meaning and tone of the original text. The term, Daochong, is kept as it seems to be a specific term from the context that doesn't have a direct English equivalent. Surely, if even a master-level expert were trapped, it would be nearly impossible to survive. Hector is indeed strong, but his team members are relatively less prominent. Arena battles rely on overall strength, so in 3 days, the Yorksway arena will likely be completely defeated. Alas, it looks like the lifespan of the Yorksway arena will be less than 7 days, becoming one of the shortest-lived arenas below the master level in history. Chapter 297, Luo Clan Dojo Attacks. Outrage swept through the outside world. Everyone believed that in 3 days, York-Su Dojo would inevitably be utterly defeated, becoming one of the shortest-lived Grandmaster level and below top 10 dojos in history here. After Grayson left, Casper and the others gathered to discuss how they would survive the challenge from the Luo Clan Dojo in 3 days. The Luo Clan Dojo has 4 key figures, including Grayson. The other 3 are as formidable as Francisco, and those 3 can perform a sword formation. Under full effort, the sword formation's power is enough to slay ordinary Grandmasters who have just entered the Grandmaster level. Their overall strength far surpasses Hongwu Dojo. Although we managed to defeat Hongwu Dojo previously, it was by the thinnest of margins, nearly relying on Brother York-Su alone. Facing the Luo Clan Dojo, our chances of losing are extremely high. Big Knife Hongwu Dojo but refused Azura Sect's demands. Now, in 3 days, Luo Clan Dojo will challenge the York-Su Dojo founded by Hector. The Maverick respectfully informed the Aster. Putting down the watering pot, the Aster wiped his hands with a white cloth from the nearby table, saying, York-Su? Hector? This guy sure knows how to pick names. The Maverick hesitated. Master, given Hector's current strength, they won't stand a chance against the Luo Clan Dojo. Should we arrange for reinforcements to help them? No need. The Aster waved his hand, raising an eyebrow. If they can't even handle the Luo Clan Dojo, let them perish. All I can do is this much. If Esther is dissatisfied, she can only blame her choice being useless. Also, Master, Flint has returned and is preparing for his marriage to Esther. Should we take action? The Maverick asked. Carissa frowned, pacing back and forth in the courtyard, seemingly pondering something. After a moment, he shook his head. The Gideon clan is currently closely allied with the Ellis's mansion, and my Kyler brothers group is also courting them. If we clash with them now, it would be extremely disadvantageous for us. Let things unfold naturally. We should not interfere. Understood. The Maverick nodded. Then, he continued, Fairy Sala has already accepted Rhonda as a disciple and reportedly intends to teach her heavenly silk power. Haha, Fairy Sala sure knows how to choose. Rhonda has the heavenly silk constitution, naturally suited for the heavenly silk power. Once trained, she'll achieve rapid progress in a short time. It's a pity that the heavenly silk power Fairy Sala obtained is incomplete, Carissa said with a shaking head. Prepare yourself. In 3 days, you will go there personally. If possible, rescue Hector. He is after all the one specifically requested by Esther, so saving his life is necessary. Yes, Master. The Maverick nodded and quickly left. 3 days passed swiftly. These 3 days were exceptionally busy in this region, with many Grandmaster-level dojos engaging in bloody battles, leaving many masters dead on the spot and dojos changing hands frequently. After the fever subsided 3 days later, everyone turned their attention to the newly established York-Su Dojo and the Luo Clan Dojo. Today, the third-ranked Luo Clan Dojo among the top 10 Grandmaster-level and below dojos was challenging the recently rising star York-Su Dojo. Early in the morning, people rushed to York-Su Dojo to see what made it capable of resisting Azura Sect's invitation and how it would face the challenge from the third-ranked Luo Clan Dojo. Upon arrival, they saw only Jetty and others standing at York-Su Dojo but no sign of Hector. That monster who once single-handedly matched Francisco and his 5 companions. This is Azura Dojo's challenge. The main figure York-Su still hasn't shown up. Just how big must his heart be? Probably scared stiff, hiding away and trembling in fear, afraid to come out? You're exaggerating. If he was genuinely scared, he would have accepted Azura Sect's invitation long ago. Why refuse and come to such a confrontational point? A flurry of discussion erupted. Upon hearing these remarks, Red Cloak Woman and the others also frowned deeply. With the situation this dire and York-Su still absent, it left them feeling uneasy and insecure. After all, defeating Hongwu Dojo days ago mainly relied on York-Su's strength. His absence left a sense of vulnerability in their hearts. Don't worry, Brother York-Su will be out soon, Casper reassured them, seeing the worried expressions on their faces. Hee, at this point and still not showing up, probably terrified like a turtle in its shell? Suddenly, from afar came a mocking voice, causing everyone to turn their heads. They saw Grayson leading a crowd marching over. Beside Grayson were 3 men who looked almost identical, equally strong as Francisco. Additionally, there were 10 half-step grandmasters. Nolan had forcibly taken a civilian prudence that Colt couldn't tolerate it and intervened. He drove Nolan off but later, Nolan gained some fortune, significantly boosting his strength and joining the Luo Clan Dojo, becoming one of its key members. Thus, the enmity between them was formed. Haha, good that you recognize me. That day, you left a scar on me. Today, I'm here to take your head and all your people. Nolan tore off his shirt, revealing a gruesome sword wound shaped like a centipede running from just below his left chest to his navel. A terrifying sight that made many involuntarily shudder. If the slash had been even slightly deeper, Nolan would have surely been killed. Where is York-Su? Call him out. I'll say it again. As long as he joins our Azura sect today, you can continue occupying this dojo. At that moment, Grayson waved his hand, scanning the scene without seeing Hector, causing him to frown. What if we refuse? Colt narrowed his eyes. Seeing Nolan appear, he knew there was no way they would submit to the Azura sect or the Luo Clan Dojo. Refuse? Hearing this, Nolan sneered coldly, filled with murderous intent. Then you will all die here today, and very painfully. Covered in knife wounds, you'll die slowly and agonizingly in despair. Saying this, Nolan took out a crescent-shaped saber, which had several notches with jagged edges, extremely sharp, flashing with a chilling light that sent chills down everyone's spines. Big Blade Casper was straightforward, drawing his saber and waving it at Nolan fiercely. Nolan wanted to retort, go. This time, if he went all out in his peak state, it was uncertain who would live or die. Foolish. Nolan and the others from the Luo Clan Dojo immediately erupted in anger. Ever since founding the Luo Clan Dojo 1.5 years ago, no one had dared to challenge them. Now, a newly established dojo barely a few days old dared to be so arrogant? Instantly, everyone from the Luo Clan Dojo felt murderous intent. Even if you kneel now and beg for death, we won't spare you. Grayson squinted. Boom. Taking a step forward, the group behind Grayson also advanced swiftly. There were 14 of them, each a half-step Elwyn-level powerhouse. They're about to make their move. Looks like York-Su's dojo is doomed to be short-lived. Many people muttered, stepping back. They believed this fight had virtually no suspense. After all, Hector had almost exhausted himself taking over the Hongwu Dojo. Challenging the vastly superior Luo Clan Dojo was undoubtedly futile. Is it starting? At this moment, the Maverick appeared, followed by a Nate. If Hector loses later, you save him. The others? The Nate stretched lazily, his tone nonchalant, as if rescuing Hector from Grayson and company would be a breeze. Forget about the others. Let them die. No big deal. The Maverick replied. All right then. The Nate stunned Grayson and his companions were clearly not expecting two members of the Yorksuza dojo, who were defiant just moments ago, to suddenly quit. Not only were they surprised, but even the onlookers were taken aback by this sudden change. After a moment's hesitation, Grayson nodded with a smile. Of course. Thank you, Luo Master. With that, Ismail and his companions swiftly descended into the crowd. You cowards! Casper roared in anger, about to attack, but was held back by Colt. Their desertion is a huge blow to the morale of the Yorksuzu dojo, muttered the crowd. Grayson turned his gaze back to the Mila and her group, his face mocking. You can all leave the Yorksuzu dojo. I won't stop any of you. But the Yorksuzu must die. Emph! You dream if you think we'll leave, Colt gritted through his teeth. Casper added, if you want me to retreat, ask my blade first. Fong York, the Mila, said, let's fight. Even if I die, I won't be a coward. She glanced pointedly at Ismail and his companion who had retreated into the crowd. Ismail's face darkened, but he sneered, a wise man knows when to retreat. Being a coward is better than throwing your life away. His voice was low, but it was still heard by Casper and the others. Casper glared fiercely at him. If I survive, you're the first to go. That depends on whether you live or not. But just as everyone thought Hector's fate was sealed, Grayson struck with a palm. His strength exceeded that of Francisco, once slaying 3 masters alone. He was one of the strongest below the master level. His palm came like lightning, sending Hector flying backward with a thud. Tisk, with just one exchange, Hector has been knocked back by Grayson. The gap between them is significant. This is strange. I've seen Hector's strength before. It's definitely more than this. Many were bewildered. Is this all you've got? Grayson followed up with another palm, aiming straight for Hector's head. If it landed, Hector's skull would explode instantly. At the last moment, as Grayson's palm neared, Hector vanished in an instant. This was the phantom body technique. Boom. Grayson's palm blasted through the air where Hector had been. What's happening? Grayson's heart skipped a beat. Hector disappeared mysteriously, like a flash of light. Danger. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of killing intent flooded Grayson, making his limbs go cold. In an instant, he dodged, but his arm was hit, blood spurting out. Simultaneously, Hector moved like lightning, thrusting his sword into Grayson's left shoulder, sending a spray of blood across the sky, stunning everyone. They stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that Grayson, who had superior strength, could lose in serious injuries. Reluctantly, he instantly drew his sword and swiftly retreated. Blood spurted from Grayson's left shoulder, exploding outwards. As Hector drew his sword, he used a twisting force that instantly shattered Grayson's left shoulder. At this instant, 3 fearsome sword energies slashed the ground where Hector stood, creating 3 20-meter-long fissures. Each fissure was 3 meters deep, making many onlookers jump nervously. Ah, Hector, you dared to play me? You didn't go all out when fighting Francisco? Grayson roared, saliva and blood foam spraying out as his eyes turned red, glaring at Hector with intense hatred. Even if he killed Hector today, his reputation would be severely damaged by this battle. Moreover, he had lost an arm. Even if it could be reattached, some lingering effects would remain, never regaining its former flexibility. Clang. At the same time, the triplets looked at Hector as if he were already dead. Noah, you will die today. Heh, wanna kill me? Come on then. We'll see who kills whom, Hector smiled, quickly retreating while slashing with his sword. Left. Grayson's fallen arm exploded instantly. Ah, kill him for me. Grayson roared, his eyes almost tearing from rage. Boom. The 3 identical siblings instantly charged out, their sword chi cutting every Hector currently emitted clearly lagged behind that level. This gap destined him to fall. Ismail smirked as he retreated, disdain and mockery flickering in his eyes. Just moments ago, Hector had nearly killed Grayson, sending chills down their spines, fearing Hector might come after them next. But now, seeing the triplets take action, they knew their concerns were unfounded. Even if Hector had nearly killed Grayson, what did it matter? Combined, the triplets exhibited power surpassing Grayson. Perhaps only that monstrous existence, ranked first among dojos below the Grandmaster level and bestowed the title Azura by the Azura sect, could possibly challenge these triplets. Prepare to move. Among the crowd, the Maverick's gaze flashed as he glanced at the Balthazar leaning on a pillar. The Balthazar yawned lazily, finally my turn. Ha, the triplet sword formation is somewhat famous in our Jinchiai County. They say it can sweep through all beneath the Grandmaster level. I wonder if it's true. Honestly, I've never had the chance to experience it. Today, rescuing this Fred Hector also gives me a chance to test it. Some nearby people heard his murmur and turned to look at the Balthazar, intending to ridicule this arrogant youth. However, meeting his lazy gaze sent shivers up their spines. They saw a sea of corpses and rivers of blood in his eyes, terrifying. How many people must he have killed to carry such formidable murderous aura? Kill. The triplets roared simultaneously, drawing their swords. Instantly, their auras fused seamlessly. In a flash, an extremely terrifying sword light erupted from them like a rising sun, shooting into the sky. Crack. The entire dojo could not withstand the energy and cracked into hundreds of fissures. Even Jetty Casper and the Kathy in mid-combat looked over in shock, their eyes filled with endless worry and trembling fear. Above their heads, they saw a radiant sun. No, it was a sun-shaped sword light, formed from condensed sword chi. This solar sword light was said to be a part of a sword formation that had once instantly slain 3 grandmasters, a terrifying and formidable sight. Quick scatter. The 10 members of the Luo family dojo were terrified and withdrew, abandoning Jetty and the others. Jetty, I'll let you go for now. After killing Noah, I'll come back to torment you. Nolan glared viciously at Jetty and quickly retreated. Jetty and the others exchanged glances and rushed forward. Brother Noah, We're here to help you, Casper shouted. Jetty and the Cathy showed no hesitation, their gazes resolute. Even if they died, they would fight to the end with Hector. The likes of you aren't qualified to die under our sword formation, Scram. The eldest triplet coldly They thought that even if Luo Clan Grand Venue was stronger, it wouldn't be overwhelmingly so, and although the chances of victory might be slim, they certainly shouldn't reach a point of utter despair. But now, after feeling the power of the triplet Sun Sword formation, they deeply realized how vast the difference was between the Hongwu Grand Venue they had conquered and the Luo Clan Grand Venue. It had almost reached a qualitative change. They were utterly puzzled. How could the Luo Clan Grand Venue, with such formidable strength, be ranked alongside the Hongwu Grand Venue? Unfortunately, their despair now was useless. To everyone, Hector seemed to be in an absolutely hopeless situation. Even the Balthazar stepped out, secretly mobilizing his power, with an extremely serious expression. Even he would find it very challenging to save Hector. The two defectors from Yorksu Grand Venue, Ismail, secretly rejoiced that they had wisely withdrawn from Yorksu Grand Venue on time, or they would have perished along with Yorksu today. Turn him into dust and fragments, shouted Grayson, feeling the terror of the Sun Sword formation. His hatred for Hector had reached an uncontrollable level. Though he appeared to be the strongest in Luo Clan Grand Venue, in terms of overall combat strength, even he would have to retreat when faced with the triplets, not daring to directly confront them. The outcome of doing so would surely be death. Not long ago, he had clashed with the triplets. After they cast the Sun Sword formation, he was defeated. He had asked them how much of their strength they had used then. The triplets told him just 50% of their strength was enough to defeat him. One could only imagine what would happen if they unleashed their full power. Therefore, Hector's death was certain. The only question was how terrible it would be. What Grayson wanted was for Hector to be crushed into powder. Only then could his personal humiliation be washed away. So be it. Turn him into dust and fragments, the eldest of the triplets shouted. Boom. The three simultaneously manipulated the formation seals, and the Sun Sword formation transformed into a brilliant light, instantly shooting out and exploding the moment it approached Hector, turning into countless swords raining down from the sky. Crack. The ground could no longer withstand the force of the falling sword rain and shattered. The entire Yorksu Grand Venue was instantly destroyed, reduced to ruins. Hector, caught under the sword rain, had vanished without a trace. Brother Yorksu. Guy screamed, his eyes bloodshot. Ah, if this guy had agreed to join the Azura sect back then, how could he have ended up like this? Truly overestimating his own capabilities, sighed Ismail, increasingly convinced that his decision to leave Yorksu Grand Venue was incredibly wise. Ismail, you traitor. I'll kill you, Guy snarled, filled with murderous intent. Killing, you won't have the chance. Surrender, and we will grant you a complete corpse. Why didn't you think about this before? Time to go, said the 10 men from Luo Clan Grand Venue as they approached, filled with murderous intent. In the moment the Sun Sword formation struck, the Balthazar was also ready to act. Suddenly, the Maverick standing in front of him grabbed him, his exposed eyes flickering with surprise. What? The Balthazar looked at the Maverick, puzzled. The Maverick was startled. This kid didn't use his full strength just now. What? The Balthazar froze, turned around, and looked at the Sun Sword formation again. Boom. At this moment, facing the sword rain pouring down, Hector instantly activated the 5 organs 6 viscera technique. The 5 organs resonated, his heart beating like thunder, producing a deep boom. Instantly, boundless secret power surged through his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, he formed the fist seal, using the 5 organs 6 viscera technique to control the true intention symbols. The first true intention symbol, the second true intention symbol, the third true intention symbol. In one breath, he unfolded the true intention symbols of 3 emperors and immediately consecutively unleashed them. His combat power skyrocketed, breaking through to the peak of stage 5. Powerful energy condensed into a golden fist mark, soaring upward, invincible. Wherever it passed, the falling sword rain was obliterated. Even the formidable triplets were all struck by this golden fist, coughing up blood as they flew back and crashed into a corner of Yorksu Grand Venue, causing it to collapse. The Sun Sword formation crumbled instantly under Hector's single punch. Hector stood unmoved in place, towering like Mount Tai, his majestic aura leaving everyone stunned. Everyone's eyes reflected disbelief and shock. How terrifying was the Sun Sword formation? Even if one hadn't personally experienced it, they had heard of its renown. If Grayson's combat power in the realm below Master was said to stand at the pinnacle of the Semi-Master realm, then, the triplets' joint Sun Sword formation could reign supreme at the top of the Semi-Master pyramid. Once, 3 masters combined had been utterly annihilated by the triplets' Sun Sword formation. Everyone believed that Yorksu, facing the triplets' Sun Sword formation, would inevitably be obliterated like those 3 masters. But the result greatly exceeded their expectations, bringing a powerful visual impact. Hector won. Not only did he win, with overwhelming power, he shattered the triplets' Sun Sword reign and survived. Conversely, the triplets were buried under a pile of rubble, blood seeping through everywhere, their fates uncertain. But even if they survived, judging by their state, they would likely be permanently crippled. Hiss, how could this be possible? This guy actually defeated the triplets' Sun Sword formation alone. Has his combat power become comparable to a master? Frightening, too frightening. A few days ago, I saw Yorksu fight against Hongwu Grand Venue. He barely managed to defeat Francisco and the others, basically evenly matched. In the end, it was only with Jetty and the other support that he narrowly won. How could he have grown strong enough to defeat the triplets' Sun Sword formation in just a few days? Such terrifying growth, can Hector still be considered human? Not quite right. During the battle with Hongwu Grand Venue, his cultivation level was the same as it is now. The only explanation is that he wasn't evenly matched then but was hiding his true strength. Hashtag chapter 302, capturing Luo Clan Dojo, Yorksu's fame soars. Phew, I watched Hector's battle with the Hongwu Dojo too. Back then, he was definitely giving it his all. He must have been using his full strength. I saw that battle as well. He was severely injured. If he hadn't given it his all, he wouldn't have ended up so badly hurt. Whether or not he gave it his all in that battle, this one has been incredibly fierce. Once again, he turned the tide single-handedly. After this battle, his fame will skyrocket. This entire area will remember his name. The entire crowd was stunned. Who would have thought that Hector could reverse the situation in such a present? Although he wanted to kill Hector, he understood that staying would lead to certain death. They have fled. Seeing their escape, everyone was stunned once more. The once almighty Luo clan dojo, after the triplets' defeat, had actually chosen to flee. Upon reflection, though, it made sense. If it were any of them, seeing their strongest reliance in an uncertain state, they would take the most beneficial action for themselves. Fleeing offered a hope of survival. Chase them. We can't let them escape. At this moment, Big Saber Casper suddenly shouted, ready to chase after them. But Hector's voice cut through. Let them live a little longer. Casper, Quentin, and the Cathy came to their senses and noticed blood trickling from the corner of Hector's mouth. Brother Sue, you're injured? Big Saber Casper's face changed instantly as he pulled out a healing pill from his pocket and handed it to Hector. Yes, just like during my fight with Hongwu Dojo. I've used all my strength. Hector smiled, glancing over at everyone watching from a distance. Hearing this, they were momentarily speechless, secretly ridiculing him. Who would believe he gave it his all? Last time with Hongwu Dojo, he did give it his all. Yet this time, facing the third-ranked Luo clan dojo among the top 10 below master level, he unleashed far greater power than against Hongwu Dojo. No one believed his words anymore. This guy was deviously cunning. Dwightry, leave. At this moment, Ismail and his companion frantically pushed their way out of the crowd. Ismail, where are you two traitors going? Casper had been keeping an eye on them. The moment they tried to leave, he rushed forward and swung his blade towards Ismail, causing the duo to pale in terror and quickly retreat. Thud. Casper's slash split the ground, creating a fissure that nearly severed their toes. Boom. Ismail and his companion's legs buckled, and they fell to their knees in fear. Bro Braden, we were wrong. Please spare us. Considering our past camaraderie. Yes, Bro Braden, please spare us our lives. You said earlier we were doomed, that standing against the great Luo clan dojo was suicidal. Have the guts to say that again now? Casper sneered, placing his blade on Ismail's shoulder, causing Ismail to urinate in his pants from fright. Damn, scared shitless? Everyone showed their disdain, covering their noses and retreating further back. Let them go. At this moment, Quentin spoke up. AI, get up, you're lucky today. Big Saber Casper sheathed his sword. Thank you, thank you. Ismail and his companion got up immediately, yet a hint of hatred flashed across Ismail's eyes as he rose, vowing revenge for this humiliation soon. Thud. However, just as they took 2 steps, 2 streaks of sword chi instantly pierced their backs, exiting through their chests. Weren't we promised that we wouldn't be killed? Ismail turned around, staring incredulously at Hector. Plank. Hector sheathed his longsword and calmly replied, that was Quentin's word, not mine. Suck in. Everyone sucked in a breath. Hector's actions were ruthlessly decisive. As for these 3, still alive, how do we handle them? The Cathy squatted down, checking the triplets, then looked up at Hector. Hector said, cut off their heads and hang them on the city walls. Isn't this going too far? They are members of the Azura sect. Quentin frowned, concern evident in his eyes. Hector glanced at Quentin and said solemnly, the Azura sect wants to kill us. Why should we show them courtesy? The more courteous you are, the more they'll think you fear them. They will act increasingly aggressively and recklessly. To intimidate them, you must kill to stop killing. Make them fear you. Only then will they refrain from rash actions. I understand. I'll handle it right away. Nodding, Quentin decapitated the 3 men and carried their heads away swiftly. Not long after, news of this battle spread rapidly, causing a huge stir in the area. Who exactly is Hector from the Yorksu Dojo? Just emerging for a week, he consecutively captured both the Hongwu Dojo and Luo Clan Dojo, 2 of the top 10 dojos below the master level. Sure, Hongwu Dojo ranks lower, but Luo Clan Dojo, with its comprehensive strength rank 3rd, was taken down too? Leroy, you hear? The Luo Clan Dojo triplets were killed in battle, and their heads hung on the city walls by Yorksu Dojo. Tisk, those triplets were from the Azura sect. How did Yorksu do this? Isn't he provoking the Azura sect? Isn't he afraid of retaliation? Hashtag chapter 303, the threat from the Azura arena. If they were afraid, they wouldn't have hung the heads of the Luo Clan arena triplets at the city gate. It's clear that the Azura sect's forceful demand for their allegiance has enraged Yorksu. By doing this, Hector is also warning the Azura sect. If they want his submission, they should come with power to back it up. This kid named Hector sure is overbearing. He actually dares to directly confront the Azura sect. Who knows where this monster came from? There's a faint resemblance to Jessup's demeanor in his actions. As you say, he does remind me of Jessup back then. Jessup rose step by step through the arenas and faced oppression from the Azura sect, leading to conflict. Eventually, he rose against all odds and almost obliterated the Azura sect. Hector's current track record is indeed impressive, but compared to Jessup back then, he falls far short. That may be true now. And face the Azura sect, he needed to bolster his own strength. For instance, if he hadn't feigned weakness and lured the Luo clan arena into underestimating him, thus severely injuring Grayson, the outcome of the battle would have been uncertain. Had the Luo clan arena given their all from the start, there was a 50% chance the result would have changed. Therefore, to survive here, he must rapidly enhance the comprehensive combat strength of Yorksu's arena within a short period. The best way to achieve this was to recruit powerful members. Upon releasing the news, tens of thousands rushed to apply to join Yorksu's arena. Joining meant they would gain residency rights, a huge attraction for many without a permanent home. Moreover, after defeating the Luo clan arena, Yorksu's arena gained significant fame. However, joining was not easy. Strict requirements had to be met. Firstly, candidates needed to demonstrate strength comparable to Colt and Big Knife Casper, both of whom were top tier in the half-step Grandmaster realm. Thus, recruits must be among the elite in this category. After one day of selection, only 3 were admitted, the rest failing to meet the criteria. Colt and others sighed in disappointment, while Hector remained calm, knowing that the truly outstanding ones had already been recruited by other factions. Only a few had slipped through the cracks. York Su, immediately disband York Su's arena and join my Azure arena, and you may be spared death. Otherwise, next year's tomorrow will mark the end of your York Su's arena. Even Colt and others felt dread and rushed to find Hector to discuss a plan. The 3 newly recruited members also began to waver, questioning whether joining York Su's arena was a rash decision. Seemingly sensing their thoughts, Hector said with a smile, "You can still withdraw if you wish." Their faces paled as they recalled Ismail and the others who were killed by Hector. "Rest assured, I won't harm you. What I despise most is cowardice on the battlefield." Ismail and the others brought their fate upon themselves. Chapter 304, One-sided situation. The 3 hesitated for a moment. The first one to join looked at Hector, noticing that he maintained a faint smile even after learning about Jacques' death threats. This reminded him of how calm Hector had been when facing the threats from Hongwu Dojo and Luo Family Dojo. Could it be that Hector truly has the strength to confront Azura Dojo? Instantly, he made up his mind. "Since I've chosen to join you, I will stand with you till the end." With him speaking up, the other 2 also vowed not to back out. Ismail was the best example. If they hadn't betrayed Hector Dojo back then, they wouldn't just be alive now but would be envied by all. They would never follow in Ismail's footsteps. "Good, let's prepare for Azura Dojo's challenge," Hector nodded with a smile. Boom. Upon hearing these words, Quentin, Big Blade Casper, the Cathy, and the 3 new members were all deeply shaken. So, Hector is really preparing to face Azura Dojo. Brother Hector, Azura Dojo's strength? Big Blade Casper turned grim as he recounted Azura Dojo's overall strength and past records. Hector waved his hand, smiling. As long as they are still in the quasi-grandmaster realm, they aren't invincible. Hector stood up and looked at Quentin. "Go tell them. If they want to fight tomorrow, come directly. I, Hector, will be waiting for them here." Quentin glanced at Hector, nodded, and turned to head towards Azura Dojo. Soon, news spread that Quentin had gone to Azura Dojo, delivering Hector's message. Hector Dojo had indeed prepared for Azura Dojo's challenge. This information reignited excitement in the area. Heaven! I thought after Hector took down Luo Family Dojo, he'd choose to rest. Even if he wanted to fight, he'd wait until he had recruited 20 people. But who knew he would immediately accept? This young man's thoughts are incomprehensible. In the battle with Luo Family Dojo, he must have put in everything he had. Even if not everything, it was close enough. But compared to Azura Dojo's overall strength, he's way behind. Does he really think he stands a chance against Azura Dojo? Regardless, won't we know after tomorrow's battle? Heh, once the bets are placed, let's see who wins this time. Azura Dojo or Hector Dojo? After the news spread, some people seized the opportunity to place bets. However, the results were overwhelmingly one-sided. Almost everyone bet on Azura Dojo's victory. Even though Hector had taken down Hongwu Dojo and ranked 3rd master-level Luo Family Dojo within 7 days, many still didn't have high hopes for Hector Dojo. After all, Azura Dojo's overall strength was formidable. In nearly a year, they had challenged 10 Grandmaster-level dojos, winning 9 out of 10 battles. Their record was so impressive that even Grandmaster-level dojos would tremble upon their challenge. Although Hector Dojo was strong, it was still far behind Azura Dojo with such a glorious record. Therefore, the betting started off overwhelmingly in favor of Hector Dojo's defeat. When Hector heard this, he bet all his money on himself winning, without any attempt to hide it, causing another significant stir. Is Hector boosting his morale before his doom? No, at this point, he still dares to bet on himself. How confident can he be? What are the odds? Betting on his win, the odds are 1,000 to 1. How much did he bet? 30,000 Jinchi coins. Phew, 30,000? Damn, if he wins, he'd make 30 million Jinchi coins instantly. Haha, do you think he can win? Sigh. Indeed, there's no hope. Many were astonished upon learning Hector had bet 30,000 Jinchi coins on himself. Yet, almost no one chose to support him. Haha, I'll bet 100,000 Jinchi coins. Just half a day into the betting, a Balthazar appeared. Jacques. No one expected Gil, who was equally renowned as Jacques, to bet 100,000 on Hector Dojo. Fine. I'll write it down. The bookkeeper paused in surprise, but quickly jotted down Gil's bet. If Hector Dojo lost, the bookkeeper could pocket a fortune from Gil. For him, Gil was simply a cash cow. You've only met Hector once, yet you're so certain he'll win? After leaving, a maverick appeared, looking incredulously at Gil. Gil narrowed his eyes towards Luo Family Dojo, now Hector Dojo, and said, though I've only met Hector once, his character is extremely steady. Since he dared to accept Jacques' challenge, he must be confident about tomorrow's final showdown. End of chapter. Chapter 305. Escalating tension. It was understandable that Hector would bet on himself for 30,000. After all, money is useless to the dead. But who was Gil? He was once a monstrous opponent who fought Jacques to a standstill. Now he was betting 100,000 on Hector's victory. Wasn't he just too rich? However, after seeing Gil place a bet of 100,000, some people started hesitating. They knew that Gil, who had fought Jacques before, clearly understood Jacques' strength. If even he chose to bet on Hector, it couldn't be explained by mere foolishness or having too much money. It was likely that Gil knew some insider information and therefore decided to bet 100,000 forward to the battle tomorrow. I wonder if Hector can lead his team to stop Jacques. Hector isn't bad either. Though he might not match Jacques in individual combat, if everyone fights together, it's hard to predict the outcome. After Jacques' declaration, the area buzzed again. Someone opened another betting pool. This time, the odds were not overwhelmingly one-sided. People were betting on both Jacques' win and the Feathersu Dojo's win, almost evenly matched. At this moment, Hector acted again. His team pooled 50,000 gold pool coins to bet on their own win. When the news broke, everyone was stunned by the resolve shown by the Feathersu dojo. Brother Hector, my financial future and marrying 10 wives depend entirely on you. Big Knife Casper said excitedly, holding out all his savings. Tomorrow's battle against Jacques would determine not only their lives, but also whether they could get rich quickly. The only regret for some was that the odds were now 4-6, meaning even if they won, the payout wouldn't be as high as during a dojo challenge. We'll defeat him tomorrow, and then we'll see how the team responds. The result will be the same. Hector smiled at Big Knife Casper and the others. Seeing such confidence, the 3 new members were moved. After some hesitation, they also started betting on themselves winning. To them, it wasn't just about money. It was about saving their lives. Winning meant keeping their lives and wealth. Losing meant losing everything. That kid has some charm. Brother Gene, please go and save him if he loses. Carissa laughed after hearing the news. Rest assured, he won't die while I'm around. Gil nodded. Boom. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, the second day finally arrived. Countless people gathered at the Feathersu dojo early in the morning. Betting continued, with nearly 300,000 gold pool coins staked, including bets placed by some master-level experts. I bet on Jacques' win, 15,000 gold pool coins. A man took out 15,000 gold pool coins and immediately caused a stir. This is Governor Jiang Shui's son. He's betting 15,000 gold pool coins. Is he betting his family fortune? Frightening. Even if I worked tirelessly for 10 years without eating or drinking, I'd only earn that much. Simply crazy. Let's bet on Jacques too. After Jiang Shui placed his bet, everyone was inspired and began betting on Jacques' win. Soon, the odds shifted from 4-6 to 1-700. 1 part for Jacques, 700 for the Feathersu dojo, almost comparable to the odds of a dojo challenge. The situation reversed, favoring Jacques heavily. More bets kept coming in, and soon the odds between Hector's dojo and Jacques would reach the same level as a dojo challenge, 1 to 1,000. Let me join the fun, shall I? Gil appeared again, this time and reached out. Pass me my 10,000. The Maverick said coolly, it's enough already. There's no need to bet so much. If you lose, you'll have a hard time for a while. Cut the nonsense, will I lose? Gil frowned. Hand it over quickly. The Maverick glanced at Gil and seeing his determination, reluctantly took out 10,000 and placed it on the gambling table. Hiss. It's really 10,000. Seeing the 10,000 Gil put on the table, many people found it hard to believe. Don't worry, Brother Sue, I won't let you lose. At this moment, Hector led Colt, the Dow Casper, the Kathy, and others as they emerged. Hector has come out. Heavens, they dare to appear after all. Many people turned their attention, discussing animatedly. Almost everyone's gaze landed on Hector. While the others were very strong, the decisive key still rested with Hector. Thus, everyone was secretly observing whether he had broken through or not. Otherwise, how could he dare accept Jacques' challenge? So, whether I become immensely wealthy or end up destitute depends on Brother Hector. Gil laughed heartily. Please come in. Hector glanced at Gil and the Maverick, leading them inside. After the few of them sat down, Gil looked at Hector and asked, Brother York, what is your cultivation level? Peak martial spirit realm, and staring at Hector for a moment before nodding. Then I shall look forward to it and hope Brother York brings me good news. Hector nodded smilingly and then looked at the Maverick. Would you like to bet on me? The Maverick said coldly, after you die, I'll buy you an excellent coffin. You. Upon hearing this, Colt and the others immediately became enraged, glaring fiercely at the Maverick. Had they been a match for him, they would have surged forward to teach him a lesson. Hector waved his hand, stopping them. He and the Maverick had only met once, but he had some understanding of his character. The person was decent, but spoke harshly and cruelly. Coffin? Buy one for Jacques instead. He'll need it. But perhaps even a coffin won't be enough, Hector smiled. As Hector spoke, he suddenly turned and looked outside the Hector training hall where there was intense commotion as everyone moved aside. Jacques is here. Heaven. He brought all the elite members from the Azura training hall. Leroy, they agree that he would challenge the entire Hector training hall alone? These people are probably here to support him. Eventually, it will be Jacques alone. I know Jacques well. If he says alone, he means it. A roar of surprise swept through the crowd. Tens of thousands dispersed to clear a path for Jacques. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the young man. 10 breaths, 1 million Jinchi coins. The Azura training hall members talked confidently, casually predicting the death of the Hector training hall, differing only on how many breaths it would take. Their words, unmasked and reinforced with true chi, excited all those who had bet on Jacques' victory. Only Gil had a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth. Birds of a feather flock together. Indeed, Jacques' companions match his disposition. Seeing Jacques charging forward, Hector stood up, eyes flashing. He roared, it will indeed take 20 breaths, but the one to end this fight won't be Jacques, but me. Chapter 307. Man and Martial Arts United, the unofficial Dalton. Everyone present was stunned by his words. The one who ended the battle wasn't Jacques but him. Wasn't this making it clear to most people here that they had definitely lost their bet this time? Dwightmf, a mouth-strong king. Once he engages in combat, he'll know that survival relies on strength, not mere talk. A person from the Azura arena sneered with evident disdain and mockery in their eyes. Based on you? All of you attack together. I will kill all of you within 20 breaths. Jacques was exceedingly arrogant, renowned as the unofficial Dalton, standing at half-step master realm. Not only was he immensely powerful but also reached the peak of arrogance. Even a prodigy like Gil found his behavior unbearable, intentionally betting hundreds of thousands of golden pool coins on Hector, solely to suppress Jacques. Hector, you must win, Gil whispered inwardly. Honest arm spirit. No, from his aura, he remains at the peak of armed spirit realm without breaking through to the ultimate state. Damn, without reaching the ultimate state of armed spirit realm, he can still withstand 2 direct hits from Jacques? How does he manage this? Amidst the commotion, although only 2 moves were exchanged, Jacques' formidable strength was evident. He was practically invincible in the half-step master realm, earning him the Azura title from the Azura sect due to this very reason. His combat prowess was terrifying. Yet, despite this, he hadn't taken down Hector immediately, shocking everyone present. None could understand how Hector managed to withstand two of Jacques' strikes at the armed spirit realm. Not just the crowd but even Gil, Quentin, and Big Saber Casper were surprised. Especially Quentin and company, having fought alongside Hector twice before. Each time he left them profoundly impressed. Each engagement brought greater strength, and this time seemed even stronger than the previous ones. Can this brother Sue really face Jacques one-on-one? Big Saber Casper exclaimed in shock. Kill. Jacques roared fiercely, his killing intent growing denser. He hadn't expected this brother Sue to be so powerful, resisting two strikes despite being lower in cultivation, mocking him indirectly. In fights within the same realm, he was undefeated until now. But now, someone of lower cultivation managed to withstand two strikes from him. Even if he killed Hector today, it would be a massive blow to his reputation when it spread. Instantly, Hector condensed all his secret power around his face, barely blocking the invasive force. Meanwhile, Jacques was closing in, his body radiating brilliant golden light, seemingly transforming into a golden spear piercing through the air toward Hector. Sigh. The realm of man and martial arts united. Jacques has reached such a profound level in martial arts. A master realm expert trembled in awe. Everyone at Hector's arena felt overwhelmingly insignificant. All forces converged on Jacques. If Jacques had become a giant after achieving man and martial arts united, then Hector, approaching him, was a tiny dwarf facing imminent obliteration. Hector is done for, many half-step master realm experts murmured, eyes gleaming as if already envisioning the golden pool coins they'd earned from his demise. Boom. Hector realized the dire threat and instantly formed the fist seal, launching the first and second true intent formulas consecutively. His combat power instantly peaked at the fourth stage. Bang! A tremendous roar, like thunder, resonated throughout the arena, shaking everyone's eardrums painfully. Chapter 308, Matched. Crack. The ground beneath Hector and Jacques instantly caved in by half. The two men's fists collided, producing a sound like steel clashing, the force truly terrifying. Everyone stared with widened eyes. Hector was not dead. Moreover, from the looks of it, he was evenly matched with the uncrowned Dalton Jacques. Hiss! What kind of monster is this York Sue? Everyone was stunned. Could York Sue really defeat Jacques? At this moment, many who had bet on Jacques' victory began to have second thoughts. Hector's performance grew more formidable each time. Every time people thought he was about to lose, he would demonstrate a frightening combat strength that didn't fall short of his opponents. Good. Gil couldn't help but laugh aloud. If he wins this battle, he'll be the only one in the martial spirit realm to have defeated Jacques. He will surely become renowned across the Golden Pool County, attracting everyone's attention. He's not inferior to his father in his prime, said the maverick beside him, nodding with a flash in his eyes. Seems like Brother York Sue doesn't need our help after all. The ace, the Dow Casper, and others secretly sighed in relief at the sight. Back off. Jacques roared fiercely, shaking his fists as both hands came out to attack Hector continuously. Hector felt an unprecedented surge of exhilaration within. It had been a long time since he experienced such an intense battle. He kept using the first true intention interpretation, second true intention interpretation, and even the third true intention interpretation. With someone as evenly matched as Jacques facing him, Hector found himself becoming increasingly adept with the third true intention interpretation. After over 20 breaths of fighting, Jacques realized Hector was treating him as a partner, and he suddenly became enraged. This day, if I don't kill you, Jacques vows not to live. Jacques roared furiously, driving back Hector with a powerful punch, immediately grabbing the silver spear, and turning to charge at Hector again. This move decides the winner. Show me your full strength or you'll die, Jacques shouted, causing a thunderous roar as his silver spear cracked into several pieces, rapidly attaching itself to his right arm. Instantly, his right arm transformed into a golden limb, brimming with explosive power. Crack! A wave of sonic booms echoed through the air with just a wave of his hand. Hiss! Armament Laroice integration. Jacques has finally unleashed his true power. Since he mastered Armament Laroice integration, this is only the third time he's used it. I remember he last used it when fighting Gil? Yes, indeed. He first used Armament Laroice integration against a powerful master-level dojo, knocking 3 master-level experts flying in one move. If those masters hadn't attacked together, Jacques wouldn't have lost. The second time was during the battle with Gil. When he used Armament Laroice integration, even someone as strong as Gil almost had his blood spurted from Jacques' right arm as he was hurled away, while Hector wasn't unscathed either. His body trembling, blood gushing from his pores, making him look like a man covered in blood. Yet, he only took a single step back before stabilizing. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open. York Sue had managed to block Jacques' horrifying Armament Laroice integration again. Not only did he block it, but he also forced Jacques to exit the Armament Laroice integration state, leaving him injured. Hiss! Is it another evenly matched encounter? Someone suddenly sucked in a sharp breath, breaking the silence. Immediately, a wave of commotion erupted like a tsunami. It was common knowledge that Jacques' Armament Laroice integration was his most potent move. If even this couldn't eliminate the opponent, there was no hope left. Hiss! No wonder this guy dared challenge the Azura dojo. Turns out, his combat power has reached this level, already not falling short of Jacques'. What does it matter if he doesn't fall short of Jacques? The outcome is still death. True, the monsters from the Azura dojo are still watching. If they attack, York Sue's dojo won't stand a chance. While Hector's combat power amazed them and clearly did not fall short of Jacques', Jacques' side still had other members who had yet to act. Each one was among the elites of the near master level fighters. If they all attacked together, victory was assured. Ah, attack together, kill him. The surrounding cries pushed Jacques over the edge. Overwhelmed by his pride, his sole desire now was to tear Hector apart piece by piece. Finally, it's our turn to act. Crush this insignificant insect daring to challenge us. Annihilate York-Su's dojo and leave them nowhere to bury their dead. The members of the Azura dojo felt Jacques' rage. They howled fiercely and charged out, filled with murderous intent. Attack! The ace shouted, charging forward first. The Dao Casper and the Cathy followed closely behind. At this moment, both dojos finally went all out. However, nobody held any hope for York-Su's dojo. After all, York-Su's combat power exceeded expectations. Despite only being at the martial spirit realm, he had managed to match Jacques, known as the invincible Dalton of the near master level. This monster was, by talent alone, already surpassing Jacques. But regarding overall dojo combat power, the newly risen York-Su's dojo was clearly far inferior. Chapter 309. Team Battle, Trapped in Desperation. Splash. It happened just as everyone had predicted. Though Jetty, Casper with his large saber, the Alexandria, and the three newly joined members were all out stare and sending him flying, coughing blood, he narrowly avoided losing an arm. Splash. Meanwhile, one of the three newcomers was sliced into two pieces by three half-step master elites, blood spurting wildly, frightening the other two newcomers until their faces turned pale. Escape. Without hesitation, the two remaining newcomers used all their strength to force back the attackers, attempting to flee, but four more opponents quickly surrounded them, blocking their escape route. On this side, Jetty, Casper with his large saber, and the Alexandria were also trapped in dire straits, all sustaining injuries. They exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and gathered together, doubling their combat power to push back five opponents before rushing toward Hector. Brother York-Su, you go first. We'll cover for you, Casper shouted, fighting through severe injuries. A terrifying blade aura cut through two opponents, making them cough blood and retreat. But he himself was also hit. A hole punched through his left shoulder, blood gushing out. Yet, he did not groan and quickly arrived in front of Hector. At that moment, Jetty and the Prudence in red also rushed over, their eyes filled with resolve as they faced Jacques and his team. Brother York-Su, if any of us can escape, we will. You go first. When you grow stronger, come back and avenge us. Jetty gripped his black scimitar, blood streaming from his abdomen. Red lives, for him. How could he let such loyal comrades fight alone? How could he escape on his own? Would he still be considered human if he did? Rest assured, today, not a single one of us will die. Hector's voice boomed like thunder, shocking everyone present. At this critical moment, was York-Su still so confident? Boom. He turned around and charged straight toward Jacques. Today, none of you will leave here alive. Hemph, you are already at your last stand, yet you dare to make such boastful claims. I'll send you on your way. Jacques and his 10 companions surged forward. Splash. Suddenly, their attacks missed, and Hector vanished. Not good. Jacques reacted swiftly, turning to sweep with his spear behind him. The dozen surrounding him suddenly felt a chill down their spines, as they sensed several terrifying sword auras appearing abruptly, enveloping them. Splash. 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 Instantly, a dozen heads flew up, blood spurting skyward, stunning everyone. Whoosh. What kind of monster is York-Su? He vanished along with his sword aura? Terrifying. He used that move again. I saw him use it a few days ago against Hongwu Dojo. It's absolutely unstoppable. I've been wondering why he hadn't used it. Turns out it was for this decisive moment. In an instant, 10 elite half-step masters were eliminated. This York-Su guy is too scary. The entire crowd was dumbstruck, in complete shock. Hector's performance was astonishing. Kill. Jacques raged, summoning the others to surround Hector. Even if they killed York-Su today, the Azura dojo would suffer greatly, perhaps even facing ridicule from others. After all, they had challenged 10 master-level dojos in the past year, winning 9 and losing 1. Their remarkable record had earned them the Azura title from Azura sect. But now, they couldn't defeat an obscure dojo without a single master. Kill. The remaining 10 abandoned all else, focusing entirely on attacking Hector. Instantly, Hector felt immense pressure. Splash. Within moments, Hector was injured, blood pouring from his shoulders, abdomen, and arms. Brother York-Su, Jetty, Casper with his large saber, and the Alexandria rushed over but were driven back by Jacques, suffering even more injuries and losing their ability to fight, swaying unsteadily. Chapter 310. Breaking's Ultimates, Annihilation of the Azura Arena. Puff. In an instant, the ace and his companions had lost their fighting ability. Surviving was already a monumental task. At this moment, undoubtedly, this Fred had entered the extreme's ultimate state. Quick, retreat. Jacques yelled sharply. The sudden turn of events left the elite half-step masters surrounding Hector in a state of shock, unable to react in time as Jacques' golden spear exploded. He immediately fell back, preparing to capture the ace and use him as leverage against Hector. Bam! Hector stepped forward, his black hair flying up. He looked like a demon incarnate. He abruptly grabbed his sword hilt, flicking his wrist. Puff, puff, puff. The dozen or so top-tier experts from the Azura arena, who were nearby, instantly had their necks slashed open, heads flying off. Hiss! Instantly, a series of sharp intakes of breath rang out among the crowd. Everyone stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. Even the ace and his companions were dumbfounded, entirely forgetting the rapidly approaching Jacques. Who could have imagined that Hector, who was in an apparently hopeless situation just a moment ago, would unleash such terrifying power in the next? In a blink, he caught Jacques' spear barehanded and shattered it. And in that same moment, the dozen top fighters of the Azura arena had their heads severed. All of this happened within a couple of breaths. By the time they realized what had happened, those dozen men were decapitated, leaving pools of blood everywhere, transforming the place into a true battlefield of demons. As long as I grabbed them, and Jacques, trembling as he shouted. Boom. In an instant, the entire crowd seemed ignited by his words, bursting into chaos. Hiss! This monster, he single-handedly destroyed Jacques' Azura arena, killing everyone. Leroyd, he step into the master realm? Not yet. He's still in the martial spirit realm. I can feel his aura. Damn, at the martial spirit realm, to display such terrifying combat power and wipe out the Azure arena, could he challenge a weaker Master Grade arena on his own now? Jacques and his team could challenge Master Grade arenas. He can too. 16 years ago, Jessup single-handedly swept through all arenas below the Master level. Now, this Noah has done it too. Is he retracing Jessup's steps from 16 years ago? Too frightening. I strongly feel that in no time, this kid will match Jessup from 16 years ago, making a name for himself in our Jinchi County. In no time? After this battle, all major powers in Jinchi County will remember his name. This kid has achieved fame in one battle. It's over. My 30,000 Jinchi coins are gone. My Jinchi coins were borrowed from the Daxiao Merchant Alliance. Losing this time means tightening my belt a bit too. Haha. The two men exchanged smiles, appearing very relaxed and happy, as if the bloody battle hadn't affected them in the slightest. This time, Hector also profited handsomely. He had bet on himself with 310,000. With a 1,000-to-1 payout ratio, he had earned 30 million. 30 million was considered a modest fortune in Jinchi County. Soon, news of this battle spread across all of Jinchi County, causing a huge stir. That kid named Yurksu, where did he come from? He almost wiped out the entire Azura dojo by himself? Unclear. It said he came from outside. His specific identity and background are unknown, as if he appeared out of thin air. They say his cultivation is only at the martial spirit realm? Yes, indeed at the martial spirit realm. Whoa, at the martial spirit realm, he wiped out Jacques' Azura dojo? Are you kidding me? Jacques is virtually unbeatable even among the quasi-master level fighters. For this guy to sweep them away with lower cultivation, how monstrous must he be? He's not any worse than Jessup 16 years ago, right? Without any mishaps, this young man should have reached the peak within the 4 realms of martial Laroisable, martial teacher, great martial teacher, and martial spirit. Otherwise, his combat strength wouldn't be so formidable. Damn, reaching the peak in all 4 major realms, isn't that exactly like Jessup 16 years ago? Too terrifying. We must invite this prodigy into our dojo. After the news spread, Hector's reputation soared. Many master-level dojos knew his name and sent important figures, or even their dojo leaders, personally to extend invitations. However, these were all politely declined by Hector. Next up, I need to break through to the master realm, Hector muttered to himself, taking out the master fruit he had obtained. Although it was only half a fruit, it was an upper-grade master fruit, whose medicinal effects were 10 times better than those of an average master fruit. By consuming it, Hector was confident he could advance to quasi-master within half a month, and reach the master realm within a month. Boom. Without hesitation, Hector swallowed the half-master fruit and entered seclusion for cultivation. Meanwhile, the Azura Dojo, now renamed Yorksu Dojo, was visited by a large group of people, either inviting Hector to join master-level dojos, or coming to test their abilities to join the Yorksu Dojo. Colt, Dadao Casper, and the Kathy were welcoming guests warmly. Previously, those lofty master-level cultivators were now courteous, which left them deeply moved. They knew these master-level cultivators treated the rejections. These dojos did not get angry, but instead left their gifts with a smile, hoping to establish good ties with Hector. Such a prodigy, once grown, would surely become another Jessup. Building a good relationship with such a prodigy was beneficial for them with no downside. Shortly after, the 2nd and 3rd rank quasi-master level dojos also arrived with generous gifts to congratulate Yorksu Dojo for its top ranking. For a short while, Yorksu Dojo became overwhelmingly busy, with visitors and delegations arriving non-stop. As Dadao Casper put it, the threshold has almost been trampled. Meanwhile, in a certain area of Azura sect, immediately send someone to Yorksu Dojo to confer upon them the title of Azura Dojo. The speaker was a high-ranking member of Azura sect, who had reached the late master realm. There was a round table in the room where 10 people were seated. They formed the decision-making layer of Azura sect. After Jacques' Azura Dojo was annihilated, they received the news promptly and held an urgent meeting about Yorksu Dojo. Moreover, they secretly arranged for someone to investigate Yorksu, discovering that he suddenly appeared in Jinchi County. Their investigation also hinted that this young man named Yorksu seemed connected to the forces behind the Maverick. If Yorksu is that person's ally, what should we do? A master-level cultivator asked. Even if he is, he must belong to us, or he won't last a day in Jinchi County. A cruel killing intent flashed across the person's eyes. Hashtag chapter 312, the overbearing Azura sect. After this battle, Yorksu's dojo had proven its worth and strength. It became the undisputed leader among the top 10 strongest dojos below the Grandmaster level. Its reputation skyrocketed instantly. Within a week after the battle, people flocked to the dojo in an endless stream, keeping Colt and his team incredibly busy. Brandering these days, besides entertaining visitors from various factions, they were also recruiting new members. Even those who were already affiliated with other dojos left their previous affiliations to join Yorksu's dojo, participating in its selection and evaluation process. Even some of the best half-step grandmasters from the top 10 dojos began to inquire privately whether they could join Yorksu's dojo as well. Colt and his team were overjoyed at this development. In the past, those top 10 dojos had been so haughty that now, they were voluntarily asking to join them. How could this not make them happy? Amidst their joy, they made it clear that joining was conditional upon passing the evaluations. Surprisingly, the previously high and mighty half-step grandmasters did not show while still in the martial spirit realm. His potential and combat ability are already making others look askance. Even the war god Jessup 16 years ago couldn't match this. Yorksu's dojo was abuzz with murmurs. Everyone gazed at the man in the blue robe with deep reverence. The Azura sect was the absolute ruler in this region and one of the 4 major powers in Jinchi County. Despite ultimately retreating after a failed confrontation with the Ying Daltondom established by the Ying family, the old saying held true. Even a lean camel surpasses a horse. Nobody dared overlook the Azura sect. Sir, Brother York Su is in seclusion. Is there something you need? Colt approached with a smile. Everett looked at Colt and laughed. I am Everett of the Azura sect. I am here to bestow the Azura title on your dojo on behalf of our sect. This is our bronze medallion. Once you accept it, you will be part of our Azura sect. With that, Everett casually flicked the bronze medallion toward Colt, not bothering to ask if they wanted to join. In his mind, being offered the Azura title was a huge honor. There was no way they could refuse such a significant temptation. Not only did Everett think so, but everyone present stared at the flying bronze medallion inscribed with Azura, with envy and fervent admiration. Getting this was something they had dreamed about. Once accepted, they would officially belong to the Azura sect. They would receive resources from the sect and, once reaching the Grandmaster level, could immediately become official members of the Azura sect. Becoming a part of the Azura sect wasn't something anyone could achieve easily. At least Grandmaster level strength was required to join. For someone below that level to join was extremely rare, like Jacques. Now, it seemed, Hector's dojo had joined this elite group. Colt caught the bronze medallion and looked at the proud Everett. Sir, this decision lies with Brother York Su. I can't make it for him, he said with a smile. What do you mean? Everett frowned, glaring angrily. Others were taken aback. What was Colt doing? Rejecting the invitation from the Azura sect? Was he out of his mind? Hey, Colt, this is a representative of the Azura sect inviting us to join. Even Brother York Su would agree. Don't be stubborn. Nearby people tried to reason with Colt, fearing they might offend Everett. Offending him was akin to offending the Azura sect, which in Jinchi County was no different from courting death. However, Colt ignored them, holding Everett's gaze without flinching. My point is, I cannot make this decision. We must wait for Brother York Su. Imph. Where's York Su? Call him out immediately. Everett's eyes darkened as he swept the area. Imph. Insect. Everett glanced at Dedao Casper, and with a single palm strike from a distance, crack, a chunk of Casper's great sword shattered, spewing blood as he flew backward and hit the ground, never getting up again. If I don't kill you today and leave you with just a breath, know that if that York Su brat is anything like you, they will all be killed. Everett then glanced at the others, gave a cold laugh, and directly entered the rear courtyard. Meanwhile, those from the York Su dojo dared not retaliate. The opponent was too powerful, both individually and in terms of backing, far beyond their capacity to resist. At this moment, the Mila immediately administered healing medicine to Dedao Casper and, seeing he wasn't mortally wounded, sighed in relief. How is Brother Casper? Quentin barely managed to walk over, his face unusually pale, drenched in sweat, clearly suffering greatly from Everett's palm strike earlier. Don't move, rest right there. He'll be fine. Seeing this, the Mila Fongyor quickly said, Brother Quentin, what should we do now? The other newcomers looked at Quentin for guidance. In the York Su dojo, Quentin and Casper were the de facto second and third in command. Quentin sighed and said, now, we can only take it one step at a time. I hope this person from the Azura sect won't violate the rules and refrain from laying hands on Brother York Su. Brother Quentin, are you saying Brother York Su might refuse the involuntarily, pulling back as if electrocuted? May I ask if Master York Su resides within? I am from the Azura sect, and have come today on the orders of our Kylers to invite Master York Su to join us. At this moment, after some hesitation, Everett's demeanor shifted completely, abandoning the arrogance he displayed toward Quentin and Casper. Indeed, no fool had survived long enough to join the Azura sect. Each one was a seasoned survivor. Inside, there was no response. That bone-chilling gaze remained unrelenting, making him feel as if thorns pricked his back, unsure of how to proceed. He repeated himself, I am Everett from the Azura sect, here to invite Master York Su to join us. This time, despite lingering fear, he thought of the Azura sect's authority and felt that this person, though exceptionally talented, should not ignore him thus. Ignoring him meant defying the Azura sect. Immediately, impatience colored his tone. Tell the Kylers of the Azura sect that the York Su dojo will not join them, neither now nor in the future. Master, do you realize what you are saying? Everett paused, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. This was a refusal to join the Azura sect. In this region, no one dared defy the Azura sect, let alone when they extended an olive branch. Suddenly, a terrifying dared to directly and openly refuse even their Azura sect. Hiss, look at him. The Azura sect's Everett is injured. I remember he was perfectly fine when he went in. Could it be that? Wow, was he injured by Herb York Su? No way. Has Herb Hector already reached the point where he can injure an expert-level master? What's so surprising about that? A few days ago, Herb York Su single-handedly swept through the Azura dojo. Of course, he has the ability to defeat an expert-level master. True, Herb York Su is the only one who, at the Spirit Warrior stage, swept through the Azura dojo. Even Jacques, the invincible king among those nearing expert level, couldn't match him. It's not strange that Herb York Su could injure an expert. I just can't believe he dared to hurt someone from the Azura sect. Indeed, every expert represents the Azura sect officially. By injuring one of them, Herb York Su has insulted the entire Azura sect. Is he planning to leave this place? When Everett emerged, many people saw his pale face and weak breath compared to before he entered. Clearly, he had been severely wounded inside. Apart from Herb York Su, no one else in the entire courtyard could cause such injuries to an expert-level master. Thus, there was immediate uproar. Everyone was stunned by Hector's strength and admired his courage. Daring to harm a member of the Azura sect, apart from the three major forces, only Herb York besides the three major forces would dare speak like that to the Azura sect. Only Herb York Su, perhaps. Amidst everyone's exclamations, Hector walked over to Colt and took the copper plate from his hand. By now, Everett had reached the entrance of the York Su dojo. He paused and said, as I said, if you don't like it, just throw it away. Before he could finish, a sonic boom ripped through the air behind him. Without thinking, he struck backward with a palm. Pooh. In the next moment, his palm split open, blood spouting, as he staggered backwards several steps. Stabilizing himself awkwardly, he looked down and saw the copper plate, now stained with blood, in his palm. York-Su. Everett lifted his head, clutching the copper plate tightly, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Hector standing inside the dojo. Since becoming an expert-level master of the Azura sect, this was the first time he had been humiliated by a mere spirit warrior. However, Hector ignored him and instead focused on Colt, noticing his faint breath, blood at the corner of his mouth, and pale face. Immediately, Hector's expression darkened. Was he the one who injured you? Colt's face changed rapidly. Brother York-Su, it happened while I was practicing. And you too? Hector asked, looking at the Cathy and Big Knife Casper. The Cathy's face changed instantly. I got injured during a practice session with Big. Much more powerful must he be. Hashtag chapter 315. The Azura Order. Inside the York-Su dojo, everyone who had come to congratulate and participate in the selection and evaluation was utterly shocked. They were not only astonished by Hector's assertiveness, but also by his immense strength. Even a Master Realm powerhouse could not withstand his single move. This young man had advanced by leaps and bounds within such a short time. If he were to reach the Master Realm at this rate, how terrifying would he become? The thought sent chills down their spines. Ah, York-Su, do you dare to oppose our Azura sect? Everett roared after being flung away, unable to contain his rage any longer. He gripped the hilt of his sword, preparing to charge forward. But at that moment, Hector suddenly appeared before him, pressing down on the back of his hand that was gripping the sword hilt, pushing the half-drawn longsword back into its sheath. Anyone who dares to harm someone from my York-Su dojo will pay a price. What is the Azura sect anyway? Hector said indifferently. As he spoke, his other hand pressed against Everett's abdomen, causing Everett to pale in shock, his entire body bristling with fear. At that moment, he felt an overwhelmingly terrifying force building up in his abdomen, almost identical. If they weren't different surnames, I'd suspect they were father and son. It's been so long since anyone dared to challenge the Azura sect openly. Master York-Su, for the sake of a few members, dared to wound someone from the Azura sect and even warn them. Such audacity is unmatched. The sea of voices around them didn't bring excitement to the fatty or the Alexandria. Despite appearing to have gained much respect and support, behind the glory lay impending disaster. Brother York-Su, I know how the Azura sect operates. After today, our York-Su dojo might not remain peaceful, said the fatty with worry. The Alexandria added, Master York-Su, perhaps we should join one of the other three major forces? That way, we won't fear retaliation from the Azura sect. Other members agreed, thinking her suggestion sound. However, Hector glanced at them and said, as long as the Azura sect can't monopolize power here, there's nothing to fear. If they dare come, I'll teach them manners. With that, a breath of nascent master aura emerged from Hector. The crowd gasped, realizing he had indeed advanced to the nascent master realm after his seclusion. He broke through so quickly. With his current strength, he can surely challenge numerous master-level dojos. In terms of D-class master-level dojos, Master York-Su is undoubtedly top tier. When Hector was still at the martial spirit level, he swept through and defeated 9 master-level dojos consecutively. Now, at the nascent master level, he's certainly among the best. If I had his strength, I'd also dare to face off against the Azura sect. Feeling Hector's aura, even the fatty's worries eased, replaced by shock and elation. Having such a powerhouse in their dojo, while they couldn't claim to match the Azura sect, any attempt by the Azura sect to move against them would require serious consideration of whether they had anyone who could counter Hector. In Jinshi County, there was a strict rule. Master-level experts couldn't attack those below their level unless challenged first. Back when York-Su was at the martial spirit level, he had already defeated Jacques, hailed as an invincible nascent master. Now, reaching the nascent master level, he was virtually unstoppable below the master level. Thus, the fatty and others felt assured. News of York-Su rejecting the Azura sect's invitation and injuring one of their master-level experts spread rapidly, stirring waves across Jinshi County. No one expected York-Su to be so formidable, rejecting the Azura sect and daring to injure their people. This was a blatant provocation. Given the Azura sect style, they wouldn't let it go. Sure enough, within half a day, the Azura sect launched its retaliation. Instantly, the place erupted. Gideon live Master York-Su 1,000 times. Haha, I want to join the York-Su dojo too. This Master York-Su is too domineering. It feels like I'm back 16 years ago when Jessup was just as formidable. These two are exactly alike. If not for their different surnames, I'd suspect they're father and son. For many years, no one has dared to confront the Azura sect. This Master York-Su, for just a few members, dares to challenge the Azura sect head-on and warn them off. His audacity is something I can't even dream of. Despite the sea of cheers around them, Colt and the Cathy didn't feel excited. Although it seemed like the York-Su dojo was making headlines and gaining respect and support from many people, behind the spotlight lay potential disaster. Brother York-Su, I understand the Azura sect's methods well. After today, our York-Su dojo might not have peace, Colt said with concern. The Cathy also voiced her worry. Master York-Su, what if we join one of the other 3 major forces? That way, we won't have to fear retaliation from the Azura sect. Other members also suggested following Fong York's advice. However, Hector glanced at them and said, as long as the Azura sect isn't the sole dominant power here, there's nothing to be afraid of. If they dare to come, I'll teach them how to behave. As he spoke, Hector's body emitted a semi-master realm aura with a thunderous boom. Hiss, as expected, Master York-Su broke through to the semi-master realm after several days of seclusion. Master York-Su's breakthrough speed is incredible. With his current strength, he can surely challenge many Master Realm dojos. In the D-rank Master Realm dojos, Master York-Su's strength is undoubtedly top tier. When Master Hector was at the martial spirit realm, he single-handedly swept through 9 Master Realm dojos, including the Azura dojo. Now, having reached the semi-master realm, he can certainly stand out among D-rank Master Realm dojos. If I had his strength, I would also dare to confront the Azura sect head-on. Feeling Hector's aura, even Colt's concerns diminished, replaced by shock and jubilation. With a monster like Hector in their dojo, while they might not dare to defy the Azura sect, at least they had something to counter their moves. Jinchi County had strict rules. Master Realm powerhouses couldn't attack martial artists below that level unless challenged first. When Hector was at the martial spirit realm, he could defeat the invincible Dalton Jacques. Now at the semi-master realm, he was virtually unbeatable below the master realm. With this assurance, Colt and the others felt more secure. The news of Hector rejecting the Azura sect's invitation and injuring one of their Master Chi coins were put on the line. Just for participating in the assassination of Hector, each person would receive 500,000 Jinchi coins, a considerable sum. The bounty was even more extravagant at 100 million, clearly indicating that Hector had utterly infuriated the Azura sect, who spared no expense to kill him. Such a high reward wasn't just attractive to half-step Patriarch-level geniuses. Even those who had reached the Patriarch realm felt tempted. Unfortunately, they didn't qualify to participate. Otherwise, they would have signed up immediately to carry out a fatal strike against Hector. People die for wealth, birds die for food, the unchanging truth since ancient times. Meanwhile, Hector faced immense pressure. The entire Feathersu dojo was filled with an unusually heavy atmosphere, with everyone feeling as if a massive rock pressed down on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. Especially those who had just joined after careful deliberation, began considering withdrawal almost immediately. After a brief hesitation, many chose to leave. Hector's people said nothing about their departures, and allowed them to exit without any objection. This was Hector's intention. Very soon, the original 20 members shrank to merely 7. What angered Colt, Hannah, and others was that the 13 newly joined members, upon leaving the Feathersu dojo, turned around and joined the Azura sect's call to arms, intending to turn against the Feathersu dojo level. Amidst the fervor outside, with people flocking to the Azura sect, Hector activated the 4th heaven tower of the 9-story Leroyvine Tower. Here, he obtained a silver ghost mask, sinister-looking and only covering the right half of the face. Wearing it, Hector immediately sensed a mysterious force infused into his body, familiar yet strange. After multiple attempts to practice martial arts, Hector found the mask seemingly useless, causing no change in speed, strength, or reaction. What is this mask for? Hector wondered. After further exploration, finding no apparent use, he stored it away. Perhaps its function would reveal itself during battle. Meanwhile, 3 days after the Azura sect's call to arms, they finally gathered 20 people, all top-tier half-step, Patriarch-level geniuses. These 20 assembled into a kill feather dojo, receiving personal guidance from 3 Azura sect patriarchs, who taught them an extremely terrifying secret martial technique called Azura Hell. Once unleashed, it possessed unpredictable abilities, one of the 2 supreme secret martial techniques of the Azura sect. Even though only a part was taught, it remained incredibly formidable. Another 3 days passed. These 20 geniuses mastered the technique and, to showcase their new dojo strength, consecutively challenged 10 Patriarch-level dojos. Unfortunately for them, Colt, Big Blade Casper, and the Hannah, Fong York, remained. You 3 can receive 1 million Jinchi coins each if you quit the Feathersu dojo. Someone tried to bribe Colt and the others. Hashtag chapter 317, head-on clash. This was the left faction of the Azura sect. Before killing Hector, they first made sure he was isolated. They began by intimidating those who had joined the Feathersu dojo using their strength. The effect was immediate. After the Feather dojo consecutively crushed 10 master-level dojos, Hector lost 16 people on his side. Only Colt, Big Knife Casper, and the Kathy remained. Seeing that they couldn't be shaken, the Azura sect tried bribing them with money to leave. At first, they didn't yield, but later, Hector told them it was fine to take the money and leave temporarily. Why not get the money if it's free? Colt and the others were confused. Hector explained that they could rejoin after leaving. Immediately, they understood and agreed to the Azura sect's inducement, each receiving 1 million Jinchi coins. This caused a sensation in the outside world. Even the last 3, Colt and the others, had been turned. After dismantling the Azura dojo, Feathersu dojo, which had once been so glorious, was now down to just 1 commander due to the Azura sect's mobilization order. Haha Hector, you're all alone now. How does it feel? At this moment, Everett reappeared in the Feathersu dojo power. He would already be dead. Tell the Azura sect to send their people tomorrow. I'll kill all of them myself. Hector spoke calmly. Boom. Everett landed and immediately got up, fleeing without looking back. Hiss, Everett came to provoke Herb Feathersu just to see his humiliation, but ended up disgracing himself. Herb Feathersu is too formidable. He plans to stand alone against the strongest near Master Realm dojo in history. He's incredibly powerful. Such a strong Herb Feathersu reminds me of Jessup 16 years ago, also daring to confront the Azura sect head-on. No matter how strong or fearless Herb Feathersu is, once the top geniuses from Kill Feather Dojo arrive tomorrow, Herb Feathersu may be finished. Meanwhile, after Everett was slapped away by Hector, Colt and the others announced they were rejoining the Feathersu dojo, infuriating the Azura sect. It also surprised many who had been secretly observing in Jinchi County. Were Colt and the others openly scamming the Azura sect for money? That took quite a lot of guts. Zoltantal brats, you're asking for death today. The Azura sect's leadership raged. Boom. Instantly, what was hailed as the historically strongest near Master Realm dojo in Jinchi County, after defeating 10 master-level dojos consecutively, began advancing towards Hector. Is it about to start? They suffocated any prodigy below the Master Realm. Even visiting masters felt pressured, shaking their heads sadly when looking at Feathersu dojo, believing its end had come. Ah, if only he hadn't antagonized the Azura sect, in a few years, he might have risen in Jinchi County. What a pity. A Master Realm expert lamented, feeling sorry for Hector. A prodigy like Hector, if not cut down midway, would undoubtedly become an absolute powerhouse in the future. Kill. Upon arrival, the 20 top geniuses of Kill Feather Dojo immediately charged in. They received orders from the Azura sect's higher-ups. Upon arriving, do not speak. Kill Hector and hang his head on the walls of Jinchi County, showing everyone the consequences of offending the Azura sect. Hiss. They've charged in. Everyone tensed. They saw the 20 individuals heading straight for the deepest parts of the dojo, doors splintering under the true chi emitted from their attacks, turning to dust mid-air. Chapter 318. Supreme Secret Art, Azura Hell. 20 individuals scrambled inside in a mad rush, all afraid of being preempted and losing the chance to claim Hector's head. Haha, Hector is mine. Get lost, his head is mine. The three at the forefront approached Hector's door, about to barge in. But at this moment, the door opened by itself, and 3 terrifying auras stormed out like a tempest. The trio. Suddenly, all 20 members of Kill Feather Dojo were furious. This was an open act of defiance against them. No matter who the person is, if their strength has not reached the level where they can crush us effortlessly, our combined force will surely slay him. That's right, just now you fought with that person. What do you think of his strength? Among the 3 injured people, one replied, he's still within the initial domain of the near Grandmaster level. Good. Then we will join hands and kill him first before obtaining York Su's head. That's how it will be. Even if it's a Grandmaster, anyone who dares to obstruct us must die. Soon, the 20 reached a unanimous decision. Boom. As they approached, a bloody red aura emerged from their bodies, coalescing together to form an incredibly terrifying anomaly around them. It seemed like the very hell on earth. Those watching the confrontation from afar thought they heard the wailing of ghosts and wolves, with the surrounding air turning instantly cold. They felt like they were plunged into hell, their body hairs standing up. Whoosh, it's the Azura Hell. This is the Azura sect's Azura Hell. Retreat quickly. Someone recognized it. His face changing drastically as he stepped back hurriedly. But just as he took a step back, he froze instantly, his eyes filled with terror, blood continuously spurting out from his body like a fountain. Not only did it happen to him, dozens of others nearby reacted the same way, frozen in place, eyes filled with fear, their blood flowing out like a bursting flood. Even a Grandmaster Realm expert was scared. Scanning the room, they noticed only Hector, Colt, Casper with the Great Blade, and the Kathy. York Su, where's that Grandmaster Realm expert? One of them stared coldly at Hector. We don't have any Grandmasters here, Colt said quickly. You cannot defame us using this as an excuse. Whether you do or not, the outcome will be the same. York Su, come out and accept your death. Considering you're quite a tough guy, we promise to kill you in one blow without causing you excessive pain. The second top expert spoke nonchalantly, as though Hector was already their captive. Haha, you fools, Hector smiled. Then, with a single step, he vanished from where he stood. Quick, attack together. Seeing Hector suddenly get close to them, those at the front were alarmed. Hector's strength seemed even more terrifying than they had imagined. One-on-one, none of them could match Hector. Hell on earth. The 20 shouted in unison, as blood rain started pouring down within the anomaly near them. The moment Hector rushed in, he felt his blood begin to boil fiercely, gushing out through his pores. Brother York Su, get out now. This is the Azura sect's supreme secret art, Azura Hell, Dawu Braden screamed upon seeing this. Haha, it's too late. Hector, you deserve to die, a man said. Together, with the power of human hell, they were confident in wiping out any 20 newly ascended Grandmasters. Yet now, Hector alone was bearing the brunt of their human hell, and his fist seemed to possess strength equal to theirs. Everyone, put forth your full strength. We must suppress and kill him. We can't give him a chance. Someone shouted fiercely, biting down on their tongue and spitting out blood essence, turning the blood rain inside the phenomenon into blood swords that fell from the sky. The others also realized the terror of Hector, who stormed through the human hell's phenomenon, nearly collapsing it altogether. If they held back any longer, they would risk losing this battle. Thus, under the fierce shout, they disregarded everything and began burning their blood essence to enhance the human hell's power. Immediately, the human hell grew even more potent. Spectators outside widened their eyes as they saw the blood rain within transform into blood swords raining down, blocking Hector's advance. Hector's brows twitched. He continuously punched, shattering the blood swords, but he couldn't withstand their overwhelming power, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Heft! Several blood swords struck his shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. Master Hector is about to be defeated. Someone trembled in shock. Haha, keep going. This kid won't last long. Seeing this, many among the 20 geniuses couldn't help but celebrate madly. Killing Hector meant they would become burning in the flames of the human hell. He unexpectedly discovered something remarkable. Black impurities emerged from his bones, evaporated by the human hell's refining flames. These were impurities in his bones. Normally, removing such impurities required severing and separately cleaning the bones, an almost impossible task. In ancient times, many sought ways to enhance their physical strength, including bone washing, a notoriously difficult process. Even large factions possessing secret techniques couldn't truly accomplish bone washing. However, Hector inadvertently achieved bone washing, and judging by this trend, he might soon eliminate all impurities within his bones. Just a little more endurance, Hector thought joyfully, his gaze gleaming. He planned to take a gamble. Great fortune comes from taking risks. If he could endure, his physical strength would greatly improve. Initially, he believed that, having reached the limits of each major realm and achieving the highest levels Zoltang Wu will, he had already peaked historically. Yet, the elimination of bone impurities made him realize that perfection still eluded him. Perfection was just an ancient concept. If he could cleanse the impurities within his bones, he would transcend the limitations of his current realm and reach new heights. Would this new height be another unknown territory beyond limits? That, he did not know. But he remembered a saying by a famous figure, Zoltanmits are meant to be broken. There are no true limits. What you call limits are merely the highest points others have reached. Beyond limits, recovering unexpectedly. Everyone, Use the strongest killing move of the Azura Hell. We can't afford to waste any more time, someone said breathlessly. At this point, most of their essence blood had been consumed, and they began to worry that they might exhaust themselves before managing to finish off Hector. With these words, everyone nodded in agreement. Now, they decided to go all out, intending to leave only a sliver of life for themselves while instantly annihilating Hector. Their hearts raced with fear, fearing they couldn't outlast Hector. Boom. Immediately, they spat blood again, and the power of the human hell intensified. Blood rain began to form once more, transforming into a colossal blood-red shadow. This massive figure stood over 10 meters tall, wielding a bloody axe, and swung it down at Hector with brutal force. Splatter. Hector's hands traced the movements of the supreme martial arts true intent Laroiagram, but it was no use. Another spurt of blood flew from his mouth as he plunged into a dire situation, bleeding profusely. Yet, at this moment, impurities within his bones were rapidly expelled, and a metallic sheen appeared, giving them a refined look. However, Hector couldn't hold on much longer. His body wobbled, and his dark eyes brimmed with exhaustion. Haha, this kid is done for. One more strike, and he'll be dead. One of the semi-grand in Earth. The Azura Hell conjured by the 20 semi-grand master level elites crumbled under Hector's punch. All 20 individuals spat blood and flew away, scattering into the crowd. People watching were all taken aback. Sigh. Master York Su broke the Azura Hell created by 20 semi-grand master level elites? Too terrifying. Laroint Master York Su almost die? Even a peak early Grandmaster realm expert would not withstand such a blow. Master York Su's punch is terrifying. He was hiding his true strength all along. Is he about to dominate the semi-Grandmaster level domain, rivaling peak early Grandmaster realm experts? His combat strength is already on par with Jessup's back in the day, or even stronger. This young man is truly a peerless genius. The entire scene erupted in commotion. Even Colt and company were stunned. Once again, Hector demonstrated what true invincibility meant. Thud. After the punch, Hector stood still, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. He said calmly, "Kill them all and hang their heads on the walls of Jinchi County." These words brought Colt and others back to reality. Excitedly, they rushed forward. The 20 semi-Grandmaster level elites were now severely injured, incapable of putting up a fight. Their Yorksu Dowfield had once again reversed the tide against overwhelming odds. They could easily imagine that after today's battle, no one would dare challenge their Yorksu Dowfield again. Their Yorksu Dowfield was now truly the invincible king in the semi-Grandmaster level domain, not by reputation but by sheer strength. "Kill!" shouted Colt, charging ahead and instantly beheading several opponents. Dawu Casper and the Mila didn't hesitate either, acting ruthlessly. Soon, all 20 heads were taken. The entire area fell silent, and everyone stared at Hector in disbelief, filled with awe and reverence. What kind of monster was this? These 20 were kings among semi-Grandmaster level elites. Together, they could make any lower than Grandmaster realm genius despair. Combined with the Azura Hell of the Azura sect, even many Grandmaster level Dowfields would be wary when facing them. Yet now, Hector had once again crushed them single-handedly. Once news of this battle spread, it would surely cause shockwaves throughout Jinchi County. This, another Jessup, muttered a Grandmaster realm expert, eyes gleaming. Chapter 321. Father's Old Flame, the Fairy Sala? After killing 20 top-tier quasi-Grandmaster level geniuses, Quentin and his group immediately took their heads to the city wall of Jinchi County. Watching them leave, everyone was in shock, still feeling like they were dreaming, unable to grasp the reality of it all. Who could still oppose Hector after this battle? Jacques and Gil were called invincible kings at the quasi-Grandmaster level, but to me, that's only utterly lost face, spending such a huge cost to invite so many quasi-Grandmasters. Yet York Su wiped them out single-handedly. It's a huge disgrace for the always arrogant Azura sect, similar to the humiliation Jessup inflicted on them before. At that moment, the entire Jinchi County was shocked and abuzz with excitement. Amidst the shock, many turned their eyes towards the Azura sect, curious about what they would do next. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the Azura sect remained eerily calm, as if the death of their dispatched quasi-Grandmasters had nothing to do with them. After this battle, Hector went into seclusion for 3 days. Upon coming out, Quentin found him and suggested conquering several Grandmaster-level dojos. Hector agreed without hesitation, setting his sights on the Azura sect's Grandmaster-level dojos. When Hector, accompanied by Quentin, Guy, and the Kathy, arrived at one of the Grandmaster-level dojos, the dojo members surrendered without any resistance, causing another uproar. "These old fellows, how useless. They conceded without a fight," someone exclaimed. "Haha, you should know who they're up against. This is the martial arts Smith Yorksu. How many Grandmaster-level dojos dare challenge him now?" In the midst of astonished cries, Hector continued challenging dojos, targeting those under the Azura sect. In just one day, he challenged 30 Grandmaster-level dojo up. Susanna smiled at Hector. "You know me? Of course. Your name has resounded throughout Jinchi County recently, rivaling even our patriarchs." Hector scratched his nose helplessly, acknowledging the commotion he had caused. Under the guidance of the purple-clad Prudence, Hector arrived at a garden where over 100 people had gathered, all Grandmaster-level experts. Humph, I must see the new young patriarch of the Dwight and Dread Flowers sect. It's rumored she cultivated the heavenly silk Leroyvine technique of Fairy Sala, allowing for complete physical, soul, and spirit transformation through dual cultivation. She belongs to me. I'm determined to win her. If I can dual cultivate with her, even sacrificing 20 years of my life wouldn't matter. Just 20 years? Too stingy. I'd sacrifice 100. Sigh. 100 years, impressive. They vied fiercely, clearly resolved to achieve their goal. Startled, Hector looked at the purple-clad Prudence. What's going on? The purple-clad Prudence explained gently, You've come at the right time, Herb York. Our patriarch has established our new young patriarch and issued a summons to all of Jinchi County. Anyone who successfully traverses the Dwight and Dreadflower's path stands a chance to meet our young patriarch. If chosen, one can become a son-in-law of our sect. Hector's mouth twitched. Hector was startled. This woman wasn't much older than him by a year or two, yet she seemed very familiar with that event from long ago. Cece, this isn't a secret within our Dwight and Dreadflower's sect anymore. It's not strange for me to know. I'm not deaf after all, Adele replied brightly and talkative. Hector smiled. Leroyd, nothing happened between Jessup and your Sala immortal maiden back then? I heard that Jessup was quite formidable. Adele nodded. Jessup was indeed powerful. He came alone to Jinchi Prefecture, causing endless trouble, nearly wiping out the Azura sect. If not for some events later on, the current youngest sage of In-Country wouldn't be Jalen. Sigh, what a pity. A hero like him fell victim to the Gideon family's treachery. Adele sighed, then glanced at Hector, grinning mischievously. Hee hee. Speaking of which, there were naturally divine lovers' affairs with our Lord. It's rumored that Lord gave birth to a son with Jessup back then, and this son has already entered the Kylan mansion. What? Hector was once again dumbfounded. He had another brother? Why hadn't his father told him? The head of your Dwight and Dreadflower's sect actually consented to having a child with a married man? Moreover, isn't this your sect's scandal? You're daring to bring it up? Hector was speechless. This Adele was truly willing to air any dirty lie. Hector nodded. He recognized this point. Before coming here, he learned through others that while the Dwight and Dreadflower's immortal maiden of the Dwight and Dreadflower's sect appeared gentle, her methods were quite domineering and bizarre, often doing shocking things. Alright, try your best next. Hope to see you reach the finish line. Adele winked at Hector, then left in a fragrant gust of wind. Damn, who was that kid? How could Adele get so close to him? Many people noticed Hector chatting warmly with Adele, and couldn't help but wonder. Unclear, but he seems to have a reputation. Based on his age, he should be around 16, so his cultivation at this age mustn't be high. Yet, he dared to come here despite looking foolish. He does have courage. Hee hee, just a brat. Once it starts, he'll fall behind immediately, maybe even cry. Many people laughed. While Hector talking to Adele piqued their curiosity, none took him seriously, given his youth. If they knew that the person they dismissed so easily was the recent sensation in Jinchi Prefecture, Hector, they might not dare to underestimate him. Hector closed his eyes and focused, completely ignoring the gazes and murmurs around him. He came here to meet Rhonda. As for what these people were here for, it had nothing to do with him, because the outcome was already decided. Haha, it's so lively. How could Shao Kong turn cold? He narrowed his eyes and said, if you have the guts, stand up and speak. Hiding your head and showing only your tail, what are you? As Zane scanned the crowd, many who met his gaze instantly averted their eyes. Only a few dared to meet his gaze boldly. Is it one of you? Seeing those few staring back at him, Zane suddenly smiled, stepping forward, emitting the aura of a Grandmaster Realm Cultivator. Seeing him approach, those few immediately changed expressions. Someone immediately spoke up. Zane, do you plan to make a move before the competition starts? It's you. The smile on Zane's face gradually disappeared, and his aura intensified, bearing down on that person. That person's expression grew even worse as he said gravely, it's not me. If it's not you, why so much nonsense? Get lost. Zane rushed forward with a powerful punch. Thud. That person's expression drastically changed. The punch against Zane sent him retreating repeatedly, his face turning pale. This person is at the peak of the third heaven of the Grandmaster realm, yet he was struck away by just one punch. Many people were shocked, watching Zane with surprise and wariness. The others' expressions also became serious, realizing that after Zane pushed that person back, he had once again focused on them. Among these included Hector, but Hector remained voice resounded again. Haha, Zane, not feeling too good about being underestimated, huh? Hee hee. Everyone was astonished. That person was truly provoking Zane at the wrong time. Even more infuriating than the Giri standing in the open, was the voice hidden in the shadows. Suddenly, Zane spun around, dashing towards someone far away and striking him with a powerful punch, sending him flying and coughing blood. Zane, you? Fagin was shocked. Zane glared menacingly. Humph. Don't think I don't know it was you. I held back earlier just to see how long you'd keep talking nonsense. Fagin's expression changed dramatically. Upon hitting the ground, he immediately tried to flee. But just as he turned, Zane appeared lightning fast in front of him. Kneel and apologize. Under Zane's oppressive aura, the man spat blood and fell to his knees. Zane, don't be so smug. I belong to the Azura sect. If you dare, slap. However, he was met with a heavy slap. Azura sect? They've been silenced recently by a kid named Yorksu. What threat do you pose to me? Smack, smack, smack. Zane, while speaking, struck the man relentlessly, turning his face into a swollen pig's head, making many spectators shudder. Zane was indeed ruthless. Still, the Fred got what he deserved for his insolence, provoking such a madman. Stay here on your knees. After this, I'll deal with you further. Turning back to Hector, Zane added, I'm giving you one last chance to reconsider. Admit you're wrong now, and I might let you off. Otherwise what? Hector narrowed his eyes. He will be your fate. Zane pointed at the man kneeling beside him, whose face was already swollen. You can't. Hector shook his head. Then let's see. Zoltane down. Boom. Zane swiftly rushed over. Even before reaching him, the aura of a Grandmaster bore down like a mountain. But upon encountering Hector, it felt like water entering the ocean, completely ineffective. Quite interesting. I underestimated you. You're stronger than that waste of flesh. Let's see if you can handle my punch. Zane appeared in front of Hector and struck out. Hector spread his fingers and blocked with an upward palm. Clang. Their fist and palm collided, producing a deafening sound. Both Zane and Hector retreated 3 steps. A match. Many were surprised. They couldn't believe the 16-year-old could withstand Zane's punch. Zane paused, then burst into laughter. Haha, Not bad. This gets more and more interesting. The stronger you are, the more entertaining it will be to crush you later. Faxon, Minnie thought. Hee, still the same 3 words. You can't. Hector shook his head again. Let's find out. Zane crouched, his heels on the ground, his body shaped like a bow, and shot forward with incomparably faster speed. To Minnie, Zane seemed to remain in place. Only Hector saw that Zane had vanished, and heard a faint sonic boom near his ear. Hashtag chapter 324. Single-handed suppression of Zane. The speed was too fast, so fast that Minnie didn't react in time. Their vision was still fixed on Zane, but their ears detected a faint sonic boom behind Hector. An immensely powerful aura surged towards Hector's shoulder. It was a palm, seemingly light and floating, yet it contained an incredibly terrifying force like a mountain pressing down. It aimed to forcefully press Hector down. Hector opened his firmament eye and saw every move Zane made. He let Zane's palm come down on his shoulder, only for him to merely twitch slightly. Boom. In an instant, Zane's palm pressed onto Hector's left shoulder, and he loudly demanded, Zoltane down. However, the next moment, he froze, surprise flashing across his eyes. When his palm pressed on Hector's shoulder, he felt a force not inferior to his own, resisting the beginning. Let's go another round. Zane licked his dry lips, his wild eyes burning even more intensely. He wasn't feeling any apprehension due to Hector's formidable strength. Instead, he grew increasingly excited, like a hunter spotting prey that caught his interest. That gaze made Hector uncomfortable. This time, it's my turn. Hector took a step forward. His 5 vital organs resonated, channeling secret energy into his feet, pushing his explosive power to its limits in an instant. Hector had reached the extreme levels in 4 major realms: Martial Novice, Martial Master, Great Martial Master, and Spirit Martial Realm. Moreover, he had refined 100% Spirit Martial Will and undergone bone forging during the historically strongest half-step Grandmaster level trial. For extreme states and 2 transformations, the sheer power and explosive force he possessed now surpassed both past and present. Even if Jeffrey were to face him within the same realm, Hector was confident he could defeat him. In the half-step Grandmaster realm, he was the true king. Boom. A sonic boom echoed as Hector instantly left the ground, leaving 2 shocking footprints where he stood. Beneath these footprints were dense cracks. Everyone's ears rang as if struck by thunder, their heads buzzing. At this moment, Zane felt immense pressure. Hector's palm instantly pressed against his left shoulder, so fast that he didn't anticipate it. By the time he reacted, it was too late. Hector replicated his previous action, pressing his palm against Zane's left shoulder. The only difference was that Hector managed to apply his palm firmly, delivering a weighty force like a mountain. Snap. Despite Zane's immense strength, under this mountain-like pressure, his left shoulder bone emitted a crisp cracking sound. The next moment, everyone watched in shock as the formidable Zane, who was considered a prodigy among half-step grandmasters, bent under Hector's single-handed press. Go to hell. Zane was both surprised and furious. Hector used the same method against him, clearly intent on humiliating him. If he were pinned by Hector, it would be an indelible disgrace for life. Boom. Zane concentrated all his inner energy on his left shoulder, attempting to resist Hector's right hand. With a loud bang, he managed to stop Hector's palm, halting his bent posture. However, Hector's hand remained like a mountain, preventing him from straightening up. Unable to withstand it, he swiftly retreated. But Hector followed him like a shadow, which sent waves of shock deeper into Zane's heart. Snap. His left shoulder crackled again as Hector's palm grew even stronger. Whiz. At this moment, a trace of horror flashed uncontrollably in Zane's wild eyes. Immediately, he grabbed Hector's pressing hand with his left hand and swung his other palm toward Hector's chest, trying to push him back. However, Hector's reaction speed was no less impressive. As Zane's right palm approached his chest, Hector clenched his left fist, forming the first true intention symbol, shattering Zane's fist with a burst of blood and shattered bones. Shocked, Zane's other hand caught Hector's pressing palm, attempting to crush Hector's arm. But Hector sneered, lifting his leg to kick Zane's abdomen. Blood gushed from the corner of Zane's mouth as he felt searing pain, as if his stomach was being torn apart. Dead, Zane is injured. Everyone was once again stunned. Zoltane down, Hector said coolly. Boom. Instantly, the force from Hector's palm intensified, pressing down on Zane, whose body was already bent, like a mountain collapsing him. Next, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Zane's knees finally gave way, kneeling on the ground and sinking 3 feet deep. Hashtag chapter 325, Gear Beast. The entire crowd was stunned. One by one, startled or serious gazes fell upon Hector. This young man had pinned down the notorious Zane with just one hand. Such formidable strength was truly astonishing. Even the few men who had been silently observing all along turned their attention to him, mentally gauging what it would be like if they encountered Hector. Regardless of anything else, he was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. To successfully meet the young patriarch of the Dwight and Dread Flowers sect, this youth was an insurmountable obstacle they couldn't avoid. Immediately, they considered Hector as the top contender to meet the young patriarch. Shall we continue? Hector asked casually. Meanwhile, Zane had calmed down. He knew that this time his opponent was much stronger than himself. You're only at the half-step Grandmaster realm. How can you possess such terrifying power? Who are you? Zane glared coldly at Hector. Hector? What? This was Hector, the recent figure who had caused a huge uproar in Jinchi County by standing up against the Azura sect. The crowd buzzed once more at this revelation. No one expected that this rising star, almost mythical in nature, had also come here. So it's you, Zane murmured, taken aback. He had heard of Hector's reputation as well. At this moment, Hector released him and stepped back 3 paces. Zane got up and looked at Hector, saying, This time I lost, but next time I encounter you, I will not lose. Hector smiled. If not today, then the gap between us will only grow wider in the future. Dwight, in 3 days, when my cultivation reaches completion, I'll come back for another match. With that, Zane turned and left. Ha ha, so you're brother Hector. Your reputation precedes you. You're even stronger than I've heard. At this moment, a rough-looking bearded man approached. My name is Alfie. Fagin introduced himself and sized up Hector. To have such terrifying combat power at the half-step Grandmaster realm, throughout Jinchi County's history, you'd rank among the top 3. But no matter how strong you are, you're still only at the half-step Grandmaster realm. This time, meeting the young patriarch of the Dwight Flowers sect, I won't yield. Alfie was straightforward and didn't hide his intentions. Hector felt no animosity from him. We shall each rely on our own abilities, Hector replied with a smile. Matthias, my grandfather is Cecil. Boy, this time I'm going to avenge my grandfather. A blue-clothed man said, glaring fiercely at Hector, filled with hatred. Hector glanced at him. Grandson, you're not ready. Who are you calling a grandson? Matthias seethed, about to strike at Hector. But Alfie looked over, sneering. Aren't you your grandfather's grandson? Or do you dare defy tradition and deny your grandfather? Matthias froze, then shot an angry look at Alfie, realizing he was being indirectly insulted. However, he dared not confront Alfie directly because he knew this Alfie was very powerful, even stronger than Zane. To defeat Alfie, he needed to rely on his prepared trump card, which couldn't be used recklessly, lest he lose the opportunity to meet the young patriarch. Dwight. Eventually, Matthias could only snort and hide his resentment deep within. Meanwhile, the others present closed their eyes and began to meditate, awaiting the start of the assessment. Brother Hector, watch out for those few people around Matthias. Their strength rivals, or even surpasses Zane. They are members of the Azura sect, Alfie whispered. Hector looked at the 3 people beside Matthias, catching them staring at him with undisguised coldness. His lips curled into a faint smile. Anyone who dares to block my path will be suppressed. Alfie paused, then laughed. Haha, then I'll sit back and watch you suppress them. The conflict between Hector and Zane was just a prelude. The real battles were yet to come. Soon after, a gray-clad Kyler arrived. Follow me. Guided by the Kyler, Hector and the others came to a small river. Do you see over there? The first 10 of you to reach the opposite bank will have the chance to participate in the next round of the examination. The gray-clad Kyler pointed across the river. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone noticed several large creatures swirling below the river. One emerged, revealing its mouth full of gear-like teeth, flashing menacingly. Its eyes burned with an intense gaze, like it was eyeing a feast, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. Hiss. Those are gear beasts. Their teeth are competitions with this influential sect. To be associated with the Dwight Flowers sect meant greater respect and dignity in Jinchi County, without needing to cater to anyone. But sacrificing their lives for this wasn't worth it. Forget it, I quit. Someone sighed and immediately retreated 3 steps. As time grew closer, more people withdrew. When the Kyler reached the number 5, the initial participants were reduced by more than half, leaving only about 50 or so. Chapter 325, Gear Beast. A wave of shock swept through the crowd. One by one, shocked or serious eyes focused on Hector. This young man had pinned Zane to the ground with just one hand, displaying an incredible strength that left everyone astonished. Even the few men who had remained silent were now evaluating the situation, wondering how they would fare if they faced Hector. Without a doubt, this was a formidable opponent. If they wished to successfully meet the young patriarch of the Dwight Flowers sect, they would have to confront this young man, an obstacle they could not avoid. In their minds, they immediately ranked Hector as the top contender for meeting the young patriarch of the Dwight Flowers sect. Do you want to continue? Hector asked calmly. At this moment, Zane had regained his composure. He knew that his current opponent was far stronger than himself. How can someone at the half-step master level possess such terrifying power? Who are you? Avenge my grandfather, said a blue-robed man, glaring fiercely at Hector, hatred burning in his eyes. Hector glanced at him. Grandson, you're not fit. Who are you calling grandson? Matthias was enraged and ready to attack Hector. But Alfie looked over and sneered. Aren't you your grandfather's grandson? Do you want to defy him? Deny that your grandfather is your grandfather? Matthias was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered. He shot a furious glance at Alfie, knowing that Alfie was indirectly insulting him. He dared not directly conflict with Alfie because he knew that Alfie was very strong, even more so than Zane. To defeat him, he would need his trump card, which he couldn't easily use, as it might cost him the chance to meet the young patriarch of the Dwight Flowers sect. Humph. In the end, he could only huff coldly, hiding his killing intent towards Hector and Alfie deep within. Meanwhile, others present also began to close their eyes and conserve energy, awaiting the start of the test. Brother Hector, be wary of those people around Matthias. Their strength is not inferior to Zane, possibly even stronger. They are members of the Azura sect, whispered Alfie. Hector looked at the 3 people beside Matthias, noticing they were staring at him with undisguised hostility. He smirked slightly. Anyone who dares block my path will be suppressed. Alfie paused, then laughed. Haha, I look forward to watching you suppress them. The conflict between Hector and Zane was merely a prelude. The real battles were yet to come. Soon, a train arrived. Follow me. Guided by the Kyler, Hector and the others came to a small river. See there? The first 10 of you to reach the other side of the river will have the opportunity to participate in the next round of testing, said the Trent, pointing to the opposite bank. As he spoke, everyone noticed several massive creatures moving beneath the river. One surfaced, revealing teeth like gears, gleaming menacingly. It fixed its intense gaze on them, as if they were a feast. Seeing this, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Hiss, that's a gear beast. Its teeth are comparable to fine steel and can instantly tear apart a master realm cultivator into pieces. Someone gasped in horror. Sir, do you mean we should swim across? Another person asked nervously. There were no boats or any footholds in the river. Seeing the gear beast surface, everyone's expressions grew increasingly grim. Haha, wanting to see our young patriarch is not easy. If you fear death, you may leave. I won't stop you, the Trent chuckled, casting a scornful look at the visibly shaken crowd. The meaning was clear. Those too timid to face this challenge were useless cowards. Cowards who lacked confidence, showing great concern. No one expected the Dwight and Dread Flowers sex examination to be this perilous. In the end, when the Kyler counted down to 5, they chose not to withdraw. Besides having confidence in their own abilities, they also harbored a deep longing for the Dwight and Dread Flowers sect. You all are impressive. You may enter now. The first 10 will have the chance to meet our sect leader and young lord. Everyone, good luck. Having said that, the Kyler stepped aside. Boom. The remaining 50-odd people glanced at each other, seeing fear and anxiety in each other's eyes. Immediately, someone took the lead and charged forward. And the one who charged was none other than Hector. Whoosh. His explosive power was astounding. A single stride almost spanned half of the small river, stunning everyone. Where he had stood moments before, 2 frightening footprints appeared on the ground, as if imprinted deeply into it. Phew. This guy's burst strength is terrifying. Not only is his burst strength powerful, but he's got guts too. He actually dared to go first, requiring immense courage and determination. Not just those who had already given up, even the remaining 50-odd people preparing to attempt this trial were stunned by Hector's bravery. They couldn't delay any longer. Immediately, many clenched their teeth and, like Hector, used their strongest jumping force to leap as far as possible. Then, the gear beast bit down on half of his body. Blood splattered everywhere, and half of the man's body was gone, eliciting more terrified screams. Those who had chosen to give up felt relieved that they made the right choice. They realized how formidable Hector was. Despite having a lower cultivation compared to everyone else present, the combat prowess he displayed was incredibly terrifying. Out of the 50-odd people who had rushed forward, nearly 30 were killed by the gear beasts in the first wave. The river turned red with blood, and bodies dropped into the lake, swallowed by hidden gear beasts. Not a trace remained. Seeing this left many trembling with dread, further confirming the correctness of their decision to retreat. Boom. After evading the first gear beast, Hector finally plunged into the river. The moment he entered, 3 hidden gear beasts emerged from the water and lunged at him simultaneously. 3. From 3 directions, almost impossible to avoid. But Hector showed no signs of panic. As the 3 gear beasts approached, he lightly tapped the water surface, propelling himself high into the air like a springboard. Crash, crash, crash. The 3 surging gear beasts collided with each other, losing several teeth in the process. Hector successfully avoided their combined assault, but others weren't so lucky. Upon hitting the water, they found themselves in dire straits, struggling fiercely. Within moments, another 7 to 8 became food for the gear beasts. Only a dozen or so managed to barely evade the attacks. Whoosh. After avoiding the 3 gear beasts, Hector slashed the water surface with his sword, using the strong rebound to propel himself onto the back of a leaping gear beast. He stomped hard on its body, using it as leverage to launch himself even farther. Phew, Hector's reaction speed, adaptability, courage, and combat strength are simply impeccable. Anyone daring enough to face the Azura sect head-on and come out unscathed indeed isn't simple. Everyone was completely awestruck by Hector's skill. Up to this point, Hector had easily evaded 2 rounds of gear beast attacks. Of the 50-odd people, nearly 30 died in the first round, and another 7 to 8 in the second. Only a dozen remained, struggling to survive. Hector, however, was different. After dodging the second wave, he quickly moved forward. At this rate, if he could evade a 3rd round of gear beasts, his chances of reaching the shore successfully were well over 50%. He was now halfway to the riverbank, leading the remaining dozen by a considerable margin. By comparing their situations, everyone realized how astonishingly talented Hector, still just a half-step grandmaster, truly was. People exclaimed in surprise. Hector faced what seemed to be certain death, but avoided it unexpectedly and landed on another gear beast. Thinking Hector would repeat his previous tactic and use the gear beast as a launch point, they were stunned by his next move. Immediately after landing on the gear beast, Hector's azure sky eye enveloped its entire body. Suddenly, he thrust his sword precisely between the gear beast's hind legs. Into the thigh move. Roar. The gear beast let out a chilling roar. Instinctively turning into a bolt of lightning, the gear beast raced forward after being pierced in the thigh. Almost simultaneously, Hector grabbed the protruding spine of the gear beast and was carried along with it. What the heck? This works too. Everyone was flabbergasted. Even the Kyler was shocked. No one expected Hector to have such a trick up his sleeve. Piercing the gear beast's thigh caused it pain, making it instinctively rush forward. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the gear beast was already 10 meters away from the shore, and Hector was sure to reach the shore first. But suddenly, a massive creature surged out of the water. Larger than any gear beast seen before, it swallowed both the injured gear beast and Hector in an instant. Hiss! Why is this gear beast so enormous? All spectators were terrified. The typical gear beasts were already 7 to 8 meters long, dwarfing humans to mere infants. Yet, this behemoth was 3 times larger. It was the difference between a baby and a giant compared to the other gear beasts. Splash! After swallowing the gear beast and Hector, the behemoth submerged again. Though still alive, like Simone, couldn't help cursing under their breath. What the heck? This isn't giving us a fighting chance. It's not a test. It's meant to wipe us all out. Simone turned back, realizing there was no way past the behemoth without inviting certain death. However, except for Simone and 3 others, everyone else perished in the river. Silence returned to the stream. Almost all are dead. Everyone was dumbstruck, unable to believe the complete failure of the test. These were the best among them, yet none succeeded. Not only did you fail, but we all failed. You may return, said the gray-robed Kyler dismissively. This is outrageous. How is this a test? You're playing with us? Someone shouted. You never gave us a chance to pass, another chimed in. Who can pass such a test? This was planned from the start, wasn't it? You summoned us just to mock us, they complained. The gray-robed Kyler's face darkened. It's not our fault. Your strength is simply too weak. F***ck. Everyone couldn't contain their rage, some even harboring murderous thoughts. They restrained themselves only because the old man belonged to the Dwight and Dreadflower sect, a force akin to the Azura sect. Too weak, huh? This test is impossible. Even if you set traps for us, mocking us openly is unbearable. But besides enduring, they had no choice. They weren't brave enough to challenge a sect on par with the Azura sect like Hector. Hemph! Bunch of rubbish. The Kylerly man sneered and turned to leave. At that moment, the behemoth submerged in the lake suddenly surfaced and charged toward them. F***ck. Is this thing mad? Everyone jumped back in fear as the behemoth crashed into the shore, creating a huge depression, causing the ground to crumble. Even the gray-robed Kyler was startled. Though he was at the Middle Master realm, he wasn't confident he could survive a direct confrontation with the behemoth. Look, the behemoth seems to be in pain. Blood is gushing from its head. What's happening? Someone noticed. Please note that in the translation, some creative liberties have been taken to ensure the tone and style match the original content while keeping it fluent and natural in English. Hashtag chapter 328. Killing out of adversity. Not only did he notice it, the others noticed as well. Each one displayed a look of shock. The behemoth among the gear beasts that had swallowed Yorksu was now wildly emanating from him. Within this field, special energy seemed to continuously emerge. What is this? The Kyler's pupils constricted slightly. His instinct told him that Yorksu's survival was likely related to the mysterious substance suddenly appearing around him. Indeed, when Hector entered the beast, he faced mortal danger but immediately activated his secret realm, using it to shield against the gear beast's corrosive acid. Once in the secret realm, Hector's combat power increased significantly. After relentless attacks, he finally shattered the behemoth's head. After bombing the behemoth's head, Hector was covered in blood, looking like a man drenched in crimson. He glanced around after destroying the behemoth. Seeing their dominant leader dead at Hector's hands, the surrounding gear beasts quickly scattered, none daring to approach him. Even in their eyes, a deep, heartfelt fear shone, as if Hector had replaced the behemoth as the forbidden presence in their hearts. Hector sensed this as well. After slaying the behemoth, he stepped on its body and walked towards the opposite shore. No gear beast dared to attack him as he passed through. Under the stupefied gazes of the crowd, Hector arrived at the opposite shore without any resistance, successfully passing the test. Swoosh. Almost the moment Hector reached the opposite shore, someone realized this was a golden opportunity and rushed forward. With the behemoth killed and many gear beasts still in shock, they could take advantage of this chance to pass the test smoothly. The first person who rushed out had the right idea, but he was halfway through when some gear beasts regained their senses and surrounded him. While they were indeed terrified of Hector, who had slain the behemoth, that didn't mean they were also afraid of these people. Soon, those who rushed out were all killed, except for Alfie, who successfully reached the opposite shore. Looking at Hector again, his expression was unusually serious and complex. Brother Yorksu, you're amazing. You are the second genius I've seen since I grew up. Alfie marveled endlessly. Hector smiled and asked, and who was the first? Upon hearing this, Alfie's expression turned grave as though recalling something extremely terrifying, revealing a deep wariness in his eyes. His name is Hardy. His voice trembled. Hector frowned. Hardy? Brother Yorksu, have you met this person? Alfie asked in surprise. Hector nodded. I once met him and even saw him get beaten up severely. Beaten up? Alfie was taken aback. Hardy was incredibly powerful, enough to make many master-level warriors suffocate under his prowess. He had witnessed Hardy, with just half-step master-level strength, annihilate a dojo full of master-level experts. Such a formidable monster could be beaten? After being shocked, Alfie quickly recovered, smiling bitterly. Who beat him? That person must have guts. Hardy wasn't just a member of the mighty Gideon clan. If it weren't for the unexpected event that befell war god Jessup 16 years ago, Aringwa's martial legend wouldn't be Jeffrey Jalen. Chapter 329. Hector stunned. Son-in-law of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect? Hector had to admit that Ephraim's words were quite reasonable. His father's talent was absolutely no less than his own. At the same cultivation level, he could thrash flint. With such talent, he naturally wouldn't be inferior to the martial legend Heraldi of the Ying Dalthendom. While they were chatting, the gray-clothed Kyler bypassed the stream and approached them. Haha, congratulations to both of you for successfully passing our test. Please follow me. The Kyler laughed heartily, his attitude doing a complete 180-degree turn. He especially looked at Hector with unusual gentleness in his eyes, completely different from his previous coldness. Even Ephraim couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, sensing the fondness for juniors in the Kyler's eyes. Leroy, this old guy, want to introduce his junior to the Sioux brothers? Following the Kyler, Hector and Ephraim arrived at a magnificent hall. On the way, they saw numerous beautiful women. Are these two the ones who passed the sect leader's test? The Geary ahead looks so young. He must be around the same age as Shelley. To pass the sect leader's test at such an age is truly remarkable. I heard their test was to cross the stream where the gear beasts reside. Wow, that place? Oh my god. Over the years, countless senior sisters of our Dwight and Dreadflowers sect have lost leader, for example, who seem to have half a foot in the quasi-grandmaster realm, commanding unmatched combat power across Jinshi County, one of the 5 top experts in Brandanchin County, and unmatched by many grandmasters. Yet, she had been stuck at a crucial point in the 3rd layer of the Heavenly Silk Leroy Vine technique for a decade. Therefore, after calming down, they didn't place much hope on Hector and Ephraim. Not having high hopes meant they wouldn't be too disappointed when the results came out. These Dwight and Dreadflowers sect people are all women indeed. Ephraim's eyes sparkled looking at the stunning women along the way. The gray-clothed Kyler glanced at him coldly. All women? What about me then? Ephraim immediately chuckled, probing, Senior, I spoke rashly. May I ask what position you hold in the Dwight and Dreadflower sect? Dwight, don't try to pry into my background. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to bear it. You. Ephraim was infuriated. This old man treated Hector one way and him another, a clear case of favoritism. Fury won't change anything. You should thank Lord York-Su for passing this time. Without him, you'd be back where you came from, nowhere near meeting our sect leader and young patriarch. The Kyler continued to dampen his spirits. But Ephraim knew the Kyler spoke the truth. Despite his dissatisfaction, he had to admit that his passage depended on Hector eliminating the massive gear beast. Otherwise, encountering any gear beast would have put him at great risk. By the way, I thought it was just a rumor. Hector was equally stunned. He came here to see Rhonda, but it seemed the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect had special intentions towards him. Recovering quickly, he smiled and said, I'm still young and don't want to marry too early. He didn't outright refuse mainly because he didn't want to upset people on their turf. However, the gray-clothed Kyler showed no displeasure, shaking his head and laughing. Lord York-Su isn't young anymore. Back when Lord Jessup was your age, he was already married and had children. Chapter 330, Half Demetrius Remy. At this point, the Trent's expression changed slightly, as if he had recalled something. He sighed, what a pity. Noble Lord Jessup eventually married another woman and never ended up with our sect leader. What's so regrettable about that? Back in those days, War God Jessup was subjected to certain irresistible reasons and conceived a child with your sect leader. Because of this, your sect leader has attained her current status, said Alfie at this moment. The Trent glanced at Alfie and glared, you know nothing. With Lord Jessup's aptitude and enlightenment, had he stayed with our sect leader and cultivated the heavenly silkworm Leroy Vine art together, she would have long ascended to glory. Why wouldn't she? One of the 10 great warriors of the Ing Daltondom is occupied by your sect leader. Isn't that enough? Alfie didn't yield to the Kyler at this moment. The Kyler sternly said, without ambition, he entered Chelan Manor as a disciple of a king when he was only 10 years old. At just 16, he has already reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm, almost on par with War God Jessup. 16-year-old peak Grandmaster cultivation. Huh? Hector nodded. If true, this unseen half-brother of his indeed seemed quite impressive. Alright, we're almost there. When you go inside later and meet the sect leader, be cautious with your words. There are some things you must not mention, especially anything concerning Lord Jessup. Pretend you don't know. Understand? The Trent reminded them solemnly. Seeing the Kyler's serious expression, Hector and Alfie nodded seriously. They knew that despite the immortal maiden Dwight and Dreadflower's deep love for Jessup, he did not choose her, which left an everlasting scar in her heart. Even after knowing Jessup had encountered trouble, she remained indifferent. Clearly, she harbored some negative feelings, or even hatred toward Jessup. Desire unfulfilled turned into hate. Ahead, a resplendent golden hall appeared before them. Its doors were several dozen meters high, giving them the feeling of standing before the gates of heaven. An overwhelming pressure emanated from the golden doors, making Hector and Alfie feel like they were being scrutinized by an unparalleled master, causing a profound sense of intimidation. Push open the doors and go in. Say nothing once inside. The Trent repeated his instruction. Hector and Alfie exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, and then both pressed their hands against the door. However, their first attempt failed to move the door even slightly. Surprised, Hector turned to look at the Trent and asked with a frown, is this part of the test? The Trent smiled. It seems so. All right. Hector nodded and stared at the door, took a deep breath, and activated the 5 viscera and 6 fu organs technique. Secret power instantly gathered in his right palm, and he pushed forcefully. Creak. The golden door slowly opened. Upon entering, Hector and Alfie immediately saw a woman dancing gracefully at the top of the grand hall. This woman was exceptionally beautiful, as if stepping out of a painting, each movement filled with allure. Instantly, Alfie fell into a trance, eyes glazed over, quickly walking towards her. Even Hector's eyes became unfocused as he followed closely behind. But suddenly, his eyes flashed, and the sky eye automatically activated, restoring his clarity. When he looked again, Alfie was hugging a stone statue of a woman and dancing wildly, looking utterly absurd. Even Hector noticed a peculiar change in Alfie's body posture. Hector's forehead darkened, and he turned to glare fiercely at the Trent. Had it not been for his strong willpower. Hashtag chapter 331. The will of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect. Today, all members of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect gathered to discuss Dwight-Tawa Florence's marriage. Absolutely not. No matter who it is, if I don't love them, I won't sacrifice my happiness for my future. Even if it's Chin Remy, I will not compromise, Dwight-Tawa Florence declared firmly. Despite the repeated persuasion from the higher-ups of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect, she adamantly refused. Dwight-Tawa, don't rush to refuse. Once you meet that young man Chin Remy, you'll see how outstanding he truly is. Let me tell you this. He is the son of our sect leader and also the offspring of the heaven-defying prodigy Jessup. His potential, a combination of both his father's and grandfather's genes, matches neither Jessup nor the sect leader in any way inferior. Cultivating alongside him would greatly benefit your heavenly silkworm Leroy Vine skill, aiding you in reaching even greater heights and ultimately becoming a saint or king. A Wadarian explained with a gentle smile. Besides, we have issued a summons for many geniuses this time. If they can pass the trials set by our sect leader, they will surely be dragons among men, worthy of you. You should look at them. Perhaps one might catch your eye? Another senior member in her 20s smiled. Other high-ranking of Florence looked at her. Yes, it's Zyhex River. The gear beasts inside were caught from Kalilbejiang River years ago. After extensive breeding, a massive gear beast has emerged as the lord among the gear beasts. If anyone can pass this trial, they would indeed be a perfect match for you. Upon hearing this, many of the high-ranking officials chuckled inwardly. Passing the Zyhex River trial? Almost impossible. The sect leader did this merely to lay the groundwork for Chin Remy. In a few days, Chin Remy would return, go to Zyhex River himself, and prove what the top geniuses of Jinchi County couldn't do. He could. This contrast would certainly make Dwight-Tawa Florence reconsider. So, none of them believed anyone could pass the Zyhex River trial. Dwightawa Florence wasn't ignorant of this. Sect leader, before joining, I clearly stated that my marriage must be my own decision. Dwightawa Florence no longer addressed the Dwight and Dreadflowers immortal as master, but spoke to the sect leader seriously, stating her position clearly. Her words silenced all the senior members in the side hall. Dwightawa Florence's intent was clear. She wanted to make her own decisions. But once someone joined the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect, who could remain free? Even the marriage of the Dwight and Dreadflowers immortal had been chosen by the previous sect leader. And the one chosen by the previous sect leader was Jessup, the heaven-defying prophet. Forcing a Prudence to marry someone she doesn't love. This is how the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect conducts itself. A mocking voice echoed slowly from outside the side hall. Who are you? All eyes in the hall turned towards the entrance, filled with surprise, anger, and curiosity. Aguirre walked in, a sword hanging from his waist. Chapter 332. A battle of wits and taking Florence away. The person who arrived was none other than Hector. Just before entering, he had already gained a general understanding of what was happening inside the side hall. Who are you? How dare you intrude without permission? I won't forgive you today, the Suzette shouted fiercely, immediately bursting forth with her late-stage grandmaster martial arts cultivation. But at this moment, Hector glanced at her indifferently and said, Leroy, your Dwight and Dreadflowers sect issue a summons inviting various geniuses from Jinshi County to participate in the West River trial? What do you mean by that? Hearing this, everyone in the hall was slightly stunned, especially the Suzette, who stared at Hector with eyes filled with disbelief. Do you mean you passed the West River trial? Another woman asked after being slightly taken aback. She immediately realized something, her voice tinged with surprise. The rest of the senior members also looked at Hector nervously, their breathing growing tense. If he really passed the West River trial, then this young man must be exceptionally talented. Yes, Hector replied without hesitation. Immediately, the Suzette shook her head and said, that's impossible. Even some peak early-stage grandmasters couldn't pass the West River trial. How could you possibly pass? Hector sneered. If I hadn't passed, how could I have arrived here unscathed? This? The senior members were startled, exchanging glances, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. Indeed, if one didn't pass the West River trial, Alan, that old fellow, would never let anyone through. They were very clear about this point. Find Alan immediately. The sect leader of Dwight and Dreadflowers sect glanced at Hector and then turned to a purple-clad Prudence behind her. The Prudence nodded, staring deeply at Hector before quickly leaving the side hall. At this moment, everyone began to scrutinize Hector, but he seemed completely oblivious to their attention, choosing to ignore it. Then, he looked at Rhonda and whispered telepathically, Florence, it's me, Hector. Rhonda stared at Hector with slight surprise. Her dulled eyes finally regained some luster after Hector revealed his identity. Why did you come here? Hector smiled, naturally, to take you away. Upon hearing this, Rhonda's heart skipped a beat, tears instantly welling up in her beautiful eyes. Hector had told her he would come to Dwight and Dreadflowers sect to take her away within a few days. Hector smiled. Hector? What? You're Hector, the same Hector who has recently been making waves with Azura sect? When these words came out, there was a roar of excitement throughout the hall, everyone staring at Hector in disbelief. Hector's recent activities were too significant. Even they, who rarely stepped outside, had learned through their servants about the major events happening in Jinshi County recently. Among these events, there was a heavenly genius named Hector. He once single-handedly swept through what many considered Jinshi County's most powerful near-grandmaster level arena, demonstrating unparalleled strength. Many people privately praised him, comparing him to the invincible style of war god Jessup. However, they never expected that the rumored Hector would actually come here after receiving the summons. It's me, Hector nodded and asked, do I now have the qualifications? At this moment, there was no longer any opposition in the side hall. If this young man didn't qualify, who else could? At this moment, the Trent and the purple-clad Prudence entered together. Old this meets the sect leader, the Trent respectfully bowed. The Dwight and Dreadflowers fairy waved her hand and said, tell us about the trial. Yes. The Trent nodded and detailed the entire trial process. The Trent was concise, but everyone in the side hall was shocked, especially when they heard that Hector had single-handedly slain an invincible Dalton among the sawtooth beasts. Their hearts trembled intensely. When they looked at Hector again, their gazes had changed from initial doubt and anger to shock and solemnity. Such a heavenly genius certainly matches up. Teacher, Kylers, as per what you previously agreed, can I now begin getting to know this young Master Hector? Rhonda was incredibly pleased at this moment. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Kylers in the side hall became unusually difficult. They opened their mouths to speak, but couldn't find the words. Indeed, those were the words they had previously spoken. However, when they said it, they didn't believe anyone could pass the West River trial. But now, Hector had come and passed the trial. They couldn't break their promise and lose face. Go ahead, the Dwight and Dreadflowers fairy nodded with a smile. Florence, you can show young Master Hector around our sect. Let him familiarize himself with the layout of Dwight and Dreadflowers sect. Yes, teacher. Rhonda rejoiced, walking over to Hector and smiling. Young Master Hector, please follow me. Very well. Then, please lead the way, Miss Florence, Hector smiled. Amidst a group of resentful stares, the two gradually disappeared into the distance. Only after they left their line of sight did loud complaints fill the hall. Sect leader, how could you allow this young man to walk with Florence? Our previous efforts shouldn't be wasted on someone else's benefit. Chapter 333. The Heavenly Silk Lyre Vine Technique. Sala Immortal rose and glanced at the senior members who were visibly discontented. Suddenly, she asked, what do you think of York Su? This question took everyone in the grand hall by surprise, plunging them into deep thought. After a moment, the Suzette noticed that the sect leader was staring at her and reluctantly said, he is very strong. Based on his recent accomplishments alone, among the younger generation, he can be ranked among the best. No one present dared to argue with this assessment. Then how does he compare to Remy? Sala Immortal asked again. The Suzette raised her head and replied, compared to Remy, he is not far behind. But there is still some gap. Not just some gap. He is no less formidable than Remy. Sala Immortal shook her head. The crowd's expression stiffened. Some wanted to object, but recalling York Su's recent achievements, they found no words to argue against it. If someone like York Su could, as a near-sect master, single-handedly defeat the Golden Pool Prefecture's historically strongest near-sect master-level dojo, such talent and potential indeed placed him on par with Remy. The Suzette's face changed, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "Sect leader, you don't mean to match Florence with him, do you?" This comment left everyone stunned, their breaths catching in heat for her. Sala Immortal smiled slightly and said, "Then let them compete fairly." Meanwhile, Hector and Rhonda walked out. They were unaware that Sala Immortal and the senior members had already acknowledged Hector. Their union now depended on fate and Hector's abilities, something Hector was oblivious to. "Florence, how did you become the young sect leader of the Sala sect?" Hector asked. Rhonda smiled and replied, "Do you remember my encounter in the underground chamber of the Jinyang Martial Academy?" "Yes." Hector nodded, brandandering that encounter. "You obtained the heavenly silk power." At this, Hector suddenly realized and exclaimed, "You don't have the heavenly silk body, do you?" "Yes," Rhonda confirmed, branding to that encounter. "I awakened the heavenly silk body. This body type is extremely suitable for cultivating the heavenly silk Leroy vine technique, and only I have the potential to master it fully in the future." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Hector noticed and asked, "Is the heavenly silk Leroy vine technique very powerful?" Rhonda looked at Hector with glowing eyes. "I currently only have half of the heavenly silk Leroy vine technique, but even this half can take me to the peak of the Imperial Realm. It's rumored that Silkworm Venerable, ranked second on the 24 Jeffrey Zoltanst, was a practitioner of this technique." Boom. Hector was astonished. Next, requiring constant breakthroughs. "For example, I am only at the initial stage of the heavenly silk body. Beyond that are the heavenly silk form, heavenly silk Dalton form, heavenly silk sage form, and finally the heavenly silk Jeffrey form. To achieve the pinnacle of the upper part, I must evolve my heavenly silk body to the heavenly silk Jeffrey form. The difficulty of this evolution rivals ascending to heaven." Hector frowned. Zoltan steaming to Florence, the heavenly silk Leroy vine technique seemed incredibly challenging to cultivate. "What level is your sect leader currently at?" Hector asked. Rhonda pondered and replied, "She should be equivalent to the heavenly silk body stage and is now facing a bottleneck. Without great fortune, she cannot continue advancing in this life." "And how far can you cultivate?" Hector asked. "With my current constitution, I can cultivate the heavenly silk Leroy vine technique to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. In other words, until the peak of the Grandmaster realm, I won't face any obstacles and can continuously break through as long as I follow the steps diligently." Chapter 334. The Brandanal Cultivation Method. At this point, Hector finally understood why the Dwight and Dreadflower sect was going to such lengths to have Rhonda become their young sect leader. After all, a Grandmaster powerhouse was, "Florence, don't tell me you think I'm interested in you?" Hector rubbed his nose, coughed dryly, and changed the subject. "Does the dual cultivation method really enhance your constitution?" Seeing his reaction, Rhonda felt an immense sense of disappointment. She knew Hector was trying to divert the conversation. "Yes, theoretically speaking, practicing dual cultivation with someone of higher aptitude will enhance my constitution faster." It's said that Emmy had a reputation as a charmer because she had several friends. Branding to these friends, she eventually ascended to the Imperial realm and became the revered Mariah. Hector immediately understood what Rhonda meant by friends. To put it bluntly, it involved engaging in that sort of activity. Just to boost her strength, doing such things with multiple partners. Any normal man would find it hard to accept another man with his woman. Seeing Hector's expression, Rhonda sighed, "If I were in that situation, I wouldn't be able to accept it either. I wouldn't engage in that kind of act with someone I didn't like just to enhance my cultivation. Moreover, even if done, there's no guarantee it will lead to a breakthrough. Take Emmy, for instance. Her first friend, though very capable, didn't significantly improve her constitution after dual cultivation. Thus, enhancement remains quite difficult." "Yes, that's him. Heavens, this guy is actually walking with the young sect leader of the Dwight and Dreadflower sect. This is explosive news. Could it be that the Dwight and Dreadflower sect has chosen York Su to be their son-in-law? That seems to be the case. The Dwight and Dreadflower sect and the Azura sect are long-standing enemies. Choosing York Su must be seen as a provocation against the Azura sect, especially after he once rejected them and now joined the Dwight and Dreadflower sect, further embarrassing the Azura sect." Hector heard the whispers around him, but paid them no mind. What the Azura sect thought had nothing to do with him. As for the Dwight and Dreadflower sect, he was indeed in a dilemma. He had accepted the summoning order to see Rhonda, and that summoning order was essentially to find her a husband. If he refused the Dwight and Dreadflower sect after passing the trials, he'd offend them and make Rhonda uncomfortable. It was a tricky situation. As Hector pondered this, they heard the sound of tidal waves approaching. They immediately looked and saw a vast river surge rolling towards them, with many people seated cross-legged nearby, awaiting the cleansing of the tide. "What are they doing?" Hector asked Rhonda. "The tidal force of the Tuo River contains the most refined Jayag energy. Cultivating here can purify one's true chi," Rhonda explained. "Let's give it a try." Hector nodded, finding a spot, and his reaction speed and mobility significantly increased. The eye of the sky instantly opened fully, and his combat power soared. Instantly, an invisible field inside Hector's body compressed into a faint golden film that perfectly merged with his heart, protecting it tightly. Combined, Hector's heart became as invincible as golden steel. Puff. The black spear pierced through Hector's flesh, creating a horrifying line of blood streaming out from his body, passing by Sydney's view, making her tremble subconsciously as she turned to look at Hector. A black spear had already penetrated Hector's body, entering from his chest. Clearly, this was a direct hit to the heart. "Hector!" Sydney screamed in shock, her face turning pale like paper. At that moment, Hector was thrown away by the spear's force. The force, having pierced through his body, stopped right before his heart with a clang. Hector's compressed field finally managed to resist the spear's power, but even so, the remaining force was too terrifying, shattering his defensive field. Puff. Hector coughed up a mouthful of blood, landing hard hundreds of meters away. At this point, everyone was submerged in the tidal wave, focused on cultivation. Only Sydney noticed Hector's predicament. The tide came, Hector followed up closely, striking a fierce palm at the Kyler. At this moment, Hector unleashed his full combat power. Secret Realm, True Intent Manifestation, all 4 forms, launched simultaneously. His combat strength shot up to peak 5th rank. Puff. The Kyler was greatly shocked, not expecting York-Su to be so fast. Just as he deflected the spear, York-Su arrived. Hastily, he met Hector's palm strike with his own. Puff. Next moment, the Kyler trembled, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. Hector also shook violently, blood spurting from all 7 orifices. Hiss, impossible. This old man is a mid-rank Grandmaster Realm expert while York-Su is only half-step Grandmaster. The realm gap is almost insurmountable. Yet, he could confront the old man head-on and even injure him. How terrifying is this monster's combat power? The entire scene buzzed with astonishment. Not only did Hector survive the Kyler's deadly spear thrust to the heart, but his displayed combat prowess also left everyone stunned. Crack. At this moment, Hector opened a black bottle and swallowed several dozen vitality-restoring pills in one go. Then he activated the 5 Viscera 6 Bowels technique, causing his blood to boil and secret energy to surge through his limbs, rapidly absorbing most of the pill's power 10 times faster. Instantly, his depleted strength was replenished, and swiftly isolating Hector and herself from the outside world. However, the assassin was immensely powerful, possessing mid-level Grandmaster cultivation at least at the 5th heaven stage. Compared to him, even with their combined strengths, Rhonda and Hector were still vastly inferior. Rhonda's cocoon provided Hector with a brief window of opportunity. He quickly retreated, escaping the deadly strike. But in that instant, the cocoon exploded. Amidst the explosion, the injured bud reappeared before Hector. Now, Hector had no place to hide. If I die, I'll drag one of you down with me. Hector roared, channeling all his true chi into another clash with the bud. Both Hector and the bud spat out blood. The Kyler was once again sent flying by Hector's force, while Hector remained motionless, astonishing everyone present. Despite being only a half-step Grandmaster, Hector had managed to repeatedly defeat a mid-level Grandmaster. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such a terrifying monster could exist in this world. The second Kyler's eyes revealed profound fear and respect. This Hector is truly terrifying. Not even a Grandmaster yet, and already so formidable. How much more powerful would he be if he reached that level? Chilling to contemplate. In an instant, he launched another attack, aiming a sword strike at Hector's back, preparing for a fatal blow. Clang. The sword tip was already against Hector's nape. With the full force exerted on the second palm strike against the bud, Hector had no strength left to dodge. This Hector is surely dead this time. Many of the Grandmaster level experts murmured to themselves. But just then, a graceful silhouette flashed past. Huffed. She blocked the lethal strike intended for Hector. Hiss. That's the young master of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect, Rhonda. She saved Hector from the sword. No one expected that, in the critical moment, Rhonda would risk her life to save him. Hector turned instantly and saw Rhonda's chest pierce through, blood pouring out like a torrent, a heart-wrenching sight. Damn it, Rakshasa sect? Hector roared, his eyes turning red with fury. Rakshasa sect. At that moment, 3 furious shouts echoed from afar. Everyone realized that 3 mid-level Grandmasters from the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect were charging in, brimming with murderous intent. Quick, let's go. The bud's face changed dramatically as he turned and fled swiftly. The red-robed Kyler glanced at Rhonda, who had saved Hector, and then at Hector himself. After some hesitation, he too turned and left. He realized that killing Hector now was impossible. 3 Kylers from the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect were closing in. If he stayed any longer, not only would he fail to kill Hector, but he might lose his own life. Wish. The 3 Dwight and Dreadflowers sect masters arrived. 2 pursued the assassins while the remaining one immediately picked up Rhonda, giving Hector a cold look. Damn brat, if it weren't for you, Florence wouldn't be like this. This isn't over between us. Hector urgently replied, we can settle scores later. First, we need to save Florence. Humph. The Whitney understood the severity of the situation and turned, carrying Rhonda away swiftly. Hector followed closely behind. Meanwhile, layers of silk cocoon emerged around Rhonda's body, automatically encasing her. Soon, the Whitney held a human-shaped cocoon in her arms. Hector could hear Rhonda's breaths growing weaker inside the cocoon. Shortly after, news spread across Golden Pond County, causing a massive uproar. No one had anticipated that the Rakshasa sect would openly violate the agreement among the 4 major forces, dispatching Grandmasters to assassinate a half-step Grandmaster like Hector. Moreover, the assassins were 2 mid-level Grandmasters. Most critically, the assassination failed. One of them was injured twice by Hector. Through this event, bulls clenched their teeth in anger. This Rakshasa sect is despicable. We must make them pay heavily. They killed our young master, and we should do the same to theirs, life for life. Yes, kill their young master. Florence cannot die in vain. At this moment, the entire leadership of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect harbored intense murderous intent, determined to destroy the Rakshasa sect. The Zoltan set looked at Rhonda lying on the ice bed and said, once Remy returns, this vendetta will definitely be avenged, but not now. For now, we must focus on saving Florence. Leader, are you saying there's hope for saving Florence? Everyone was taken aback, finding it hard to believe that Florence, whose heart had been pierced, could possibly survive. Chapter 337. Hector and Rhonda's Brandanal cultivation, breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. The Angie looked at Hector and said, Zoltan Tolgai, are you willing to sacrifice yourself to save Florence? Senior, Whatever it takes, I will not shirk, Hector replied immediately. He was more worried about Rhonda than anyone else present. She had fought by his side several times and had become incredibly important to him. This time, she had bravely stepped forward to save him. If she died because of him, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Now, he was willing to do anything, even die, to save her. Good, then perform dual cultivation with her, the Angie nodded. How can this silkworm constitution? She would die immediately. He only had one chance and must seize the opportunity. Once they were gone, Hector immediately began studying the dual cultivation method. Meanwhile, the senior members of the Dwight Dreadflowers sect gathered together. Master, entrusting Florence to him like this, if she doesn't survive, her innocence will also be defiled by him. Yes, Master, this is too rash. We could have called Beth back to assist. Besides, there's no certainty that this Fred can master the dual cultivation technique within half a day. Various seniors expressed their worries and complaints. The Angie coldly replied, Florence only has one day. Even if Beth returns now, it will be too late. Moreover, this young man survived an assassination attempt by 2 mid-rank grandmasters of the Azura sect and even managed to injure one of them. Given his talent, mastering the technique in 3 hours is not an issue. Boom. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura erupted from the adjacent room. This was the aura of the heavenly silkworm. The Angie and everyone present were moved. Is this the start of dual cultivation? The Wadarian remarked in surprise. Just moments ago, she was the most vehement opponent. Other senior members were also filled with disbelief. Rhonda was unconscious and could not release the power of the heavenly silkworm on her own. The only explanation was that Hector had learned the dual cultivation technique and had begun the process with her, thus releasing the heavenly silkworm. Hector's cultivation broke through, instantly entering the Grandmaster realm. Simultaneously, Rhonda's constitution also transformed into the true heavenly silkworm constitution. The aura of the Grandmaster realm and the true heavenly silkworm constitution swept out from the cocoon, spreading over much of the Dwight Dreadflowers sect. Is this the true heavenly silkworm constitution? Florence has transformed? Indeed. Haha, could we see the birth of a martial arts Dalton in our Dwight Dreadflowers sect's future? The true heavenly silkworm constitution has a 50% chance of becoming a king. Once achieved, with its potential, it will surely be among the best kings. Great, Florence survived this ordeal and will surely bring fortune to our sect. At this moment, the senior members of the Dwight Dreadflowers sect, upon sensing the aura of the true heavenly silkworm constitution, became excited. They rushed towards Hector and Rhonda's room. However, upon arriving, they saw that the cocoon still tightly enclosed them, showing no signs of breaking open. In fact, it seemed to be thickening further. Master, what's happening? Why isn't it finished? A middle-ranking official asked the Angie, bewildered. The Wadarian seemed to realize something and exploded angrily. You rogue Hector! You intend to continue desecrating Florence? Many women blushed deeply, imagining a scenario that made them extremely uncomfortable. Along with the blush, their eyes burned with fury directed at the cocoon. I will cripple you, little brat. Chapter 338. Transforming again. What kind of monster is this? Boom. Powerful murderous intent instantly erupted from the senior members of the Dwight Dreadflowers sect. Now that Florence had already transformed from a heavenly silkworm body into a pure heavenly silkworm body, York Sue should know his limits. But now, he was still not stopping, and even right under their noses. Such a shameless person was truly detestable. Hold on. Just as the senior members of the Dwight Dreadflowers sect were furious and ready to break open the cocoon, grab Hector out, and give him a good lesson, immortal fairy Sala suddenly raised her hand to stop them. What's wrong? Sect leader, please don't be too lenient. The Ambir and others turned to look at immortal fairy Sala. They felt that she had suddenly stopped them because she was soft-hearted. After all, York Sue played a crucial role in Florence's transformation this time. However, his continuous act of desecrating Florence could not be ignored either. So, he must still be taught a lesson. Something's amiss. Pay close attention. It seems Florence's constitution is still improving. At that moment, Alicia couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock as she stared at the cocoon. The eyes of the other seniors were likewise filled with shock. To elevate Rhonda's constitution from a heavenly silkworm body to a pure heavenly silkworm body, looking across history, York Sue's talent was exceptional, rare and precious. But now, elevating her constitution even further, such a phenomenon is extremely rare. Everyone step back, don't disturb them. Immortal fairy Sala waved her hand and silently retreated. Even the previously enraged Ambir and others carefully stepped back, cautious not to let even a whisper of footsteps affect Hector and Rhonda. It wasn't until they exited the room that the tension on everyone's faces gradually eased. They looked at each other, unable to suppress their excitement and joy. If Florence's constitution upgrades again and transforms into a heavenly silkworm Dalton body, the future of our Dwight Dreadflowers sect is beyond imagination. The Ambir couldn't help but marvel. Not just unimaginable, but the future will definitely give birth to another martial arts legend. No less impressive than Heraldry, the Felicia said, excitedly. It will rival Jessup, a third woman added. At this moment, immortal fairy Sala continued to stare intently at the cocoon containing Hector and Rhonda. Suddenly, her eyes flickered. It's here. What's coming? The women Ambir finally stopped resenting Hector, now gazing at the cocoon with gratitude, wishing York Sue and Rhonda could unite daily. Akil Zoltan, didn't you oppose him being with Florence initially? Are you still going to oppose now? The Felicia teased. The Ambir glared fiercely at her. I didn't know he was this amazing back then. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have opposed it. Not only would I not oppose it, but if he dared to reject Florence, I'd bind this kid myself, wash him up, and throw him straight onto Florence's bed. Hee hee. Hearing this, the women couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, their moods were especially pleasant and elated. Send out word to arrange a grand banquet tonight for York Sue and Florence's wedding. Immortal fairy Sala smiled and waved her hand, and the woman behind her immediately left. At this moment, no one opposed Yurksu and Rhonda being together. Not only did they not oppose it, but they wished Hector and Rhonda could unite daily. ##### Chapter 339. Hector, comparable to the ancient saints, has given birth to a secret path. Hector had no idea what was happening outside. He was instinctively doing something at the moment. After joining with Rhonda, he realized that not only had he broken through to the Grandmaster realm, but his body was also undergoing an astonishing transformation. He underwent another metamorphosis alongside her, similar to when he comprehended the complete spirit martial will in the spirit martial hall and during his bone refinement. This was his third transformation. This time, he directly opened the secret realm. Upon opening it, the field around his body emerged as well, penetrating the cocoon and spreading outward. Wherever it spread, mysterious substances were released, enveloping Fairy Salaxian and the others. What is this? Instantly, the black-robed Prudence felt Hector's field and the mysterious substance within because she was closest. As she breathed, the mysterious substance entered her body, making her feel an immediate influx of power throughout her limbs, activating all her cells. Is this a saint field? No, this isn't a saint field. It's a special energy field. Within this energy field, there is a unique substance that can improve our constitution and accelerate our cultivation. Combined with this energy field, it feels like a secret path. Could it be that this Fred, Hector, is about to give birth to a secret path within our Dwight-and-Dread Flowers sect? Fairy Salaxian carefully sensed the energy field and its mysterious substance. She then recalled something, her beautiful face turning crimson with excitement. Her eyes shone with disbelief and extreme joy. A secret path? Really? This Fred is barely 16 years old and has just entered the Grandmaster realm, yet he can give birth to a secret path? And aren't secret paths supposed to be created only by ancient saints who reached the pinnacle of strength? He's just a newly minted Grandmaster. Logically, he shouldn't be able to create a secret path. Yeah, sect leader, are you sure? At this moment, all the Kylers were stunned by Fairy Salaxian's words. In ancient times, only those who were kings among saints could possess the power to create secret paths. As for Hector, aside from his talent, neither his cultivation nor the time he spent practicing martial arts could compare to the ancient saints. This was why Fairy Salaxian was so shocked. I'm not entirely certain if this is a secret path, but based on my understanding, it's almost certainly one. Fangzhan's Jinyang Martial Academy once had a secret path, right? I remember going there with Fawn once. Fawn, can you describe the secret path you felt back then, and see if it matches what we're feeling now? As she said this, the black-robed maiden looked intently at the black-robed matron. The black-robed matron, Addie, nodded and said, back then, the principal and I indeed entered the secret path of Jinyang Martial Academy. That secret path is almost identical to what we are experiencing now. However, compared to the secret path we are in now, the one's a long way to go compared to them. For him to create a secret path is indeed baffling. But whatever the case, this Fred must become our sect's son-in-law. From today onward, anyone who sees Yurksu will treat him as they would me. Anyone who dares oppose him will be considered my enemy. Fairy Salaxian's gaze swept over the Kylers, sharp and intense. The women exchanged rueful smiles. Even without the warning, they knew someone like Yurksu couldn't be offended and must be treated as a distinguished guest. Emph. The Azura sect tried to assassinate Yurksu but failed. Not only did they fail to kill this little monster, but they also let him break through to the Grandmaster realm and create a secret path. If the Azura sect learns of this, they will probably regret it so much that their intestines will turn green, Addie said with a hint of schadenfreude. The other women laughed. They had thoroughly antagonized a super genius capable of creating a secret path while in the Grandmaster realm. From now on, the Azura sect would not sleep soundly. Alright, let's seal this area together. We absolutely cannot let the mysterious substances within the secret path dissipate. Otherwise, it will be a huge loss for us, Fairy Salaxian said. Someone like Fairy Salaxian could easily tear apart his field. Chapter 340. Hector bullies Rhonda. In summary, this was Hector's third transformation. This time, the transformation further strengthened the capabilities of his secret realm on top of the second one, making the field even more robust and powerful with a broader range of attacks. Moreover, Hector's secret realm could now extend secret paths, meaning it would have a wider range of applications. For example, each time he activated the secret realm, it could generate a secret path, influencing those around him and providing them with opportunities. Simply put, Hector could now create opportunities for others. He could rival the ancient sages of the prehistoric era. After all checks were complete, Hector shifted his attention from himself to Rhonda lying beside him. At that moment, Rhonda looked like a sleeping beauty, peaceful, but her skin, white as jade, caught Hector's gaze, causing an unfamiliar stirring in his heart for the first time. He had fought alongside Rhonda many times, developing a deep bond that transcended life and death, but until today, their relationship was just that of comrades in arms. He never imagined that they would reach such a level. But ever since she risked her life to save him days ago, his mindset had changed completely. At that moment, he silently vowed to destroy the Azura sect to avenge Rhonda. She was a woman worth protecting with his life. Florence, I will protect you. Rhonda furrowed her brows and glared at him. Looking at Rhonda, Hector's heart surged with warmth. After undergoing 2 transformations, Rhonda's appearance and demeanor had significantly improved, rivaling Winifred's beauty. Thump. Suddenly, Hector moved closer to Rhonda. Rhonda shuddered slightly. Their noses touched, feeling each other's breaths and increasingly rapid heartbeats. Both their ears turned red instantly, and their body temperatures rose rapidly. Gulp. Hector couldn't help but swallow hard. Then, unable to control himself any longer, he leaned in. His left arm wrapped around Rhonda's slender waist, while his right hand cradled her head as he leaned forward to kiss her. Rhonda's body stiffened, her mind buzzing. However, she didn't resist, allowing Hector to take charge. Time seemed to pass slowly, and eventually, they separated. They embraced each other, looking into each other's eyes without the previous awkwardness or tension. instead feeling relaxed as if they had been lovers for years. Are you satisfied? Rhonda asked, feigning anger despite her inner joy. I can never be satisfied. I wish I could look at you forever. Hector smiled. Rhonda gave him a playful glare. Am I really that beautiful? Yes, Hector answered without hesitation. Compared to Winifred? Rhonda probed. Equally beautiful. Rhonda wasn't sure whether to be happy or upset. Second patriarch, Herb Hector, are you bullied by him, and you didn't help me? Florence, being bullied by men is part of our destiny from birth. If you're resentful, I'll ask the sect leader to cancel your wedding and turn this young man into a eunuch so he can never bully you again. Note asterisk the translated content maintains the original tone and style, adhering strictly to English language usage and ensuring grammatical correctness and fluency. Hashtag chapter 341. York Sue and Rhonda's engagement banquet. After saying that, Addie glared at Hector in annoyance. Hector, you have repeatedly offended our young patriarch. Do you know your crime? Hector shrugged and smiled. Repeatedly? Akil, may I ask how many times repeatedly is? Can you clarify? Addie had intended to tease Hector, but she didn't expect him to be so thick-skinned, directly asking her how many times. Even though she was experienced, she found it hard to speak up. How would I know how many times? I wasn't there. Addie glared at Hector harshly. Hector looked meaningfully at Addie and said, really not there? Or perhaps this way, shall I show you now? As proof of my offense against Florence? As he spoke, Hector wrapped one arm around Rhonda's slender waist. You pervert. Addie turned and walked away. Dwight, tree up. The patriarch is waiting for you. Rhonda quickly pulled free from Hector's grip, blushing furiously as she chased after Addie. Akil Zoltan. What did you mean by the marriage? Now that you belong to York Sue, he must take responsibility for you, Addie replied. Rhonda's heart pounded like a startled fawn. She glanced at Hector only to find him looking back at her. She instantly turned away and said, why doesn't the patriarch ask for our opinions? What do you think then? Addie paused, her face mocking as she stared at Rhonda. Rhonda felt her cheeks burning under Addie's gaze. She avoided eye contact, grabbing the edge of her robe, barely audible. No matter how long it took, no words came out. At this moment, Addie looked at Hector. Boy, what do you think? I will follow the patriarch's wishes. However, since my father and the Kylers from Jinjiag Martial Academy are not here, the wedding might be postponed. But we can have an engagement ceremony with Florence first. Haha, good, you're finally being a man, Addie laughed loudly. Then she turned to Rhonda. Florence, did you hear that? Your man has decided to marry you. What do you think about it? Rhonda couldn't contain her joy and said, I'll leave everything to the patriarch and the Kylers. Haha. Addie laughed. At this moment, Hector caught up and held Rhonda's delicate hand. She didn't resist, her heart filled with sweetness. Right now, the entire Dwight and Dreadflower sect was decorated with lights and ribbons. Tomorrow was the day of the young patriarch's engagement. The current patriarch personally sent out invitations to all major forces. Once the news spread, the entire Jincheng prefecture was shocked. No one expected that the young patriarch of the Dwight and Dreadflower sect, Rhonda, was still alive, and even planning to marry York Sue. Rhonda's heart was hit. How could she still be alive? What happened? Unbelievable. Not only is she alive, but she's going to be engaged to Herb York Sue tomorrow. Hee. This time those two old guys from the Azura sect died for nothing. I wonder what they'd feel if they knew Rhonda isn't dead and is engaging with their enemy, York Sue. They're definitely not happy. Once York Sue marries Rhonda, he becomes part of the Dwight and Dreadflower sect. The Azura sect will risk a full-scale war if they want to target York Sue again. The entire Jincheng prefecture was buzzing with discussion. Meanwhile, within the Azura sect, damn it, that brat has become the son-in-law of the Dwight and Dreadflower sect. How hateful. Now what? With the protection of the Dwight and Dreadflower sect, should we continue to deal with him? This Fred is too monstrous, surviving an assassination attempt. We cannot let him live. After killing him, we will give enormous compensation to the Dwight and Dreadflower sect. I don't believe they would risk a war over one York Sue. Despite learning Hector was about to become the son-in-law of the Dwight and Dreadflower sect, the Azura sect did not abandon their intentions to kill him. The next day, the Dwight and Dreadflower sect was crowded. All the big names in Jincheng prefecture personally attended. Welcoming Prince Carissa, an announcement rang out at the gate. Prince E? He never interacts with the Dwight and Dreadflower sect. Why is he here? Everyone was surprised, looking towards the entrance. At the mansion's main gate, a young man in green robes appeared, accompanied by Gil and a maverick. Ha, Prince E, it's been a while, Addie greeted him respectfully. Prince Carissa, though disliked by the current king, was still royalty and deserved respect. Carissa looked around and asked, where is Herb York Sue? Does Prince E also know Herb York Sue? Everyone was astonished. He's inside with the patriarch. He'll be out soon. Please take your seat. All right. Addie arranged Carissa at one of the 4 most prestigious tables. Those seated at these tables were the most prominent figures in Jincheng prefecture. Representatives from major forces like the Daxia Merchant Alliance and Vice President, various major forces present deeply astonished and surprised. Yet, some people hinted that the Dwight and Dreadflower sect had also invited the Azura sect. Therefore, it was normal for them to be here. The Vice Patriarch of Azura sect still dares to come? He's quite courageous. He almost killed the young patriarch of Dwight and Dreadflower's sect not long ago, Carissa said with a smile. Your Highness, based on my understanding of Hector, this Fred definitely won't let it go easily, the Maverick remarked at this moment. Haha, then let's wait to see what good show will unfold. I wonder what Herb Sue is up to now. Carissa looked towards another entrance of the Dwight and Dreadflower's sect. If Hector came, he would definitely enter through that door. Meanwhile, Hector also learned that the Azura sect people had arrived. Azura sect people dare to come here? Hector immediately felt murderous intent and turned to leave. Hector, calm down. The Azura sect is a guest today. The Kathy blocked him at this moment. However, Hector's figure flashed as he darted past her. She felt a chill and reached out to grab him but couldn't catch him at all, only watching as Hector left. Has this kid's speed improved so much after breaking through to the Patriarch realm? Then, she informed someone nearby to tell the Patriarch while she went to find Rhonda herself. Currently, in the entire Dwight fight, it shouldn't come to blows, right? Even if Hector is very powerful, with his current cultivation, he isn't a match for Remington. Acting rashly would only humiliate himself. Haha, you're wrong. When Lord Hector was still at the martial spirit realm, he dared to defy the Azura sect openly and challenged over a dozen half-step Patriarch-level arenas under the Azura sect. Now, as the soon-to-be son-in-law of Dwight and Dreadflower's sect, he naturally acts even more outrageously. Everyone discussed excitedly, expecting a spectacle. Haha, indeed, just like always. Even at his own engagement banquet, this guy has no intention of holding back, Carissa smiled. The Maverick nodded. This Fred is just like his father. Boom. At this moment, Hector walked faster, directly charging forward. Remington, however, watched Hector with a sinister smile on his lips. Without saying a word, a man beside him stepped forward. Hector, this is our Azura sect's vice patriarch. You don't greet him and dare to act so arrogantly. Do you think we, the Azura sect, can't kill you? Boom. As he spoke, the man quickly rushed forward. Arrogant, this is the Dwight and Dreadflower's sect's future son-in-law. Do you dare to attack? Addie, the Suzette, flashed forward as well, but Hector was faster, reaching first and delivering a punch. Seeking death. Fagin snorted coldly. His cultivation was at the peak of fourth heaven of Patriarch realm, and he was a genius. For Hector to dare challenge him head-on was courting humiliation. Puff. But in the next moment, his palm bones shattered upon contact. Hector's fist slammed down like an iron mountain, crushing his arm into a mess and sending him flying. Hiss, this Hector has broken through to the Patriarch realm? Even if he broke through, he shouldn't be this strong. One punch sent Remington's disciple Braden Jayag flying. Braden Jayag is at the peak of the fourth heaven of Patriarch realm. There was a stir among the crowd. No one expected that, barely 10 days after Hector single-handedly crushed what was claimed to be the strongest half-step Patriarch-level arena in Jinchi County history, he had already entered the Patriarch realm. Such rapid progress was terrifying. Boy, you are too arrogant. Remington narrowed his eyes, standing still without making a move, but his body emitted a mountainous amount of true chi, wave after wave surging outwards. Boom. Hector's steps were halted. The immense force made his entire body tremble slightly. The ground beneath his feet instantly sank by 3 feet, but Hector stood firm, unwavering, staring at Remington. This scene made the leaders of various forces watch in awe. Remington was at the peak of 8th heaven of Patriarch realm and an exceptional genius. Even without fighting, just the release of his true chi should have made Hector spew blood and fly away. But at this moment, Hector stood like a pillar supporting the sky, unmoved even though the ground beneath him had sunk. Such formidable physical strength was unprecedented. Dwight? Remington's eyes also revealed a hint of surprise. Zoltank others, he hadn't anticipated that Hector possessed such frightening physical power. Who ordered the assassination attempt on Florence last time? Hector was filled with killing intent, unyielding even before the Azura sect's vice patriarch. He wanted to know who had ordered the hit on him, not only to avenge himself, but also for Rhonda. A few days ago, Florence nearly died protecting him. If she had died, he would have felt guilty for life. And the mastermind behind the Azura sect must be punished. What if I told you? What can you do with your strength? Remington sneered, his mouth curling into a contemptuous smirk. A mere ant dared to question him about the mastermind? Truly laughable. Hector narrowed his eyes. Kill him? Just 2 words sent ripples of shock through the gathered major forces. Kill him? Apart from the 3 major forces of Jinchi County, even the 15th Prince, Carissa, wouldn't dare say such a thing. This kid Hector was too arrogant. Chapter 343. Hector, the future son-in-law of the Dwight and Dreadflower's sect. Haha, you dare to kill him? Boy, do you know who you are? In all of Golden Pond County, no one dares to say they can kill him. Boy, do you know what you're saying? Remington narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Hector, revealing a deadly killing intent. Boom. His true chi surged even more, so much that cold sweat appeared on Hector's forehead from the pressure. But Hector remained immovable, standing straight and staring fiercely back at Remington, the vice sect master of the Azura sect. No matter who it is, even the Fabio, I, Hector, will kill him. Go back and tell your sect master that within half a year, I will definitely kill him. With that, Hector turned and walked away. You have no time left. I will kill you today. Remington, moved by murderous intent, reached out and struck Hector with a palm. At that moment, Addie appeared and slashed her sword upward. Remington, this is the territory of the Dwight and Dreadflower's sect. It's not yet your turn to go wild. Puff. However, Addie was still somewhat inferior in strength to Remington. Just as they exchanged blows, she was hit by Remington and flew out, coughing up blood, causing everyone present to stand up in shock. Remington was indeed bold. He dared to injure someone from the Dwight and Dreadflower's sect right on their own turf, and even wanted to kill the future son-in-law of the Dwight and Dreadflower's sect. This wasn't just arrogance. It was sheer audacity. Hector felt a chill run through him. With a sharp clang, he drew his sword, ready to fight to the death, vowing to cut a piece of flesh from Remington even if it cost him his life. After injuring Addie, Remington was about to make another move against Hector, but suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he turned to leave. Remington, here on the territory of the Dwight and Dreadflower's sect, you dare to make a move? It seems you've forgotten who owns this place after being unchecked for a long time. Boom. These words exploded in everyone's ears. At that moment, Alexandria clothing appeared, like a celestial maiden, gliding past the crowd. The next moment, puff, powerful as Remington was, he flew backward like a kite that had its string cut, spewing blood as he flew away. They finally saw clearly. It was Salaxianzi, the sect master of the Dwight and Dreadflower's sect. Wow, it's Salaxianzi. The crowd gasped. Solaxianzi was one of the 5 top experts in Golden Pond County. Her cultivation had already touched the borders of the Great Master Realm. She was also an unparalleled genius. Puff. After flying out, Remington shakily stood up, pale-faced, looking at the aloof Solaxianzi with, "I'm fine," Hector smiled. Then he looked at Solaxianzi and said, "Thank you, Sect Master, for intervening. Best remain low-key until you can protect yourself." Solaxianzi coldly nodded. Hector gave a bitter laugh. He indeed acted impulsively earlier, but if given the chance again, he would still choose to act. If he stayed indifferent facing the enemy who almost killed his beloved, would he still consider himself a man? Then the engagement banquet began. Though many people were eating, their conversations revolved around Hector and the Azura sect. Word spread quickly, causing waves once again in Golden Pond County. Hector had become engaged to Rhonda, and Hector officially became the future son-in-law of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect. Night fell. Haha, congratulations, brother Hector, for becoming the future son-in-law of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect. The Fatso, Casper, and others came to congratulate him, each flushed from drinking. Hector looked at them and said, "Brandandering this time. Focus on your cultivation. In a few days, we will raid some of the Azura sect's Grandmaster arenas." Really? Casper's eyes lit up, his flushed face becoming even redder. What he loved most was battle. That's right. The enmity with the Azura sect will be repaid bit by bit. Before wiping out the Azura sect, let's destroy all their subordinates first, leaving them powerless. Hector narrowed his eyes, filled with murderous intent. Feeling Hector's killing intent, surely he must be terrified beyond measure. Kill him. Hector still said these words. Boom. The whole scene was stunned. Everyone looked at Hector as if he were a madman. The sect master of the Azura sect was an absolute overlord across the entire kingdom. Hector actually dared to openly declare his intention to kill him. This was simply too arrogant. Boy, do you know what you were saying? Deputy Sect Master Remington narrowed his eyes, glaring intently at Hector, revealing a cold, murderous intent. Boom. His true chi surged even more, forcing cold sweat from Hector's forehead. But Hector remained immovable, standing straight, steadfastly staring back at Remington, the Deputy Sect Master of the Azura sect. Regardless of who it is, even the Emperor himself, I, Hector, am determined to kill him. Tell your Sect Master that within half a year, I will definitely kill him. Finished speaking, Hector turned and walked away. You have no time left. Today, old man here will kill you. Remington, having decided to take action, struck Hector with a palm. At this moment, Addie appeared, slashing her sword upward. Remington, this is the territory of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect, not a place for you to run wild. Puff. Addie, however, was slightly inferior to Remington in strength. After just one exchange, she was struck and flew out coughing blood, stunning everyone present. Remington was truly audacious, injuring a member of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect on their own turf and planning to kill their designated son-in-law. This was not merely arrogance. It was audacity without limits. Hector's heart raced. With a ringing sound, he drew his sword, preparing to fight to the death. Even if he died, he would cut off a piece of Remington. Meanwhile, Remington, after injuring Addie, intended to move further against Hector. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he turned to leave. Remington, you dare to make a move on my Dwight and Dreadflowers sect territory. It seems it's been too long since we last disciplined you. Have you forgotten whose territory this is? Boom. This statement rang loudly in everyone's ears. At this moment, a woman dressed in red, like a goddess from the heavens, appeared in everyone's line of sight. In the next moment, puff, the mighty Remington, like a kite whose string had been cut, flew away spitting blood. Then, they finally realized who it was. None other than Solaxianzi, the master of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect. Hiss, my fault. I apologize to you. There's no need for an apology. Go home and clean your neck. I'll come to destroy your Azura sect soon. Hector narrowed his eyes. All right. I'll wait for you at the Azura sect. Remington nodded and quickly departed. When he left, Rhonda appeared, looking worried at Hector. Don't worry. I'm fine, Hector smiled. Then he looked at Solaxianzi and thanked her for intervening. Before you're strong enough to protect yourself, it's best to be low-key, Solaxianzi acknowledged coldly. Hector laughed bitterly. He had indeed been impulsive just now. However, if he were to choose again, he would still act the same way. If, facing an enemy who almost killed his beloved woman right before him, he did nothing, would he still be considered a man? Subsequently, the engagement banquet commenced. Although many were eating, all conversations revolved around Hector and the Azura sect. Soon, news spread throughout Golden Pond County, causing another uproar. Hector and Rhonda got engaged, and Hector officially became the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect's designated son-in-law. Night fell. Haha, congratulations brother York-Su, on becoming the designated son-in-law of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect. At this moment, Quentin, Casper, and others came to congratulate him, all flushed from drinking. Looking at them, Hector said, in the coming days, focus on cultivation. Soon, we will target several Grandmaster-level dojos of the Azura sect. Really? Casper's eyes lit up, his already flushed face turning redder. What he loved most was combat. Of course, I will settle scores with the Azura sect little by little. Before destroying the Azura sect, I will first wipe out all its subordinate dojos, leaving them as mere commanders. Hector narrowed his eyes, filled with murderous intent. Quentin, Casper, the Cathy, and others exchanged glances upon sensing Hector's killing intent. Good. Then us brothers will join hands to curb the arrogance of the Azura sect. I've long been fed up with them, Casper laughed heartily. Chapter 344. Annihilating 7 master-level dojos in one day. York-Su's engagement party caused a stir throughout the entire Golden Pond County. No one had expected that York-Su could forge an alliance with the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect so quickly and become their prospective son-in-law. Even more shocking was how York-Su, at his own engagement banquet, provocatively challenged the deputy sect leader of the Azura sect, Remington. The two almost came to blows, which eventually led to the appearance of the sect leader of the Dwight and Dread Flowers sect, the immortal Dwight and Dread Flowers. Immortal Dwight and Dread Flowers personally intervened, forcing Remington to retreat, spitting blood. Before leaving, York-Su boasted about annihilating the Azura sect within half a year. Everyone who attended the engagement party heard this declaration. Thus, once the engagement ceremony ended, conflicts between York-Su and the Azura sect sprang up like mushrooms after rain. The whole Golden Pond County was abuzz with news. York-Su had publicly declared war on the Azura sect. This fellow had tremendous audacity. Of course, many believed York-Su acted so boldly because he had the backing of the Dwight and Dread Flowers sect. Without it, even if Hector were as arrogant as he pleased, he wouldn't dare to openly declare his intentions. Regardless, York-Su's boldness and dominance sent shockwaves through all major forces in Golden Pond County. 16 years after War God Jessup, another maniac emerged, daring to challenge the Azura sect under his name alone. Everyone felt a strong premonition, Golden Pond County might once again see intense activity. And just the day after the engagement party, Hector dispatched Colt to challenge 7 master-level dojos of the Azura sect, all within a single day. The news caused yet another uproar in Golden Pond County. Phew, this guy is too bold. He just declared war on the Azura sect's deputy sect leader Remington at his engagement party, and now he can't wait to attack the dojos under the Azura sect's jurisdiction. His vengefulness is serious. I had strike, resulting in 3 heads flying off and blood splattering everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Within moments of the battle starting, 2 masters were injured, and 3 were instantly killed. Hector's combat strength was simply overwhelming. I yield, one master trembled as he shouted, but Hector didn't spare him. No one in the Azura sect was innocent. Each bore the blood of countless innocents. Puff. Soon, every member of the first master-level dojo fell under Hector's blade, except for the 10 non-participating half-step masters who survived tremblingly. They were fortunate to have insufficient cultivation. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate. This York-Su was terrifying. Laroid one person really wipe out an entire master-level dojo? Many were in disbelief. The battle started and ended in a mere 3 or 4 breaths. All 10 master-level experts were slain? Whoosh. After wiping out this dojo, Hector immediately headed to the next one. Others followed in awe, sensing that York-Su would create another uproar in Golden Pond County. Sure enough, Hector went straight into action without saying a word. The second dojo, stronger than the first with 15 master-level experts including 8 peak early-stage masters, couldn't stand against Hector's ferocity and was obliterated within 8 breaths. Phew, the second master-level dojo? Someone gasped, watching Hector as though he were a monster. Clearly not. Brat York-Su, tomorrow my Radiant Dojo will come to exterminate you, said a voice from afar after Hector obliterated the 7 Azura sect dojos. A challenge letter was delivered to York-Su's dojo. News broke, causing Golden Pond County to erupt widely. Hashtag Chapter 345, Battle with the Radiant Arena. Master-level arenas are divided into 4 ranks, A, B, C, and D. Rank A is the strongest, followed by B, then C, and finally D. An A-rank arena is said to be guarded by a peak Master Realm powerhouse. In the entire Azura sect, there are only 3 such arenas. B-rank arenas are guarded by late-stage peak Master Realm powerhouses. C-rank arenas are guarded by mid-stage peak Master Realm powerhouses. As for D-rank arenas, they have fewer requirements. Having just 5 early-stage Master Realm powerhouses guarding them suffices. However, the Radiant Arena stands as the king among D-rank arenas. Its head is an unparalleled genius who has reached the peak of the 3rd heaven of the Master Realm. Every member of the Radiant Arena is a peak early-stage Master Realm powerhouse. Thus it is known as the king among D-rank arenas. Over the years, no one within the D-rank category has dared to challenge them. Their target has always been C-rank arenas, many of which have fallen to their hands. This top-tier Master Arena actually issued a challenge to Hector directly. Would York-Su dare to accept? I accept. Tomorrow, we will decide this battle. Hector responded from afar, and accepted the Radiant Arena's challenge. The news spread quickly, even attracting the attention of the Renee. She immediately found Hector, and informed him of the Radiant Arena's strength, urging him to reject the challenge. However, Hector refused her advice. Renee, heart sank as she promptly arranged for 19 peak early-stage Master Realm powerhouses from the Dwight and Dread Flowers sect to join York-Su's arena to bolster its strength. But Hector declined this offer as well. Do you really think you're invincible? Renee was furious. She had acted out of good intentions, but York-Su had outright rejected her help. Hector looked at the enraged Renee and said, Mistress, the grudge between the Azura sect and me must be resolved personally. I want to wipe out every single feather of the Azura sect with my own hands and take the heads of all the high-ranking officials. You. Renee trembled with anger. If it were the old York-Su, his death would have been insignificant. But now, York-Su was the prospective son-in-law of the Dwight and Dread Flowers sect. His death would tarnish the reputation of the sect. Florence, try to persuade this Fred. Addie, looking anxiously at Rhonda beside her, pleaded. Rhonda smiled gently at Hector and said, I trust him. You, Sai, truly united in spirit and mind. Addie was taken aback and sighed helplessly. If he dies, you'll be a widow. He won't die, Rhonda stated firmly. Addie was stunned. What could she say? Hector looked at Renee and Addie who were trying to dissuade him and suddenly asked, I've heard that Jessup once swept through the Azura sect on his own, starting from a near Master Realm arena and going all the way up, even sweeping 3 A-rank arenas in half a year. Is that true? After 5 breaths, Renee nodded. In nearly a century, Jinchi County has produced only one Jessup. Haha, that was the past. Now, I'm here. Things should change. Hector laughed loudly. Do you really think you can compare to Jessup? Addie looked at Hector, surprised. This Fred indeed dares to speak without restraint. What he can do, I can do too. Tomorrow, we shall see. Hector turned and left. Looking at his departing figure, Renee paused momentarily. At this moment, Yorksu's back resembled Jessup's from those days so closely, and their experiences were almost identical. Back then, after Jessup conflicted with the Azura sect, he challenged them head-on and fought his way up, leaving the Azura sect humiliated. They pay special attention. People discussed amongst themselves. At this moment, high-ranking officials from the Azura sect also arrived, watching Addy and the others with intense expressions. Addy, this is their battle. Fate will determine their destinies. Do not intervene, a Trent from the Azura sect warned. Addy frowned. Rest assured, we're only here to observe. If the Radiant Arena loses, if you interfere, our sect mistress will personally visit your Azura sect. Dwight the Trent snorted coldly, recalling the last time Renee attacked their sect and forced two Kylers to commit suicide. They remembered that event vividly. After you kill Yorksu, deliver his head to the Dwight and Dreadflower's sect, the Trent said to Alex Wong through gritted teeth. Relax, Alex Wong nodded while sitting cross-legged. The Dwight and Dreadflower's sect and the Azura sect were like fire and water, unable to coexist peacefully. Branding to their comparable strengths, neither could completely eliminate the other. But whenever the opportunity arose, they sought to humiliate each other. For instance, this time, to kill the Dwight and Dreadflower's sect's prospective son-in-law Yorksu, they had prepared meticulously in advance. Yorksu, why don't you end it yourself? I'll give you a quick death. Alex Wong sat cross-legged, giving Hector a cursory glance. Behind Hector, a long spear appeared, tearing through the air and thrusting towards the back of his head. Hector's figure flickered, evading the lethal strike. Immediately, he turned around and slapped out a palm. With a thud, the sneaking attacker was sent flying, coughing up blood. At that moment, the rest of the attackers closed in, unleashing their full strength in a surrounding assault on Hector. Hector found himself in a dire situation. From everyone's perspective, there was no way for him to avoid the attacks. Even if he managed to repel them, he would inevitably be wounded. Thump. Hector's heart beat in sync with his internal organs, releasing a surge of secret power from within his limbs. He took a deep breath, pushing off the ground forcefully, causing it to shatter. A terrifying shockwave erupted from him, radiating outward and blocking all incoming attacks. His strength. He actually blocked the full force attacks of over a dozen peak initial stage grandmasters. Someone exclaimed in shock, their voice trembling. Remarkable. Even Addy, the cloaked woman, couldn't help but nod in admiration. Hector's performance exceeded her expectations. But this alone wasn't enough to defeat Dwight Dojo. After all, Bohani Huang and 4 other top combatants hadn't joined the fray yet. Kill. After being forced back, the attackers pressed forward again, their assault more ferocious than before. Even Hector felt some pressure, though it wasn't much since he had only used a fraction of his presence imposing like a mountain. You're finally willing to come to your death, Hector sneered, charging at Bohani Huang. Along the way, he sent 2 people flying with a casual slap, leaving them motionless on the ground. Spear of Demon Extermination. Bohani Huang roared, swinging his spear. Boom. Everyone felt an irresistible force pulling them toward Bohani Huang. They were startled and scrambled backward with all their might. This is Bohani Huang's ultimate skill. Within 10 meters, everything is under his control, reducing opponents to half their strength. Someone explained Bohani Huang's trump card. Hector also felt the pull of a mysterious force, dragging him toward Bohani Huang. He wasn't worried, as he intended to charge at Bohani Huang anyway. Now he just moved faster. But then something felt wrong. As he neared Bohani Huang, a weight like a mountain pressed down on him. The ground beneath his feet caved in, and his spine bent under the immense pressure. His knees cracked as bones shifted. Hector, your journey ends here. Bohani Huang appeared ghost-like in front of Hector, looking down at him. His spear rose high, stabbing downward. Is Hector finished? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Even Addy and others changed expressions, ready to rush forward to save Hector, but were stopped by Xia Lu's sex elites. Dwight, this is Hector and Bohani Huang's battle. No one is allowed to interfere. However, with a deafening roar, the spear slipped from his hand, striking and shattering a distant wall. At that same moment, Hector's fist glowed with energy as he delivered a fierce blow towards Alex Wong. Alex Wong was utterly shocked, finally realizing just how terrifying Hector's strength was. Even though Hector had only just entered the Master Realm, the combat power he exhibited surpassed what even Alex Wong, an absolute genius who had reached the peak of early-stage Master Realm, could achieve. Boom. Instantly, Alex Wong summoned all his strength. An odd force radiated from him, and it seemed as if invisible hands appeared in the air around him, pressing down on Hector. Hector immediately felt an immense pressure, slowing him down. Whoosh. Seizing this opportunity, Alex Wong quickly evaded Hector's deadly strike, but was still forced backward by the shockwave of Hector's punch. Dwight, huff huff. Alex Wong panted heavily, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. If he hadn't reacted so swiftly, he would be dead now. This Hector was indeed terrifying. Together, activate the dragon-slaying formation and kill him. Alex Wong shouted. The other dozen or so individuals realized at that moment that unless they gave it their all, they would be the ones to die, not Hector. He was a monster that exceeded their understanding of combat power. Boom. A terrifying causing great worry for Casper. Beside him, Addy, the black-cloaked young woman, said sternly, they have activated the dragon-slaying formation. What? The dragon-slaying formation? The ace's face paled. Do you know what the dragon-slaying formation is? Casper asked, eyeing the startled ace apprehensively. Judging by their reactions, it seemed the dragon-slaying formation was quite formidable. The ace replied solemnly, the dragon-slaying formation is extremely dangerous. It requires the consumption of very expensive materials, each use costing at least 10 million golden pawn coins. After activation, it can grant the user the power of a juvenile dragon for a short time, making them invincible at their level. So, juvenile dragon strength. Isn't Brother Hector in danger then? Casper was deeply shaken, clutching his black blade, ready to rush forward but was stopped by a quick-handed Magdalena. Casper, what are you doing? Trying to get yourself killed? The Magdalena said sternly. Better to die than watch brother Hector die, he retorted, struggling to break free. Suddenly, Adam appeared, walking gracefully, drawing everyone's attention. Is she the young head of the Dwight Flowers sect? I've seen her before, and she wasn't as poised as she is now. What happened in these past few days? They say she's Hector's fiancée, already betrothed. She might be here to bid farewell. Is incredibly strong, seemingly not using his full power. Damn, even with the dragon-slaying formation, Radiant Martial Arts Arena's power increased so much yet still cannot withstand Master Hector? Terrifying. A master like Hector, throughout the entire Golden Pond Prefecture, and even in the Ing Daltondom, who can rival him in the early-stage Master Realm? Everyone was astounded by Hector's performance once again. Now it's my turn to retaliate. Hector roared, unleashing attacks like a true dragon amidst insects. Every strike left someone bloodied and shattered, showcasing his unparalleled might. Casper and the others stared wide-eyed, witnessing Hector's overwhelming strength, giving them another lesson in what true invincibility meant. Chapter 348. The Dragon's Breath simulated by the Slayer Array. Boom. Alex Guang lunged forward, once again clashing fists with Hector. This time, however, his palm bones shattered, blood sprayed out, and he was hurled away. Why is he even stronger? Alex Guang was greatly alarmed. Then, he suddenly shouted fiercely, blood sacrificed to the Slayer Array. Pooh. 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 The few survivors were already quaking with fear, their courage sapped by Hector's onslaught. Their only hope of survival now lay in the blood sacrifice to the Slayer Array. Immediately, without hesitation, they bit their tongues and spat out large amounts of essence blood. As soon as the blood emerged, the purple dragon swirling around them flew out and converged into a massive, lifelike dragon imprint towering over 10 zhang tall, almost like a real dragon. This dragon imprint immediately opened its mouth, and a terrifying purple glow rapidly formed within. Boom. At the same time, the entire ground shook as if it couldn't bear this immense force. Quickly, get out of here. This place will be leveled. This is the Dragon's Breath of the Slayer Array. Even though it's not as powerful as a real dragon, it's close enough, someone cried in alarm. Cursed, Alex Guang and his group are mad. Even if they can kill Hector, they will suffer severe losses and won't recover for a decade. Yeah, the power of a true dragon isn't something ordinary people can control, even just a quarter of it. True dragons have already touched the realm of immortals, another person said. AI, let's go, Colt sighed, pulling Casper the big blade away quickly. At this moment, only those whose cultivation had reached the mid-grandmaster realm or higher, along with Rhonda, remained. Many people looked at Rhonda in astonishment. They could stay and watch because they were confident in their own strength. After all, at their level, no matter how formidable the Slayer Array was, it depended on who activated it. If it were a mid-grandmaster realm expert, they would turn and flee instantly. But if it were Alex Guang and his group of early grandmaster realm experts, they had nothing to worry about. No matter how powerful this attack was, it would only consume some of their true chi. However, Rhonda, being an early grandmaster realm cultivator, standing here meant certain death. Girl, why don't you leave? Mandy Addy asked Rhonda. Rhonda shook her head. My man won't lose. He will block this attack. AI, you're too blinded by faith in him, Addy sighed, shaking her head. Then she channeled her true chi, preparing to help Rhonda withstand the residual power of the Dragon's Breath. The Dragon's Breath primarily targeted Hector. For these onlookers, they would at most be hit by the residual power of the Dragon's Breath. Even so, they dared not relax and prepared to muster all their strength to block it. Noah, die. Alex Guang roared loudly, spitting more blood. Just like him, the others also spat blood, and the blood from the deceased began converging toward the purple dragon. The purple dragon absorbed their essence blood, and the purple light in its mouth became even more radiant, like a purple sun about to fall. Meanwhile, everyone who had fled far enough was horrified. Even from this distance, they could still feel the terror of the dragon's breath. Hiss! The power of this. He was now not inferior to a young dragon of the same realm. Simultaneously, he made a fist seal and sequentially performed the first through fourth true intention diagrams after his strength reached its zenith. From the first to the fourth diagram, he unleashed them in one breath. This was the first time since breaking through to the Grandmaster realm that he continuously used 4 true intention diagrams in sequence. Even Hector himself didn't know how powerful his current strength was. He had only one thought, to rely on his own power to receive this dragon's breath. He wanted to see how terrifying his strength had become after the 3 transformations. After unleashing the 4 true intention diagrams, Hector soared skyward. To everyone, he now appeared like a small boat facing a tsunami in the ocean. How could a small boat survive a tsunami? To many, Hector was seeking death. Some even shook their heads in sighs, feeling Noah was truly unfortunate. Had he not directly confronted the Azura sect, his future would have been bright. Hector! Rhonda murmured to herself, watching the descending dragon's breath, her eyes glowing like stars. She felt Hector's determination. He wasn't afraid but rather excited. She knew that Hector longed for this battle to prove his strength. Boom. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, Hector's 4 true intention diagrams colliding with a thunderous roar. Whiz. At the same time, the surrounding mid-realm master-level experts rose from the ruins, rushing outside. Everyone looked over, only to see that the once majestic, brilliant arena now lay in ruins. Hector, Alex Wong, and others were buried beneath the debris. The dust and debris obstructed their view, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. It's over. Lord York-Su is probably dead, and Alex Wong and the others are likely left with just half a breath. He didn't just probably die, he definitely did. Even if a newly ascended mid-realm master-level expert faced that dragon's breath, they would have no way out. That's right. Lord York-Su has only been at the master realm for a few days. No matter how extraordinary he is, he couldn't possibly match a mid-realm master-level expert. People chattered among themselves. Though they couldn't see the situation inside, They concluded the battle based on their own judgments. Brother York-Su, said Big Sword Casper, his eyes brimming with moisture as he recalled the moments spent with York-Su. They had fought together, drank together, and trained together, cultivating a bond of brotherhood over time. Losing York-Su felt like losing a true brother, causing them immense pain. AI, sighed Colt and others. This outcome was not what they had hoped for. But reality was cruel, and they had thought that York-Su would triumph as he always did. However, the harshness of the situation shattered their wishes. Don't sigh. He isn't dead yet, said Rhonda at this moment. Colt, Big Sword Casper, and the Cathy looked at Rhonda, opening their mouths to speak but ultimately remaining silent. They knew Rhonda was feeling terrible and refused to believe York-Su was dead. If they spoke the truth, they might upset her further. Therefore, they chose to remain quiet, allowing the young master of Dwight and Dreadflower's sect some hope, even if it was unrealistic. Dwight men sometimes hold on to life because of the little bit of hope left in their hearts. Without that hope, what's the point of living? In their view, Rhonda was too saddened to accept York-Su's death. Why should they shatter her last hope? Boom. Finally, as everyone waited, the radiant energy slowly dissipated. Hiss, look, there's a figure on the rubble. Who is it? How can they still be alive? Heaven, even a mid-realm master-level expert would need to retreat from the dragon's breath of the dragon-slaying array. After blocking the aftermath, they had to withdraw. Who is this person, standing on the ruins? Is he human? Probably Alex Wong. Yes, it must be Alex Wong. Among those in the brilliant arena, Alex Wong is the strongest. Moreover, the dragon-slaying array was mainly operated by him. No one else besides Alex Wong could do this. Everyone saw a vague figure amidst the ruins. Shocked, they immediately concluded that the figure standing on the rubble must be Alex Wong. It's him. Rhonda's heart raced, and she rushed forward. But at that moment, several Azura sect Kylers coldly fixed their gazes on her. Young miss of Dwight and Dreadflower's sect, you want to take revenge for your fiancé? Go back. With us here, you will not harm Alex Wong. The Kylerly men from the Azura sect stared icily at Rhonda, preventing her from attacking Alex Wong. To them, the figure was undoubtedly Alex Wong, and Rhonda's sudden rush was clearly to avenge her fiancé by killing the weakened Alex Wong. Miss Dwighta, said Colt and Big Sword Casper as they rushed up. Watching Rhonda made them feel helpless. Even now, she still believed that the figure was more likely to be Alex Wong rather than York-Su. Hiss, quickly look that figure. It looks like Lord York-Su, someone exclaimed suddenly, his voice trembling. By the time he finished speaking, most of the radiant light had dissipated, revealing the outline of a figure. Suddenly, the entire area fell silent as everyone focused on the figure. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this Lord York-Su? F***CK. Lord York-Su survived? Heaven, am I seeing ghosts? Hiss, it's really Lord York-Su. Oh my god, how did he survive? He actually blocked the terrifying dragon's breath? Everyone was stunned when they realized the figure was indeed Hector, unable to contain their shock and astonishment. What? It's York-Su? At this moment, the Azura sect Kylers who had been smirking while blocking Rhonda were startled by the exclamations. Turning back, they saw a black-robed youth standing on the ruins. This youthful figure stood tall and strong. Could it be anyone other than Hector? Hashtag chapter 350, the Cataclysm. At this moment, everyone was stunned. No one had expected that the dragon's breath simulated by the Slay Dragon formation, a destructive force potent enough to make even mid-rank Master Realm powerhouses retreat, had not only failed to kill York-Su but also allowed him to survive. Moreover, it appeared as though Hector was the one who emerged standing in the end. Finally, the rampaging energy dissipated. Everyone saw clearly. Amidst the ruins, only York-Su stood there. Those who had unleashed the dragon's breath, like Alex Bang, had already vanished without a trace. Without a doubt, they had either been reduced to dust or were buried under the rubble. But regardless of the outcome, Alex Bang and his group had been thoroughly defeated. Cough, cough. At the same time, Hector, standing atop the ruins like a pillar holding up the sky, gave a slight cough. Brother York-Su still won, and he had braved the dragon's breath head-on. The once supreme glorious dojo among Class C master dojos had been annihilated and buried under the rubble. All of this was indeed too astonishing, leaving everyone in awe and disbelief. The few Kylers of Devil Sect, upon seeing Hector's gaze, paled visibly. Their highly favored glorious dojo had been defeated by this young punk, York-Su. Such a result was unacceptable to them. What they found intolerable was that after defeating the glorious dojo, this kid dared to provoke Devil Sect in front of so many people. Leroyd, he think Devil Sect was an easy target? Brat, do you think our Devil Sect has no capable members left? A bud shook violently with anger. He had just blocked Rhonda from rushing forward. Capable? Hector sneered. Then bring out all your members. I will kill them all at once. Dominant. These words made everyone present feel a surge of excitement. Throughout Jinshi County, who dared challenge Devil Sect like this? No one dared. Yet here was York-Su, who had arrived in Jinshi County only a short while ago, challenging Devil Sect step by step. Along the way, numerous powerful dojos under Devil Sect had been overturned by Hector. Just looking at his growth experience and combat record, he was a super prodigy on par with the legendary war god Jessup of yesteryears. Fairy Sala glanced around. Boom. This group did not dare disobey Fairy Sala and dispersed immediately. Back, let's celebrate, Fairy Sala smiled. This time, York-Su had heavily struck their archenemy, Devil Sect, which was certainly a reason for celebration for her. Soon, news of Hector's battle with the glorious dojo spread quickly throughout Jinshi County, stirring up another wave of tumultuous commotion. This York-Su, his growth speed is just too fast, if my memory serves right. Hasn't he only been in Jinshi County for less than a month? I don't know how long he has been in Jinshi County, but I know that in just 1 month, he has already created 2 mini miracles. First, he defeated the strongest half-step master dojo, the Devil Dojo. Then, he defeated the historically strongest half-step master dojo in Jinshi County. Finally, he bested the glorious dojo, unleashing Dragon's Breath. These achievements can rival those of the war god Jessup of old. I have a strong feeling that it won't be long before Herb York-Su achieves a pinnacle similar to Jessup's past record, standing against the entire Devil Sect, and possibly surpassing Jessup, overturning Devil Sect entirely. With his current achievements, it's indeed impressive, but to overturn Devil Sect, it's easier said than done. He still has a long road ahead. But no matter what, this time, this young guy York-Su has thoroughly humiliated Devil Sect. Next time, it won't be easy for Devil Sect to eliminate it. Soon he would become another Jessup. The past Jessup nearly destroyed their Azura Sect. If not for the secret move by the Gideon clan that led to an accident befalling Jessup, once Jessup returned to Jinchi County, it would have brought ruin to them. Therefore, as the head of a major sect, the memories of those events remain vivid. He did not want to see another Jessup emerge and bring disaster upon their sect. Thus, at the first moment after the Radiant Dojo's destruction, he convened all available high-ranking members within Jinchi City for this meeting. The main objective of the meeting was to discuss how to eliminate Hector and prevent his continued growth. But eliminating Hector would be incredibly difficult. Behind Hector stood the entire Dwight and Dreadflowers sect, whose strength was not inferior to their own Azura sect. Killing Hector is simple, Sect Master. We can contact the county magistrate of Jinchi County and have him work with us, said Kyler in black robes. He was the one who previously blocked Rhonda's attempt to rescue Hector on the Azura Sect arena. Arrigo, elaborate on your plan. The Sect Master looked at Arrigo. Arrigo replied, Sect Master, as long as you and the Jinchi County magistrate cooperate to detain Miss Sala, it will give us the chance to kill the young Hector without letting him continue to live. The Sect Master frowned. If we kill him, any price to kill the young Hector is worth it. Compared to the emergence of another Jessup, killing Hector is now the top priority for the Azura Sect. Based on my observations, that child grows stronger every few days, already matching the former Jessup. Sect Master, it's imperative we act quickly. Fine, let's proceed as such. The Sect Master hesitated slightly, but turned to leave immediately. Vice Sect Master, contact the other two factions, offering them sufficient benefits. I will speak with the Jinchi County Magistrate to ensure Hector is killed this time. Afterwards, the Sect Master met with the Jinchi County Magistrate, explaining his intentions. Initially, the Magistrate refused. Maintaining order and balance in Jinchi County was his primary duty. Clearly, the Norman's actions could provoke the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect and cause calamity for Jinchi County. However, when the Norman offered handsome rewards, even the Magistrate couldn't resist. Alright, since you insist, we'll do it. But if Miss Sala causes trouble later, you must step forward with me. Rest assured, with your help, I won't neglect you. Simultaneously, the Vice Sect Master approached the Black Dragon Society and the Daxia Trade Alliance, offering substantial benefits. Finally, these two powerhouses tacitly approved their actions. Rules are made by people, but with enough benefits, rules can change. Now, benefits held absolute dominance. Chapter 352. Blood runs deep. Corpses Zoltanter the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect. The scream of the Zoltan set was heard by everyone in the sect, causing all to pale. At the same time, experts from the Azura sect and Jinchi County Governor's residence swarmed in, intruding upon the territory of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect. Braden Chung Unkor, what exactly are you two doing? The Zoltan set roared furiously. Killing York-Su. If you do not obstruct us, we will give your Dwight and Dreadflowers sect substantial compensation, the head of the Azura sect stated. And if I don't agree? The Zoltan set asked, visibly angered. Then, Fairy, we must respectfully ask you to battle us, the head of the Azura sect replied. Unkor, is this also your wish? She coldly eyed the county governor of Jinchi. The county governor laughed bitterly. When someone pays me, I help eliminate their troubles. This time, I've just come itching for a duel with the fairy. If it's a duel, would you dare to fight me to the death? The Zoltan set drew her sword and took a step forward. Unkor's expression changed as he immediately retreated one step. I came mainly to assist brother Braden Chung. As he said this, he looked at Braden Chung, clearly indicating his role was only supportive, leaving the main action to Braden Chung. The head of the Azura sect understood fully and stepped forward. Please escape. Braden Chung from the Azura sect and Unkor from the governor's office have brought men to kill you, Addie immediately warned. Hector stood up and frowned. So eager to get rid of me? The head of the Azura sect and the county governor sure have high opinions of me. Let's go. As he spoke, Hector wielded his sword and charged out. Upon exiting, his sky eye revealed intense battles raging around the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect. Many members had already fallen under the combined forces of the Azura sect and the county governor's office. Naturally, the Azura sect and the county governor's office suffered losses too. Addie and Dwightage Florence escorted Hector through a hidden path away from danger. Brat, where do you think you're going? Prepare to die. As they fled, several high-ranking officials from the Azura sect who were searching for Hector spotted him and lunged with murderous intent. I'll hold them off, you run, Addie quickly shouted, leading a group of a dozen fighters into the fray. Hector tried to join her, but was halted by Dwightage Florence. If you escape, the Azura sect and Jinchi County won't find you and will withdraw. Go with me now. The longer you wait, the more people will die. She pulled Hector along. Startled, Hector followed her. Haha, little brat, you can't escape. Not far ahead, Arrigo and others intercepted them. Beside Hector, only Dwightage Florence and Colt remained. It looks like there's no escape. Hector's face darkened. Dwightage Florence's expression turned grim. Florence, let's team up and break through. Hector drew his sword. Hector sneered, unleashing true intention technique and countered with a powerful punch. Thud. Arrigo's hand bones shattered, blood spraying everywhere as he flew backward like a broken kite. Just as he hit the ground, Hector appeared beside him, looking down at him with a murderous gaze. Arrigo's complexion turned white. Old man, it's over. No, brat, why are you stronger again? Arrigo screamed his last words. Flash. A swift sword beam decapitated Arrigo. Hector then struck the flying head, shattering it midair, shocking Colt, Dedao Casper, and others who watched from afar. Brother York-Su had grown even stronger, and his methods were merciless and brutal. not leaving a whole corpse behind after killing. Let's go. Hector turned and headed toward the back exit. Along the way, they encountered several groups, but all were dispatched by Hector and Dwight Florence. However, they both sustained injuries themselves. Blood ran deep and corpses littered the entire Dwight Flowers sect. The entire Jinchi County was alarmed as news spread that the Azura sect and the governor's office had joined forces to attack the Dwight Flowers sect. Chapter 353. Dao Casper, Jetty, and others fight to death. In Jinchip County, there are 4 major forces on the surface: Sala Sect, Black Dragon Society, Daxia Business Alliance, and Azura Sect. Reduced to nothing. Boom. When Hector arrived at the back gate of the Sala Sect, there were already many experts waiting. All of them were top-ranking members of the Azura Sect and the county magistrate's office. Among them, Hector spotted the deputy leader of the Azura Sect, Remington. Instantly, Rhonda's face changed color. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. Hector, if you submit to our Azura Sect, we will not kill you, Remington said calmly. Beside him stood 20 to 30 mid-stage Master Realm experts. At this moment, Hector and his companions had nowhere to retreat. Florence, are you scared? Hector looked at Rhonda. As long as I am with you, I am not afraid of death. Rhonda shook her head. Very well. Today, I will help you break through, Hector said. He then turned to look at the ace, Dao Casper, and the red-clothed Prudence, saying, I am sorry to you all. From today onwards, the Yorksu Dojo will be disbanded, and you are no longer members of my Yorksu Dojo. Brother Hector, what do you mean? Afraid of dragging us into trouble? I, Dao Casper, am not a coward who fears death. If we die today, we will never withdraw. Dao Casper gritted his teeth. That's right, Brother Hector. Since the establishment of the Yorksu Dojo, I have decided to follow you for life. Regardless of life or death, we will stick together, the ace said. The red-clothed Prudence didn't say anything, but her eyes conveyed a firm resolve. They would share life and death together. Hector was deeply moved, but he still shook his head, insulting Hector himself. The old Wadarian was alarmed. How could Hector be so formidable? But now, there was no time to think as Hector approached once more, unleashing an extremely powerful move that made her hairs stand on end. She sensed the threat of death looming over her. However, at that moment, someone appeared faster than Hector, instantly coming between them and landing a palm strike. Hector raised his hand to block. Thud. Hector spat blood from the corner of his mouth and flew back. He looked up to see Remington standing there coldly, staring at him. She's right. Kneel now, and we can give them a full body burial, Remington said. Haha, yes, kneel down. After kneeling, they can have complete bodies for burial. Yes, brat, kneel down quickly. Beside him, many people laughed derisively. They realized Hector cared most about not his own life and death, but the safety of his friends around him. To make him surrender, it was better to threaten his friends. We will not bow to your dogs, even if we die, Dao Casper shouted loudly, rushing forward with the ace and others. As they rushed forward, they released powerful auras carrying destructive forces. No. Hector's eyes turned bloodshot. At this moment, the ace, Dao Casper, the red-clothed Prudence, and others used a forbidden book to burn their life force, gaining a temporary burst of immense power. This power was enough to pose a threat to peak mid-stage mass thrown back by this force. Surveying the scene, most of the people from the Azura sect and the county governor's mansion lay dead or wounded. Only Remington stood there, disheveled and with a dark expression on his face. He hadn't expected that Fat Casper would choose to self-detonate to buy time for Hector. I'll kill you bastards. Hector roared, his eyes bloodshot as he lunged forward. But at that moment, Rhonda grabbed Hector, urgently saying, quickly leave. Don't let their sacrifices be in vain. Boom. Instantly, Hector calmed down, glanced at Remington and his group, then turned and fled, shouting, Azura sect, county governor's mansion. You wait until I return. That will be your end. You can't escape. At this moment, Remington rapidly pursued them. Clank. Rhonda waved her hand, sending out a large amount of silk like a web. However, it offered little resistance against Remington. With a single palm strike, flames erupted, instantly incinerating the silk. At that instant, Hector struck with a powerful palm. Now, he had entered the Sky Void Realm and Secret Realm, boosting his combat power by a significant margin. Clank. Even though he was already injured, Remington clashed palms with him, but still proved too strong. Hector coughed up blood from the corner of his mouth and flew backward even faster. Damn it. How did this brat surpass even Fat Casper's? If you dare die, I'll die with you. Suddenly, Hector grabbed Rhonda's hand, emitting a devastating force. He was compressing his field, concentrated in his heart. If he detonated, no living thing within thousands of meters would survive below the Great Master level. I won't let you die. Tears welled up in Rhonda's eyes as she stared at Hector. Please, live on. Hector wiped away her tears and said, without you, my life has no meaning. Ha, such deep affection. Since you wish to die together, I'll send you on your way to the underworld. Remington quickly retreated, pulling out a long spear and hurling it through the air. Clank. Instantly, the air tore apart, emitting visible flames that arrived in front of Hector. But at that moment, a terrifying sword aura appeared, deflecting the spear. Hector immediately turned around and saw Maverick appear not far away. No one needs to die. It's you. Hector's face hardened, surprised that this man, who had saved him before entering Jinchi County, was now helping again. You dare interfere with the Azura sect's affairs? Aren't you afraid of our retaliation? Remington immediately recognized the Maverick. If I were afraid, do you think I'd intervene? The Maverick coldly replied, you two go. Leave him to me. Hector's gaze flashed, looking at the day. Adelard was a powerhouse on par with the Dwight Flowers Immortal. These kinds of experts were nearly comparable to great masters. Against such strength, their efforts felt futile. Yorksu, follow me. I won't make things difficult for you. Adelard stepped closer. Though seemingly slow, each step shortened the distance between him and Hector significantly. Chapter 355. Hector's self-destruction. Hector's gaze darkened as he glanced at Rhonda and sighed, I will go with you, but you must promise me one thing. At this moment, Hector knew that all his efforts were futile against a formidable opponent like Emilio. His only thought now was ensuring Florence's survival. His own safety no longer mattered. Even if it did, it would be of no use. Everything was already predetermined. Speak your request. As long as it is reasonable, I will agree. Emilio nodded, his expression cold and indifferent. In his eyes, Hector still had some value. He always gave valuable prey some reasonable demands. Do not harm my fiancée, Rhonda, Hector said sternly. Agreed. Emilio nodded. Rhonda was already the young patriarch of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect. He had no intention of harming her. If he did, the fairy of the Dwight Astanuff were instantly killed by the energy wave. When they looked again, everything within hundreds of meters around Hector had been obliterated, leaving only chaotic energy. Master Hector is truly ruthless, to self-destruct without hesitation, someone remarked shakily. Heaven, what just happened? What a terrifying self-destruction. I nearly died just now. An intermediate peak grandmaster who was almost at the late stage, trembled in fear. Had he not escaped in time, he would have died under Hector's self-destruction, despite being a kilometer away. Imagine how perilous it was for Emilio, who was much closer. Leroyd, we arrived too late? Ridge arrived at this moment, accompanied by a group of experts. The weakest among them was an intermediate grandmaster, and an old man reached the peak of the grandmaster realm, equal in strength to Emilio. This young man has tremendous courage. The gray-clothed Kyler next to Ridge sighed. What a pity. Look, Emilio isn't scathed, someone suddenly screamed. As the energy dissipated, Emilio stood there, disheveled and covered in blood. Everyone could feel the surging anger within him. You little brat, even if you're dead, I will still torture Rhonda, making her suffer for you. Emilio growled, then strode towards Rhonda. He decided to humiliate Rhonda, regardless of offending the fairy of the Dwight and Dreadflowers, possibly joining forces with the Azura. Stopped and turned. Upon seeing Hector, he first hesitated, then astonishment flashed across his face. Clearly, he hadn't expected Hector to survive his self-destruction. But soon, overwhelming rage surged from his heart, rushing to his scalp. You brat, surviving, you deserve this. Now I will carve you into pieces. Boom. He lunged forward, grabbing at Hector fiercely. Hector raised his head, staring blankly at the murderous Emilio, murmuring, I survived? Just moments ago, after his self-destruction, a secret path emerged in his hidden realm. The explosive force, which should have torn his body apart, was instead channeled away by this secret path. The secret path was shredded by the rampant energy, but he himself survived. For Hector, this was a new discovery, deepening his exploration of the hidden realm. Hashtag chapter 356, situation. Emilio reached out to grab Hector. Immediately, Hector retreated and prepared for his second self-destruction. But then he froze, realizing he had already exited the secret realm and could no longer compress the field to self-destruct. Apparently, the immense force generated by the compression and explosion within the secret realm had shortened its operational time drastically. You little brat, today you won't escape me, Emilio seethed in rage. Emir Yorksu caused him such humiliation under everyone's watchful eyes, a huge blow to his authority. He must capture this brat and have him endure 1,000 cuts. Is it the end? Hector squinted. The gap between them was too vast. It couldn't be bridged by combat skills, tactics, or cunning alone. However, he wasn't ready to give up. Even if it came down to the final moment, he would struggle. Suddenly, Emil appeared beside Hector like a ghost, sending Emilio flying back with a palm strike that made him cough blood. You are? Hector paused, surprised by the stranger who unexpectedly helped him. The Emil smiled. I am Mitchell, a person of Prince Carissa. Mitchell, you dare interfere with my affairs? Are you courting trouble for Evan? Emilio raged when he identified the newcomer. Governor Ouyang, how exactly do you plan to cause trouble for our prince? Prince Carissa approached at that moment, flanked by a group of Master Realm experts. 15th Highness, the capital city is in turmoil as all the princes vie for the position of crown prince. Aren't you afraid of unforeseen events if you stay here? Emilio glared coldly at Carissa. Let me advise you, don't meddle unnecessarily. You're not yet capable of making enemies on all fronts. Carissa's expression darkened. I have no interest in becoming the crown prince. As for making enemies, Yorksu is my friend. If helping a friend aid, Fong York's bodies, or even parts of them. Hector felt guilty over the deaths of Colt, Casper, and the Cathy. They died protecting him. Don't worry, I'll do my best to find them. You should rest now, Carissa replied. Thank you. Hector nodded and followed Mitchell to Carissa's residence in Jinchi County. Soon after, the battle in Jinchi County ended. The Azura sect withdrew from Sala sect's territory, but the aftermath caused a great uproar. Leroy, you hear? The Azura sect's patriarch battled Sala Fairy, and both were heavily injured. This time, Sala sect suffered heavy losses from the attacks of the governor's mansion and the Azura sect. It's said that Herb Yorksu almost died at the hands of deputy sect leader Remington. If not for Colt and others fighting to protect him, he'd be dead by now. That's all history. Governor Ouyang later pursued him but was saved by Evan. Currently, he's recovering in Avanthus Palace. This time, although Herb Yorksu didn't die, this hatred has been planted. Though the Azura sect and governor's mansion seem to have the upper hand, if they don't eliminate him soon, they won't be able to sleep easy. That's true. Herb Yorksu's growth rate is astonishing. In just 1 month in Jinchi County, he caused such chaos. His achievements and rise are no less impressive than War God Jessup's in his prime. Given more time, even a formidable sect like the Azura sect might face destruction as 16 years ago. Though the battle ended, its influence lingered. The failure to Chapter 357, Breakthrough, Middle Rank of Grandmaster Realm. Just as the Great Xia Trade Alliance had predicted, the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect, though gravely weakened in this battle with many casualties, including a critically injured sect leader Sala Fairy, did not immediately choose to heal their wounds. Instead, they gathered all remaining forces at the Driscoll's residence. York-Sue, are you alright? Sala Fairy found Hector at that moment. The current Sala Fairy looked pale but her eyes burned intensely. I'm fine. This time, I've implicated the Dwine Dreadflower sect, Hector said. What do you mean by implicating? You're with my Florence. Thus you're our sect's son-in-law. Anyone who dares to touch you is our sect's mortal enemy. Hector was stunned, then nodded, deeply touched. He made a mental note to repay the Dwine Dreadflower sect if he ever had the chance. You rest well. Today's matter won't be easily resolved. After some time, I will definitely make Emilio's prefecture government and the Azura sect pay the price. After chatting for a while, Sala Fairy left. Meanwhile, the Driscoll Carissa also left after sending Hector plenty of healing medicines. After they departed, Hector noticed numerous Grandmaster Realm powerhouses stationed outside his courtyard, the weakest being middle rank of Grandmaster Realm, with 3 at the peak late rank, just below Greycloak to kill Mitchell. Clearly, Prince Carissa held him in high regard. After consuming the healing medicine, Hector began seclusion. Although he suffered considerable injuries from the battle, his gains were immense. Within a day, his cultivation broke through directly to the peak of the 3rd level of Grandmaster Realm or peak early stage. Furthermore, his understanding of mystic realms deepened another level. If given more time, he believed he could progress further on the path of mystic realms. He still remembered what the bear told him, that mystic realms represented the hope of surpassing martial arts in the future. Boom. 3 days later, Hector emerged from seclusion, emitting an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Upon its release, the entire Driscoll's residence felt it. Dozens of strong gazes turned towards him, all astonished upon sensing this aura. 4th level of Grandmaster Realm. This kid was only at the initial stage 4 days ago. To have broken through to the middle ranks so quickly, this kid's growth rate is terrifying. It doesn't fall short of Jessup's back then, and might even be stronger, truly surpassing the master. Your Highness, you may have chosen the right person this time. This Fred might greatly assist you in the future. At this moment, Mitchell looked at the Driscoll Carissa with amazement. Carissa stood up, smiling. This child, once he cultivates for another year or two, can definitely stand at the pinnacle. This time too, it was the Driscoll's assistance. He owed the prince 2 significant favors. Between brothers, no need for politeness. Helping you is helping myself since I'll need your help in the future. The Driscoll waved it off candidly, speaking frankly without concealing his intentions. Hector didn't mind this openness but rather admired and appreciated it. Gentlemen should be open and honest, saying things openly instead of hiding them, which would cause repulsion. By the way, Brother York-Sue, I found and buried Fat de Casper Fongyu's bodies. Where are they? Hector asked immediately. Follow me. Carissa turned and walked away. A moment later, Hector and Carissa came before 3 tombstones. Brother York-Sue, I only found partial remains. Carissa pondered. I understand. Hector said. Plop. Hector knelt down instantly. Men don't cry easily unless it's time to grieve. At this moment, Hector shed tears. Fata, Brother Casper, Fong York, I've wronged you. If not for me, you wouldn't have died. Rest assured, you allowed me to live to avenge you. I will tear Leroyahong apart, and as for the Azura sect and the prefecture government, none will be spared. They will die with no place to moved. He made a note to repay the Dwine Dreadflower sect when the opportunity arose. Rest well. The matter today won't be easily resolved. I will definitely make the county governor Uncor and the Azura sect pay the price after some time. After another short chat, Fairy Sala left. Meanwhile, Prince number 15, Carissa, sent many healing medicines to Hector before also departing with his people. Once they left, Hector noticed that outside his courtyard were stationed numerous masters-level experts, the weakest of whom were middle-rank Master Realm, with 3 of them reaching peak late stage, only slightly below gray-robed Kyler Mitchell. This showed how much importance Prince number 15, Carissa, placed on him. After swallowing the healing medicines, Hector began to meditate. Despite being seriously wounded in this battle, he had gained greatly. His cultivation broke through to the peak of the 3rd level of Master Realm, or the peak of early-stage Master Realm, in just 1 day. Furthermore, his understanding of the secret realm had deepened by another level. If given more time, he believed he would advance further along the path of the secret realm. He remembered the bear telling him that the secret realm held the hope for transcending martial arts. With a loud rumble, 3 days later, Hector emerged from seclusion, radiating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Upon sensing this aura, everyone in the residence of Prince number 15 was astonished. Dozens of powerful gazes turned towards him. Master 4th level. This kid was merely early stage 4 days ago. He broke through to mid-stage Master Realm so quickly. This kid's growth speed is terrifying. No less than the younger Jessup, perhaps even stronger, truly surpassing his teacher, someone remarked. Your Highness, you may have chosen correctly this time. This kid might help you greatly in the future, commented Mitchell, looking amazed at Prince Carissa. Carissa stood up and smiled. This child, with his father's legacy, can stand at the top of Aring Daltondom's martial world if given a year or 2. Mitchell nodded in agreement. But soon, he frowned. Your Highness, I just received intelligence. The Azura sect and Uncor have persuaded the Black Dragon Society and may attack us soon. Let them come. Do you think I'm afraid of them? Carissa coldly replied. Mitchell frowned again. Half a day ago, Ignatius arrived in Jinchi County. Carissa's gaze tightened. What did they come for? Unclear currently, but according to my intelligence, they were also invited by Uncor. Prince Carissa furrowed his brow and then said, regardless, let's go see Hector first. All right, agreed Mitchell. At this moment, Fairy Sala, residing in Prince Carissa's residence, also noticed Hector's aura and instantly appeared. Thud. Hector bent his knees and knelt down. They say men don't cry unless they are utterly heartbroken. Hector shed tears. Fat, Brother Casper, Fong York, I owe you. Had it not been for me, you wouldn't have died. Rest assured, I will fulfill your wish to live and seek revenge. I will ensure Leroyo Hung suffers a terrible death, and as for the Azura sect and the county governor's residence, I will leave no stone unturned in making them pay. Hector's murderous intent chilled even Mitchell and Prince Carissa. Ada Fred, tearing them limb from limb, leaving no trace of them. But remember, the Jinchi county governor works for my Anatoly, yet you dare to defy him. You sure have guts, young man, a derisive voice echoed. Hector looked up immediately. Prince Carissa's expression darkened. Two young men, looking remarkably similar, approached with two Kylers by their sides. The appearance of these Kylers immediately drew attention to Mitchell, making his expression serious. 10th brother, 12th brother, why are you here? The visitors were none other than the 10th and 12th princes among the 20 offspring of Jeffrey Eris. Hashtag chapter 358. Identity revealed. He is Hector. The 40th birthday of our father the Dalton is coming up. We're here to bring you back with us, the Adolf said coldly. The Driscoll Carissa leered at Hector. Indeed, it is Prefect Adelard's wish. You are now on his radar. Death might not be far off. The Zerd added. Dwightry and pick a grave site for yourself. Maybe it's still not too late. Otherwise, you really might end up dead without a proper burial as you just said. Enough. 10th, 12th, are you sure you want to risk offending Jessup like this? The Driscoll Carissa shouted in anger. Offend Jessup? Hearing this, the 10th and Zerd's expressions darkened, revealing deep apprehension. 15th, what do you mean? The Adolf immediately demanded. The Driscoll Carissa glanced at Hector and said, this Fred is Hector, Jessup's son. What? Jessup's son? This revelation caused both princes to pale dramatically. When they looked at Hector again, their previous disdain and arrogance were replaced with serious contemplation. Dwightmph, good job, 15th. Do you realize he killed the prefect of Chengdu County? A capital offense. Don't you fear? What am I afraid of? Losing the position of Kenneth? Ha, I've never cared about the Kenneth position anyway. Even if I competed, I wouldn't stand a chance against eldest, 4th, or 8th. Besides, he's Jessup's son. Even though Jessup was once a fugitive, didn't our father eventually revoke his capture order? Why would he do that? You know very well. In the face of absolute power, all major offenses are mere formalities. Now that Jessup has returned, even Havelock can't defeat him. Given some time, Jessup's strength will overshadow the entire Daltondom, rivaling even the Patriarch, possibly surpassing him. Are you digging your own graves by targeting his child now? These few sentences from the Driscoll immediately threw the 10th and Zerds into shock. We didn't kill Hector. It was Adelard and the Azura sect who did it. What does it have to do with us? The Zerd retorted weakly. Ha, indeed they made the move. But if Jessup finds out that they managed to act because you indirectly assisted them, what do you think Jessup would do? The Driscoll Carissa smirked. We are princes of the Daltondom. Our father is its ruler, and our great-grandfather is the strongest man in Daltondom today. Even Jessup wouldn't dare touch us, right? The Zerd said heavily, but his voice lacked conviction, almost as if trying to bolster his courage. Prince? The Driscoll Carissa mocked. Don't forget, Jessup once beat our future king. Do you think he'd hesitate to kill two princes? If Jessup killed you both, do you really think the Patriarch and our father would sever ties with Jessup over your insignificant lives? Don't forget, Jessup's potential poses a threat to our dynasty's succession. His son Qin Remy is a prodigy of the Kylan mansion. No one dares claim they can kill Jessup now. Even if someone could, who Harriman appeared. By his side were Adelard and many experts, storming into the Driscoll's residence. You dare, came the booming response. Sala Immortal also appeared, her gaze instantly fixed on Hector, her expression incredibly complex. At that moment, Hector bore a striking resemblance to Jessup 16 years ago and was almost identical to her son, Qin Remy. Chapter 359. Injuring Remington. So, you truly are Jessup's son. Renee now completely confirmed Hector's identity. He looked almost identical to her own son, Qin Remy. If not Jessup's son, then who could he be? However, she had mixed feelings. Back then, Jessup left her for another woman. While she wouldn't say she hated that woman with all her heart, she certainly harbored no goodwill towards her. Yet now, that woman's son had become the son-in-law of their Dwight and Dreadflowers sect. Turns out he is Hector. I should have guessed this Fred was extraordinary. He's indeed Jessup's son. Before coming to Golden Pool County, this Fred was already a monstrous talent. After coming here, his actions are almost identical to those of Jessup back then, making waves. But today, it looks like Hector might find it hard to stay alive. That isn't necessarily so. Knowing his identity now, how many dare risk thoroughly angering Jessup by killing Hector? At this moment, many people from Golden Pool County came to observe the battle. Upon understanding Hector's background, they were all deeply moved. Hector himself was already an exceptional figure among the younger generation in the entire Ing state, known far and wide. Combined with his identity as Jessup's son, the shockwave caused by this was enough to make everyone treat him with utmost caution and hesitate before taking action. Moving against him would mean declaring war on Jessup, a consequence few could afford. Fairy, I apologize. To act freely, I had to conceal my identity, Hector said bitterly, sensing the complex gaze of Renee. He had learned about the relationship between his father and Renee, and felt somewhat awkward being the son-in-law of his mother's rival, especially since she had once been close to his father. Dwightmph, live through this first before you start apologizing. Renee coldly snorted and strode toward Elio and the Elliot, sword in hand. If you want to kill Hector, ask the sword in my hand if it agrees. I'll stop her while you kill Hector. The Elliot glanced at Elio. Elio's face tensed but did not reply, only staring intently at Hector, seemingly wavering over something. Dwightmph, after nearly killing Hector last time, do you think Jessup will let you off easily? Also, the enmity between Jessup and your Ellis's mansion is already deep-seated. The two cannot coexist. If you hesitate now, it will weaken the momentum of your Ellis's mansion. Think carefully. Whether you kill Hector or not, you and Jessup are sworn enemies. Boom. These words immediately sparked murderous intent in Elio. When he looked at Hector again, all hesitation turned into firm resolve. Kill. Elio flashed forward, attacking Hector, while the Elliot engaged Renee in battle. Hector, run. We'll hold them off. Addie led a group of Dwight and Dreadflower's sect members into battle against the Supreme Execution Sect in the county governor's mansion. Attack, the Driscoll ordered. Yes, your highness. The Trent nodded and struck Elio with a palm. Let's go. The Driscoll signaled to Hector. Hector nodded and fled with Rhonda. But at this moment, Remington reappeared. Driscoll, you can leave, but Hector must stay. Hector glanced at Remington. Colt, I haven't settled scores with you for Casper and the others. You dare come again? Today, I will kill you. Haha, kid, the gap between us isn't just a little. Killing me? Not even close. Boom. Suddenly, Rhonda acted, launching a torrent of silken threads at Remington. Now reaching mid-stage Master Realm, with her celestial silkworm holy body, her combat power was no less formidable than Hector's. Her silk threads quickly enveloped Remington. Pfft. Remington wielded a large saber, slicing down with a dazzling blade glow that's Master Realm Hector. The scene was visually stunning, causing many to gasp sharply. Hish. Hector and Remington differ by almost 5 realms, and Remington is a world-class genius. This gap is not just 5 realms. Yet, Hector sent him flying with one punch? Too terrifying. This Hector is even more monstrous than his father Jessup. If this Fred survives this battle, his future will not fall short of his father Jessup. The crowd erupted in commotion. Meanwhile, Hector swallowed a large amount of elixirs, activating the 5 Viscera 6 Fu Meridians technique. Secret power surged through his limbs, recharging him instantly. He transformed into lightning and charged up once more. He aimed to kill Remington in one fell swoop to avenge Colt and Big Blade Casper. Brat, you can't kill me. Enraged, Remington stabilized himself and prepared a lethal strike against Hector, pouring all his energy into his long saber. Suddenly, more silken cocoons appeared, targeting Remington's saber to bind him. But unexpectedly, Remington's eyes flashed with a sly light, and he abruptly turned, slashing at Rhonda. Pfft. Silken cocoons scattered, and a fearsome blade streaked past. Rhonda didn't evade in time, bleeding profusely as she was hurled away. No. Hector's eyes turned bloodshot instantly, his hair standing on end, driven mad with fear around him. A large amount of mysterious substance started emanating from his body. Once again, he activated the secret realm, a ripple spreading out and forming a radiant barrier. The blade aura merely caused the barrier to flicker slightly when it hit. SSS, how is this possible? Could you little brat, have cultivated into the sacred domain? That's impossible. Leroyahong was utterly shocked. The barrier surrounding Hector was nearly identical to the sacred domain he saw enveloping a sage in the Great Siat Daltondom over a decade ago. Leroyahong, scumbag, prepare to meet your maker, Hector roared. Boom. The field instantly expanded outward. Leroyahong turned to flee, but he couldn't escape the expanding field's reach and was immediately engulfed. Leroyahong retaliated with 10 blade auras, but they could not penetrate Hector's field. Meanwhile, Hector compressed the field, turning everything within it into his domain of control. Within the field, he was the absolute ruler. Phew. Leroyahong felt as if an enormous mountain was crushing him. Even someone as powerful as him, having reached the 8th heaven of the Master Realm, struggled against this oppressive force and had to use all his might to resist. But Hector closed so startled. They had assumed Leroyahong's victory over Hector was almost certain, but never expected such an outcome. How could this brat grow so strong so suddenly? Whoosh. Hector instantly appeared beside the Driscoll. Currently, the Driscoll had administered healing medicine to Rhonda, stopping the bleeding. Don't worry, she's just unconscious, no damage to her fundamental essence. Hector nodded, picked up Rhonda, and glared at Elio and the Azura sect patriarch. I, Hector, swear here and now, the day I return to Jinchi County will be the end of the Azura sect and Elio. Then he turned and left, carrying Rhonda. The people from the Azura sect and the county governor's residence paled upon hearing this. Kill him. Absolutely cannot let him escape. Kill. The Azura sect and the county governor's residence dispatched numerous experts, pushing back the Dwight and Dreadflower's sect's forces to attack Hector. However, the field surrounding Hector was as sturdy as steel, impenetrable. Back off. Hector's eyes swept across, and the field expanded forcefully like a bulldozer. Phew. 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 The dozen or so late-stage Master Realm experts who rushed at him were all sent flying with blood spilling from their mouths, leaving the various factions in Jinchi County on edge. With Hector's current combat power, he can probably rival a top-tier late-stage Master Realm expert. He even killed Leroyahong. This kid now stands as a king among late-stage Master Realms. He's only been in our Jinchi County for less than 2 months, yet has such formidable combat strength. Who knows how he cultivates? This kid is too scary, just like another Jessup. The Zerd watched Hector's back, finding more and more resemblance. The Adolf, eyes filled with gloom, glanced at the 2 Kylers beside him. Both Kylers looked serious. One of the buds asked, Your Highness, should we take action? This is the best opportunity to kill him now. The red-robed Kyler nodded in agreement. If we don't kill him now, in 6 months, there might be no one in the Master Realm who can. The Adolf hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. Brother 8 is currently crucial in vying for the heir position. It's inappropriate to offend Jessup further. Let it be. The kid is very close to the Driscoll. If he grows up to help the Driscoll, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the Philip. The bud frowned, looking at Hector with murderous intent. That's in the future. If we kill Hector now, it will enrage Jessup. Brother 8 will gain a formidable enemy immediately. Brother 8 already has enemies all around him, allowing no room for mistakes. The Adolf shook his head, weighing the pros and cons, and finally decided not to kill Hector. Even now, the combined forces of the Azura sect and the governor's mansion could not stop Hector. If he had another 6 months to grow, Who knew whether this monster would become a second Jessup? 16 years ago, if the Gideon clan hadn't betrayed Jessup, causing him to lose strength, the Azura sect wouldn't exist anymore. Now, would Hector encounter any mishaps on his way? The possibility was slim. Barring any unexpected events, what awaited the Azura sect and Uncor would be a terrifying resurgence of Hector. After leaving, Hector followed Evan. Upon reaching Brandonoro County, numerous experts suddenly appeared, including 4 peak late-stage Master Realm powerhouses, backed by a large army. These were the capital's elite troops, now staring sternly at Evan's group. We come by order of Ellis to apprehend the fugitive Hector. Please step back, your highnesses. One man, in a gold-colored battle armor, shouted with a booming voice. Immediately, over 30 mid-stage Master Realm experts stepped forward, filled with murderous intent. Hector is under my protection. I dare anyone to lay a hand on him. Evan Carissa roared. The group of experts behind him drew their swords. Tensions escalated, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Ignatius stood aside, smirking. They had secretly received word that the Ellis ordered troops to capture Hector. The Ellis and Jessup were mortal enemies, so they were happy to see them fight to the death. Evan, are you opposing the Ellis? I'm not opposing the Ellis. It's the Ellis who opposes me. Although I hold little power, I am still the son of His Majesty. Do you dare lay a hand on me? Evan Carissa stepped forward, shielding Hector. Humph. Although your status is noble, obstructing our capture of a criminal is openly defying the law and His Majesty's authority. If we injure you, His Majesty will have nothing to say about it. Attack. The armored man waved his hand. Boom. Dozens of Master Realm experts stepped forward, holding bows and arrows aimed at Evan and Hector. Evan, count of 5. If you remain with the criminal, don't blame me for being ruthless, said the man, raising his hand threateningly. Meanwhile, Ignatius watched from a distance, coldly observing. Your Highness, leave quickly, let me handle this. The Kylerly Anton looked gravely serious. Your Highness, leave. I'll settle my matters myself, Hector said, stepping forward. Brother Hector, your issue is mine. Brothers stand together. Carissa's eyes flashed. Hector stared at Evan for a moment before nodding. If I survive today in the future, I'll help you ascend the throne. Hearing this, Evan's expression changed. Brother Hector, don't talk nonsense, that's treason. Huh, what treason? The Ellis has immense power, daring to swing his fist, causing his internal organs to resonate and releasing a dazzlingly brilliant punch that collided with the incoming arrows. Whiz. Some arrows were shattered by his powerful blows, but others drove him back. Blood spurted from his wounds, yet he showed no fear whatsoever. He continuously attempted to activate the secret realm. Once activated, his combat strength would skyrocket. However, only 2 days ago, during the battle at Jinchi County, he had just triggered this realm. Activating it again was difficult, but not impossible. Phew. Hector's punches delivered astonishing force as he quickly approached. However, an arrow still pierced his left shoulder, blood gushing out, while he endured the searing pain and hurled the 2 archers in front of him away. Kill. Hector's black hair flew wildly as he channeled his true chi, like a tiger among sheep. The archers couldn't stop him at all. Himph. You dare to resist? You are sentenced to death. The man in golden armor roared fiercely, grabbing the red spear embedded on his horse's back and thrusting it directly at Hector. Clang. Hector's fingers formed a claw, and he caught the spear of the man in golden armor. But the power on the spear was terrifying. Fagin's cultivation had reached the peak late-stage Master Realm, his overall combat ability even surpassing Remington. Currently, without the secret realm activated, Hector's combat power was simply unable to contend with the man in golden armor. This single strike caused blood to spurt from his palm, sending him flying backward. Hiss! Fagin squeezed his horse's sides, causing the black steed to gallop furiously. Hector immediately felt an even greater impact. The spear, along with the charging horse, pushed Hector forward. Not good, brother Hector is in danger. Carissa's face changed as he looked at the gray-clothed Kyler beside him. The Kyler sighed. Your Highness, currently Fernando, Kian, and Bogdan are all eyeing you closely. Now is not the time to further offend the Ellis' residence. Puff. Hector was being driven forward by the growing force on the spear, which finally pierced through his hand and into his left shoulder, spilling more blood. Fagin in golden armor sneered, lifting the spear upwards. Puff. Hector spat out a mouthful of blood and was lifted off the ground by the spear. Boy, this is what happens when you oppose the court, the man sneered, pouring endless true chi into the spear, ready to tear Hector apart. But suddenly, Hector turned intangible and instantly vanished. Dwight. Fagin in golden armor was greatly shocked. Immediately, a chilling sense of impending doom enveloped him. Leroy. Hector utilized the phantom body technique to evade the man's deadly blow, appearing above him. He gathered all his strength and used both hands to form the Jeffrey's decree technique. True intention unraveled. Power surged through his limbs, and in one breath, he unleashed 4 consecutive true intention unraveled strikes. His combat power instantly soared to peak 5th stage. Clang. In a hurry, the man instinctively placed the red spear in front of himself. Hector's punch was ferocious, shining with brilliant gold light, striking the spear with immense force. Instantly, the spear bent visibly under the pressure. A formidable force surged forward, unstoppable. Even the powerful man in golden armor was thrown backward, his hands splitting open from the shockwave. What the? This is possible? Even Hal, who had been coldly observing, could not help but swear upon seeing this scene. Just a moment ago, Hector had been completely at a disadvantage, seemingly about to be killed by Barrett. But then, with astonishing means, he turned the tide, knocking Barrett off his horse and sending him flying with blood coughing. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed such a monster as Hector existed in the world. Whiz. After one blow, Hector immediately swallowed medicine from a bottle and stamped on the black horse, making it fall flat to dust instantly, no matter how strong he was. But just then, Hector's face glowed with a hint of golden light, forming a golden ghost head mask. This ghost head mask was obtained when Hector opened the 5th layer of the Divine Tower. He had never used it before, mainly because he once sensed extremely evil energy from the mask, fearing it might erode his mind, spawning demons within. But now, Hector didn't care anymore. Who the hell cared about anything when they were about to die? He threw caution to the wind. Boom. Once the ghost head mask appeared, a startling change occurred. Hector felt explosive power coursing through his body. His cultivation temporarily broke through to the mid-stage master realm. Moreover, his wounds were healing at an incredible speed. Suddenly, he grabbed Barrett's spear, applying force casually. Crack. Barrett's spear snapped instantly. Puff. As the spear broke, Hector lunged forward at unimaginable speed. Even a powerful figure like Barrett, reaching peak late-stage master realm, could not avoid being pierced through the left shoulder. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Whoosh. Barrett shuddered in terror, quickly retreating. Wearing the ghost head mask, Hector seemed transformed into a vengeful ghost, enhancing his speed and strength considerably, making him feel bone-chilling. Chapter 363. Return to Yi Jian City. However, just as he took a step back, Hector suddenly vanished from his sight. In the next moment, he reappeared directly above him, and with his were bloodshot, filled with boundless hatred. Even Prince Ridge, the Driscoll, felt a chill run down his spine upon meeting Hector's gaze. Hector, wearing the ghost mask earlier, seemed very unfamiliar, almost like a different person. He had slaughtered mercilessly, devoid of any human traits. Brother York-Sue, Prince Ridge softly called out. Hector glanced at the Driscoll, and the hostility in his eyes gradually dissipated. Shaking his head, he said, "I'm fine. Just now, I couldn't control myself." As he spoke, he looked at the ground covered in blood and bodies. There were dozens of corpses, all victims of his rampage. Almost all Master Realm experts. The ghost mask you wore just now was quite evil. If possible, avoid using it easily in the future, the Trent beside Ridge said seriously. Hector nodded. "Thank you, Your Highness. Let's part ways here today. We can meet again in the future." "That's fine. Following me will only bring you more danger." The Driscoll agreed with a nod. He then glanced at the 10th and Zerds. They had likely known about Hector's pursuit by Barrett, and might even have provided information. With only a few hundred miles left until reaching the capital, if Hector continued with him, he would likely face attacks from the 1st, 4th, and Phillips. Moreover, Hector was a wanted criminal by the court. It seems impossible for him to enter the capital openly. So, will Deputy Sect Leader? I remember that Deputy Sect Leader was a peak late-stage Master Realm expert. Yes, indeed a peak late-stage Master Realm expert. Hector's growth rate is truly terrifying. It has only been 2 months since he left, but he has made such incredible progress. His talent is no less impressive than his father, the god of war Jessup. Do you know where Lord Hector is now? Heard he left Jinshi Prefecture. No one knows where he is now. However, since he's exposed, the court won't let him go. Haha, does the court dare to arrest Lord Hector? A month ago, God of War Jessup fought Dragon Yi Jian and ended in a draw. Even after a month, God of War Jessup's recovery speed is so fast that even Dragon Yi Jian wouldn't be his match now. If the court dares to act against Hector, it will infuriate God of War Jessup. Haha, although God of War Jessup is powerful, the court hasn't feared him to the point of trepidation. Plus, the Ellis's house has targeted Jessup and sent their 4 great protectors. Each of them is formidable enough to match a half-step great Master Realm expert. Even Jessup might struggle now. Such discussions filled the air as Hector entered the city. Upon returning, Hector went directly to the city lord's residence of Yi Jian City. However, he didn't enter through the main gate but quietly slipped in through the back door. Inside, none of the guards noticed his presence. Sigh, I wonder how that young Hector is doing after causing such a big stir in Jinshi Prefecture. Just hope nothing happens to Florence while she's with him. City Lord Victor paced worriedly in the room. Rhonda was his only daughter, and now, with Hector becoming his prospective son-in-law, he couldn't help but worry. Lord City, I'm back? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Victor immediately turned around. Seeing Hector carrying Rhonda, he was momentarily stunned. Then, he hurried forward, anxiously checking Rhonda and asked, "How is Florence?" "Relax, she's just unconscious. She'll be fine after resting for a while," Hector replied. Hearing this, Victor breathed a sigh of relief, but soon tensed up again. "Leroyd, anyone notice you coming in?" These were precarious times, and Hector was still a wanted criminal by the court. If the court found out Hector was here, not only would Victor lose his position as city lord, but he could also be charged with harboring a fugitive and imprisoned. Chapter 364. Yi Jian Martial Academy is to Leroy solved. Rest assured, no one discovered that I came here, Hector said. That's good. Don't blame me. Many eyes are watching you closely now. There are over 1,000 lives in my city lord residence, and I cannot afford any mishap. You must understand, Victor said with a weary expression. Lately, he had been on edge because of Rhonda and Hector. So, what do you plan to do next? Victor asked. Hector replied, for the time being, please take care of Florence. When she wakes up, tell her I'm safe. Then, I need to return to Yi Jian Martial Academy. After chatting with Victor for some time, Hector quietly left the city lord's residence and sneaked into Yi Jian Martial Academy. Nowadays, due to Hector's fame and subsequent departure, Yi Jian Martial Academy was far worse off than it used to be. Upon entering, the academy was unusually quiet. Walking for a long stretch, he saw only a few disciples walking together, discussing their future plans. Sigh, continuing like this, staying at Yi Jian Martial Academy won't help. It's better to leave early. Yi Jian Martial Academy can't even make it into the top 10 in Yi Jian City anymore. Staying will only jeopardize our future. We should plan ahead. I'm leaving first. How can you all say that? Without the Martial Academy, could you have achieved what you have today? Humph, everyone is leaving. Do you expect me to stay and suffer like you? Haven't you seen that people view Yi Jian Martial Academy as a plague now? The further away, the better. Sigh, since Hector became a wanted criminal by the court, the academy has deteriorated day by day. Although Hector has left, both the court officials and outsiders still regard us like we're infected. At this rate, I guarantee that even if a few of you don't want to leave, the academy will not last long and will disband automatically. Hector heard every word Branch Landon exclaimed in panic. Branch Landon said solemnly, Mickey, the academy cannot dissolve. The other branch deans and senior instructors also voiced their objections. They all had deep feelings for the academy and didn't want to see it dissolve. The chief dean, with white hair, sighed heavily, everyone. The academy is my home too. I don't want to dissolve it either. But you know that we can't recruit new students anymore, and everyone has left us. The newly appointed district governor tightly monitors us. Now, Yi Jian Martial Academy has become a place everyone avoids. Who would dare come here? Our academy is already in name only. Can't you see that? Continuing like this will only hinder your futures. If you leave the academy now, you can join other forces and secure better futures. That's better than staying here and waiting to die. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They knew the chief dean spoke the truth. Staying at the academy now wouldn't help much. Many students had already left, and the remaining few were wavering. They knew these hesitating ones would eventually depart as well. What about you, Mickey? Jarvis asked after a moment of silence. The chief dean glanced at everyone and smiled bitterly. I've been in the academy since birth. I was born for the academy and will die for it. I will never leave. Mickey. The other's eyes welled up with Hector, is that you? How did you come back? Chapter 365. Hector returns to the Martial Academy. What? Hector? The Bud's exclamation immediately caught the attention of all the senior officials in the meeting room. They turned their heads toward the door, only to see Hector standing there with a smile on his face. Laro Erector General Kylers, I'm back. Whoosh. Jarvis instantly appeared by Hector's side, examining him from top to bottom, barely able to believe his eyes. You're Hector? It's me, Hector. I'm back. Hector looked at Jarvis, whose face was filled with excitement and disbelief, feeling deeply moved. When he first came to Yi Jian Martial Academy, it was Jarvis who accepted him. Since then, through many trials in the academy, both Laro Erector Laroing and the Laro Erector General had provided significant support. Even after he killed the governor of Brandanchin County, the Martial Academy stood by him until he voluntarily left to ensure the academy's safety. The academy had treated him well, becoming his second home. He was filled with gratitude. You're back, that's wonderful. We've been worried sick about you. After confirming he wasn't dreaming, Jarvis nodded vigorously, clapping Hector on the shoulder with satisfaction. To him, Hector was no different from his own grandson. Zoltantal Su, come here. Tell us what happened recently, the Laro Erector General said, equally excited, stepping forward to pull Hector to sit beside him. The expressions of the Yi Jian Laro Erector and Bing Jian Laro Erector, however, remained cold. Bud hesitated. Laro Erector General, does the dissolution still proceed? Why dissolve? There's no reason. The Laro Erector General laughed heartily. Now that Zoltantal Su is back, our academy still holds hope. Even if he's our only disciple, the Yi Jian Martial Academy will regain its glory across Brandanchin County and beyond, perhaps even the entire Ingdaltendom. No one disagreed with this statement. Hector's potential, strength, and talent mirrored that of his father, sometimes surpassing his father's pace and achievements during his rise. With such an outstanding individual, how could they not look forward to their resurgence? Laro Erector General, what happened? Why has our academy fallen into such a state? Hector asked, frowning. He recounted his observations and hearsay from his journey here. Upon hearing this, the meeting room fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. Our academy suffered suppression from the new county governor Gideon Shiyork 2 months ago, the Laro Erector General sighed, shaking his head. Other forces in Brandanchin County also began to isolate us. Over these 2 months, we've been practically isolated by the entire county. That's why we've ended up like this today. Gideon Shiyork? From the Royal City's Gideon clan? Hector frowned. Yes, this despicable man targeted us upon taking office, clearly seeking revenge for personal grievances, Jarvis ground out through clenched teeth. The other officials were equally enraged, their fury evident as they harbored deep hatred for the new governor Gideon Shiyork. The Yi Jian Martial Academy was their home, and Gideon Shiyork had almost brought them to the brink of collapse. This Gideon Shiyork, remember him? I will make sure he pays, Hector said, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent. To Hector, the Yi Jian Martial Academy was also his home. Those who sought to destroy it would pay with their lives. Feeling the chilling malice in Hector's eyes, the Laro Erector General felt a sudden coldness. Even just a hint of Hector's killing intent sent shivers down his spine. What did this young man experience in such a short time? And how much has he grown? Zoltantal Su, what is your current cultivation? The Laro Erector General suddenly asked. This question caused everyone to hold their breath, staring at Hector eagerly. 2 months ago, Hector had reached the Spirit Warrior realm. Now, surely he must be stronger? Grandmaster realm, Hector replied with a smile. Hiss, Grandmaster realm? Just 2 months and he's already a Grandmaster. What kind of speed is this? Shockwaves rippled through the room. All the senior officials found it hard to believe Hector had advanced a major realm in such a short time. It was too incredible. The Laro Erector General, too, was stunned but quickly recovered, laughing heartily. Well done, truly well done. Bred to a master-level powerhouse. He stood at the apex of Ingdaltendom's martial arts world. Given more time, he would surely rise to the very pinnacle, just as his father Jessup did years ago. Brandane to Jessup, a saying emerged in Ingdaltendom. As long as one is powerful enough, even heinous crimes, like assaulting the crown prince, can be forgiven. Now, by saying these words, was Hector openly emulating his father Jessup? Good. I believe it won't be long before even the royal court of Ingdaltendom will rescind the warrant for your arrest. The Ellis immediately stood up, excitedly proclaiming after a brief moment of astonishment. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, other academy leaders also rose one by one, unconsciously clapping their hands. They believed what Jessup achieved in the past, Hector could achieve as well. Next, Hector inquired about news related to Jessup. Through the Ellis, they learned that Jessup had clashed with Havelock a month ago, ending in a draw. Afterward, he was pursued by the 4 Leroyamons of the Ellis's manor. Each of the 4 Leroyamons was a quasi-master level warrior, their combat strength comparable to genuine grandmasters. They were one of the top 3 pillars of the Ellis's manor. In the end, at a place called Black Crow Mountain, Hector's father was ambushed by the 4 Leroyamons, severely injured, and vanished without a trace since then. Jean Jiang Martial Academy, devise a plan to capture them. We need them to lure out Jessup. Don't worry, sir, I'll take care of it right away. The bud turned and left. Immediately after he left, a red-robed Kyler rushed in, looking anxious. Sir, bad news. Hector has returned. He returned? So what? All of Daltondom is hunting him. If he dares to show himself, I'll capture him instantly, Gideon Shiyork sneered, his body emitting the aura of a peak mid-stage master. Compared to previous county governors, his strength was far superior. 2 months ago, Hector killed the previous governor, Keenan, who was merely a quasi-master. Gideon Shiyork could easily kill a quasi-master with a single finger. Hector facing him meant only death. The red-robed Kyler watched Gideon Shiyork's confident expression and said solemnly, news from the capital states that Hector met Barrett and a group of elite warriors from the Ellis's manor and single-handedly killed Barrett and over 30 master-level experts. What? Gideon Shiyork shot up from his seat, staring at the red-robed Kyler in disbelief. Was he hearing things? The red-robed Kyler repeated, Hector, killed Barrett? Gideon Shiyork's face changed dramatically. How is this possible? 2 months ago, the Fred escaped Dochin County as a mere spirit warrior. Now he can kill Barrett? Barrett's strength was already late-stage. Whiz. Meanwhile, nearby, Gideon Shiyork instantly retreated. Had he not known about Hector killing Barrett, he would have confronted Hector personally. But now, facing Hector, he had lost all confidence in battling him. Hashtag chapter 367. Hector makes a grand return, stirring up chaos again. Whoosh. Hector's figure flashed. The bud had no time to react. Blood spurted from his neck, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was an early-stage Master Realm expert. Had he just been instantly killed? What had Hector done just now? He hadn't even seen how Hector attacked. Whoosh. Hector moved very quickly. Just as Gideon Shiyork took 2 steps, Hector had already appeared in front of him, blocking his path and delivering a casual punch. Gideon Shiyork was taken aback, immediately mobilizing all his true chi, crossing his arms in front of him for protection. Crack. The sound of bones breaking resounded from Gideon Shiyork's arms. His whole body flew backward like a disconnected kite, the speed of his retreat faster than when he had tried to escape earlier. How can he be so powerful? Was he really only at the martial spirit realm 2 months ago? In the moment of flight, Gideon Shiyork's heart sank in terror. Seeing that Hector remained standing still after sending him flying with 1 punch, Gideon Shiyork felt a flicker of hope despite his broken arm bones. With such speed, he was confident that upon landing, he could put some distance between himself and Hector. Once distanced, he could immediately rush outside the governor's mansion and call on the numerous soldiers stationed there, buying himself time to escape. But reality gave him a harsh wake-up call. Hector's figure flickered and vanished from the spot, catching up to him ghost-like with astonishing speed. The terrifying killing intent sent a chill up his spine. Hector, let's talk this through. I'm from the main branch of the Gideon clan and an imperial officer. You cannot kill me. Hector's palm struck down, forcing Gideon Shiyork's words back into his throat. Bam! Gideon Shiyork hit the ground, creating a depression where he fell. His heart shattered with a clear imprint of a fist on his chest. Hector closed his fingers into a sword finger and slashed through Gideon Shiyork's neck in one swift motion. Afterward, Hector walked out and stepped outside. Inside, the commotion had already alarmed the martial experts of the governor's mansion. They rushed over, only to freeze in shock upon seeing Hector holding the head of their governor, Gideon Shiyork. Hiss, who are you? Why did you kill our governor? That is the governor's severed head. Oh my god, he killed Governor Gideon? A chorus of shocked voices echoed among the experts. Gideon Shiyork was a mid-stage Master Realm expert. To have him killed right under their noses by this black-robed youth, who could this mysterious person be? Bam! Hector casually tossed Gideon Shiyork's head, which landed at the feet of the gathered people, making them recoil in fear. Hector scanned the terrified soldiers and said, I am Hector. Tell the Gideon clan that I, Hector, have returned. This time, I'm taking a small interest. Next time, it will be extermination of the clan. Rumble. Having said that, Hector strode away unhindered. Not a single person dared to attack him as he passed. Only after he left did chaos erupt in waves. Soon, news of the newly appointed Governor Gideon Shiyork being killed spread across Hilton County, causing another massive uproar. After 2 months, Hector had returned, and this time, he had killed Gideon Shiyork, a mid-stage Master Realm expert. Hiss, what level has Herb Hector reached? To be able to casually kill a mid-stage Master Realm expert, Herb Hector must be at least at the peak early-stage Master Realm. Too terrifying. He was still at the martial spirit realm 2 months ago when he fled Hilton County, and now, after just 2 months, he's a Master Realm expert. His growth rate is simply frightening. He killed Gideon Shiyork this time. The Gideon clan will surely be enraged. Sigh, I have a strong feeling that things are about to change in Hilton County. The entire county buzzed with activity. Hector had returned and ruthlessly killed the new Governor Gideon Shiyork. The shockwave from his actions reverberated through everyone. When he returned, he killed Gideon Shiyork? City Lord Victor of Jinjiang City also jumped in surprise upon hearing the news. Shortly after, news that Hector had annihilated Dwight Dowming's elite forces of the Ellis's residence near the capital also reached Hilton County, causing another uproar. Was Hector planning to fight both the Gideon clan and the Ellis's residence simultaneously? Damn brat, you've gone too far. If we don't kill you, the Gideon clan won't be fit to live. Kill. The Gideon clan immediately dispatched a large number of experts straight to Hilton County. Meanwhile, the Ellis's residents also arranged numerous experts to head to Hilton County. At that moment, Hector had disguised himself once more, altering his appearance to look like a chubby little Fred with round cheeks, and infiltrated the first family of Hilton County, the Cassius family. Inside, the Cassius family had also learned about Hector's slaying of Gideon She-York, causing everyone to be astonished. Hector has too much guts. To kill the new governor of Hilton County right after returning is a public challenge to the Gideon clan and the Qin dynasty. With the Jeffrey's 40th birthday coming soon, isn't he planning to leave himself no way out? Cameron, the head of the Cassius family. ##### Chapter 368. Entering the Imperial City, the Unfathomable Man. Thank you, Senior. Hector turned and left. Hector, where are you heading? Ewan suddenly asked. Hector paused. The Imperial City. You're going to the Imperial City? Ewan frowned. I admit, your strength has improved remarkably, but there are too many experts in the Imperial City. With your current strength, you're not ready to face the Gideon clan or even the entire court. If I were you, I wouldn't be looking for death. Senior, who told you that going to the Imperial City means seeking death? Hector looked back at Ewan. Ewan shook his head. Boy, I know you like Zoltanger, and she likes you too, but right now, you're not qualified to oppose the Gideon clan or the entire court. Zolt listen to my advice and leave quickly. In a few years, when you're stronger, you can come back without delay. Thank you for your concern, Senior. My mind is made up. Wait for my good news. As for the Gideon clan, I'm going to shake them up this time. With that, Hector swiftly left the place. Watching Hector's departing figure, Ewan sighed, overestimating yourself. Hector left the Bailey estate and headed toward the Imperial City. On the way, he saw several waves of strong warriors rushing toward Xerxes Chang County. Those were all mid-level Grandmaster Realm experts and above. Do you know? Some of them are from the court, some from the Ellis's residence, and some from the Gideon clan. Where are they going? I've never seen so many Grandmaster Realm experts. I heard they are going to Xerxes Chang County to capture Hector. Hector returned? When? Just a few days ago. He came back from Jinchi County and immediately did something significant, killing an elite force from the Ellis's residence and the newly appointed Xerxes Chang County governor, Gideon Sia, just the day before. Heaven, it's almost the Jeffrey's 40th birthday. How dare he kill regional officials at such a time? Isn't he asking for death? So, that's why the court, the Ellis's residence, and the Gideon clan dispatched so many experts to Xerxes Chang County to capture Hector. Isn't Hector being too bold, daring to attack people from the court, the Ellis's residence, and the Gideon clan simultaneously? Is he declaring war on the entire Ingdaltendom? Haha, don't say that. The Gideon clan and the Ellis's residence have been targeting Hector, wishing to kill him immediately. What Hector did was a resistance. Remember, those who kill others will themselves be killed. They want to kill Herb Hector. Naturally, he won't wait passively. Indeed. I wonder if Herb Hector can escape this time. Who knows? On the road, similar conversations could be heard everywhere. As Hector headed to the Imperial City, he passed Imperial City mainly for convenience in locating his targets. The Gideon clan was one of the 10 major forces in the entire Imperial City. It was rumored that their ancestral Kyler was a great Grandmaster level expert. Hector first went to the Gideon clan's residence. The main gate was wide open. No one guarded the entrance either. But passersby dared not approach within 10 meters of the gate. Because everyone knew this was the Gideon clan's territory. Anyone who dared to get close would be considered an intruder by the Gideon clan. The consequences were unimaginable. In normal times, only members of other major forces or high-ranking officials from the court had the qualifications to approach. Standing among the crowd, Hector glanced inside. It was empty but festooned with red lanterns, exuding a festive atmosphere. Young man, don't stare too much. In a couple of weeks, the Gideon clan's young supreme, Flint, will marry Bailey clan's prodigy Prudence, Esther. It's said that Esther is a heavenly beauty. Too bad she'll be married to Flint. A somewhat familiar voice came. Hector turned around to see the bearded man he met at the city gate. Hector furrowed his brow, saying nothing. The bearded man didn't mind, speaking to himself. There are many young men like you who feel resentful. Sadly, you can only stare helplessly and do nothing. Who told you I'm not content? Hector frowned. The bearded man stared at Hector for a few seconds, then nodded. Whether or not you're discontent, you know best. By the way, let me inform you, Esther isn't currently at the Gideon. The gap between you and me is vast. As he spoke, the bearded man remained standing in the crowd, yet strangely, people around him naturally avoided him without a single one looking at him as if he did not exist. Even Hector's sky eye filtered him out automatically, treating him as an inanimate obstacle whenever it swept over him. This was due to the bearded man's turtle breath technique and the simulate all things formula. The turtle breath hid all his presence, while the simulate all things turned him into an inconspicuous stone. Together, these techniques made for nearly perfect concealment. At least since cultivating the sky eye, no master level or even grandmaster level expert had escaped Hector's notice. Now, having reached master himself, he was confident that few, even within the grandmaster realm, could hide from him. Yet, the bearded man stood several hundred meters away, completely undetected by Hector's sky eye. Leroy follow? Hector muttered to himself before turning toward the Driscoll's residence. The bearded man trailed behind unhurriedly. Along the way, many master-level experts passed by, none of whom sensed his presence. Here. Hector stared at the 6 large characters reading Driscoll's residence at the entrance gate, feeling quite reflective. The Driscoll's mansion, while more magnificent than an average noble's residence, paled in comparison to the Gideon clan's estate. A prince actually ranked below a family. Apparently, Scott brought his sister Gideon York here to propose a marital alliance with the Driscoll, someone remarked nearby. 10th, to Hector. Before parting, the Driscoll had bestowed this royal identity token on Hector. Each prince possessed only 4 such tokens, each priceless. Hector obtaining one indicated the Driscoll's great regard for him, so the guards treated him respectfully. One guard led Hector inside while the bearded man followed unnoticed. Inside, Hector sensed numerous master-level experts concealed throughout the premises, over 30 early stage masters, a dozen mid-stage ones, 4 late-stage, and 1 peak level. The latter was unmistakably the gray-cloaked Kyler protecting the Driscoll. In Ingdaltendom, each prince had a peak master bodyguard provided by the royal family. I can find my way. You may leave, Hector said. After hesitating, the guard dared not argue, understanding that anyone with the Driscoll's token must be closely allied with him. Saying farewell, the guard departed. As Hector strolled through the palace grounds, powerful gazes fell upon him, but held no hostility. Only the prince's allies were allowed to walk freely. Soon, Hector reached a grand hall where he spotted the gray-cloaked Kyler outside. Who are you? The Kyler asked. Akil, I am Hector. I seek the Driscoll, Hector transmitted telepathically. You daring Fred, coming to the capital, are you mad? The Kyler exclaimed, shocked. He thought Hector would remain hidden elsewhere training, not venture into the capital, a nexus of the royal court, chancellor's residence, and the Gideon clan base. His enemies were all here and extremely powerful. If detected, it meant certain death. Do I look insane to you, Akil? Hector replied, smiling. The gray-cloaked Kyler sighed after a pause. You and your father, bold enough to challenge anything. What brings you here? To visit the Driscoll and also find someone. Who? Winifred. The Kyler's expression darkened. She is currently with the prince, Scott, and Gideon York in the main hall. Why do you want to see her? Remember, she is Scott's fiancée now. Hashtag chapter 370. The overbearing Flint. The gray-cloaked Kyler watched Hector warily, fearing that he might cause trouble for Evan. Hector understood the Kyler's concerns and said, Don't worry. I just came to have a look. I won't cause any trouble for his highness. Sigh, young man, it hasn't been easy for Evan. Among all the powerful clans willing to ally through marriage, only the Gideon clan remains now. If his highness doesn't have the Gideon clan as his backing, once his brother seize power, he won't have a good outcome. I hope you can understand his highness's position. The gray-cloaked Kyler knew that Hector had a very close relationship with Evan, who also greatly appreciated his. Second, whatever my sister says at your palace shall be law. You must obey her wishes completely. Third, after she marries you, you must change your surname to Gideon. What? Evan's smile froze on his face. Is that too much for you, his highness? Flint frowned, his eyes turning cold. Feeling Flint's icy demeanor, Prince Carissa responded, I am a prince of this dynasty. How can I adopt the surname of your clan? If my father finds out? Haha, his highness, it's just another name. It's not like we're asking you to change your identity. Several of your older brothers changed their surnames after forming alliances with powerful clans. Changing your surname shows loyalty to our clan. If you can't even change a name, why should the Gideon clan protect you? You should know, protecting you is equivalent to going against the future ruler of Ingdaltendom. Think carefully. If you don't want to change your name, continue being Evan. In the future, when your brothers take power, I hope you can live a long life as a prince of Peaceful County. The last part about living a long life as Prince of Peaceful County made Evan's face turn extremely grim. Just a day ago, his eldest brother, Anatoly, and 8th brother had come to him, urging him to choose sides. If he chose incorrectly, he would inevitably be purged in the future. Prince of Peaceful County? Not a chance. Surviving was already a luxury. He still remembered how his dozens of uncles suffered horrific deaths when his father ascended the throne. After death, they didn't even get proper graves and were stripped of their lineage records. After saying that, Flint stood up with a smile, ready to leave. He didn't believe that a powerless and fearful Evan would dare refuse his demands. Your Highness, you are the son of the current emperor. All of Ingdaltendom belongs to your family. Every person here is your subject. Ing is the most noble surname. Can you, as a descendant of the Ing clan, change your surname to follow that of a mere subject? Isn't that demeaning? At this moment, Hector stepped forward. Upon hearing these words, the gray-cloaked Kyler's expression changed instantly. Flint's smile turned into a cold stare. Esther looked at Hector in surprise, sizing him up. Even Evan wouldn't dare offend Flint. Leroy, this youth not fear angering Flint? Young man, do you realize that speaking thus offends the Gideon clan? Flint squinted, emitting a killing intent. Ignoring him, Hector looked at the bewildered Prince Carissa and transmitted his thoughts. Evan, this is Hector. Hearing this, Prince Carissa felt a chill run down his spine. He never expected Hector, who had destroyed a branch of the Ellis's elite force, to come to him. Evan, founding ancestor of the Gideon clan, established his clan with sheer strength alone. Though I lack skills, I believe I can match his level. I will guard Evan's future. Please let me know if you need any further adjustments, or if there's additional content you'd like translated. Chapter 371. Your future shall be guarded by me. His words instantly brought a heavy silence over the entire hall. No one had expected this sudden young man to utter such audacious words. He intended to emulate the ancestor of the Gideon clan by establishing a powerful clan with his own strength. However, if these words were spoken by Scott, they might still hold some credibility. But this unknown upstart actually dared to compare himself with their ancestor? Haha, audacious. What do you think you are that you can compare yourself to our ancestor? Scott laughed in rage. We shall see, Hector replied calmly. Very well. I will not kill you today, but I look forward to seeing how you plan to protect him. Scott then turned his cold gaze back to Prince Carissa and said, Carissa, this is your last chance. Either agree to my 3 conditions and accept the protection of the Gideon clan now, or be killed alongside this arrogant Fred by your brother soon. Prince Carissa's expression changed as he looked at Scott, then at Hector. He knew Hector's strength and potential. Once he matures, he would undoubtedly rival, or even surpass, the ancestor of the Gideon clan. However, significant 15th prince can only cower like a frightened turtle in the face of overwhelming power. Scott laughed derisively, each word dripping with contempt and mockery, making Prince Carissa clench his fists in frustration and bitter resentment. However, apart from enduring it, there was nothing he could do. His father did not favor him. His other brothers did not like him either. His maternal clan provided no substantial support. Apart from his title as a prince, he had little else to offer. A sigh. The Trent watched the humiliated Prince Carissa with pity, feeling that sometimes life in royalty was worse than that of an ordinary person. Scott, Hector suddenly addressed him. Scott immediately stopped laughing and looked at Hector, waiting to hear what outrageous claims this audacious youth would make next. I also have something to say. Laugh while you can, because soon, you will face the worst events of your life. Such as, a smirk spread across Scott's face as he found the thread increasingly intriguing. For instance, the 15th prince will ascend the throne. And at that time, as a subject, you will bow and kneel before him, Hector stated. Really? Carissa was taken aback. Could Hector actually say this? Even the Trent was stunned. The mockery in Scott's eyes froze for a moment. Then he coldly said, in the past, for those words alone, I would have killed. Indeed, what a grand spectacle. A faint laughter echoed nearby. Who are you? The Trent immediately tensed up, preparing for battle. Carissa's expression also changed. How did a stranger appear in his mansion without detection? If it were an assassination attempt, it would be disastrous. Someone. The Trent started to call for help but was stopped by Hector. Wait, I know him. Dwight. Both Carissa and the Trent turned to Hector in confusion. Know him? Leroyd, you enter with me? Hector stared at the bearded man, his expression intense as he considered a frightening possibility. Yes, the bearded man nodded with a smile. Instantly, Hector felt his hair stand on end. He had just used the eyes of the sky to survey the surroundings thoroughly. Not even an ant escaped his notice. Yet, this middle-aged man managed to follow him inside undetected. How terrifying must his strength be? Chapter 372. Mid-stage Peak Master Realm. At this moment, Hector, Prince Inchi Carissa, and the gray-cloaked Kyler were all on high alert, as if facing a formidable enemy. This bearded man could strike them down effortlessly if he chose to. Relax, I have no ill intentions towards you, the bearded man said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Why are you here? How did you know my identity? Hector asked curiously, still not letting his guard down. This man was inscrutable. I came here for a purpose and happened to see you, so I followed to observe, the bearded man replied. Young fellow, you're quite remarkable, just like your father in his prime. You know my father? Hector's heart skipped a beat. The bearded man smiled. Of course, I knew him. We once drank together. I thought he would soon become renowned throughout the northern frontier martial arts world. Who would have thought? Well, your father. Senior, what is your name? Hector felt relieved. From this man's tone, it seemed he had a good relationship with his father. So, he wasn't an enemy. My name is York Tai, the bearded man said with a smile. Ah, York Tai, the Grandmaster York Tai, exclaimed the gray-cloaked Kyler and Carissa, their faces changing instantly. Oh, you seem to know me? York Tai looked at Carissa. Carissa immediately replied respectfully, I once saw your name on my father's VIP list. And in the great Siat Daltondom, you are famous for cultivating a king and 10 top grandmasters. That impressive? Hector was also taken aback. 10 grandmaster disciples were terrifying enough. And a king? What was a king? In the entire northern frontier martial arts world, they were among the elite, legendary figures. Haha, just some empty titles, nothing much. York Tai waved his hand before staring intently at Hector. Since I came to the Ying Daltondom, I've heard a lot about you. Young Su, are you interested in joining my York Wulu? Hiss. Hearing this, Carissa couldn't help but feel envious and admire Hector. York Wulu was one of the superpowers at the pinnacle of the northern frontier martial arts world, second only to Qilin Manor, Zoltangwa Hall, and Wuxing Sect. It was rumored that the 5 hall leaders of York Wulu were invincible powerhouses at the peak of the Dalton realm. The main hall leader was even a sage. To join York Wulu, one had to be an exceptional genius. Every year, only 100 disciples were recruited from the entire northern frontier martial arts world. Considering the number of geniuses in the northern frontier, several million. The selection process was extremely strict. But now, Hector received a personal invitation from York Tai. If Hector agreed, he could immediately become an official disciple of York Wulu. How could Carissa not be envious? Senior, I apologize, but I currently have no plans to join any factions. Besides, I am currently a disciple of Jinyang Martial Academy, Hector responded calmly. Even knowing York Wulu might be very impressive, he was unmoved. Brother Hector, why did you refuse? Carissa changed color, looking there to discuss between us. Our drinking matters. The two gathered again, chatting happily until late at night when the Maverick joined them. All 3 young men shared common interests, and they parted ways only deep into the night. Hector stayed at Prince Carissa's residence. Time passed swiftly. Before long, a month had gone by. Brandering this month, Prince Carissa supplied Hector with numerous cultivation resources. Since Hector promised to protect Carissa, he had become indispensable to Carissa. As long as Hector grew strong, he would be like a sword in Carissa's hands. Currently, in Carissa's difficult situation, Hector was his only hope. Therefore, Hector's rapid growth was paramount. Boom. Within a month, Hector's cultivation advanced rapidly, reaching the 6th level of the Master Realm's middle stage, peak thanks to the extensive resources provided by Prince Carissa. With my current strength, if I face someone like Remington or Barrett again, I can easily defeat them without using the Ghost Mask or activating the Secret Realm, Hector muttered, rising and gazing toward the Gideon family's direction. Zoltinger, wait for me. I'm coming to bring you home. Chapter 373. The Driscoll as the Kenneth. Today, the entire royal city was bustling with excitement, for today, Flint, a distinguished figure of the Gideon clan, one of the 10 major powers in the Ying Daltondom, was getting married. All eyes in the capital were on the event. Representatives from every major force had received an invitation from the Gideon clan. The Gideon estate was festooned with lanterns and filled with guests. Present were court ministers, governors, leaders of various powerful factions, heirs to the 10 great forces, and nobility. Almost every notable person within the Ying Daltondom had come. The Ellis has arrived. Suddenly, a shrill voice announced, shocking everyone at the Gideon estate. The Ellis is here. Let's go out and welcome him. At this moment, everyone stood up. The Zhao family, where the Ellis resided, was one of the 10 great powers in the Ying Daltondom. The Ellis himself was a grandmaster, and also held the title of Grand General. Half of the court was under his influence. Among the 10 major powers, aside from the royal family, no one wielded more power than the Ellis' residents. If any prince of the Ying Daltondom could gain the support of the Ellis' mansion, they would have a 70% chance of securing the position of crown prince. Hence, when Ellis Clayton appeared, everyone stood up to greet him. Even the princes present dared not show any disrespect and hurriedly walked out to welcome him. Welcome, Your Excellency. Everyone bowed, including Prince Carissa, who did so respectfully despite his princely status. In the Ying Daltondom, there was a saying, first was the Elwyn, second was His Majesty, and third was not the crown prince, but the Ellis. This showed how formidable the Ellis' authority was in the Ying Daltondom. Your glory, Highness, will come later. Hopefully, Carissa replied bitterly. Welcome, Your Highnesses. Everyone greeted as the 3 princes appeared. The Hatcher waved a hand and immediately noticed Carissa in the crowd. Smiling, he remarked, isn't that 15th? Why don't you seem happy to see me? Big brother, you jest? How can I not be happy to see you? Carissa replied politely with a forced smile. Then you must be unhappy seeing me. The Philip shot a cold glance. 4th brother, I assure you, I am not, Carissa responded quickly. Big brother, 8th brother, 15th seems upset with me. The Philip smiled warmly, but Carissa sensed malice in it. 8th brother, I have no grievances against you, Driscoll promptly replied. If you have none, why did you reject my offer to be the left advisor of my royal house? The Peter asked. Left advisor? Anyone in that position would practically be a Xerxes. If 15th accepted it, he would be set for life if I became king. Yet, he refused. This Driscoll must be foolish, rejecting such an offer from the Peter. Does he truly believe his princely status can protect him forever? Whispers filled the room as everyone looked at the Driscoll like a fool. Driscoll Carissa, seemingly accustomed to such gazes, replied, after the 3 of you assume power, I will resign from my princely status, Fred. This will be your last words. Hector's gaze swept over the 3 princes as he coolly asked, how about considering 15th Highness as the crown prince? What? Crown prince? Is this Fred mad? The whole room erupted in shock, jaws dropping in disbelief. Driscoll. Who was he? Powerless, without influential backing. How could he possibly become crown prince? Even if the emperor appointed him, he wouldn't be able to hold on to the position. The 3 princes were also stunned by Hector's audacity, clearly unprepared for such a bold statement from the black-robed youth. Chapter 374. Hector snatches the bride. The Hatcher was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Haha, that's too funny. This kid actually says that Evan can become the Kenneth. Has he lost his mind? Compared to this claim, it's more believable for a sow to climb a tree. Ha ha ha. Everyone nearby froze for a second before they couldn't help but burst out laughing as well, their gazes upon Hector almost indistinguishable from looking at a fool. Evan had no power or influence. Even His Majesty disapproved of him, and there were no strong clans backing him up. Apart from the title of prince, he possessed nothing. Could such a prince be fit to be the Kenneth? Unless a sow climbs a tree. No. A sow climbing a tree would be much more likely than Evan becoming the Kenneth. Thus, when Hector finished speaking, everyone in the room couldn't help but sneer, believing that Hector was just dreaming wishfully. Alright, consider. Behind him followed a group of experts, among whom 4 were peak Grandmaster Realm Masters. Peter already has the support of 3 major clans. Moreover, his maternal clan is even from the Mariah's lineage. Brother Sue, you should not make enemies with him. After Peter left, Carissa sighed. Your Highness, it's not that I want to make enemies with him. It's that he wants to make enemies with my friend, Hector said. Hearing this, Carissa froze, deeply moved. Hector's conflict with the Hatcher, Peter, and Philip was because of him. Brother Sue, rest assured, I will protect you even if it costs me my life, Carissa vowed silently. At this moment, he considered Hector his life and death confidant. Quickly look, that's Flint. Is he going out to welcome his bride? Someone exclaimed suddenly. Immediately, everyone saw Flint striding out confidently, wearing a bright red robe. 4 men accompanied him, each one a peak late-stage Grandmaster Realm expert. Flint is coming out. It looks like he's off to welcome his bride. Rumor has it she is incredibly beautiful, comparable to our capital's top literary talent. To win the favor of Flint, she must be exceptional indeed. Wonder what the bride truly looks like? I've seen her. She's very beautiful, surpassing even the consorts of the 1st, 4th, and Philips. Many people buzzed with admiration and envy. Gideon clan's ancestor. After his death, even His Majesty did not investigate, and later the Gideon clan took over this place. It's quite a prime location. Just this estate alone is worth several hundred million, someone commented. Flint stood at the door without entering. However, a red-robed, Kylerly woman emerged from inside, accompanied by a woman in a bridal gown with a red veil. It was Winifred. Winifred, from today onward, you are my bride. Seeing Winifred, Flint was extremely excited, taking a step forward. Everyone who followed stared at Winifred, envious beyond words. Just judging by her silhouette, she was already exquisite. Once the veil was lifted, she must be breathtakingly beautiful. Hatcher was fiercely thinking, one day, I'll kill Flint, and his woman will be mine. Philip's gaze was icy, fixed intensely on Winifred's red-veiled figure, a flicker of lust in his eyes. Peter smiled and said, a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. The red-robed old lady said, Herb Gideon, please come forward. Sure. Flint nodded and quickly approached Winifred, reaching out to take her hand. But at that moment, a shadow flashed down swiftly from above. Flint, sensing something, threw a punch upward. Bang! With a powerful strike, Flint was sent stumbling back a few steps while the intruder remained standing still, watching Flint coldly. Boy, it's you. Hashtag chapter 375, Clash with Flint. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Heavens, where did this guy come from? He dares to cause a scene at Flint's wedding? Judging by his demeanor, he's not here with good intentions. Daft murmurs spread among the crowd. The Hatcher, Peter, and Philip narrowed their eyes as they looked at the man. Wasn't this the same person who stood next to 15 earlier? Flint, we meet again, Hector said calmly. What exactly do you want? Flint squinted his eyes. To elope, Hector replied. You're courting death, Flint roared in fury and immediately lunged forward. Hector grasped Esther's delicate hand. Zoltanger, I've come for you. All right, Esther nodded. They swiftly retreated. Not so fast. Suddenly, an old woman in a red robe let out a fierce cry and swung her blade at Hector. Hector deflected it with a sword strike. With a PU, the old woman flew back, spouting blood. That old woman is at peak mid-realm grandmaster level, but couldn't even block one move from this kid. No wonder he's so arrogant, the Hatcher mused. You can't escape, Flint caught up, at Hector. Too late to dodge, Hector immediately formed a fist seal and unleashed his true diagram technique. Boom. A shockwave exploded outward, leveling everything within 50 meters. At the same moment, Flint appeared, gripping a heavy halberd. It weighed 10,000 caddies, but seemed weightless in his hands as he wielded it effortlessly, causing the air around him to swirl violently. Shockwaves rippled out, and the 100-meter radius around him became a vortex visible to the naked eye. Stones levitated in the air and disintegrated upon rising. Within 100 meters of Flint, the area felt almost forbidden. Even Hector, being exceptionally strong, felt the pressure. The air suddenly felt immensely heavy, slowing him down. His feet sank into the ground with a crack. Zoltanger, leave first. Let me finish him before we go together. How long? Esther asked. 1 minute, Hector replied. All right, I'll wait. Those 4 are mine. She nodded and darted towards the 4. Whoosh. Her veil flew off, revealing her breathtaking beauty. Everyone gaped in astonishment. She's gorgeous. She must be mine, the Hatcher murmured, captivated. The Philip also yearned intensely. Such a beauty, taken by Flint, what a waste. The Peter glanced at the first and Phillips, inwardly sneering while outwardly saying, such beauty should belong to our royal family. Once unleashed, it's always fatal. This young man has pushed Flint this far? The crowd gasped in shock. The battle had just begun, yet Flint was already fighting with all his might. Clearly, Hector's prowess compelled Flint to unleash his full strength. Chapter 376, Crushing Flint. Flint was one of the standouts among the younger generation. Even many seasoned veterans greatly feared him. Many believed that in just 1 or 2 years, Flint could even engage in combat with grandmasters. But now, this sudden up-and-comer could spar with Flint to such a degree, proving he was undoubtedly on par with Flint. Roar. The long dragon formed from wind blades roared as it rushed down, exerting an overwhelming pressure far greater than before. Moving so swiftly, even Hector couldn't evade in time. He took a deep breath, deciding to end it quickly. Clenching his fist, he gathered secret power and unleashed the first and second true intent diagrams with a resounding boom. Snap. The wind blade-formed dragon instantly shattered under Hector's attack. Hish, he countered Flint's Dwight-Man dragon technique with one punch? This kid is incredibly strong, someone gasped in shock. Even Kenneth I, Peter, and Philip were stunned by Hector's fighting prowess. 10,000 dragons returned to heaven. Flint roared, his spear emitting dragon-like cries. Countless wind blades condensed into dragon imprints floating around his spear, slashing directly at Hector. Hector clenched his fist, knowing he couldn't hold back any longer, and immediately released the first, third, and fourth true intent diagrams. With 4 true intent diagrams out, Hector's combat strength skyrocketed to the 5th rank. Boom. Flint, along with his spear, was sent flying by Hector. Everyone watching was left in awe. Has Flint been defeated? Whoosh. Hector shot forward like lightning. Flint, it's over. I am Flint. I will not lose. Roaring, Flint suddenly spewed a terrifying line of blood that instantly transformed into a golden light, tearing through space. Feeling an immense sense of danger, Hector narrowly avoided it, but still got hit on the shoulder, spraying blood. 10,000 dragons burn the body. I seek invincibility, Flint roared, unleashing the family's forbidden technique. Blood surged through his body, evaporating almost a third instantly. His body visibly withered, yet a fearsome force surged through him. Now resembling a dragon, Flint's speed and strength increased drastically. Whoosh. Still airborne, he immediately stood mid-air. Hiss. Only grandmasters could do this, ayed Hector. After using the dragon transformation art, Flint's power surged, moving and attacking like a true dragon, several times faster and stronger. Just as Hector flew backward, he felt the dragon-infused Flint approaching. Leroy. Flint bellowed, pressing down fiercely with his fingers now dragon claws, gleaming gold, tearing through the air toward Hector's head. Hector narrowed his eyes, feeling all his internal organs resonate, glowing hot. He knew this clash would determine life or death. Either he died or Flint did. Boom. He no longer held back, releasing all 4 true intent diagrams. At peak 5th rank, Hector was confident he could face even a genius at the pinnacle of the Master Realm. An unexpected scene unfolded. Despite being hailed as a leading figure in the martial arts world and using the clan's forbidden technique, Flint was crushed by one punch from Hector. His fingers exploded, followed by his entire arm, blood spurting out. Boom. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Flint flew back 100 meters, smashing into the ground, creating a crater. Hiss, is Flint dead? Even if he's not, he's lost half his life. Frightening. Flint was a supreme genius among the younger generation, barely 18 and already a potential disciple of the Qilin Manor. Today, he was defeated by an unknown youth who looks a chill run through him. He hadn't expected the Kenneth's cultivation to reach such heights. Boom. This time, Hector didn't choose to dodge. Since the Kenneth wanted to confront him, there was no need for him to be courteous. Instantly, a silver mask appeared on his face. As soon as the mask emerged, his aura skyrocketed, temporarily breaking through to the late Grandmaster realm, while his fingers formed the seals of the Imperial technique. In one breath, he unleashed 4 true intention Leroyograms. The immense power directly blasted through the air. Pooh! Even the formidable Kenneth was sent flying back, coughing blood from Hector's punch. Startled, the Kenneth finally understood how strong Flint's opponent had been. Moreover, seeing the sudden appearance of the silver mask, it was clear this guy hadn't used his full strength when facing Flint. I meant what I said earlier. Don't provoke me, or you will prematurely lose your chance at the position of Kenneth. Hector coldly looked at the Kenneth before fixing his gaze on the Philip. The approaching Philip suddenly halted his steps and laughed. I underestimated you. However, having killed Flint, you won't escape today. As he spoke, he quickly retreated. At this moment, the 4-peak raised in uproar. Hector's combat power once again refreshed the audience's understanding of his capabilities. Clank. Meanwhile, the other 3 Grandmaster experts struck. A bronze sword immediately descended upon Hector's head like an unyielding mountain, tearing through the air with a heavy whoosh. Hector raised his hand and pressed down with the palm, causing a clanging sound as the bronze sword shuddered. But suddenly, the bronze sword enlarged dramatically, its weight drastically increasing until it was over 10 times larger. Under the massive bronze sword, Hector seemed like an ant, instantly being suppressed into the ground. Crack. The ground immediately sank, dust rising. Was that Fred crushed into a pulp? Someone sucked in a breath, trembling. No one expected the black-robed youth, who had just wreaked havoc, to be suddenly crushed by a bronze sword. Rise. Suddenly, a fierce shout came from underground, followed by the colossal bronze sword being hoisted up by Hector with both hands, stunning everyone watching. This kid can lift a colossal bronze sword? The 4-peak Grandmasters were shocked. It was their first time seeing a youth so strong. Instantly, they rushed forward, landing on the bronze sword and casting seals. Red runes emerged from their bodies, entering the bronze sword, which began glowing and emitting heartbeats. The sword seemed to come alive. Pooh! Blood trickled from Hector's mouth, his body trembling. This little monster is nearly done for. Someone exclaimed. He defeated Flint. Even the Kenneth, Peter, and Philip were taken aback. The Gideon clan's 4 Grandmasters, bringing even Havelock's bronze sword, not only failed to kill the black-robed youth, but were reversed and instantly slain by him. Chapter 378. Havelock strikes with a Leroystant sword. Puff. After killing the 4 men, Hector immediately shot away at high speed. He believed that the commotion here would soon catch the attention of the Gideon clan. He needed to leave the capital city as fast as possible. He must not be allowed to escape. If this Fred gets away and returns later, he will surely become a great asset for the 15th Prince. A murderous intent flashed in the Hatcher's eyes as he chased after Hector once again, ready to block him and buy time for the Gideon clan. 8 brother, notify the Gideon clan immediately. As he spoke, the Hatcher had already vanished from the spot, reappearing moments later just as he caught up with Hector. Meanwhile, the Philip was about to turn and leave. But at this moment, the Peter suddenly blocked the Philip's path. 4th brother, what are you doing? The Philip narrowed his eyes, filled with murderous intent. The 4th brother often did things contrary to his wishes. Using someone else's knife to kill, said the Peter with a smile. The Philip was stunned but quickly came to his senses, looking over at the Hatcher engaging Hector once more. He nodded, saying, 4th brother, you're too cunning. I'm not being cunning. It's just that big brother is asking for death, the Peter replied, shaking his head. Transforming decree. In his struggle with Hector, the Hatcher was forced back again. In desperation, he used the transforming decree, which created dozens of illusions around Hector, making it impossible to distinguish the real one. All the illusions attacked Hector from all directions simultaneously. Hector sneered. Under the heavenly eye's gaze, the numerous figures instantly vanished, leaving only one. Puff. Clasping his fists, Hector struck the Hatcher, sending him flying and coughing blood. How could you possibly determine my true form? The Hatcher was alarmed. In front of me, you're showing off your clumsiness, Hector laughed. You're still not up to it. Go back and wait for me to come take your head next time. As he spoke, Hector instantly vanished into the distance. The Hatcher wore a dark expression. This Fred is too terrifying. If he doesn't die now, he will certainly become a huge threat in the future. What a pity. Seeing this, the Peter sighed. It wasn't clear whether he was lamenting Hector's escape, or that the Hatcher hadn't been killed. 8th brother, 4th brother, you're just standing there watching? The Hatcher turned sharply, his gaze coldly fixing on the 4th and Philip's. 8th brother, were you thinking of using this Fred to kill me? The Philip quickly responded, 4th brother stopped me just now, and wouldn't let me inform the Gideon clan. 4th brother, do you so desperately want me dead? The Hatcher stared murderously at the Peter, but the Peter remained unperturbed, calmly saying, 8th brother, it was clearly you who didn't want to go and blamed it on me. You tried to cause conflict between me and the Hatcher to reap benefits. Now you're shifting the blame onto me? You're lying. You blocked me and wouldn't let me go. What nonsense about using someone else's knife to kill? The Philip exploded with rage, ready to attack. The Hatcher glanced at the Peter and then at the Philip, gritting his teeth. Whatever happens, both of you, don't give me an excuse to kill you. The Peter smiled. Big brother, you have too much enmity. You aren't suitable for cultivation. The Philip added gravely, Big brother, I feel the same. Dwight. The Hatcher snorted coldly. Suddenly, the expressions of the Hatcher, Peter, and Philip changed. They sensed that the bronze sword, which had fallen to the ground after the 4 peak masters died, was trembling before soaring upward with a metallic clang. At the same moment, a black figure appeared and grabbed the bronze sword. Hiss, it's Havelock. He actually came. Wasn't he supposed to be welcoming the Ellis at the Gideon residence? Why is he here now? Everyone pressed the imminent danger of death. Instantly, he activated the phantom body technique. Puff. The sword light passed through his body, slicing off half of a distant wall section. Bang. The severed part of the wall crashed violently onto the ground. Hiss. This is Havelock's strength? Terrifying. From such a distance, he can slice off half of a towering wall. Who is he trying to kill? So powerful. It's been a long time since I've seen Havelock in action. His current strength might rival that of some weaker supreme masters. Outside the city walls, everyone was astounded by Havelock's power displayed in this single distant strike. After his sword strike, Havelock frowned, his icy eyes revealing surprise. Hector had survived the blow and appeared again, escaping through the city gates. Dwight Mph! Havelock snorted coldly, chasing after Hector with astonishing speed. Just as Hector rushed out of the city wall, Havelock followed closely behind, daring to disrupt the Gideon clan's wedding. This sword strike shall send you to your death, Havelock said coldly, swinging his bronze sword again. Whoosh! Another dazzling streak of light illuminated the city gates like lightning cutting across the sky. Hector's entire body tensed instantly. This time, he couldn't use the phantom body technique. Facing this horrifying strike, how could he possibly defend against it? Chapter 379. Reversing Zoltanf and Death, the mysterious silver mask. Rumble. At the same moment, a tremendous force of lightning descended from the sky, striking directly at Havelock's sword energy. Now, Winifred made her move. Branding to her cultivation of the 9 tribulation art during this period, her rate of breakthrough was extremely fast, reaching the 7th heaven of the Grandmaster realm. Her progression had even slightly surpassed Hector's speed. However, she still could not withstand Havelock's sword energy. His sword force tore through Winifred's lightning power, quickly approaching Hector. Hector didn't have time to dodge. He could only activate the 5 viscera and 6 fu organs law, while simultaneously evolving into 4 true intention diagrams. The diagrams transformed into rays of light that enveloped him. Meanwhile, his silver mask also began to glow, briefly merging with the diagrams, significantly enhancing his defense. With a puff, the true intention diagrams were instantly dispelled by the sword energy. That formidable blade light struck Hector, splitting his body in half in an instant, blood gushing out like a fountain. Finally dead. At that moment, Kenneth, Peter, Philip, and others arrived just in time to witness Hector being bisected by the sword. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This monster had first defeated the young Supreme Dragon Vlad, then killed 4 peak Grandmaster realm powerhouses. If such a demon remained alive, it would definitely pose a future threat to them. No. Winifred let out a despairing cry. She recalled their first meeting and every little detail they shared together. Hector had become her support, but now, he died right before her eyes. Suddenly, she felt as if she had lost everything. Dwight Mph! This is the outcome of daring to oppose the Gideon clan, Havelock sneered coldly. His voice, like thunder, resonated inside and outside the city gate, sending chills down many people's spines. The Gideon clan was indeed too powerful. Even though Havelock was not their strongest member, he was still overwhelmingly intimidating and suffocating. However, just as everyone thought it was over, a sudden change occurred. Although Hector had been split in two, the silver mask on his face emitted a gentle light and entered his body. In an instant, Hector's severed halves began to heal visibly. The spurting blood flowed back into his body. Breath? Hector gasped heavily, stunned. He thought he was going to die but was miraculously revived. What happened? Could that silver mask possess the power to turn decay into magic and reverse life and death? How is this possible? Havelock was equally astonished. The princes stared wide-eyed, rubbing their eyes, suspecting if they were hallucinating. A man come with me, and I'll spare your life. What do you think? Hector quickly retreated. If you want me to come with you, you need to catch me first. Imph, you have many tricks and are very strong. Among the geniuses I've met, even Jessup might be slightly inferior to you. Unfortunately, your cultivation level is too low. Capturing you requires minimal effort. Snap. As he spoke, he tore apart Hector's domain with bare hands, closing the distance and pressing a palm onto Hector. Hector's heart jolted. He rapidly compressed his domain, unleashing a destructive force. Spirit burst. This explosive power had previously injured a late-stage peak Grandmaster Remington when Hector was still in the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. Now, being at the peak mid-stage Grandmaster, Hector believed even Havelock would be caught off guard. Boom. A terrifying impact radiated outward from Hector, turning everything around into ruins. What kind of power is this? That Fred unleashed yet another unknown and frightening force. This force could instantly kill dozens of peak Grandmasters, right? How does this little monster have so many tricks? This force is much stronger than when he fought the 4 peak Grandmasters of the Gideon clan. How many tricks does he have? Witnesses watching the battle within the city gates were utterly shocked by Hector's terrifying spirit burst. The Kenneth broke into a cold sweat, feeling a chill. If Hector had used this destructive move, everything has turned to ruins. Even the city gate has collapsed, but he still hasn't been killed. Havelock's strength is too formidable. This time, there must be no more tricks up this brat's sleeve, right? Haha, I've expected this all along. Although this Fred's destructive move can instantly turn any peak Master Realm powerhouse to ashes, it doesn't seem to have much effect on someone like Havelock. That's true. Havelock can rival a supreme ruler at the great Master Realm level within the domain of the Master Realm. This black-robed youth managed to fight him to this extent while at the mid-stage of the Master Realm, an extremely rare feat both historically and in present times. Even if this child dies now, his record in this battle will be enough for the whole Ingdaltendom to remember him. Indeed, being able to withstand 5 strikes from Havelock without dying, and then turning the tables on him to this extent, makes him one of the few in the entire Ingdaltendom who can do this. This child is not inferior to the legendary martial hero Jalen in his prime. The entire crowd was stunned by Hector's formidable means and strength, gasping in amazement. But regardless of how monstrous he was, in their view, Hector was now on an irreversible path leading only to death. Now, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Just use them. Havelock held his sword and walked toward Hector. Hector watched Havelock approach and sighed inwardly. He had already given it his all just now. Even after using every trick in the book, he In the entire Ing Dolphindom's martial world, there were only about a dozen great master-level powerhouses. Who could it be? Many pondered, gradually trying to identify the intervener's identity. Meanwhile, Havelock stood rooted in place, his calm exterior masking the volcano-like rage about to erupt. Unfortunately, he got away, becoming a future menace. The Philip muttered gravely. The Kenneth's expression darkened. His mood wasn't far off from Havelock's either. Having tried to obstruct the intruder twice today, he had inadvertently made an irreconcilable enemy. This kind of monster, once escaped, would make killing him next time even harder. Soon, news of this battle spread. The entire capital city was roused. Heavens, where does this kid come from? To defeat Flint under the very eyes of the Gideon clan, kill their four-peak Master Realm Kylers, and escape from Havelock's hands? It's said this little monster exchanged several blows with Havelock, leaving Havelock not only unable to kill him but also humiliated. So what? I heard this kid wore a mysterious silver-white mask which split into two pieces under Havelock's slash but healed instantly beneath the mask, rendering him practically immortal. Hiss, that silver mask can reverse life and death. That remains natural and coherent. Paragraph structure and line breaks were kept as close to the original text as possible. Hashtag chapter 381. Betrayal of the two Landons. The Gideon clan had become a laughingstock due to Hector's audacious elopement. They went mad, mobilizing everyone and every connection they had, conducting a thorough search for Hector. His bounty had skyrocketed to 20 billion in coins. News spread quickly throughout the various major cities in the Ing Dolphindom. Even those far away, like the Jin Jiang Martial Academy in Docheng Prefecture and the Bailey family, knew the outcome of this battle. That kid really took Zoltanger? Yuan's face turned blank after hearing the news. Before leaving, Hector had told him that he would bring Zoltanger back. At the time, Yuan thought it was suicide for anyone to snatch a tiger's cub from its jaws. But less than a week later, Hector actually did it. Not only did he take Zoltanger away, but he also severely injured Flint, killed four peak grandmasters of the Gideon clan, and survived despite Havelock's pursuit. It completely shattered his perception. It was too astonishing. Initially, he thought the news was fake. However, after confirming it from multiple sources, he realized just how extraordinary an act Hector had performed. How did he manage to do it? Even now, Yuan found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, the Kylers at Jin Jiang Martial Academy were equally stunned by the news. Hector really did it. The Mickey marveled. Now, the entire Gideon clan, and even the entire Ing Dolphindom, is searching for Hector. Won't something happen to him? Willie asked with great concern. He regarded Jessup as his own son, so Hector, Jessup's son, was no different from his grandson in his eyes. Landon Jarvis comforted them. Mickey, you should relax. Since Hector managed to survive against the Gideon clan, he will have ways to avoid being caught. Hearing this, the Mickey and the other deans felt a slight relief. Hee, that Fred who injured Vlad must indeed be Hector. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed through the hall, causing everyone to turn their heads. Then Kylerly Darien robes appeared within the hall. Who are you? When did you appear? The Mickey frowned, eyeing the Kyler with great caution. Their meeting hall was sealed shut, and there had been no outsiders present throughout. This old man could approach silently and hide among them. His power was terrifying. Hee, I brought him in here, Mickey. Landon Bing smiled faintly. Why did you do this? The Mickey roared in anger. You dare betray our academy, old coot? I'll kill you. Landon's Larrowing and Jia shouted furiously. Chavi immediately attacked, but the bud emitted a powerful aura that instantly approached. With a thud, Chavi was thrown out, coughing up blood. A grandmaster. Look at you all. Our academy has declined. If we continue entangling ourselves with Hector, we will eventually perish. Old Bing is right. We must sever all ties to survive, Landon said. Foolish. Don't you realize this will destroy Hector and make you eternal sinners of our Jin Jiang Martial Academy? Willie heavily sighed. As long as we can save our academy, even if it means breaking apart and enduring eternal blame, so be it, Landon Bing said. You are foolish, the Mickey sighed deeply. All right, you too. Spread the word immediately that we have captured members of our academy. If Hector doesn't appear within 3 days, they will die, the bud ordered. Landon Bing nodded and left immediately. Soon, the news that Jin Jiang Martial Academy's top brass had been captured by the Gideon clan spread rapidly, causing turmoil in Jin Jiang City. TSK, the Gideon clan is truly insane. To force Hector to come forward, they're threatening Jin Jiang Martial Academy. It's shameless. But wait, didn't someone say it was a pale, chubby kid who took Esther and Bradenching? Leroy and I hear rumors about planting false evidence? It's confirmed. That pale, chubby kid was Hector in disguise. Meanwhile, Hector and his companions were hiding in a small dilapidated temple outside Bradenching. Fagin with a scruffy beard was none other than Master York Wulo, a great York Tai said. Hector's face instantly darkened, gritting his teeth. Gideon clan. He had long considered Jin Jiang Martial Academy his home. For the Gideon clan to dare touch Jin Jiang Martial Academy utterly infuriated him. How despicable. For the Gideon clan to stoop so low to get to you. Esther said coldly. I, Hector, swear to destroy you, Gideon clan. A wave of killing intent surged from Hector's eyes. Afterward, he bid farewell to York Tai and left together with Esther. Uncle Master York, aren't you afraid that Hector will go to his death if you tell him this? Avram beside York Tai frowned, puzzled. Uncle Master York had just saved Hector from Havelock's hands. Logically speaking, he wouldn't want Hector dead. But now, by telling Hector about Jin Jiang Martial Academy, wasn't he sending Hector to certain doom? York Tai glanced at the Avram and smiled. Then and now are different times. This time, there will be someone to help Hector. Let's wait and see what happens. Who would dare help Hector now that he has offended the Ing Dolphindom court, the Ellis's mansion, and the Gideon clan? The Avram frowned, unable to understand. Meanwhile, the next day, Havelock personally arrived at Jin Jiang Martial Academy. His arrival caused a stir. It alarmed the newly appointed governor of Hilton County, who promptly came to visit Havelock. Jinjiaig City erupted due to his presence. Havelock was an invincible king in the realm of martial arts. In the past, it was big news if Jinjiaig City saw one master every few years. Now, a figure like Havelock, a major figure from the capital, had come in person. They felt that soon, Jinjiaig Martial Academy might be swept into an unprecedented storm. Will Hector show up? Many people watched, knowing that Havelock came for Hector. And Hector would surely know Havelock awaited him at Jinjiaig Martial Academy. Knowing this, would he still appear for the sake of these academy officials? Probably not. Appearing means certain death. Yes, however powerful Herb Su may be, he isn't powerful enough to sweep across the Ying Daltondom's martial world. Even if he comes, he won't change anything and will only plunge himself into a desperate situation. Most people in Jinjiaig City believed Hector wouldn't show up because his appearance offered no possibility other than suicide. At the same time, back at the Ellis's mansion, the four great protectors had returned. Go to Jinjiaig City. If Jessup dares to show up, bring back his head immediately, Ellis Xiao commanded. Yes. Each of the four great protectors was half-step grandmasters, each possessing combat strength equivalent to Havelock. The four could perform a combined attack technique. They had chased Jessup a month ago. As they left, the major forces all received news. The Ellis's mansion has actually dispatched the four great protectors to Jinjiaig City. Are they worried about Havelock failing again? What failure? This time, Havelock openly uses Jinjiaig Martial Academy to pressure Hector to appear. Word of this will certainly reach Jessup's ears. To save Hector, Jessup might very well show up. Then, the Ellis's mansion's four great protectors will act. It's a linked scheme, pre-arranged between the Gideon clan and the Ellis's mansion, waiting for the Su father and son to arrive. Sigh, what a brilliant plan. If successful, it would be a double blow, capturing both Jessup and Hector. Truly a masterful move. Many saw through the Ellis's mansion and Gideon clan's intentions. Their plot was almost overt, but applied to the Su father and son, it was nearly effective. As long as Hector dared to appear, Jessup, as Hector's father, wouldn't stand idly by. Meanwhile, Hector quietly returned to Hilton County. The Kenneth, the Peter, and the Philip also brought a group of experts to Jinjiaig City. How can Hector possibly survive this time? The Kenneth gritted his teeth. Among all the princes, he hated Hector the most. The Philip laughed. Leave his head to me after he dies. I kill brother, fourth brother, no objections, right? Sure. Eight brother, if you like it, just take it. The Peter smiled. The Kenneth said sternly, your vile taste disgusts me. Once I ascend the throne, I'll be the first to execute you. Who kills whom? I kill brother. Remains to be seen. The Philip sneered. Meanwhile, the Driscoll set out with a few powerful figures including a Trent. Brother Hector, please don't act rashly, the Driscoll Carissa said, filled with worry. Within 3 short days, Jinjiaig City, which usually had little activity, became packed with people. On the streets of Jinjiaig City, Wu Zoltang realm martial artists were rarely seen. But these days, they were everywhere, and even Grandmaster realm experts frequently appeared. Local residents felt an oppressive atmosphere, a sense of tension as if a storm was brewing. Rhonda had awakened and learned of the turmoil Hector had caused in the capital. She worried immensely. Hector, please don't show up. Seeing her daughter's worried look, Victor sighed. He knew Hector and his daughter Rhonda were engaged. If Hector died this time, his daughter would likely live her life as a widow due to her love for Hector. Other than worry, he could do nothing. Sue kid, for the sake of Florence, you mustn't get hurt. Translation notes. Character names such as York Tai, Hector, Havelock, Esther, etc., have been kept consistent. Maintain the original structure and tone, ensuring readability and fluency in English. Chapter 383. Invoking the power of spirit devourers. At the same time, Hector had quietly returned to Jinyang City. However, he did not immediately go to Jinyang Martial Academy, but instead went into hiding, preparing to make some arrangements before taking action. He knew that this time, the Gideon family was using the lives of all the high-ranking officials at Jinyang Martial Academy as leverage to force him to come and die. But was Hector the type to simply walk into a death trap? Since you want to play, I'll play along with you for once. Hector gritted his teeth. Subsequently, he entered the underground black market in Jinyang City, purchasing numerous materials, ranging from formations to poisons. This time, he intended to go all out. He planned to employ means he previously scorned, especially against the Gideon family. The Gideon family was despicable and shameless. He could be even more so. 3 days later, the entire city was buzzing. Everyone who came to watch gathered at Jinyang Martial Academy. Currently, on the Academy Square, the Ellis and all the other officials were tied up and kneeling on the ground. Several experts of the Master Realm from the Gideon family stood there, holding large knives with extremely cold gazes. Hector, you have half a day left. If you don't show up within half a day, we will kill one person every half hour until all are dead, Flint said menacingly. This time, he had been defeated by Hector, losing an arm and even having his woman taken away. Nothing could be more humiliating than this. Now, he only wanted Hector dead. And for Winifred, the bitch, she would suffer tenfold for betraying him. He wanted to torture Hector to death right in front of her. Meanwhile, representatives from various forces of the Ying Daltondom had gathered around the square, including Fernando, Kian, Bogdan, and Evan. 15. Did you also come to bid Hector farewell? Asked Bogdan upon seeing Evan Carissa, sneering. Carissa replied, I killed brother 8. I'm just here to observe. And I believe that brother Hector won't meet any harm. No harm? Fernando frowned. The Gideon family has laid a trap. If Hector dares to come, he is certain to die. Moreover, the 4 great masters from the Ellis's residence are in the city. Do you think Hector can survive? Hearing this, Evan Carissa's face turned pale. He very well knew that the Gideon family and the Ellis's residents were determined to kill Hector. Given this context, if Hector came, it would only be a death sentence, without a doubt. 15. Let go of your unrealistic hopes. The crown prince position can only belong to one of us 3 brothers. Even if you ally with Hector, it doesn't matter. Against a powerful clan, Hector alone is insignificant, Fernando reiterated. He still remembered Hector's words about Evan ascending the throne. Evan looked at Fernando and said, "Big brother, I never thought about competing with you for the crown prince position." Whether you did or not, you know best. Even if you had such thoughts, it's merely wishful thinking, Fernando coldly responded. I wonder where Hector is hiding. It's almost time. Why hasn't he appeared? Is he really going to be a coward? Bogdan scanned the surroundings, smiling mockingly. Meanwhile, Havelock sat deep within Jinyang Martial Academy, releasing his aura to envelop an area within a kilometer. Next to him was an ancient bronze sword. If Hector dared to appear, he would instantly strike again, cutting down the brat who brought shame to the Gideon family. Of course, this time, he had another significant target besides Hector, his old rival, Jessup. Jessup was the person he most wished to kill. Hector still needed some time to fully grow, but Jessup had already recovered much of his strength. In the battle a month ago, even with all his efforts, he could only match Jessup. At that time, Jessup was still at the peak late-stage cultivation level, one rank lower than him. Suddenly, he turned to look at the entrance of the hall. Four middle-aged men now stood there, each radiating immense power. Their aura was faint yet unmistakably that of grandmasters. Even he felt an overwhelming pressure from these four men, as if facing four towering mountains. A month ago, he could only match Jessup equally, but these four men pursued Jessup for 5 nights and days. The four great masters, Havelock muttered unconsciously. Meanwhile, Hector arrived at the old Martial Academy grounds of Jinyang Martial Academy. Almost a year had passed, but the aura of death here was still heavy, spreading over much of the original Jinyang city. Hector descended into the basement and saw rows upon rows of coffins. With his sky eye, the internal structures of these coffins were immediately revealed. When he saw what was inside, he was startled to the bone. He saw countless red spirit devourers. The aura of death emanated from these spirit devourers. Previously, his perception wasn't strong enough, but recently, his skill with the sky eye had greatly improved, allowing him to better sense the presence of spirit devourers and the aura of death they emitted. After a moment of contemplation, Hector approached quickly. In an instant, his eyes emitted red beams of light that landed on the coffins. Instantly, the spirit devourers within the coffins, which were previously calm, became agitated, turning their heads towards Hector. Hector felt an intense chill run through his spine and immediately turned to leave. Although he had encountered spirit devourers nearly 8 times, each encounter still left him feeling uneasy. It was a deep-seated fear rooted in his soul. The spirit devourers instantly floated out of the red coffins, chasing after Hector. Zoltank lightning, Hector dashed out of the basement. After reaching the peak mid-stage master realm, his speed was quite fast. According to his calculations, the spirit devourers wouldn't be able to catch up with him. But now, his limbs were ice cold. He realized that these spirit devourers had evolved further during his absence. Previously, they remained in the first spatial node, but now, they could stay in the third spatial node. As they chased Hector, they had already leaped from the third spatial node to the second, and were about to enter the first spatial node. The first spatial node was Hector's current plane. If they appeared here, the entire Jinyang city might become a hell on earth in moments. But now, Hector didn't care anymore. The Gideon family and the Ellis's residents wanted him dead. So, he would take them with him. Hector wasn't someone to be easily bullied. If things got worse, he was prepared to die with them. He feared nothing. Chapter 384. Spirit Devouring Invasion by Master-Level Experts. At this moment, martial arts experts from all over the Ing Daltondom gathered in the square of Jinyang Martial Academy, waiting for a grand spectacle to begin. No matter what, Hector won't cause much trouble. His arrival can only serve as the trigger for Jessup's entrance. The ultimate battlefield will be between Jessup and the Gideon family along with the Ellis's mansion. Yes, Jessup, the Gideon family, and the Ellis's mansion. They are the real highlights of this battle. Everyone chatted animatedly. Seeing Hector arrive, everyone was filled with excitement and anticipation. They were looking forward to a great battle between Jessup and the Gideon family along with the Ellis's mansion. To them, Hector was merely a catalyst for the impending clash. Of course, it couldn't be denied that the current Hector was indeed powerful, but compared to the mammoth-like presence of the Ellis's mansion and the Gideon family within the Ing Daltondom's martial circle, he still wasn't on par. Brother Sue, seeing Hector approach, Bentley expressed his concern. The Kenneth glanced at the Driscoll and sneered, 15. Prepare to collect Hector's body after he dies. The Philip looked at Hector, closer now, and a hint of mockery curled at the corner of his mouth. He knows there's danger ahead but charges forward anyway. Brave, but bravery alone can't save his life. The Peter side, Hector could be considered talented, inheriting his father's potential, but alas, as Jessup's son, he is destined to face off against the Gideon family and the Ellis's mansion. Haha, he's here. Expert. I know him, he's Dwight Yorkenhang, from the Ellis's mansion. At the peak master level, he is nearly unmatched. Someone identified the attacker. Hector, remember my name, Dwight Yorkenhang. Dwight Yorkenhang approached Hector rapidly, striking out with one palm. Hector glanced at him, a disdainful smirk curling at the corner of his lips. The moment Dwight Yorkenhang's palm surged towards him, Hector swiftly dodged. HM? Kid, do you think you can escape? Dwight Yorkenhang frowned, intending to strike further. But at that instant, a chill enveloped him, causing his entire body to shiver uncontrollably. Despite the warm weather, still around 20 degrees, he suddenly felt bone-chilling coldness. What was happening? Not having time to think, he instinctively stepped backward. But just as he moved, his body stiffened. Suddenly, he sensed an intangible force entering his body. Next, he felt something within him gnawing at his soul. Ah! Dwight Yorkenhang shrieked, clutching his head, dashing around wildly. Get out of me, get out! Such an abrupt change left the audience stunned. What happened to Dwight Yorkenhang? Why is he acting crazy all of a sudden? Leroyd Hector do something? It doesn't seem like it. I only saw Hector dodge. They didn't even touch. How did Dwight Yorkenhang go mad without contact? Many people were thoroughly confused. The first one to flee, the Abraham instantly realized something wasn't right. His Anatoly was unfathomable. Even their father once remarked that his heart was hard to read. Indeed, he was made for a king. Alas, his overly profound thoughts often left people on guard and hindered good relations with ministers. But regardless, among all his brothers, the Peter had the highest intelligence. Even he chose to leave as soon as possible, which meant there must have been some imminent danger. He looked towards Dwight Yorkenhang behind Hector, who was still lying on the ground, twitching and murmuring incomprehensibly. Though it was hard to hear clearly, from his lip movements, they could vaguely make out. Devil, go away, go away. Devil? Although the Abraham didn't understand the meaning, he knew Dwight Yorkenhang probably wouldn't survive. And the mastermind behind everything had to be Hector. Whoosh. In the next moment, he ran too, leaving even his guards behind. Why are the Abraham, Peter, Philip running? Judging by their expressions, it seems they've encountered danger? What danger could be here? It's just Hector coming towards us. Could he dare attack us? Many people noticed the abnormal behavior of the princes, but didn't leave. You few, capture him for me. Flint was fixated on Hector alone, ignoring Dwight Yorkenhang lying and convulsing on the ground. What spare and collapsing signaled a major, unprecedented crisis brought undoubtedly by Hector. Ao Domenico, leave immediately. There's something seriously wrong with Hector. A peak grandmaster near Flint stood up and warned. Flint nodded and swiftly retreated. The other 7 or 8 peak grandmasters near him also sensed the danger and withdrew quickly. That Fred really has a big problem. The Abraham, now far away, felt cold sweat down his back upon seeing thousands of people writhing and roaring on the ground. If they hadn't escaped timely, they might have ended up like them. This brat, what did he do? How did he manage to take down thousands of people in an instant? Philip, trembling with fear, finally felt deeply apprehensive and terrified of Hector. If Hector killed all these people, he might understand. But the fact was, they were unharmed physically yet collapsed simultaneously and convulsively. A killing method too bizarre. Peter suddenly looked at Kramer Carissa. Sherwoo, didn't you know something? The Abraham and Philip then fixed their gazes on Kramer Carissa. Carissa shook his head. I don't know. Philip gritted his teeth. You don't know? Why did you run just now? Abraham narrowed his eyes. Sherwoo, you better tell the truth. Facing the threats from his 3 Kyler brothers, Carissa smiled bitterly. When Dwight Yorkenhang inexplicably collapsed, could I not run? Hearing this, the Abraham and Philip frowned, wondering if it was true. Only Peter stared intently at Sherwoo Carissa, smiling. Sherwoo's sense of danger far exceeds ours. It seems your chance at becoming the Kenneth isn't 0. Upon hearing this, Abraham and Philip instantly showed deadly intent. Feeling the Abraham and Philip's hostility, Carissa cursed Peter in his heart and replied with a bitter laugh. 4th brother jokes. I'm powerless, resourceless and friendless. Even if I had such ambitions, I lack the capability. Hashtag chapter 386, Havelock strikes again. It's not necessarily so. If Hector supports you and employs such mysterious means, perhaps no one in the entire Ingdaltendom would dare claim they could withstand it, the Peter said with a smile. The Hatcher and Philip were immediately startled. Indeed, Hector's current ability to kill without trace was terrifying, and he supported the Driscoll. If Hector survived this time and backed the Driscoll, it would indeed pose a great threat to them. We must eliminate the Driscoll as soon as possible. Once the Driscoll is dead, we will have one less formidable rival. At that moment, the Hatcher and Philip exchanged glances. Both had reached an extremely high realm, capable of sending devouring spirits directly from the first spatial layer into the third, even enabling rapid remote transmission. Roar. Suddenly, the devouring spirits appeared beside those few individuals, causing their bodies to stiffen as the spirits invaded them. Their faces contorted in terror, experiencing the same pain and helplessness as their victims. Within moments, screams filled the air as those few people collapsed. Flint and the retreating group were all frightened by the sudden change. Dwightry, this Fred is too strange, a Grandmaster-level expert shouted. Quickly inform Havelock. Woo-woo. Someone took out a horn and blew it. Its sound spreading far and wide. Boom. Instantly, from the deepest recesses of the Jinyang Martial Academy, a bronze sword emerged, slicing through the air straight towards Hector. As Hector approached, Havelock had already noticed him but did not immediately attack, wanting to observe what support Hector might bring despite knowing of the trap set here. However, he waited for half a day without seeing any reinforcements. Instead, he noticed a large number of onlookers suddenly collapsing and convulsing. The situation was too bizarre, immediately drawing his attention. Finally, when a Gideon clan grandmaster sounded the horn, Havelock could no longer contain himself and unleashed the silver light appearing on his face, instantly forming a silver mask. He readied himself to receive the spears, providing the Landon and others a chance to escape. With the silver mask, he could at least protect himself once. Pierce. The force of the 3 spears was immense, almost making even a half-grandmaster wary. Yet, Hector forcefully resisted with his own strength. Instantly, Hector's body was shattered by the impact. But then, the silver mask emitted a dazzling glow, re-entering Hector's fragmented body. Moments later, Hector healed, returning to his pre-injured state. The silver mask fractured into pieces, having once again saved Hector from certain death. Hish, this Fred's silver mask actually reversed death, letting Hector escape a fatal blow. If I could get my hands on it. The Hatcher licked his lips hungrily, greed arising for Hector's silver mask. The Peter glanced, remaining silent. The Philip openly expressed his thoughts. After Hector dies, his silver mask must be mine. Big brother, if you dare to compete with me, I won't hesitate to kill you right here. Even if father punishes me afterward, I'll blame everything on the Driscoll and the Peter. Kill brother, you? The Driscoll, Carissa, turned pale, not expecting such shameless and dishonorable behavior from the Philip. This outright defamation would crush him and push him to the brink. Defamation aside, openly voicing it in front of him meant trampling him underfoot, forcing him down the path of no return. Chapter 387. Between Zoltan and death, spirit explosion. Boom. At this moment, the Hatcher, Peter, and Philip all harbored greedy intentions towards Hector's silver mask. But Hector was completely unaware of all this. Even if he had known, he could not have responded, because after using the silver mask to block the fatal blow, Havelock struck for the third time. He once again took out 3 long spears, ready to hurl them from a distance. Boom. The spears tore through the void, producing thunderous whistles as they instantly closed in on Hector and the Grand Landon. Hector now faced a challenging situation. When Gideon Yaotian threw the spears, he didn't use his full strength, giving Hector a chance to escape, but by doing so, it would certainly mean the death of the Grand Landon and the others. Killing one's will. Havelock's intention was clear to Hector. He wanted to witness torment. Escaping would undoubtedly be excruciatingly painful. If Hector didn't escape, then this time, only he would die. Either choice would be pleasing to Havelock, and Hector would be caught between agony and death. There was no third option. Go. The realm formed. A secret path extended within it, sweeping the Grand Landon, Chavi, Willie, and Jarvis into it. What is this? The group paused, sensing a flood of mysterious substances entering their bodies, rapidly healing their injuries visible to the naked eye. Hiss, this is a secret path. Zoltan Hector has actually birthed a secret path. Isn't this something only sages can do? Jarvis exclaimed in surprise. Boom. In the meantime, Hector dodged the 3 spears thrown by Havelock. Meanwhile, the spirit devourers surged forth, crashing into Hector's secret realm barrier the moment they made contact, bursting into flames. But there were too many spirit devourers, relentlessly attacking wave after wave, causing Hector's secret realm to shake. Hector, what are those things? The Grand Landon asked urgently, seeing the ghost-like beings for the first time. They are spirit devourers. Let's leave this place first, Hector replied tersely and turned to flee. The spirit devourers pursued him maniacally, continuously colliding with him. Now, Havelock decided to eliminate Hector completely. This was the 5th time Hector had evaded his attacks today. If Hector escaped right in front of him, how could he face anyone else in Ingdaltendom? Boom. He charged forward. Behind him was a box containing dozens of 1.5-meter-long spears. Boom. Continuously attacking, tenacious adversary. But after the spirit explosion, Hector had exited his secret realm yet showed no sign of panic. As Havelock lunged at him, a cunning gleam flashed across Hector's eyes. Is that so, Havelock? Since you're so powerful, let me give you a big present, shall I? Boom. Speaking, Hector used the Sky Eye to send 3 hidden spirit devourers from the 3rd spatial node. This was Hector's well-laid plan. Using the Sky Eye repeatedly, his eyes bled slightly from overuse. But he couldn't afford to care at the moment. His enemy, Havelock, gave him no room for error. It was now a fight to the death, with no third option. Boom. Instantly, Havelock felt a bone-chilling fear surpassing anything he had experienced before, as 3 icy sensations pierced deep into his body. He grabbed a black spear, ready to hurl it, but it hung suspended in midair. Chapter 388. Slaying Havelock. How is this possible? Havelock was startled, immediately urging the true chi within his body in an attempt to expel the icy chill from inside him. However, he was immediately horrified. He realized that the 3 currents of coldness could not be removed simply by relying on true chi. It was akin to a person's shadow. How could one possibly shake off their own shadow? Now, he felt just like that. Cultivator, Hector, had beheaded Havelock with a single strike. This scene was too shocking. Even seasoned veterans like the Hatcher, Peter, Philip, and Driscoll Carissa couldn't help but be stunned into silence. Who would have thought that Hector, whom everyone believed had walked straight into a trap, would exterminate everyone here in such a short time? Whether bystanders, members of the Gideon clan, or Prime Minister's residence members, all except a few who managed to escape were now dead. Looking around, only Hector stood there, surrounded by corpses. We cannot kill this Hector. We underestimated him this time, allowing him to slay Havelock. A late-stage Grandmaster Realm powerhouse of the Gideon clan trembled as he spoke. What kind of being is he? How can someone at the mid-stage Grandmaster Realm slaughter so many of us? Another Grandmaster Realm expert from the Prime Minister's residence exclaimed in shock. Boom. At that moment, 4 immensely powerful presences emerged from the depths of Jinyang Academy. These presences were far stronger than Havelock's. When these auras appeared, Flint and company turned back immediately, spotting 4 figures standing side by side on a high platform, observing them from a distance. They are the 4 Leroyamons of our Prime Minister's residence. They have finally arrived, a Grandmaster Realm expert from the Prime Minister's residence said excitedly upon seeing the 4. The 4 Hiss, what does this kid intend to do? Charge directly at the 4 Leroyamons? Is he planning to engage them in close combat? Is he crazy? The 4 Leroyamons are quasi-supreme Grandmasters, even stronger than Havelock. Engaging them in close combat is like courting death. Everyone who had survived was astonished, unable to see any point to Hector's actions other than suicide. Only the Peter's eyes flickered as he said, he aims to replicate his strategy, using the same move that killed Havelock to take down the 4 Leroyamons. Upon hearing this, the Hatcher, Philip, and Driscoll quickly grasped Hector's intention. Indeed, Havelock was slain after getting close to Hector. To this day, they didn't understand how Hector accomplished it. But now, thanks to the Peter's reminder, they instantly recognized Hector's objective. This kid is too cunning, the Philip remarked grimly. Deep down, they were wary of Hector. If they encountered him in the future, they must never let him get close to them. Otherwise, Havelock's fate would serve as a stark warning. Himph, do you think we're as arrogant as Havelock? The leader of the 4 Leroyamons sneered, then they attacked again. Splat. Despite Hector's continuous dodging, a few attacks hit him, sending him reeling and spitting blood. Hector, give it up. Let's retreat. The principal and utter backlash. He trembled all over, almost collapsing. But at this moment, the Ellis and others rushed out to support him. Are you all right? Willie asked with concern. Hector shook his head. I'm fine. They're the ones in trouble. Instantly, the Ellis and others looked towards the four great Leroyamons. The youngest of them had turned deathly pale as a terrifyingly cold force invaded his body. Akil Brother 1, Kyler Brother 2, Kyler Brother 3, save me. His soul was being devoured by the soul devourers, causing unbearable pain and despair worse than being cut into 1,000 pieces. This power was incomprehensible and impossible to escape. The eldest of the four great Leroyamons immediately infused true chi into the youngest, but it was futile. His strength couldn't help at all. He suddenly roared, realizing why Havelock had been killed after getting close to Hector. This power was unsolvable, not something brute force could handle. We can't fight this force. Let's go. The eldest figure flashed and quickly left. The second and third also felt the youngest's fear, sighed, and quickly retreated. No! Seeing his three Kyler brothers abandon him, the youngest let out a despairing cry. Moments later, he collapsed on the ground. The Peter looked at the eager Kenneth and Philip and said with a smile, if he still had the strength to fight, he would have already chased after the other three great Leroyamons. Now that he remains motionless, it's clear he can't. If you want to kill him now, this is the best time. Eighth brother, will you join me? The Kenneth squinted his eyes at the eager Philip. The Philip glanced at Hector, hesitated for a moment, and then gritted his teeth. Fine. Speaking, he turned to the Kylers behind him. Attack together, but don't get too close. Keep about 100 meters away. Okay. Each of the Kylers behind him was at least at the late-stage Master Realm level and nodded, moving toward Hector together. They're coming. The Ellis noticed the Kenneth and Philip and immediately tensed. Hector had just killed Havelock and driven off the four great Leroyamons. Were the Kenneth and Philip coming to kill Hector now? Hector squinted his eyes, which were already exhausted. But if these people dared to take advantage of his weakened state, he would fight to the death, pulling them down with him. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from afar. Immediately, the Kenneth and Philip raised their heads and saw a figure rapidly approaching. At first, they couldn't see clearly, but as it came closer, they all shuddered. Jessup? Why is he here? The Kenneth and them, the Emperor won't spare you. Puff. Two spurts of blood bloomed as the two peak Master Realm powerhouses were blasted away, spitting out blood. Even your Emperor, I dare to beat. What can he do about two princes? Jessup's voice was loud and thunderous, echoing around. Hiss, this Jessup is still as arrogant as ever. Far away, a master from the Ellis' residence, who had fled, remarked with a sigh. Chapter 390, Jessup beats Prince Braden. After sending the two flying, Jessup continued to stride forward. The attendants of Kenneth and Philip blocked in front of them, but were powerless against the overwhelming aura emanating from Jessup. Puff, puff, puff. The entire group was thrown back, spewing blood. Heh. Upon seeing this, the Peter immediately let out a sinister laugh from afar. If the Kenneth and Philip died, there would be no question that the heir-apparent position would be his. As for Driscoll, a useless nobody without power, influence, or patronage was nothing to him. Senior Jessup, what do you intend to do? Kill us? Kenneth, who had always been fearless, was genuinely afraid now. Jessup's name had long been familiar to him. When their father was still the heir-apparent, he had been severely beaten by Jessup. Back then, if not for the Prime Minister's intervention, things might have turned out even worse for his father. Now, they weren't even heirs yet, much less fathers. If Jessup truly wanted to kill them, he wouldn't hesitate at all. Meanwhile, Philip was shaking with fear. He could feel and obeyed them. Isn't that right, 15th brother? While speaking, the Peter turned to look at Driscoll Carissa with a smile. Driscoll shuddered, but knew exactly what he should and shouldn't say. Don't be afraid, speak the truth. He won't dare do anything to you, Jessup said at this moment. Driscoll hesitated, knowing he couldn't offend either Jessup or his Anatoly. Father, forget it. Don't make things difficult for Driscoll. We get along very well, Hector interjected suddenly. Then scram too, and never show your face to Yorker again, or I won't be able to control myself from killing you. With a wave of his hand, Jessup unleashed a terrifying sword chi. Clang. Approaching the Peter, he suddenly formed a seal with both hands, blocking Jessup's sword chi but was forced to retreat several steps. Nice one. Didn't expect you have martial talent worth training. Jessup narrowed his eyes. Peter smiled. Before you, senior. My martial skills are nothing. Rest assured, after this, I will warn the First and Phillips not to lay a finger on Brother Hector. With that, he quickly retreated. Yorker, be wary of this Peter. Jessup looked at Hector. Hector responded, Father, rest assured, I know. How is your injury? Jessup handed over a bottle of healing medicine. After taking it, Hector said, Father, it's nothing, just a minor injury. You actually killed Havelock and so many others. In such a short time, your progress surpasses even mine, Jessup marveled, looking at Havelock's severed head nearby. Father, I took advantage of certain situations to defeat them. As for my personal strength, you've seen it. Just enough to handle ordinary peak masters, Hector smiled. Even if it was through cunning, it still reflects your true ability. Don't be modest before your father. Excessive humility is hypocrisy, Jessup said. Hector smiled bitterly. Jessup, is it you? At that moment, Willie and others emerged from Hector's secret passage, trembling. Master, yes, it's me. I apologize for troubling you. It's wonderful that you're alive. Willie's eyes welled with tears. They gathered together, reminiscing. Meanwhile, Hector frowned. This battle had resulted in too many deaths. Moreover, all the soul eaters had left, possibly wreaking havoc in Jinyang City. If they started killing people indiscriminately, it would be dangerous. While he had resolved the crisis, he inadvertently endangered the entire city. Let's take it one step at a time. At worst, I'll stay busy these next few days, Hector thought. He then called to the distant Driscoll Carissa. Driscoll. Carissa immediately jogged over, bowing. Carissa greets Senior Jessup. In front of Hector, a formidable warrior, Carissa didn't dare flaunt his princely status. Father, this is Carissa, my good friend. I plan to help him ascend the throne in the future, Hector introduced. Jessup was surprised, sizing up Carissa. Driscoll Carissa, I've heard of you. Your mother was a palace maid, and you were fostered by your maternal grandfather since birth. You have the title of prince but no support or power. Is that correct? Carissa smiled bitterly. Yes, senior. Everything you said is accurate. Yorker, do you understand the immense pressure and enemies you will face by helping him ascend? Jessup looked at Hector. Hector met his gaze and declared firmly, however strong or challenging, can it compare to achieving imperial authority or immortality? Upon hearing this, Jessup paused, staring at his son who showed unwavering resolve. After a moment, he laughed loudly. Very well. Never expected my son Jessup to have such resolve. I support you. The ruler of the Ing Daltondom must be Carissa. Boy, work hard. From today onward, not only Hector but also I, Jessup, will be your backing. Understand? Chapter 391. The Imperial Court revokes the arrest warrant on Hector. Many thanks to Senior Jessup and Brother Sue, Carissa said emotionally. If it was Hector supporting him, he would not have been as moved. After all, exaggerated. But regardless, the fact that Lord Hector could single-handedly kill Havelock, the fourth member of the four great beasts, and thousands of people is enough to be remembered in our Ing Daltondom's martial history. Yes, this young man is even more outstanding than Jessup back then. The student surpasses the master, remarkable indeed. I believe in another year or two, he might stand at the pinnacle of our Ing Daltondom's martial world. At this moment, inside the palace of Ing Daltondom, a middle-aged man in dragon robes sat silently on the throne. The first prince, fourth prince, and eighth prince, who were standing below, had already reported everything that happened at Jianjiang Martial Academy to the current king of Ing Daltondom, Eris. General Gabriel, issue an order to revoke the arrest warrant on Hector, Eris suddenly said, looking at a man in golden armor standing by the door. Yes, your majesty. The armored man turned and left. Father, why revoke the pursuit? He killed our county magistrate? The first prince exclaimed, his face changing color. Eris looked at his eldest son and spoke sternly, remember, those killed belong to the Gideon family, not necessarily officials of our court. Only those who are absolutely loyal to our Ing clan count as our court officials. Hearing this, the first prince wanted to retort, but was silenced by a glare from an used poorly a calamity, Eris mused. Yes, your majesty, that's precisely your concern, the Yuan responded. Among my sons, many have ambitions, but few possess capability. Coulter is the most capable, but, alas, he does indeed cause me headaches, Eris closed his eyes. Meanwhile, a bear arrived at the Ellis's residence. Everywhere he went, people felt an icy chill penetrate their bodies, causing them to shiver uncontrollably and instinctively avoid him. If Hector were here, he would be astonished because this man was accompanied by a red-scaled spirit devourer, which was far stronger than any he had encountered before, as it resided in the fourth spatial node. The more spatial nodes a spirit devourer had, the stronger it was. And this man could coexist peacefully with a spirit devourer, indicating he had exceptional abilities. Just like Shaw once did. Are you saying Hector managed to kill Havelock because he found a way to use the spirit devourer? Ellis Clayton asked gravely. Yes, your excellency, the dentist replied. Do you have a way to kill him? The chancellor narrowed his eyes, remembering what he read about spirit devourers in ancient texts. They were near immortal, invisible entities, and those below the sovereign rank were virtually helpless against them. The dentist smiled. That brat merely used the spirit devourer. I am different. I can command it to kill him as even strength. Even the entire royal family of Ing would face calamity. The Ing royal family, which had ruled for nearly 700 years, boasted of being the most enduring dynasty on this land. Their fundamental survival strategy lay in reading the winds of change. Hector felt this deeply after this battle. After this, Hector returned to Jianjiang Martial Academy and publicly announced his return, branding to his comeback and the profound impact of this battle. So profound that even the court could not help but be wary of him and revoke his wanted status. The academy resumed its disciple selection process. Upon hearing the news, all the counties of the Ing Daltondom buzzed with excitement. The young generations from various counties rushed to Jianjiang City and Hilton County to join the Jianjiang Martial Academy, aspiring to become part of the academy. Even the prominent families from the capital were enticed and began arranging for their children to participate in the academy's examination. They favored the Jianjiang Martial Academy, not because of its excellent teaching staff, abundant cultivation resources, or extensive network, but because of Hector and Jessup who stood behind the academy. Hector was already formidable. In this battle, he single-handedly killed Havelock and the fourth of the Ellis's four Leroymon protectors, and wiped out thousands of experts. His influence swept across the entire Ing Daltondom, making everyone a stream of energetic youth. The chief, Dean, marveled. Back when the academy was in dire straits, even birds avoided it. Now, with Hector's return, its influence surpassed its peak once more. Our Jianjiang Martial Academy, with Hector here, will eventually surpass even the founder's era, said Willie nostalgically. Among these young talents were former disciples of Jianjiang Martial Academy who had returned for the exams but were rejected by Willie Chiu. At Jianjiang Martial Academy, loyalty comes before talent and ability, explained Larrowing Chiu. Had Hector not appeared in time, the academy would have disbanded. This event taught them a lesson. People could lack talent or skill, but never loyalty. Those rejected disciples sighed regretfully. Anyone now knew that becoming a disciple of Jianjiang Martial Academy brought unparalleled prestige. Since defeating Flint, Hector had already been seen as the top prodigy among the young generation in the Ing Daltondom. After killing Havelock, his reputation soared, and everyone felt a strong premonition that within a year or two, Hector would stand at the pinnacle of the Ying Dalthandom's martial arts world. Who wouldn't want to be associated with such a brilliant figure? They deserve it. Those rejected disciples were laughed at by others. They left when the academy was struggling and now came back eagerly during its glory. No one would care for disloyalty. Suddenly, a voice rang out, I, Xiong Duitai, the new county magistrate of Hilton County, have come to pay my respects to Herb Hector. What? The county magistrate had always been seen as someone high above them. In previous history, not a single governor or even city lord of Jinyang City had ever visited the academy on their first day in office. This could be considered a historical first. The reason behind this extraordinary gesture by the new governor on his very first day was due to one person. That person was Hector. They once again felt the incredible influence that Hector possessed. Behind this influence was absolute power and terrifying potential. This is too much, isn't it? As the city lord, I've never seen so many people gathered at the Jinyang Martial Academy before. It looks like Hector has truly become famous, City Lord Joab remarked, feeling deeply moved as he saw the bustling scene within the academy. Beside him, Joab's daughter, Rhonda, appeared extremely nervous. Father, how is Uncle Jessup? It's my first time meeting him. I'm really nervous. Can you tell me about him? Rhonda had come here specifically to meet Jessup. She and Hector were already husband and wife in all but name. They had shared intimate moments together. Now, they just needed formal recognition from their Kylers. Initially, she felt nervous upon arriving. Now, on the verge of meeting Jessup, the father of Hector, the legendary figure toward the academy and declared firmly, rest assured, father, the future of the Bailey family and the Jinyang Martial Academy will be guarded by me and Hector. Meanwhile, Hector had just finished escorting the newly appointed governor away when Rhonda arrived. Florence, Hector exclaimed, rushing over and grabbing Rhonda's hand excitedly. Rhonda blushed and glanced around nervously, whispering, there are still many Kylers watching us. Haha, right Florence, come and meet my father. Realizing his eagerness, Hector scratched his head and led Rhonda quickly to Jessup. This maiden Rhonda greets Uncle Sue, Rhonda greeted politely. Jessup smiled warmly and sized up Rhonda, then said, very well. Though I don't have fancy gifts, I have a secret martial technique I created myself. Take it for reference. Thank you, Uncle Sue, Rhonda replied gratefully, accepting the secret manual with excitement. After all, Jessup was a legend in the Ying Dalthandom. A martial technique from him wouldn't be ordinary. Joab, I entrust my daughter to you, Hector. Please take care of her in the future, Joab said, stepping forward with a smile. He was already quite familiar with Hector and Jessup, so he felt at ease. Don't worry, Uncle Joab. As long as I live, no one will dare bully Florence, Hector pledged solemnly. Joab chuckled, I'm not worried about others bullying her. I'm more concerned about you. Me. Hector was taken aback but then realized Joab's meaning, laughing wryly, Uncle Joab, I cherish Florence dearly. I'd never dare hurt her. Father, what are you saying? Rhonda flushed and glared at her father. Everyone laughed heartily, including Jessup and the surrounding Kylers. Today truly is a lively occasion, came another voice. Ewan and Esther had arrived. This is Lord Bailey? Everyone in the hall was surprised when they saw Ewan. The Bailey family was the top clan in Brandanching County, and during its peak, it was one of the 4 major powers in the capital. Brother Sue, it's been a while. Ewan greeted Jessup with a warm smile. Heh, it has been a while indeed. And this must be Esther. Jessup nodded, smiling, then turned his gaze to Esther. Esther stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Maiden Esther, greeting Uncle Sue. Very well, I don't have much else to offer, so let me give you a martial technique I personally wrote, Jessup said, pulling out a book again. Hector couldn't help but feel speechless. Leroyd, his father, only know how to give books? Joab interjected from the side. Your father gave your mother a book back then too. He used the same words. Hector felt even more speechless. Leroyd, his father, always used the same routine when giving gifts? Surprisingly, everyone who received the book was very pleased. I will certainly study your book thoroughly, Uncle Sue, Esther responded sincerely. She had joined the Jinyang Martial Academy precisely because of Jessup. He looked at Rhonda and Esther, hesitating on what to do next. He had not yet been intimate with Esther, but had with Rhonda. Having both women together still felt strange to him. Tomorrow, come to the Bailey family to marry me. Esther broke the silence, noticing Hector's discomfort. Hector quickly nodded. All right, I'll come tomorrow, and also for you, Florence. All right, I'll wait for you too, Rhonda replied. Both women smiled at each other before departing. Seeing them leave on good terms, Hector sighed in relief. After the women left, Jessup entered. Haha, Yorker, are you feeling a headache? Jessup laughed. Yes, Hector responded with a wry smile. This is why I only married your mother, Jessup explained. Having 2 women together is quite troublesome. Hector smirked. Father, I heard you had many close female friends back then. Even if you only married mother in the end, didn't you spend a lot of time with them? Haha, Jessup chuckled awkwardly. Those are old stories. Why bring them up? By the way, Yorker, did you use the Soul Devourer against Havelock this time? Suddenly, Jessup's expression turned serious. Hector was surprised. Father, you know about the Soul Devourer too? Of course I do, Jessup replied solemnly. I've encountered them multiple times. As he spoke, he opened his palm, revealing a red light. Strangely, the room remained unchanged despite the appearance of this light. However, Hector could sense the aura of the Soul Devourer. Father, how did you gain the ability of the Soul Devourer? Hector was shaken. This was undoubtedly the power of the Soul Devourer. Jessup said, once, I encountered a Soul Devourer that nearly killed me. In my final moments, using my self-created Kaliliuan technique, I took its power and created the Zoltanghua technique. The light you see here is the Zoltanghua technique. Zoltanghua technique? Hector was taken aback. Father, what can this Zoltanghua technique do? Can it consume human souls? Jessup retracted the Zoltanghua technique. It can assimilate the Soul Devourers and extract the soul from a dead body to dissipate it. Hiss. Hector sucked in a breath. It could assimilate soul devourers and eliminate the souls of the deceased? The former ability made it a nemesis of soul devourers, while the latter was akin to a Leon Cage. From a single encounter with a soul devourer, Father created such a terrifying secret art. His talent must be terrifying indeed. Only now did Hector truly realize how much more formidable his father's talent was compared to what he had heard. Despite encountering soul devourers 7 or 8 times, Hector had never managed to create an ultimate secret art like his father's Zoltanghua technique. Seemingly reading Hector's thoughts, Jessup said, "Yorker, you're not inferior to me. Your path is holistic, giving you great potential to achieve that step. Yorker, can you activate a secret realm now?" Hector answered, "I should be able to trigger one within the next few days." "Why do you ask, Father?" Jessup sighed. "I've encountered a bottleneck. If you can activate the secret realm, I want to learn from you to further refine my Zoltanghua technique. Also, I plan to create a secret realm similar to the Soul Devouring Path." "The Soul Devouring Path? What's that?" This was the first time Hector heard of it. Jessup glanced at the astonished Hector. "The soul devourers you've encountered are merely part of a short segment of the Soul Devouring Path. Gideon ago, there was a path specifically for soul devourers. Legend has it that following this path to its end leads to the soul world, where an immortal once ventured." "Soul Devouring Path? Soul World?" Hector was shocked. "Father, did the immortal survive the trip to the soul world?" Hector asked, startled. "He did return alive and mentioned that the soul world harbors the secrets of immortality before passing away." "Father, do you mean to create a soul devouring path leading to the soul world?" Hector suddenly exclaimed, realizing what his father implied. If his guess was correct, his father's ambition was incredibly bold. Creating a powerful spirit devourers could still return to the first layer almost instantly. Jessup stared intently at Hector's firmament eye. Soon, a ball of red light appeared in his palm. This was the soul transformation art. He continued observing silently, sitting opposite Hector, who also remained silent, keeping his firmament eye open. Hector wanted to see how far his father could evolve the soul transformation art, using the insights from his firmament eye. Could he truly develop a path for spirit devourers? Boom. They sat like that for an entire day. After a day, the red light in Jessup's palm extended into a 10-meter-long line before retracting. "I still can't do it. At my current level, this is as far as I can go. To create a mystic realm similar to the path of spirit devourers, we need you to unlock your own mystic realm," Jessup sighed. "Father, you've already achieved remarkable results by evolving the soul transformation art to this extent in just one day," Hector replied. Indeed, creating the soul transformation art and evolving it so much after only one day of observation was astonishing. If it were him, he would not have surpassed his father's achievements. "By the way, Yorker, follow me to a place." Suddenly, Jessup stood up. Hector asked, "Father, are we going to the old site of Golden Sun Martial Academy?" "Yes," Jessup answered. Soon, they arrived at the underground area of the old Golden Sun Martial Academy. Here, Hector again saw numerous coffins with heavy corpse chi spreading out. "Yorker, open your firmament eye and be cautious," Jessup warned. Hector nodded and opened his firmament eye. Immediately, he saw that within the coffins were countless spirit devourers, most of which resided in the second spatial node. A martial artist opening these coffins wouldn't see the spirit devourers because they were in a different layer of existence, the first spatial node. Boom. At the same time, Jessup's palm again glowed red, the power of the evolved soul transformation art. He walked over to one of the coffins and suddenly opened it. The spirit devourer inside sprang at Jessup. "Father, be careful," Hector exclaimed, ready to activate his firmament eye to banish the creature. But he froze as he saw Jessup press his palm upward. Roar. The spirit devourer was pierced by the red light from Jessup's hand, emitting a tortured scream. In the next moment, it faded away until it disappeared. Hiss. Father's soul transformation art can actually eliminate a spirit devourer? How is that possible? Hector gasped. He had thought the art would merely weaken or restrain the creatures, not destroy them outright. Even emperors in ancient times faced spirit devourer calamities where their souls were devoured, and even immortals weren't safe. Confirmation art? No, not to teach you the art, Jessup shook his head and said solemnly, but to let you feel its power and see if you can integrate it into your mystic realm or firmament eye. "I understand, Father," Hector said. "I will think it over carefully when we return. By the way, what exactly is the spirit devourer calamity you mentioned?" Hearing this question, Jessup's expression turned even more serious. "I once found a notebook in an ancient tomb. It was made from the cocoon of an undying silkworm, giving it eternal properties. It recorded a secret. The mythic era perished due to the spirit devourer calamity." Hiss. The mythic era perished due to the spirit devourer calamity? Hector's face paled. The mythic era was the most legendary period in human history, yet no one could confirm its existence. It had long become a legend. Rumor had it that true undying and unextinguishable beings existed in that era, gods who transcended even immortals. Chapter 396, Barth. An era with almost godlike, indestructible beings actually perished because of the soul devourers? Are soul devourers truly that terrifying? "If I can create a path for soul devourers similar to your secret realm, we might have a chance to fight them in the future," Jessup said again. Hector's heart couldn't calm down. Even an era with such terrifying beings as in the mythic era was destroyed by soul devourers, which were far more terrifying than Leroy disappear? "Father, how did you deduce this?" Hector was shocked. Jessup looked at the astonished Hector and explained, "From that ancient tomb, I learned that one immortal from the Xian era investigated the mythic era and found crucial information, confirming its existence. Sadly, he mysteriously died shortly after, and his findings vanished as if forcibly erased from the world. Father, if the mythic era really exists, why would it hide? What secrets does it hold?" Hector felt the mythic era was increasingly mysterious and terrifying. Jessup sternly said, "It must be related to the soul devourers." "Enough, York. The mythic era is too distant. For now, We need to find ways to truly combat soul devourers. As we grow stronger, encountering powerful soul devourers becomes highly likely. Our ultimate enemies are not humans but soul devourers. Jessup's eyes grew solemn as he concluded. Hector nodded heavily. No matter how strong humanity became, it always had its opponents, but the power of soul devourers could very well be the fundamental reason for the mythic era's destruction or concealment. If soul devourers remained, humans faced the constant threat of genocide. Soul devourers hung like a sword over humanity's head, constantly threatening it. While things seemed fine now, who could guarantee that the disaster from the mythic era wouldn't repeat? The best defense was strength and methods to combat soul devourers, like his secret realm or his father's spirit transformation technique. But these were just countermeasures against the genuinely powerful soul devourers, capable of annihilating near-godlike entities. Even ancient emperors and immortals were merely their prey. At this moment, Jessup and Hector felt incredibly heavy-hearted. All right, York, let's return. In the coming days, try to trigger your secret realm as much as possible. I'm at a critical juncture and need your secret realm for inspiration. Jessup spoke gravely. Hector nodded. If his father could create a path for soul devourers akin to the secret realm, there was hope of sending them back to the spirit realm. Perhaps, his father could directly enter their world, just like that ancient immortal. However, that immortal had allegedly found the path of the soul devourers. But where exactly was it? No one knew, as it was purely a matter of coincidence. Soon, Jessup and Hector returned to Jianyang Martial Academy. It was unusually quiet, with thousands either asleep or practicing. Hector returned to his room, ready to sleep, when a chill ran through him. He rushed out and saw a red soul devourer hundreds of meters away, staring coldly at him before quickly disappearing. How dare it? Why are there soul devourers in our academy? Hector dashed out to a layer of space. Instantly, the cold sensation disappeared, and he regained his ability to move. Just as he was about to retreat again, the Spirit Eater reappeared within the first layer's node, bringing another wave of coldness that halted his movement once more. Hector felt a deep shock. Normally, when a Spirit Eater entered the second layer from the first, it would take at least 3 breaths before returning. But this one reappeared instantly, without even half a breath's delay. This Spirit Eater was far more terrifying than any he had encountered before. Without much thought, Hector's eyes emitted a more brilliant red glow, temporarily suppressing the Spirit Eater once more. This time, Hector didn't let up, continuously emitting the red light to keep the Spirit Eater restrained in the second layer. The Spirit Eater was indeed temporarily restricted. However, it was only temporary. Blood started oozing from the corners of Hector's eyes as the Spirit Eater struggled violently. Each struggle caused tiny cracks to appear in the second layer of space, while he himself suffered backlash from the Spirit Eater, his eyes turning bloodshot with fresh streams of blood flowing down. Although the bleeding wasn't heavy, he knew he wouldn't last long if it continued like this. Now, he faced a dire threat of death. Hector, you can't stop it. Give up and die honorably. At least your face will remain intact, the old Darien robes, Zoltangmo, said calmly. You think so? Impossible. Hector roared, still pushing the power of the Eye of the Sky to its limits to confine the red Spirit Eater within the second layer of space. Dwightemf, stubborn fool. Let me show you the way to your end. At that moment, the old Darien robes appeared in front of Hector, drawing his sword. Currently, Hector was too preoccupied restraining the Spirit Eater to deal with the old man. Clang. The old man slashed, but Hector swiftly dodged. However, the Spirit Eater broke free and approached him again, enveloping him in freezing coldness, drastically reducing his mobility. Boom. Hector unleashed the full power of the Eye of the Sky once more, temporarily restricting the Spirit Eater, but the old man had already positioned himself behind him. Now, Hector was under attack from both sides. Feeling cornered and having no choice, he activated the mysterious silver mask. There was a loud thud as the sword pierced through his chest, causing Hector to spurt blood. But instantly, the silver mask glowed brightly, entering Hector's body. In a flash, his wounds healed, even the cuts on his eyes mended, as though the old man's sword had never been thrust at him. Hiss. Just as rumors say, your silver mask can reverse life and death. The old man was startled. I might not match your father. With this Spirit Eater, even if I can't kill him, he can't harm me either. Alright, I'll go with you to Jianyang Martial Academy, but no tricks, or I'll make sure Jianyang Martial Academy has no tomorrow, the old man replied coldly. Let's go then. Hector turned and walked away, with the old man following closely behind, and the red Spirit Eater standing by his side, making Hector feel constantly uneasy. I wonder if Father's soul transformation art can resist this Spirit Eater, Hector murmured internally. Indeed, as the old man suggested, he was heading back to Jianyang Martial Academy to seek help from his father. With the Eye of the Sky and his father's soul transformation art, they might be able to counter the Spirit Eater. If they succeeded, this crisis could be resolved. Otherwise, it might lead to disaster for Jianyang Martial Academy. Therefore, he was taking a gamble. Even if they couldn't defeat the Spirit Eater, at least they could join forces to suppress it fully, restrict it temporarily, and allow enough time for everyone in Jianyang Martial Academy to evacuate. We're here, follow me, Hector said as he entered the academy. Look, is that senior brother Su? That's him, heaven. I can't believe I saw him in person. He's even more handsome than in his portraits. The old man beside him looks like a ghost. Why would such a genius like junior brother Su be with him? Hector's appearance caught the attention of a few students still training within the academy. Notably, the old Darien robes, Zoltangmo, was also noticed. Chapter 398, Crisis. The Spirit Devourer between the third and fourth layers. The old Darien robes did not give the slightest bit of respect to these disciples. With his cultivation level, killing these academy students was as easy as squashing an ant. Besides, he had a Spirit Devourer by his side that could traverse through the third spatial layer. Hector brought the old Darien robes to outside Jessup's door. He believed that his father's sensitivity towards Spirit Devourers would be no less than his. Just as he suspected, Jessup sensed it before the Spirit Devourer entered the courtyard with him. Why would Yorker be with a Spirit Devourer? Him? There is also a trace of dark energy beside Yorker, one of the demonic path followers. Jessup immediately stood up, but didn't want to startle them prematurely. He concealed all traces of his presence behind the door. At this moment, Hector pushed open the door and walked into the room. This evening, you can stay with me. I'll give you the silver mask at noon tomorrow. You'd better keep your word. Otherwise, I can take your life anytime, said the Kyler in a chilling voice. Click. Hector pushed open the door and quickly moved forward. Zoltantal brat, I knew you'd play tricks, but alas, your cleverness means nothing in front of absolute strength. Dwight? Before he could finish his sentence, the old Darien robes realized Aurer was different. Even his firmament eye struggled to send it away, and could only temporarily restrict it to the second layer with full force, necessitating continuous suppression using the firmament eye. If he let up, it would immediately break free and appear in the first layer. Despite its formidable nature, his father managed to wound it. Certainly, the degree of injury was minor, seemingly having little impact on it. Jessup, it's you. Hector, you brat, you've deceived me, the old man bellowed while flying backward. I'll massacre your Jinyang Academy today. The old man shrieked with unutterable hatred. But Hector rushed forward, unleashing the firmament eye to force the Spirit Devourer out of the second layer and confine it within the first layer. You won't get the chance. Our combined efforts will bury you here. Boom. After restricting the Spirit Devourer within the first layer, despite its struggle, it remained trapped. At this moment, Jessup struck, hitting the Spirit Devourer with the soul transformation power. Hector restrained while Jessup attacked, and together they suppressed the Spirit Devourer comprehensively. In an instant, the Spirit Devourer became translucent and was about to vanish. Darn it, I won't let you succeed, Jessup, Hector. Today, both of you will die. With a look of fury, the old man charged forward, tearing off his black robe, revealing a desiccated body that looked like a skeleton eye to suppress the Spirit Devourer between the third and fourth layers. However, this Spirit Devourer was extremely powerful. Hector's firmament eye only partially suppressed it. The hand of the Spirit Devourer carried an incomparably chilling force that invaded Hector instantly. Hashtag chapter 399. Another Hector appears. Bang. Hector's body stiffened, instantly losing all ability to move. Only his eyes continued to activate the power of the Sky Eye, restraining the spirit-devouring creature's body. But he couldn't restrict its hand, which immediately grabbed his soul after entering his body, seemingly attempting to pull his soul out from within. Hector screamed in agony, finally experiencing the same horrifying pain those who were invaded by the spirit-devouring creatures endured before their deaths during the battle with Havelock at the Golden Sun Martial Institute. Having one's soul forcibly pulled out of the body was a torment far worse than being cut into 1,000 pieces. Back off! Jessup roared fiercely, the red light from his palm instantly striking the spirit-devouring creature's hand. The creature's hand shuddered and emitted a wisp of black smoke, but wasn't driven back, continuing to pull Hector's soul outward. No! Jessup let out another anguished scream. This spirit-devouring creature was much stronger than the one they had suppressed together earlier. Even if he gave it everything he had, he couldn't restrain the spirit-devouring creature, and, under Jessup's astonished gaze, swallowed it whole. Throughout this process, the terrifying creature couldn't even struggle. In Hector's hands, the spirit-devouring creature was no more than an ant. Who are you? Jessup's hair stood on end. At this moment, he forgot that there was still a spirit-devouring creature nearby. Sensing primal fear, the third-layer creature instantly pierced through the first and second layers, trembling in the third layer as it watched Hector. Then, Hector reached out, pulling the spirit-devouring creature out of the third-layer node and crushing it into ashes with a grip of his fingers. The sheer power and capability left Jessup amazed. You did well to create a way to fight these creatures. Your good-for-nothing son barely qualifies as a genius, this Hector said, nodding at Jessup. As for who I am, I don't know either. I'm also searching for answers. Jessup's gaze hardened, not showing any fear even facing this terrifying existence. Is Yorker dead? This was his utmost concern. He isn't dead, just temporarily unconscious. Sigh. Every time I have to act, your son is truly useless. This Hector shook his head. Hearing this, Jessup breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yorker wasn't dead, everything else could be managed. But immediately, he asked again, you know about this, but who knew if it would one day take over his body and soul? This Hector frowned, pondering before replying, perhaps it's due to causality. I feel a significant connection with Hector. Why I regained consciousness on the day he was born might have something to do with reincarnation. Could he be my previous life? Even someone as powerful as me has many things I don't understand. The world is far more complex than you can imagine. This Hector sighed rarely. He then turned to the wary Jessup and said, don't worry, I am symbiotic with Hector. I can never harm him because harming him would be harming myself. If he dies, I will also fall back into dormancy, something I don't want. Now, to prevent this happening again, I'll give you a great opportunity. Whether you can seize it is up to you. As he spoke, this Hector instantly entered Hector's body. The next moment, Hector's physical body passively opened a secret realm, releasing a surge of mysterious substances. Along with it emerged a secret path. Chapter 400, Jessup's Spirit-Devouring Path. Jessup was utterly astonished. This mysterious Hector could actually activate the secret realm of Yorker. Leroy, that mean the other party had already mastered the secret realm as well? As far as he knew, even for Yorker to open a secret realm, it relied on probability and luck. Putting aside his thoughts, Jessup began to immerse himself in studying Hector's secret realm, secret path, and field domain. These congratulated. Jessup waved his hand and said, currently, it's just an initial creation. Further refinement is needed. Now, let's go back to the underground site of the Golden Sun Martial Academy. Okay, Hector nodded. He knew his father intended to test the spirit devouring on more spirits. If word got out about this, it would shock many people. While others avoided the spirit devourers like the plague, these two went straight to find them. They soon arrived underground, facing another row of coffins. Hector approached one of the coffins directly, activating the firmament eye, instantly awakening a spirit devourer which lunged towards him. At this moment, Jessup emitted a blood-red light that instantly spread out, turning into a path. The spirit devourer entered this path in an instant. Boom. Trying to break out, the spirit devourer found itself confined within this path, unable to escape. Father, your spirit devouring path can trap the spirit devourer. Hector was amazed. This resembled the abilities of his firmament eye. Jessup nodded and smiled. As long as they enter my secret path, I can restrict the spirit devourer. But it only works on simpler ones. More powerful ones, like those hidden in the second layer of space, are slightly more challenging. Let's try, Hector smiled, immediately moving to another coffin, enticing a stronger spirit devourer. Believing his father's spirit devouring path would eventually become powerful enough to do more than just restrict, but also assimilate spirit devourers like soul power did. Father, shall we try the third layer spirit devourer? Hector suggested again. The third layer ones are formidable. Aren't you worried about losing control? Jessup laughed. Hector responded, we've dealt with third layer spirit devourers before. Even without your spirit devouring path, together we could suppress them. Now, I believe we can handle even a fourth layer spirit devourer like the bud, ensuring complete control. Hearing this, Jessup nodded. If he faced the previous spirit devourer now, he'd definitely have confidence in restraining it, if not killing it. Let's give it a try, Jessup agreed, the duo approaching an even larger coffin. Inside was a third layer space spirit devourer. Hector was slightly nervous since reaching this level. The spirit devourer posed a serious threat to his life, requiring utmost caution. Boom. Immediately, Hector unleashed the power of the firmament eye, rousing the sleeping spirit devourer. The spirit devourer instantly rushed towards Hector. Just then, Jessup's spirit devouring path extended again, capturing the spirit devourer instantly. Roaring furiously, the spirit devourer rammed into the spirit devouring path, shattering it almost immediately. At this moment, Hector's eyes emitted two beams of blood-red light, falling onto the spirit devouring path. Instantly, the fractured path healed, trapping the spirit devourer inside, continuously clawing at Hector and Jessup. Yorker, your firmament eye's evolved power perfectly combines with my spirit devouring path. We can even confine a third layer spirit devourer, Jessup exclaimed in surprise. It was indeed an unexpected blessing. Hector was also incredibly excited. Leroy, do you see that, father? My firmament eye combined with your spirit devouring path can repair your path, and the fused power trapped the spirit devourer. Let me try sending it away, Jessup proposed. Chapter 401. The Heaven and Earth Creation Technique. Without delay, Hector immediately activated the Eye of the Firmament. In an instant, the spirit devourer trapped in the soul devouring path was sent several hundred meters away, along with the entire soul devouring path. It worked. A spark of light appeared in Hector's eyes. This was another brand new discovery. Let's see how long we can trap it, Jessup said in a low voice. Time ticked by second, until after a few breaths, the soul devouring path vanished. The spirit devourer instantly surged out, lunging towards Jessup and Hector. Humph! Jessup snorted coldly, summoning the soul devouring path again to trap the spirit devourer once more. Then he used the soul transmuting power to rend the beast, making it howl miserably. It quickly retreated into the coffin, hiding within the third layer space. Jessup and Hector paid it no heed. They had come here to test the soul devouring path, not to eliminate the spirit devourers. Father, should we try our luck with the fourth layer spirit devourer? I feel that if we work together, we might be able to restrain it, Hector suggested. Jessup hesitated for a moment, but then shook his head. It's better not to risk it. We've already got a rough understanding of the soul devouring path's abilities. From now on, I just need to refine it. All right, Hector nodded. He knew his father was right. There was no need to take unnecessary risks and put themselves in danger. York, I'll trap a spirit devourer for you to try and strip its power and assimilate it into your own, Jessup suddenly proposed. Hector's heart raced. Father, can I really do it? If he succeeded, his ability to handle spirit devourers would increase dramatically. Of course, if I could strip its power and create the soul transmuting technique, you, with your keen insight and talent, should be able to do it as well. However, Jessup suddenly paused, his expression turning grave as he looked at Hector. The process is very dangerous. It might even cost you your life. Are you willing to try? Without hesitation, Hector replied, Father, if I will spirit devourers, the risk could often decide the outcome. Boom. Hector immediately used the Heaven and Earth Creation Technique to mimic the spirit devourer's aura. The beast immediately pounced into Hector's body. Hector instantly felt a coldness invade his limbs, causing his body to stiffen. Under the influence of the Heaven and Earth Creation Technique, he forgot everything. In his mind, he became a spirit devourer, completely immersed in its identity. He opened himself entirely, allowing the spirit devourer to invade. As soon as it entered, the spirit devourer began gnawing at Hector's soul. However, it soon lost its target and stared blankly at Hector's soul form. To its perception, Hector's soul had transformed into a spirit devourer, becoming one of its kind. This was the terrifying aspect of the Heaven and Earth Creation Technique, its ability to mimic any aura. Even Hector himself believed he was a spirit devourer. To him, the opposing spirit devourer was now a human soul. Whoosh! Hector's soul surged forward, grabbing the spirit devourer and starting to devour it. As he did, pores across his body burst open, spilling copious amounts of black blood. For a human soul, the spirit devourer was like a poison. Feeding on it was akin to poisoning oneself. But Hector remained unaware, believing he was a spirit devourer consuming a human soul. York, hold on. Jessup watched nervously. Hiss. How could this be? How are there 3 spirit devourers embedded in York's heart? Hashtag Chapter 402. The ability to touch devouring spirits. The three devouring spirits inside Hector's body were born when the evil presence within him had emerged and directly devoured his essence. Now, with Hector's physical body shattered, they finally revealed themselves and awakened. On a heart lay three devouring spirits. These spirits emitted an extremely chilling and terrifying aura that instantly froze Hector's shattered body. They then fixed their gaze on Hector's soul, which was devouring another devouring spirit, causing it to freeze in shock. But soon, they lost all consciousness, influenced by the creation technique of all things. They became part of Hector, eyes glazed over, and instantly surged out of Hector's heart, joining him in devouring the devouring spirit. Devouring spirits devouring other devouring spirits. This? Jessup stared wide-eyed in astonishment. It was strange enough for devouring spirits to appear within Yorker's body. Now, these three devouring spirits were actually helping Yorker devour the other one. He had never seen such a situation before. I wonder what changes will occur to these three devouring spirits after devouring the other. Jessup watched them intently. He felt that these three devouring spirits had formed a symbiotic entity with Yorker's soul. His soul no longer relied on simulated devouring spirit